Chapter 1. Eating to become stronger? On the vast expanse of the Shanghai continent, amidst the North Wilderness and its 100,000 towering mountains, peaks rise and fall, stretching for miles on end. Here, the air is thick with demonic energy, obscuring the sky and sun, interwoven with wisps of spiritual essence. Within the most majestic of mountains stands a towering tree, its high branches sheltering a concealed hollow. Inside the hollow, 4 white bird eggs lie scattered. A rustling sound emerges, followed by the crackling of eggshells, as one egg develops a fissure. A small, pink head emerges from the shell. Chirp, chirp, chirp. What in the world? Have I turned into a bird? Zhang Yi takes a deep breath and glances down at himself. Through a thin membrane, he can faintly see his delicate skin, almost translucent, revealing hints of his internal organs. He notices his sharp claws and beak, along with 2 wings that have yet to take shape. Just moments ago, Zhang Yi had been asleep, and upon awakening, he finds himself in a confined space. With a determined struggle, he breaks free from the eggshell, only to realize he is transformed into a newly hatched chick. While others traverse worlds to become nobles, emperors, or deities, he finds himself in this predicament. Well, if I'm not human, so be it. I've had my fill of being human in my previous life. With this thought, a flicker of excitement arises within Zhang Yi. In his past life, he was a weary corporate drone, endlessly hustling to survive, enduring the disdain of his superiors during the day and delivering takeout while catering to customers' whims at night. Just when he finally found a moment to rest, his boss would invariably call, imposing work upon him. Yet now, he is a bird free to do as he pleases. No more worrying about others' opinions. Zhang Yi turns to survey his surroundings, only to discover another egg behind him, utterly still. It seems this nest contains 2 eggs, and he has inadvertently claimed the position of the elder sibling by hatching first. He wishes to venture outside, but his freshly hatched state leaves him too weak to exit the diminutive nest. Oh, as he sits idly, fixated on the unmoving egg before him, an overwhelming hunger swiftly descends upon him. To his astonishment, even as a bird, he encounters his own troubles. But now, he can eat whenever he desires, with no one to rush him or surveil his every move. From this day forth, he vows to liberate himself from the constraints of time and indulge in gluttony. Ding! Host's strong desire to eat detected. The consumption growth system has been successfully activated. Host: Zhang Yi. Species: Sunward bird. Rank: unranked. To become a first-tier divine beast, spiritual energy must exceed 1,000 points. Vitality: 12. Physical body: 12. Spiritual soul: 62. Skills: none. Refinement points: 0. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Yi's eyes gleam with excitement. Is this the golden finger he has been waiting for? What system is this? Where is the starter pack? As he contemplates, the system's voice chimes in once more. Ding! This system does not provide a starter pack. The host has activated the consumption growth system. Successful consumption will yield spiritual energy growth. Spiritual energy is the foundation for divine beast cultivation. An absolute necessity, this system's spiritual energy enhancement is limitless. The system will issue tasks at random intervals. Please remain observant and complete them when possible. Rewards for system tasks include skills, spiritual herbs, and refinement points, which can be used to enhance skills, spiritual soul, and physical body. A series of prompts appear before Zhang Yi, and he diligently reads through each one without a hint of negligence. Just as he begins to relax, the final prompt materializes. The Divine Beast Hierarchy of the 100,000 Mountains. Divine Beasts, Great Divine Beasts, Divine Generals, Divine Marshals, Divine Kings, Divine Emperors, Divine Sovereigns, each rank subdivided into 9 tiers. Hiss! Eating can enhance spiritual energy? This is precisely the kind of carefree indulgence I longed for in my previous life. Listening to the system's announcements, Zhang Yi drifts into reverie. After all, as a creature with a formidable digestive system that can eat and excrete at will, consuming food is the simplest of tasks. With this in mind, Zhang Yi approaches a nearby blade of grass and begins to chew. To be honest, whether for a human or a bird, The taste of grass leaves much to be desired. Yet for the sake of experimentation, he forces it down. Simultaneously, the system indeed begins to issue frenzied notifications. Spiritual energy 777. Spiritual energy 333. If this continues, to reach the first tier requiring 1,000 points of spiritual energy, wouldn't a hearty meal propel him to the pinnacle? Eat! He may not excel at much, but no one can out-eat him. Zhang Yi awkwardly wriggles back into the broken eggshell, intending to check for any residual egg liquid. What is this? I'm not dead? Am I trapped in an illusion? I knew it. This empress is far too formidable to perish so easily. A high-pitched voice resonates in Zhang Yi's ears. Dazed, he lifts his head, faintly perceiving a shadow outside, as the voice echoes once more. How can I, the esteemed empress of the Celestial Dynasty, tolerate such humiliation? Once I reclaim my cultivation, I shall settle the score with each of you. Zhang Yi's mind swirls in confusion. Who is this Celestial Empress? Unable to resist, he pokes his head out to glimpse the figure. Seeing a silhouette akin to his own outside the eggshell, Zhang Yi realizes the remaining egg has also begun to hatch. A surge of excitement wells within him just as he is about to greet the newcomer. The voice sounds again. Damn, what an ugly creature. You startled this empress. What is this? So hideous and lacking in potential. Can this thing be my brother? Forget it. The current situation is not in my favor. When I return to the Celestial Dynasty, I shall grant him a bit of spiritual root. Zhang Yi. He cannot help but lift his gaze, only to find the other's face twisted in disgust. This little thing is utterly repugnant. Fortunately, this empress is currently in fine form. Now, I shall commence my cultivation. I still remember the supreme secret of the Celestial Dynasty, the Celestial King Techniqua. Heaven aids me. This empress shall return. Stretching lazily, Zhang Yi feels as though his entire being has been rejuvenated with just a single bite, a wave of comfort washing over him. He gazes at the self-satisfied, chattering empress outside and shakes his head. Who would have thought that a grand empress could be so scheming? Zhang Yi chuckles, only to hear another voice resonate in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. A panel slowly unfolds before him. Host, Zhang Yi. Species, Sunward Bird. Rank, first tier to become a second tier divine beast. Spiritual energy must exceed 10,000 points. Vitality, 1,168. Physical body, 12. Spiritual soul, 62. Divine skill, none. Refinement points, 11. He leveled up? Indeed. A bite brings forth delightful surprises. Now he can hardly be bothered with the so-called Empress sleeping, and leveling up is his primary objective. Yet, just as Zhang Yi is about to close his eyes, a voice sounds again in his mind. Chapter 2. My Empress Sister. It seems this brother of mine is just an ordinary fellow. How unfortunate that I am the sister of such an unremarkable bird. However, I wonder what this ugly, clumsy chick is doing now. I hope it doesn't disturb my cultivation. Zhang Yi blinks in surprise, a dark line forming across his face. This empress truly has a penchant for chatter. Can someone like this really be an empress? To his astonishment, he discovers that he can eavesdrop on her thoughts. Yet, this newfound ability proves somewhat vexing in his previous life. He despised being interrupted. Now this empress sister appears to be quite the talker. If she continues her incessant rambling, how will he find peace to eat? How can he level up without eating? Must he endure this passive noise interference indefinitely? With this thought, Zhang Yi grinds his teeth in frustration, wishing he could block her out entirely. As long as this empress does not disturb him, what does it matter to him? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The empress' voice falls silent, and the surrounding area is devoid of her incessant critiques. Could it be that I can control my thoughts? How splendid! Upon realizing this, Zhang Yi feels a surge of exhilaration. After all, they are birds now. If he had to endure her constant chattering every day, it would be unbearable. Now, he can at least glean her intentions from her thoughts. Confirming that tranquility has returned, Zhang Yi contentedly settles down, chewing on another blade of grass. Spiritual energy 777. Spiritual energy 444. Perhaps it was the hunger from his previous life. But Zhang Yi finds the taste of grass surprisingly acceptable. During this period of munching, he can feel the spiritual energy within him surging exponentially. After an unknown duration, Zhang Yi begins to feel parched after all. Such fare is hardly suitable for a bird. Moreover, he requires sustenance to sustain his vitality. If only he could feast on a roasted chicken right now. No, wait. I am a bird. I cannot eat roasted chicken. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Yi could not help but feel a tinge of melancholy. In his previous life, he possessed few other hobbies, save for a penchant for exquisite food and fine drink. Now, however, he found himself transformed into a bird, stripped of his humanity, and bereft of any means to procure delectable sustenance. Casting a glance behind him, he beheld the remnants of eggshells within the nest, now reduced to mere weeds and twigs. Zhang Yi shook his head, realizing that such fare was hardly suitable for a bird to sustain itself on indefinitely. Thus, he resolved to venture to the edge of the nest for a glimpse of the outside world. Upon reaching the precipice, Zhang Yi was taken aback to discover that the diminutive bird claiming to be an empress had long awaited him there. It seemed she, too, was famished. Upon hearing his movements, the empress turned her head, and their eyes met, two birds gazing at one another, with eyes as small as grains of rice, each shimmering with distinct glimmers of light. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, silently pondering, I truly wish to know what she is thinking. What is this ugly creature doing here? Keep your distance, stay away from me. The empress glared at Zhang Yi with evident disdain, and for a moment, the two birds stood awkwardly in place. Zhang Yi scowled, casting a scornful glance at the empress. It was clear that her abilities were exceptionally formidable. Yet here they were, both reduced to the status of birds, so what right did she have to speak to him in such a manner? But Zhang Yi's sarcastic musings were evidently lost on her. The empress could only perceive his eyes fixed upon her, and she regarded him warily. What is this unsightly creature doing here? Does it intend to do something to me? Were it not for my current predicament, devoid of any power, you would not dare stand beside me, you wretched thing. Once I regain my strength, I shall have you pulling my chariot. What, brother? You merely arrived a few minutes earlier, and you think yourself worthy of that title. Zhang Yi stared at her in speechless incredulity. The empress was indeed a loquacious one. Even as a bird, she had much to say. This ugly creature continues to stare at me. I shall not hesitate to pluck out its eyes. That voice echoed once more in Zhang Yi's mind, prompting him to shake his head. This little empress certainly possessed a rather fiery temperament. Noticing the absence of food in the vicinity, Zhang Yi turned to leave. However, just then, an excited voice rang out. Food has arrived. Zhang Yi paused, glancing back. Before him appeared two small worms. Hiss! This diminutive and unsightly bird can actually comprehend my intentions? Could it be that it has been reincarnated just like me? Ah, but there is no time to ponder now. Food has arrived, and it is all mine. As the empress mused, she had already advanced towards the worms. Before Zhang Yi could fully grasp the situation, she had already stepped on one and was pecking at the other, clearly intent on claiming it all for herself. Zhang Yi frowned, feeling a surge of displeasure. I am still the elder brother. How dare this sister show such a lack of respect for her elders? Moreover, there are two worms at the very least. We should each have one. No. Zhang Yi's gaze darkened. Both worms were his. Ding. Detection of host's intent to attack. Would you like to enhance? Host, Zhang Yi. Species, sunward bird. Rank, second tier. To become a third-tier divine beast, 100,000 points of spiritual energy are required. Vitality, 10,187. Physique, 13. Soul, 63. Divine abilities, none. Refinement points, 22. Swiftly, the system presented Zhang Yi's current status before him. To his surprise, the system possessed such a function. A smirk formed on his lips. It seemed that his meager consumption of hay had not been in vain. Enhance. Immediately enhance. Today, I shall teach this little creature a lesson. Understood. Commencing enhancement for the host. Before he could finish his sentence, the system's voice resounded once more. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar force coursing through his limbs, gradually expanding outward. Then, as if his blood were boiling, The temperature of his entire avian form began to rise. Zhang Yi sensed something coalescing within him, continuously providing him with energy. That sensation of power ignited a fervor within him. Ding! Random task initiated. Please note and accept host. Host's first stage of consumption, complete detection of resources within a 20-meter radius. Please search for and collect resources. Successful completion of the task will yield 2 refinement points and 1 random spiritual seed. Collect resources? That must refer to those 2 little worms. Zhang Yi frowned, casting his gaze towards the Empress, who had already captured both worms, her face alight with triumph. The system truly understands my desires, and completing the task yields rewards. How could I possibly refuse? His expression turned icy. Since that was the case, the sister would have to obediently hand them over. The elder brother was about to take action. Zhang Yi swiftly pivoted and leaped towards the Empress. Take this kick. Chapter 3. Do you wish to consume me? Whoosh! A gust of wind surged forth, followed by a dull thud. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The young Empress emitted a flurry of urgent sounds, clutching her head in agony as she collapsed. The insects in her mouth tumbling out. Zhang Yi delivered a relentless kick to the Empress, inflicting immense pain upon her. She felt as though she had been shattered by that blow, the torment radiating from her very bones. Ada-I peck, 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 chirp, chirp, chirp. With unbridled fervor, Zhang Yi unleashed a barrage of attacks. The Empress was taken aback. Zhang Yi's movements were astoundingly swift, leaving her with no means of evasion. His beak rained down upon her head mercilessly, as if drilling holes into her skull, a sensation both excruciating and itchy. Resigned, she expelled the insects from her mouth and shielded her head, retreating to a corner. Zhang Yi gleefully gathered the 2 insects together, casting a satisfied glance at the Empress. What an Empress! With such meager abilities, she dares to compete with me for resources. How audacious! This hideous creature truly dares to strike at me, the Emperor, the Empress. Regaining her composure, fixed a cold gaze upon Zhang Yi. Brazen and presumptuous, I shall not spare you. Prepare to meet your demise. Before her words had faded, the Empress lunged forward, with a powerful flap of her wings. She charged toward Zhang Yi, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Her assault was fierce, poised to strike with deadly intent. Yet, Zhang Yi stood his ground, his expression placid, as if he held no regard for her at all. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as her wing collided forcefully with his face. The Empress crumbled to the ground, suddenly aware that she had encountered a formidable opponent, that an inexplicable sense of defeat began to seep into her heart. A feeling she had never known before, in her past, amidst the throngs of the Celestial Dynasty, who could have made her feel this way. Nonetheless, her gaze remained fixated on the 2 insects before Zhang Yi. She needed to replenish her strength, and these insects, arriving just in time and appearing to be of exceptional quality, would greatly benefit her cultivation. However, it became evident that she had underestimated Zhang Yi. With his capabilities, it seemed unlikely that she would be able to claim the insects for herself. Just moments ago, after only 2 exchanges, the spiritual energy within her was already depleted. Zhang Yi grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief. What an Empress! Like a dragon sleeping, or a tiger lying low, if I am in a foul mood, everyone must bear the brunt. However, Zhang Yi had no intention of monopolizing both insects. He had no desire to starve the Empress. Given the current situation, he still needed her presence. Firstly, being alone here would be exceedingly lonely, and besides, his primary goal was to complete his mission, not to eradicate her entirely. Secondly, Zhang Yi merely sought to assert his dominance over her. As the elder brother, he must first establish authority over his younger sister. With this thought in mind, he opened his beak wide and suddenly raised it high. The Empress, startled, instinctively recoiled, her eyes filled with trepidation. Could it be that after easily dispatching her, he still had enough energy to strike again? To her astonishment, Zhang Yi lowered his beak and nudged one of the insects towards her. He had voluntarily offered one of the insects to the Empress. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Empress stared at the insect lying before her, disbelief washing over her as she struggled to comprehend the situation. She had never expected Zhang Yi to return food to her. Once she regained her composure, the Empress promptly swallowed the insect. This repulsive creature indeed possessed some skill. It seemed that she was not yet his match. She chastised herself to remain calm, to exercise restraint. As she consumed the insect, a refreshing sensation enveloped her, followed by a wave of spiritual energy that rippled through her body like a gentle spring breeze. The warmth flowed through her meridians, infusing her blood and spreading throughout her being. Impulsive. You have indeed guessed correctly. Should you act rashly now, you will surely perish. Zhang Yi muttered to himself before gulping down an insect, its texture slimy and lacking in distinct flavor. Yet, as a bird, his options were regrettably limited. Once he swallowed the insect, he felt a wave of comfort wash over his stomach. Although it was far from a gourmet meal, it was sufficient for a bird. Upon consuming the insect, Zhang Yi felt a surge of vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned 2 refinement points. Random Spiritual Seed 1. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new divine skill, Spirit-Consuming Transformation. Consuming a spiritual insect grants 11 to spirit and 33 to physique. What? Is it truly this simple? Zhang Yi gazed at the rapidly increasing numbers on the panel, astonished. This is astonishingly effortless, with this pace of advancement. If I were to find a few more insects to consume, wouldn't I become invincible? However, recognizing this, he realized he should hasten his search for sustenance. After all, relying solely on insects was not a sustainable strategy. It was only now that he grasped the meaning of appreciating each morsel of food. After satisfying his hunger, Zhang Yi felt a renewed sense of strength as he glanced at the Empress before turning back to his nest. Observing the emptiness of the bird's nest, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of discontent. But if only someone would bring me a delicious treat, I would gladly pledge my allegiance, shaking his head. He chuckled bitterly. The system was indeed commendable, but his current circumstances were rather embarrassing. Just then, a voice broke through his thoughts. You wait, I, the Empress, shall one day exact my revenge. Zhang Yi instinctively looked up to find the Empress had entered. Each individual had but 1 insect, which was clearly insufficient. Not only Zhang Yi, who possessed the system, but even the Empress, needing to cultivate, found this amount woefully inadequate. Yet he noticed that the Empress appeared to be in much better spirits. Of course, even at her best, she was still no match for him. However, as Zhang Yi pondered this, he sensed a peculiar shift in the Empress's gaze toward him, that it was a look filled with murderous intent. And his brow furrowed as a heavily laden voice echoed in his ears that no food. How could there be no food? This Empress has been rather foolish. This wretched creature before me is the perfect source of nourishment. Chapter 4. Sated and ready for slumber. Wretched creature, source of nourishment. Zhang Yi scoffed internally. This young girl truly lacked respect. He was determined to see who would ultimately become the other's sustenance. The Empress approached with graceful steps, feigning weakness as she drew near Zhang Yi, murmuring, little birdie, do not be afraid. Your elder sister, this Empress, will not harm you." Yet within her mind she calculated, this plump bird looks delectable. Shall I roast it or stew it? Perhaps I should simply swallow it whole for convenience. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. This young girl's acting was utterly lackluster, her thoughts transparent upon her face. Did she truly believe she could ambush him? He, after all, was a man blessed with a system. In that fleeting moment when the Empress drew near, her eyes sharpened, her slender fingers transforming into claws aimed directly at Zhang Yi's neck. Her speed was astonishing, conjuring a fierce gust of wind. Little girl, is that all you've got?" Zhang Yi scoffed, deftly sidestepping her attack. The Empress found herself off balance, nearly tumbling into the nest, a picture of utter disarray. "You actually dodged?" The Empress stared in disbelief, her eyes widened. When did this ugly bird become so agile, dodging? This was merely the beginning. Zhang Yi shook his wings playfully, adopting a teasing expression. "Little girl, you are far too inexperienced. If you wish to consume me, you must train for several hundred more years." Enraged, the Empress shouted, "Impudent wretched bird, how dare you mock this Empress? Take this!" With the swiftness of lightning, she lunged at Zhang Yi once more, this time unleashing a flurry of strikes, determined to subdue him. Yet, Zhang Yi slipped away like an eel in water, evading her every assault, occasionally pecking at her with a sharp beak, causing the Empress to cry out in pain. "Ouch! You wretched bird! You strike with such ferocity." The Empress clutched the spot where he had pecked her, stamping her foot in frustration. "Umph! To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Do you not understand this principle?" Zhang Yi retorted without remorse, Little girl, I suggest you concede gracefully. You are no match for me. The Empress would never concede defeat. Gritting her teeth, she continued to assault Zhang Yi, only to discover that his speed was increasing exponentially, and his strength was growing even more formidable, as if he were an inexhaustible abyss that could not be vanquished. Throughout the battle, Zhang Yi had been voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Rapidly augmenting his power, he resembled a sponge, greedily soaking up all forms of energy and converting it into his own strength. What is happening? Why does this ugly bird grow stronger with each strike? The Empress was filled with dread, feeling as though she were battling a monster with no glimmer of hope for victory. Finally, after a fierce attack, Zhang Yi seized the opportunity, knocking the Empress to the ground with a sweep of his wing, before pecking her sharply with his beak as a form of reprimand. Ack! The Empress let out a cry of anguish, tears welling up in her eyes as she gazed at Zhang Yi. Her previous arrogance utterly extinguished. "Do you realize your mistake?" Zhang Yi looked down at her, his tone frigid. "That I understand," the Empress nodded, feeling utterly aggrieved. She finally comprehended the vast chasm that lay between her and this repugnant bird. No longer did she view Zhang Yi as mere prey. Instead, a sense of reverence began to take root within her. At that moment, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through him, invigorating him with an unparalleled sense of euphoria. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing a substantial amount of spiritual energy during battle, awakening the innate divine ability. Feast of Gluttony, Feast of Gluttony. Devour any energy entity, converting it into personal energy and enhancing cultivation, awakening an innate divine ability. Feast of Gluttony. Goodness, this is simply exhilarating. Zhang Yi's heart soared with joy. This Feast of Gluttony was tailor-made for him. With this ability, would he not be able to endlessly absorb energy and swiftly elevate his cultivation? He chuckled to himself, realizing he was truly on the verge of soaring to new heights. With a flick of his claw, he playfully tapped the Empress's small head, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Well, little one, do you yield?" The Empress clutched her sore backside, tears in her eyes, feeling anger, yet unable to voice it. I yield. Yet inwardly, she cursed, "Damn bird. Once this Empress regains her strength, I will surely pluck your feathers and roast you." "Very well. From this day forth, you shall serve as my personal bodyguard, responsible for my safety. Do you understand?" Zhang Yi declared with a haughty air. Personal bodyguard? The Empress nearly choked on her own saliva. This ugly bird was audacious enough to demand that she, the illustrious Empress, become its bodyguard. The sheer humiliation was unbearable. "What? Are you unwilling?" Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, a menacing aura enveloping him. The Empress hastily shook her head. I am willing. My life is paramount. This Empress can bend or yield." She thought to herself that once she found the opportunity, she would— "Good, that I'm pleased to hear that." Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction, then unfurled his wings to begin absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Feast of Gluttony. With a low cry from Zhang Yi, a powerful suction erupted from his form, pulling the surrounding spiritual energy into his being like a tidal wave. Spiritual energy 9999, spiritual energy 3166. 3572. The Empress stood by, dumbfounded. This ugly bird possessed such an extraordinary ability. As the spiritual energy continued to be devoured, Zhang Yi's body began to transform. His once disheveled black feathers gradually became smooth and radiant, emanating a faint golden glow. His physique swelled, transforming from a scrawny frame into a majestic and robust form. What is this? The Empress felt her understanding of reality being upended. Could this ugly bird possibly be the reincarnation of some great being? Immersed in the ecstasy of cultivation, Zhang Yi paid no heed to the Empress's astonishment. He continued to voraciously consume the surrounding spiritual energy, his power escalating rapidly. Not only the spiritual energy, but he also began devouring nearby energy entities, including some feeble monsters, spiritual herbs, ores, and more. Ack! A hapless hare stumbled into Zhang Yi's feeding zone, instantly reduced to a desiccated corpse, with not even a bone fragment remaining. The Empress watched, her eyelids twitching. This ugly bird was far too ruthless. After devouring the hare, Zhang Yi let out a satisfied burp, licking his lips in delight. The taste was quite good, albeit a tad scant. Not enough to satisfy my cravings. The Empress could only sigh in resignation. Did I end the hours that followed? Zhang Yi resembled an unrelenting machine, frantically consuming every energy entity in his vicinity. The forest creatures were in dire straits, fleeing the area in fear of becoming Zhang Yi's next meal. Meanwhile, the Empress trailed behind him like a devoted attendant, vigilantly on guard and scavenging the remnants of his feasts. When would this life ever come to an end? The Empress felt tears welling up. She, the formidable Empress, had stooped to the level of a mere scavenger. If word of this were to spread, where would she hide her face? As night fell, Zhang Yi finally ceased his consumption, contentedly returning to his nest. That I'm utterly exhausted. Time for sleep. He flopped down, oblivious to the Empress beside him. Watching the snoring Zhang Yi, the Empress's heart was a tapestry of emotions. She feared his burgeoning power, yet was also filled with curiosity about his potential. The next morning, Zhang Yi awoke, stretching languidly. Why does this feel somewhat different? Could it be? Chapter 5. Caught off guard, another level up upon waking, Zhang Yi sensed that something was amiss. The nest is too small. His once spacious and comfortable nest now felt like a constricting garment, suffocating him. Struggling to move, he heard the sound of brittle twigs snapping beneath him. What the? Zhang Yi cursed under his breath. Realizing that the quality of this nest was woefully inadequate, he laboriously crawled out of the shattered nest, only to discover that he had grown larger. What was once a palm-sized body had now expanded to the size of an eagle. No. Larger than an eagle, he spread his wings, the golden feathers shimmering in the morning sunlight, nearly obscuring half the sky. Did I consume a golden nugget? Zhang Yi marveled at his own form, astonished by his size. If he were to venture out now, even a single step would likely cause an earthquake. He quickly called up the system panel to check. Host. Zhang Yi species. Sunward bird rank. 4th tier divine beast. To become a 5th tier divine beast, energy must exceed 1 million points. Vitality. 40,189 physique. 130 spirit. 630 combat skills. None innate divine ability. Feast of gluttony refinement points. 0, 2 items. Celestial spiritual herb seed 1 goodness. A 4th tier divine beast. The speed of this upgrade surpasses that of a rocket. Moreover, my physique and spirit have also entered a new realm. It seems that yesterday's indulgence yielded remarkable results. The system's automatic allocation of refinement points further enhanced his physique and spirit, filling him with a sense of vigor. The S for that celestial spiritual herb seed. Zhang Yi decided to set it aside for the moment. He would address it later. He scrutinized the description of the Feast of Gluttony and discovered that this ability not only allowed him to devour spiritual energy, but also converted the consumed energy into vitality, albeit at a rather low efficiency. Better than nothing, it seemed. With such a physique, venturing forth to forage would surely turn him into a living target. Zhang Yi pondered. With his current appearance, he would undoubtedly draw attention wherever he went. Should he attract the ire of a formidable opponent, it would spell disaster. Perhaps it would be wise to lie low for a while and acclimate to this new body. Just as he contemplated this, the system's notification chimed. Ding! A new task has been issued. Complete the system trial task and quickly adapt to your current body. Well, how fortuitous! Following the system's guidance, Zhang Yi commenced a series of training exercises. As he accepted the system's training tasks, the scenery around him began to shift rapidly. Before him loomed a colossal volcano, magma bubbling ferociously. The first training item. Control flight. Circle the volcano 10 times without touching the magma. As the system's voice echoed in his ears, Zhang Yi immediately began flapping his wings, attempting to maneuver his massive form around the volcano's rim. Initially, his movements were clumsy and slow, nearly causing him to plunge into the lava several times. However, as he practiced, his flying skills gradually improved, and his form became more agile. By the time he completed the 10 laps, Zhang Yi had mastered the control of his body, capable of soaring to any destination he desired. Ding! Control flight training complete. Trial item 2. Power control. Use your claws to grasp 10 designated spiritual fruits without harming other vegetation. The system's announcement resonated. The scene shifted once more. Before him lay a dense jungle. Ancient trees soaring towards the heavens, casting shadows over the ground. Where vines intertwined and thickets flourished. 10 spiritual fruits were scattered throughout the jungle, some dangling from lofty branches, others hidden among lush foliage. and some ensnared by protective vines. Armed with the experience from his previous flight training, Zhang Yi wielded his massive wings with grace, swiftly navigating the jungle and successfully completing the second trial. Next, under the system's guidance, Zhang Yi completed a series of training tasks focused on speed, reflexes, vision, and more. Upon completing all trials, Zhang Yi felt a newfound mastery over his strength. His massive form no longer appeared cumbersome, but rather exuded power and agility. Just as he reveled in the changes to his body, the system rewards swiftly followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing all training tasks. You have now acquired 4 refinement points and a random spiritual seed too. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a new divine skill. I have insight, spirit 22, physique 66, spiritual energy 9999, spiritual energy 1356. Congratulations, host, for becoming a 5th tier demon beast. Refinement point 1. What? Already at the 5th tier? Zhang Yi gazed at the surging numbers on the panel, astonished within. This was far too easy. He hardly felt any effort, and yet he had broken through again. It felt exhilarating. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Yi let out a cheer. This sensation was simply sublime. At that moment, the Empress, who had been silently cultivating nearby, concluded her training as well. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling the abundance of spiritual energy within her, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. This time of seclusion had yielded considerable rewards. She mused softly. However, when she instinctively turned to glance at her brother, her smile abruptly froze. "What on earth? How have you grown so large?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she pointed at Zhang Yi. To her, he had previously appeared as a grotesque, diminutive creature, yet now he had transformed into a magnificent giant bird, golden feathers shimmering like those of a celestial being descended from the heavens. This Zhang Yi scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Surely, he couldn't say that he had merely eaten too much and ballooned up. Did you perhaps consume some rare treasures? The Empress asked tentatively. Cough, more or less. Zhang Yi replied vaguely, secretly relieved that the Empress had a strong imagination, sparing him much explanation. What kind of rare treasures? Can you tell me? The Empress inquired eagerly. Her desire to enhance her power palpable, as she sought a way to escape her predicament. Well, Zhang Yi feigned mystery with a smile. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Greedy. The Empress pouted in dissatisfaction, but chose not to press further. Being an Empress, she already harbored suspicions that her brother might be a reincarnated powerhouse. Now, his transformation only solidified her conjectures that in her eyes. Such a significant figure would undoubtedly possess their own secrets. And since Zhang Yi was unwilling to share, she had no right to demand it. After all, curiosity can lead to peril. If she were to learn something she shouldn't, she might find herself quietly disposed of at any moment. While the Empress contemplated how to change the subject, a sudden commotion abruptly interrupted her thoughts. Gurgle, gurgle. Chapter 6. Beneath the Fists, the Filial Sister. The rumbling from Zhang Yi's stomach grew louder, akin to a drum roll. Shaking his head, droplets of morning dew fell from his golden feathers. I'm starving again. He lamented, feeling that this upgrade consumed far too much energy. More exhausting than running a marathon, that he turned to the Empress, who was seated cross-legged, surrounded by a mist of spiritual energy, appearing on the verge of a breakthrough. Zhang Yi chuckled inwardly. Look at you. Still cultivating. I'm already at the 5th tier, while you're merely 2nd tier, a weakling in my eyes. Hey, little sidekick, stop your training. Come on, let us go find something to eat. Zhang Yi teased in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, the Empress shot Zhang Yi a disdainful glance. This guy, is he only capable of eating and sleeping? He devoured so much yesterday, and he has already digested it all. He is nothing but a glutton. How foolish of her to have thought he was a reincarnated powerhouse. It now appeared he was merely a reincarnated starved ghost. No. The Empress coldly rejected. It's worth noting that while Zhang Yi slept, she had already broken through to the 2nd tier and was now on the cusp of reaching the 3rd tier. Despite Zhang Yi's imposing size, she instinctively believed his cultivation must be inferior to hers. At this moment, the Empress harbored thoughts of teaching Zhang Yi a lesson, demonstrating the prowess of a true Empress. Not going. That one do. You are my personal bodyguard, responsible for my safety, as Zhang Yi spoke. He extended a massive claw towards the Empress. The Empress, seeing this, flashed a hint of disdain in her eyes. "You, my personal bodyguard? Just wait and see how I handle you today." As soon as she finished speaking, the Empress decisively unleashed her claws, rapidly flapping her wings and aiming her sharp talons directly at Zhang Yi's face. "A mere trick. How dare you boast before me?" Zhang Yi scoffed, barely bothering to evade, casually waving his wing. Whoosh! In the next instant, a fierce gust of wind surged forth, and the Empress, who had struck first, found herself unexpectedly blown away by the whirlwind. The Empress barely managed to steady herself, avoiding a humiliating fall. She gazed at Zhang Yi in disbelief. How is this possible? That previous strike was a peak second-tier attack. Even if he had advanced to the third tier, he wouldn't dare take it head-on. Yet, why was it that this fellow not only emerged unscathed, but had also effortlessly sent her flying with a single motion? Before she could process this, Zhang Yi swiftly seized her, lifting her as though she were a mere chick. "Little girl, with such little skill, you dare to teach me a lesson? You must still be half asleep." Zhang Yi's mocking voice echoed in the Empress's ears. Embarrassed and enraged, she struggled desperately, but couldn't escape Zhang Yi's iron grip. "Let me go, you scoundrel!" the Empress roared. "Let you go? Not a chance. I haven't settled the score with you yet," Zhang Yi declared, tossing the Empress to the ground. Thud, the Empress landed heavily, wincing in pain. Just then, a system notification chimed in Zhang Yi's mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Beneath the Fist, the Filial Sister. Mission description: by thrashing the Empress, enhance her physique and facilitate her breakthrough to the third tier. Mission reward: Refinement Points 3, Random Spiritual Seed 1. Zhang Yi glanced at the mission description, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "This system truly understands me. Little girl, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be ungrateful." As Zhang Yi spoke, he raised his formidable claw and began to stomp down on the Empress. Bang, bang, bang. "Ah," the Empress cried out, her face bruised from the relentless stomping. "Stop it, you scoundrel. I'll kill you," she yelled, her eyes ablaze with fury. "You want to kill me? Wait until you have the power to do so," Zhang Yi taunted as he continued his assault. The Empress was consumed with indignation. She desperately summoned her internal spiritual energy to resist, only to find her body seemingly bound, unable to move. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a strange energy surged into her body, rapidly repairing her injuries and strengthening her physique. "What is happening?" the Empress wondered, perplexed. Bang! With one final stomp, the Empress felt something within her shatter, followed by a powerful force erupting from her being. "Did I actually broke through?" she thought in disbelief, feeling the transformation within her body. Her expression a mix of astonishment. "How about that? My methods aren't too shabby, are they?" Zhang Yi asked with a smug grin. The Empress glared at Zhang Yi's infuriating expression, wishing she could bite him. How dare he help her break through in such a crude and humiliating manner? It was an utter disgrace. When had she, a dignified Empress, ever suffered such treatment? "Just wait. One day, I will make you pay." Zhang Yi merely chuckled, unfazed by the Empress's threats. However, he paused for a moment before continuing. "Before you have the ability to make me pay, you must obey my commands. Now let us go find something to eat." "Find something to eat? After you've beaten me to this state, you still think about food?" The Empress struggled to rise, rubbing her sore backside, wincing at the pain. She glared fiercely at Zhang Yi, her eyes filled with murder. If only she were not at a disadvantage, she would have loved to devour this ugly creature whole. Zhang Yi, however, remained unconcerned. He shook his wings nonchalantly, saying, "A bird lives for food. How can one cultivate on an empty stomach? Besides, I just helped you break through to the third tier. Shouldn't you express some gratitude?" He rubbed his claws together, gazing greedily at the Empress. "Gratitude? I thank your ancestors 8 generations back." The Empress fumed, her anger boiling, that if she weren't so weak right now, she would have loved to battle Zhang Yi 300 more rounds. Alas, such a lack of appreciation. Zhang Yi sighed dramatically, feigning heartbreak. "But never mind. I, your brother, am magnanimous and won't hold this against you. Hurry up and lead the way." "Why must I lead the way?" You clearly had not finished speaking, esteemed Empress, when Zhang Yi abruptly lifted you up. "Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and flee." Chapter 7. When outmatched, flee for your life. Quickly, clear the path ahead. Zhang Yi impatiently urged, his wings flapping, nearly tossing the Empress from his grasp. Infuriated, she could only glare at his back. Muttering curses under her breath, "Damn bird! Filthy creature! Wretched beast! One day, I shall pluck your feathers and roast you for dinner." Zhang Yi paid no heed to the Empress's invectives, even humming a cheerful tune. Lost in the joy of an impending feast, he remained oblivious to the enormous shadow descending rapidly from above. With a piercing cry, a fierce bird call shattered the stillness, and a gust of wind sent both Zhang Yi and the Empress swaying. "What on earth?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he beheld a colossal avian creature descending from the sky, obscuring the sun and resembling a small mountain plummeting downwards. The giant bird, cloaked in darkness, spread its wings wide, each spanning 100 feet, its razor-sharp talons gleaming ominously, and its golden eyes shone like twin suns, exuding a terrifying pressure. Upon sighting the massive bird, the Empress froze momentarily, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Surely, this creature does not intend to devour me. Just as she closed her eyes, bracing for death, the next moment, the giant bird seized two enormous serpent corpses with its sharp claws and casually tossed them before Zhang Yi and the Empress. "My dear children, have you been starving? Mother has brought you some delicious treats." Zhang Yi and the Empress exchanged bewildered glances at the sudden shift in events. Zhang Yi stared blankly at the two large snakes. One was slightly smaller, exuding the aura of a third-tier beast, while the other, feeling the energy emanating from the larger serpent, Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although the massive serpent lay lifeless, the residual spiritual energy it possessed was incredibly potent, stirring his innate devouring power. The Empress also noticed the peculiar aura of the larger serpent, as a reincarnate. She immediately discerned that this creature had been at least a fourth-tier beast in life, and of an extraordinary lineage. From her knowledge, such beasts typically housed a core within them, encapsulating most of their cultivation. That a glimmer of greed flickered in the Empress's eyes as she fought through her pain, ready to rush forward and dissect the serpent, only to be preempted by Zhang Yi. "Eye of insight," Zhang Yi shouted, his left eye flashing with golden light. That eye in the next instant, he pinpointed the inner core within the serpent and swallowed it whole. "You!" The Empress nearly spat blood in anger. This scoundrel had devoured the treasure she had coveted. However, Zhang Yi, oblivious to her fury, was overwhelmed by the sudden influx of energy, suffering unimaginable pain. Zhang Yi couldn't help but cry out, his body convulsing violently as he rolled on the ground. Though he had successfully ascended to a fifth-tier divine beast, the energy contained within the fourth-tier serpent's core was simply too immense for him to digest in a short span of time. Observing Zhang Yi's pitiful state, the Empress couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't she who had swallowed that core, or she would be the one in agony now. With this thought in mind, she quietly approached the corpse of the third-tier serpent, beginning to absorb its essence. Zhang Yi's suffering persisted for what felt like an eternity. He felt as though his body were a balloon on the verge of bursting, ready to explode at any moment. "System, help me," Zhang Yi called out in his mind. Ding! Energy disturbance detected within the host's body, initiating energy conversion protocol. The system's voice was like a heavenly melody, offering Zhang Yi a glimmer of hope. As the energy conversion protocol commenced, the chaotic energy within him gradually subsided, transforming into pure power that infused his flesh and bones. Zhang Yi felt his strength surging rapidly, the bottleneck of his realm loosening. With a cracking sound, Zhang Yi sensed something within him shatter, and a powerful force erupted from his being. I've actually broken through," Zhang Yi exclaimed joyfully. Leaping to his feet, he felt invigorated, brimming with strength. As if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch, elated, he flapped his wings, stirring up a gale that startled the Empress into retreating. You actually broke through so quickly?" The Empress gazed at Zhang Yi in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. This rascal had managed to ascend merely by consuming a core. Meanwhile, she had painstakingly absorbed the essence of a third-tier serpent, only to achieve a slight improvement in her cultivation. Birds surpassing birds, how infuriating! What do you think? Am I not remarkable?" Zhang Yi boasted triumphantly, flaunting his golden wings like a celestial being. "Remarkable, my foot!" The Empress rolled her eyes in exasperation as though you had a stroke of luck and swallowed a core. What is there to be smug about? Luck? Huh. Zhang Yi's expression turned sharp as he reined in his laughter. You know nothing. This is called extraordinary talent, divine fortune. Do you comprehend? Besides, even if it were merely luck, it would still be my luck, one you cannot covet. The Empress, her brows furrowing in anger, retorted, You insufferable bird. If it weren't for me, what would you do to me? Zhang Yi teased, flaunting his golden wings provocatively. With my current 6th-tier status, do you dare to challenge me? Come on, let us harm each other. The Empress gritted her teeth, ultimately choosing to endure. She knew she could not contend with Zhang Yi at this moment and could only swallow her anger. One day, I shall pluck your feathers and roast you. She glared fiercely at Zhang Yi before sitting cross-legged to continue her healing. Zhang Yi, indifferent to her, soared into the sky, surveying the landscape below. With his 6th-tier strength, the world appeared transformed. This sensation was undeniably exhilarating. However, just as he began to bask in his triumph, a sudden system alert sent his heart racing. Ding. High-tier beast detected nearby. Please exercise caution. Zhang Yi froze. High-tier beasts? How high? He quickly activated the Eye of Insight, scanning the surroundings. Before long, he spotted a massive figure rapidly approaching them. It was a giant bear, its size comparable to a small hill. Covered in thick black fur, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Zhang Yi gasped, realizing this was at least a 9th-tier beast. Without a second thought, he turned and fled, though the difference between 6th and 9th tier was merely 3 ranks. The disparity in power was monumental. Zhang Yi, despite his momentary arrogance, was not foolish enough to engage. When outmatched, flee. That was the path to survival. Without hesitation, he instinctively grasped the bewildered Empress beside him and took off in the opposite direction. Chapter 8. Wealth and Danger. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of the giant serpent's flicking tongue grew increasingly pronounced behind them, its foul stench assaulting Zhang Yi's nostrils. Unable to resist, he glanced back, nearly dropping the Empress in the process. Hey, be careful. Are you trying to drop me to my death? The Empress shouted, disoriented by the sudden jolt. Zhang Yi ignored her, his gaze fixated on the massive serpent behind them. The patterns on its scales were identical to those of the 2 large snakes they had previously separated from. Only this one was dozens of times larger, resembling a moving mountain. Goodness, could this be the parents of those 2 serpents coming for revenge? Zhang Yi cursed inwardly. Flapping his wings even faster, he was certain the gigantic serpent was indeed pursuing them, its malevolence palpable even from a distance. The distance between them and the serpent dwindled. Zhang Yi felt a wave of unease wash over him. The gaping maw seemed poised to swallow him whole at any moment. What the hell? Why is it so fast? He desperately urged the energy within him to accelerate. But the serpent's speed was even greater, the gap between them narrowing rapidly. Hurry up, bird! Fly faster! I don't want to be devoured by this beast. The Empress's voice trembled with fear. Just when it seemed they were on the brink of disaster, a piercing cry echoed through the sky. Then a massive shadow descended, blocking Zhang Yi and the serpent from each other. It was none other than the giant bird that had departed earlier. By the heavens, our savior has arrived. Zhang Yi was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly wept. The colossal bird paid him no heed. Instead, it dove directly towards the gigantic serpent, its razor-sharp claws viciously sinking into the serpent's vulnerable spot, causing blood to spatter everywhere. With a deafening roar, the serpent writhed in agony, its immense body thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to shake off the bird. However, the bird's grasp was as unyielding as iron, and no amount of thrashing could free the serpent from its clutches. That moment, several slightly smaller giant birds appeared in the sky, joining the fray and launching an intense assault on the serpent. It dawned on Zhang Yi that these magnificent birds must be a family. The earlier bird had returned to summon reinforcements. What a remarkable family of snake hunters! He marveled at the fierce battle unfolding in the sky. Just then, a notification echoed in Zhang Yi's mind from the system. Ding! Danger detected for the host, triggering an urgent mission. Assist the bird flock in slaying the giant python. Mission rewards, 500. 000 spiritual energy, 600 physical strength, 200 spiritual soul, 5 refining points, and a random skill 1. Friendly reminder. Mother and offspring working together to slay the serpent offers substantial rewards, but also carries a high danger level. Please choose wisely, host. What a delightful opportunity! Zhang Yi felt invigorated. The rewards were indeed bounteous. Yet, the system's warning about the extreme danger prompted him to proceed with caution. Caution, my foot. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Let us do it. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes. At that moment, he had resolved to join the battle. Hey, you, feathered fiend. What are you planning? The Empress, noticing Zhang Yi's eagerness, inquired hastily that of course, I'm going to help. How could I miss such an excellent opportunity? Zhang Yi replied with conviction. Have you lost your mind? That is a 9th-tier beast. Are you seeking death? The Empress exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Fear not. I have my ways. Zhang Yi replied with a mysterious smile. Offering no further explanation, that he placed the Empress in a comparatively safe location, then took a deep breath. Suddenly, his golden wings unfurled, transforming into a streak of golden light as he shot into the sky. The giant bird, upon spotting Zhang Yi joining the battle, emitted a jubilant cry, seemingly welcoming his arrival. Zhang Yi, undeterred, dove towards the serpent's head, his sharp beak striking fiercely at the serpent's eye, with a pained screech. The serpent thrashed once more, now blinded and even more frenzied in its struggles. Zhang Yi did not linger. Having landed a successful blow, he ascended into the heights, biding his time for the next opportunity to strike. He understood that his current strength was insufficient to confront a 9th-tier beast head-on. Instead, he needed to exploit his speed and agility to continuously harass the serpent, creating openings for the mother bird. As Zhang Yi soared through the air, his golden wings carving through the sky like a brilliant meteor, his keen eyes remained fixed on the enraged serpent below, seeking the opportune moment to attack. The serpent's massive form caused the ground to tremble with each roll, its deafening roars accompanied by wild flails of its colossal tail, attempting to sweep its airborne foes from the sky. The mother bird let out a piercing cry, its enormous body casting a shadow across part of the sky. With its powerful talons deeply embedded in the serpent's vulnerable spot, it firmly restrained the creature's movements. The serpent struggled violently, desperate to escape the bird's grasp, yet the mother bird refused to relent, increasing its grip until its talons nearly pierced the serpent's scales. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yi dove down like an arrow released from a bow. A flash of golden light darting through the air. His sharp beak struck at the serpent's wound, and the excruciating pain sent the serpent into a frenzy. Yet, Zhang Yi granted no opportunity for retaliation. After his successful strike, he quickly ascended, evading the serpent's counterattack, then circled above, searching for the next opportunity to strike, but he would not allow the serpent a single chance to retaliate in the ensuing moments. Emboldened by Zhang Yi's lead, the once hesitant birds circling above began to emulate his rhythm, occasionally launching their own attacks on the giant python below. Several smaller giant birds joined the fray, nimbly darting around the serpent and relentlessly pecking and clawing at its massive body. Although the damage they inflicted was minimal, it effectively diverted the serpent's attention. As the adage goes, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. A lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. With Zhang Yi and the flock's coordinated efforts, even though the serpent had attained the prowess of a 9th-tier beast, it still struggled to withstand their relentless onslaught. Gradually, the creature became riddled with wounds, a steady stream of blood staining the ground crimson beneath it. As the serpent's breath grew fainter, its struggles began to wane. Observing that it could no longer effectively resist, Zhang Yi, who had been waiting in the air for the opportune moment, seized the chance to dive down once more, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 9. The confusion brought by continuous breakthroughs as Zhang Yi prepared to strike the serpent. He felt a surge of joy. However, just as he was about to pierce the serpent's vulnerable spot, an unexpected change occurred. The serpent seemed to sense the imminent approach of death, its massive body suddenly swelling, as if it were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Emanating a terrifying crimson glow. Oh no! Could it be planning to self-destruct? Zhang Yi gasped in alarm, instinctively pulling back on his wings to create distance. Yet it was all too late. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the serpent's massive form erupted, resembling a colossal blood-and-flesh bomb, showering the sky with a torrential rain of blood and filling the air with a nauseating stench of iron and char. Zhang he was violently propelled away by a fierce shockwave. Golden feathers swirling like snowflakes as he felt as though his insides were being shattered. Before he could fully recover from the impact, a shard infused with terrifying energy shot towards him like a bolt from the blue. Zhang Yi had no time to react. Instinctively, he opened his beak and swallowed the fragment whole. Gulp! A wave of searing power erupted within him, as if thousands of volcanoes had simultaneously erupted, threatening to tear his body apart. The agony compelled a shriek to escape his lips, and once more, golden feathers scattered as he crashed to the ground, curling up in torment. System notification. Detected a fragment of a 9th-tier beast demon core. Energy levels are excessive. Requires the consumption of 1 million blood essence to upgrade the divine ability feast of the gluttonous beast for absorption. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated in Zhang Yi's mind. 1 million blood essence. Zhang Yi's heart sank. That was no trivial amount. Yet he had no other choice. If he did not absorb this energy, he would likely explode from within. Upgrade through gritted teeth. Zhang Yi commanded. System notification. Divine ability feast of the gluttonous beast upgraded successfully. As the system's notification faded, the tumultuous energy within Zhang Yi gradually subsided, the burning sensation ebbing away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He felt his strength and speed significantly enhanced. Meanwhile, the shockwave from the serpent's self-detonation had also drawn the attention of Zhang Yi's mother and sister. At that moment, the giant bird furiously flapped its wings, dispersing the terrifying energy that had approached Zhang Yi, while his sister, unbeknownst to him, had already scampered to the giant bird's side. Now, she gazed down at her brother, who was in a rather disheveled state, with a smug expression on her face. Once the surrounding energy had dissipated, the giant bird began to collect the scattered fragments of the demon core with the Empress. However, upon finding the demon core fragments, they did not consume them outright as Zhang Yi had done. Instead, they collected them with great care. "What are you two doing?" Zhang Yi inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. "Fool, consuming a demon core of this caliber directly is a surefire path to death." The Empress shot him a withering glance. Such high-tiered demon cores must be refined with the power of moonlight to maximize absorption of their essence and enhance cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had initially thought that merely consuming them was a gain, never considering the implications that in the following days, the giant bird and the Empress would utilize the moonlight to refine the demon core fragments each night. As for Zhang Yi, he could only watch enviously from the sidelines. Perhaps out of spite, while the mother and daughter practiced, he chattered incessantly. Yet his antics only earned him a sound thrashing from his mother. "Mother, could you be gentler with those claws? I'm losing all my feathers." "Silence, you little rascal. This is a prime opportunity for cultivation. Don't disrupt my focus," the giant bird grumbled, pinning Zhang Yi to the ground and coldly tossing him a fragment of a demon core. "This is for you. Now go play somewhere else." As time progressed, the energy within the fragments of the demon Dan was gradually absorbed by them, and Zhang Yi felt a surge of power swelling within him once again. He could even sense the bloodline within him boiling. Ding! A significant resonance between the lunar energy and the demon Dan fragments has been detected. Congratulations to the host. Successfully ascended to the 7th-tier divine beast. Advancement rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 refining points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 million blood energy, 999 spirit energy, 110 soul energy, and 330 physical strength. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the giant python's innate divine ability, 3,000 flames. With this promotion to the 7th-tier divine beast, Zhang Yi was naturally in high spirits. However, he did not anticipate that this advancement would not merely enhance his strength, but also awaken an insatiable craving for food. Now he felt as if his stomach were an unfathomable abyss, incapable of being satisfied no matter how much he consumed. Eagerly, he unfurled his wings and began to scour the forest in search of sustenance. Initially, he carelessly captured small woodland creatures to satiate his hunger. Squirrels, rabbits, and wild chickens were all fair game. Yet, in his mouth, they vanished as if merely skimming the surface of a pond, failing to alleviate his ravenous hunger. At this rate, my bear-like appetite might consume an entire mountain. Zhang Yi lamented to himself, his tone laden with exasperation. Despite this, he remained undeterred, continuing his search through the mountains until he had nearly wiped out all the lurking beasts. Ultimately, however, he was compelled to confront a disheartening reality. All his efforts seemed to be in vain. This is utterly vexing. Just as Zhang Yi was perched on a branch, frantically muttering to himself. His gaze fortuitously fell upon a mother and daughter nearby. The newly ascended empress sat blissfully in meditation, exuding an aura of tranquility and authority. Her mother, composed and serene, appeared to guide her daughter's inner peace. Simultaneously, Zhang Yi's stomach audibly growled in protest that "I'm starving," he exclaimed, unable to restrain himself from patting his empty belly. Alas, I might as well ask my mother for some food. With a newfound hope, Zhang Yi boldly approached the pair. Shaking his feathers and adopting an innocent expression. "Ahem, could you lend me a hand?" The empress, wearing an expression of disbelief, interrupted him mid-sentence, remarking, "He is hungry again. Indeed, if this continues, I fear I might starve to death." Zhang Yi clutched his belly, feigning a pitiful demeanor. The giant bird regarded him with a knowing look, playing with the feathers on its claws. "Isn't this the usual pattern after a breakthrough? I went through the same phase." Zhang Yi's mind sparked with inspiration as he smiled ingratiatingly. "So, esteemed mother and dear sister, could you perhaps spare me some food to help me through this hunger?" The giant bird looked at the pitiful little creature with a hint of confusion. "What kind of special food do you desire? Something like the giant python's inner Dan from earlier?" Zhang Yi replied eagerly. However, upon hearing his request, the giant bird resolutely shook its head in refusal. "You must seek that for yourself. That in the past, you were still small, but now you've grown. It's time for you to be self-sufficient." Zhang Yi scratched his feathers, feeling somewhat at a loss. Just then, a commotion erupted not far away, indicating a gathering place for other small demon beasts. "Shall we go and try our luck?" Zhang Yi suggested, his wings quivering in anticipation of flight. "You can go yourself." The giant bird bluntly rejected his proposal, that if you can't handle such a trivial matter, what use is your breakthrough? Chapter 10. Hunting the fifth-tier demon beast, the forest python, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The evening light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating Zhang Yi's shimmering feathers. Perhaps due to the lingering shadow of his earlier battle with the giant python, he did not stray far from the nest after leaving. Instead, he cautiously searched the nearby underbrush with his keen vision, hoping to find something edible. Unfortunately, despite his extensive search, he encountered nothing. Not even a ghostly shadow. He had distinctly heard noises in the vicinity while still in the nest. How could it be that upon his arrival, everything had vanished? Just as he pondered this perplexity, the system unexpectedly emitted a sharp alert. "Ding, a fifth-tier demon beast, the forest python, has been detected 20 meters ahead. Please exercise caution, host." What a coincidence! Zhang Yi exclaimed with excitement as he flapped his wings in delight. Without hesitation, he raced toward the indicated direction. That as he neared his destination, he slowed his pace, wary of startling his potential feast. He stealthily crept into the nearby thicket, peering through the gaps to observe. Swish, swish! The sound of rustling leaves echoed nearby, and Zhang Yi's keen eyes sparkled with intensity. "That it seems there's more than one," he thought, elated. "Finally, I can indulge myself." With that thought, he summoned the system. Immediately use all refining points. As the saying goes, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit, drawing from his prior experience battling the giant python. He prudently adjusted his abilities to their optimal state. Though these were merely fifth-tier beasts, their numbers posed a significant advantage. As a top-tier gourmand, Zhang Yi certainly did not wish to watch a succulent meal slip through his fingers. Once the system allocated all refining points, Zhang Yi stealthily approached the thrumming underbrush. Upon getting close, he finally discerned the scene before him. The fifth-tier demon beast, the forest python, stretched approximately 10 meters in length. With a girth akin to that of an adult's torso, its body adorned with fine, dense scales. Although this creature was considerably smaller than the ninth-tier giant python he had previously faced, it held the advantage in numbers. Observing the python's bulging belly, it was evident that it had dined not long ago that moment. The three creatures lay languidly, unaware that they were being targeted, seemingly savoring the remnants of their earlier meal. Zhang Yi's heart instantly ignited with realization. No wonder he had heard commotion earlier. It appeared that these three had cornered the food he had missed out on. A surge of indignation washed over him, akin to having his rightful meal snatched away. "How dare you steal my food? You shall pay the price today," he resolved, preparing to charge at the trio. However, just as he began to stir, all three creatures simultaneously opened their eyes. "What? Have I been discovered?" he thought, dismayed. He had intended to launch a surprise attack, but now found himself exposed before making a move. Just then, the system chimed once more in his mind. "Ding, a random task has been issued. Please check task details. Hunt and capture the 5th-tier demon beast, the forest python, solo. Task rewards: refining points 30, physical strength 60, soul energy 20, unlock random skill 1." That the system warned that the 5th-tier demon beast, the forest python, possessed combat capabilities far exceeding those of an ordinary 5th-tier beast, and advised the host to consider fleeing for survival if feeling intimidated. Hearing the system's condescending prompt, Zhang Yi sneered in disdain. Cowardice? I have no idea what that word means." An opportunity for a grand feast had presented itself. He could not let it slip away. With that thought, he flapped his wings and soared upward, unleashing his ultimate move. 3,000 flames, whoosh! In an instant, flames erupted from below, engulfing the 3 forest pythons before they even had a chance to react. Hiss hiss! The scorching heat caused the bewildered creatures to flick their tongues in confusion. One of them attempted to roll on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames engulfing it, while the other 2 seized the opportunity to attack Zhang Yi midair. Slash before their eyes, the 2 colossal creatures rose upright, aiming directly at Zhang Yi in midair with a mouthful of thick, old phlegm. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had sensed their intentions in advance and swiftly shifted his position before the foul substance could reach him. The viscous, putrid liquid splattered onto a nearby tree, immediately followed by a series of sizzling sounds. It appeared that this was indeed the venom of the formidable python. Realizing that their attack had failed, the 2 behemoths contemplated launching another assault. Alas, despite their intentions, Zhang Yi was not inclined to engage in further confrontation with these creatures. Seizing the opportunity while they adjusted their stance, he charged towards the serpentine beast engulfed in flames. However, before he could make a move, a piercing shriek echoed behind him. With a start, Zhang Yi turned to see a large bird soaring low in the sky, rapidly approaching. Relief washed over him, for he recognized this avian figure. It was none other than his formidable yet tender-hearted mother bird. "Darling son, step aside," the giant bird exclaimed, extending its sharp talons toward the flaming python. It is well known that birds possess an innate advantage over serpents. And with the giant bird's superior rank, hunting down such a low-tier snake would be as effortless as drinking water. Even with his mother's assistance, Zhang Yi remained anxious. After all, one pair of fists cannot hope to match 4 hands. And a lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. While his mother could easily contend with a single python, the outcome of facing 3 simultaneously was uncertain. They had previously triumphed over a 9th-tier beast together as a family. Just as he wavered, contemplating whether to lend a hand, another python took the opportunity to slither toward the giant bird, seemingly intent on a 2-on-1 ambush. Chapter 11. After you are sated, I will feast. This is terrible. Zhang Yi had initially thought that with the arrival of his mother, he could simply observe the spectacle. Little did he expect that these loathsome reptiles would resort to such underhanded tactics. Although he had not spent much time with the giant bird, it was still his mother, and he could not bear to watch her being bullied by snakes, that he resolved to fight alongside her. Come what may. Just as he made up his mind to join the battle, another bird call sounded from behind him. Who else could it be but his sister, the Empress bird, upon seeing another ally arrive? Zhang Yi's concerns about their odds dissipated. Oh my, we are facing 3 5th-tier pythons all at once. You really are a handful. The Empress bird's mocking tone reached his ears before she even arrived. In response, Zhang Yi shrugged, a hint of embarrassment causing his feathers to ruffle. What can I say? I'm just exceptionally lucky, he retorted, shooting her a rather smug glance. The Empress, seemingly unfazed by his bravado, turned her gaze to the 3 pythons now engaged with the giant bird. To my knowledge, pythons typically operate alone. Why are these 3 congregated here? She pondered aloud. Zhang Yi dismissed her question. Why bother with such trivialities? Since you're here, let us combine our efforts and eliminate these 3. I've been starving after my recent breakthroughs. Before he could dash down to assist the giant bird, the Empress interrupted. Hold on. If I'm not mistaken, Their nest must be nearby. Rather than aiding her, we should seize this opportunity to raid their home. I've heard that python eggs are incredibly delicious. Before she could finish, Zhang Yi's mouth watered uncontrollably at the thought. Did I ask that true? The dutiful son, who had just resolved to fight alongside his mother, instantly forgot his noble intentions at the prospect of a feast. Weren't you just saying you wanted to help? What? Have you given up already? The Empress scoffed, eyeing him with disdain. That I believe our mother is more than capable of holding her own against those three. Why don't we raid their lair first and then return to help clean up the aftermath? After all, I'm starving. As the two birds conversed, the giant bird below, embroiled in battle with the three pythons, suddenly emitted a sharp cry, seemingly urging them to act swiftly. The three pythons, upon hearing Zhang Yi and the Empress's intent to invade their nest, panicked and promptly disengaged from the giant bird, hastily retreating toward their lair. Observing the python's retreat, a glimmer of wisdom flickered in the Empress's keen eyes. That it seems my plan has succeeded. If they had remained together, we might have faced difficulties, but now they've exposed their vulnerabilities. Exchanging a knowing glance with her brother, the two birds immediately took flight, diving down towards one of the python's vulnerable points. As expected, the siblings struck simultaneously, seizing their targets with precision. The once ferocious pythons, now deprived of their fighting spirit, became as limp as overcooked noodles, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. Witnessing the prowess of her offspring, the giant bird felt an immense relief. Initially, she had planned to distract the pythons while the two young ones raided their nest. But she had not anticipated their clever strategy to feint and strike. With the pressure lifted, the giant bird wasted no time, targeting the last remaining python with a swift claw. With a resounding thud, the python crashed to the ground, lifeless. That as the battle drew to a close, Zhang Yi, who had been ravenous, wasted no time in rushing forward to tear open the python's swollen belly with his sharp claws, revealing a dark green egg. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. This scene was witnessed by the Empress, who had arrived just a moment too late. Were it not for her lack of strength, she would have been tempted to slap him for his gluttony. This fellow shows no semblance of a brother. At least I came up with the idea. He doesn't even consider sharing. Though she voiced her grievances, the Empress wasted no time joining him in the feast, fully aware that if she hesitated, all that would be left were scraps. As the siblings indulged, their mother continued to dispatch the remaining pythons, eventually savoring one for herself. Just as the family was enjoying their meal, Zhang Yi suddenly sat upright, as if struck by inspiration. His sister, confused by a sudden change in demeanor, questioned, "What is going on with you today? You usually can't get enough to eat? Why stop now?" You go ahead. I'm just saving room for later. After you're satisfied, I'll eat." Zhang Yi replied, his eyes darting about, feigning casualness. "Really? Did I hear you correctly?" The Empress questioned, incredulous. Chapter 12. Could these python eggs really be poisonous? What has come over you today? Is this a change of heart? The Empress cast a dubious glance at Zhang Yi, yet her claws remained busy, swiftly tearing into the flesh of the green anaconda. The vivid red morsels tumbled between her sharp beak, juices splattering in every direction. Zhang Yi feigned generosity, waving his wings nonchalantly. "Oh, please, eat your fill. Today my spirits are high, and I shan't contest with you." Nevertheless, his peripheral vision was fixated on the direction from which the anaconda had been dragged, pondering how many snake eggs lay within that nest, and whether there would be enough for his indulgence. Although the Empress sensed an unusual behavior from her brother today, the enticing delicacy, before her left little room for contemplation, that in no time, she devoured the remaining portions of the anaconda with remarkable speed. Still savoring the taste, she licked her claws, a sheen of grease glistening under the sunlight. Noticing the Empress had satisfied her hunger, Zhang Yi inquired with genuine concern, "Are you full? If not, do eat a bit more." With a contented burp, the Empress fluffed her feathers, exclaiming, "I am full, indeed. It has been ages since I've feasted so heartily." Zhang Yi eagerly seized this opportunity to propose to their mother, "Let us venture to the anaconda's lair. Who knows, there may be even more snake eggs. This delicacy is a tremendous boon." Naturally, the giant bird mother agreed with enthusiasm, for the snake eggs were a rare delicacy for her as well. Moreover, she was curious to ascertain the veracity of her two young ones. The trio followed the pungent scent left by the anaconda, with Zhang Yi deliberately lagging behind, feigning exhaustion, occasionally taking deep breaths. However, he secretly reveled in his strategy, conserving energy to consume more snake eggs later. They traversed a dense thicket and crossed a rushing river, ultimately discovering the anaconda's nest, a concealed cave hidden behind a tangle of vines. Easily overlooked without careful observation that a strong fetid odor wafted from within, mingled with a faint hint of decay that was utterly nauseating. The Empress wrinkled her nose slightly, instinctively covering in contrast. Zhang Yi appeared invigorated, as if he had stumbled upon a rare delicacy, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he dashed into the cave. The sight within left both the Empress and the giant bird mother momentarily speechless. Deep in the cave lay a mountain of snake eggs, their dark green shells coated in a viscous liquid, emanating a repulsive stench. The Empress steeled herself against her disgust, poised to advance, only to be halted by Zhang Yi. "Wait," he said solemnly, "these snake eggs might be toxic. Allow me to sample one first." Though the Empress harbored doubts, her trust in her brother compelled her to reluctantly acquiesce. Zhang Yi, elated, disregarded any notion of repulsion and quickly seized an egg. Swallowing it whole, "Delicious," he exclaimed as system notifications rang in his ears. Spiritual energy, 99.99 soul, 110 physical strength, 330 spiritual energy, 99.99 at that moment. However, Zhang Yi could hardly pay heed to the notifications. His mind consumed by a singular thought. Eat, eat, eat. Uncertain of how many he had consumed, he suddenly recalled the two pairs of eyes watching him from behind. Perhaps adhering to the principle of putting on a complete show, he exaggeratedly smacked his lips and continued to devour several more eggs before pretending to scrutinize the situation, stating, "It seems safe. You may partake now." The Empress, having seen through his ruse, chose not to expose him. As the Empress reborn, she was acutely aware of the worth of these fifth-tier beast snake eggs. Were it not for her inability to best Zhang Yi, she would not have been so compliant in letting him perform. Now that he had spoken, she felt no need to feign restraint any longer. As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, the Empress, who had previously felt satisfied, charged forward and began to gorge herself. Observing her children feast with such delight, the giant bird mother could not resist sampling a few eggs herself. However, after a brief taste, she quickly lost interest at her level. The viscous egg liquid held little appeal. She preferred fresh meat as sustenance. Seeing that the giant bird had no intention of competing for food, Zhang Yi gazed at the towering pile of snake eggs with uncontainable joy. This was, indeed, a treasure trove. He consumed one after another, unable to halt, as if he were making up for all the eggs he had previously missed. Finally, satiated, he let out a resounding burp, his once flat stomach now swollen like a balloon. Yet even then, he gazed longingly at the dwindling pile of snake eggs, reminiscent of a miser in the human world eyeing his treasure vault. "Goodness, are you still eating? Aren't you afraid of bursting your belly?" The Empress stared at Zhang Yi in disbelief. His appetite was truly insatiable. Zhang Yi, undeterred by the remark, chuckled, "I've been hungry for so long. Having found such a bounty, naturally I must indulge. Who knows when I shall have another chance to feast?" Faced with his reasoning, the Empress could only shake her head in exasperation. Truth be told, she too wished to consume a few more eggs. Unfortunately, having already gorged on an abundance of snake meat, she found her stomach unable to accommodate any more. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. To avoid further frustration, the Empress promptly turned and left the anaconda's lair, followed closely by the giant bird mother, who cast Zhang Yi a knowing glance, as if she had seen through his little scheme. Once the two birds departed, only Zhang Yi and the snake eggs remained in the cave that moment. He could hardly contain his elation. Finally, he was free to indulge without restraint. In the next instant, he opened his beak wide, devouring snake eggs one after another, like an unceasing machine. Simultaneously, his gluttonous banquet skill reached its zenith. However, as he continued to eat, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Almost immediately, a torrent of heat surged within him, rapidly spreading throughout his body, igniting a sensation of burning. What was happening? Zhang Yi's heart raced. Could it be that these snake eggs were indeed toxic? He struggled to rise but found himself utterly immobilized, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloping him, rendering his eyelids heavy. Chapter 13. Activation of the Golden Crow bloodline gradually. His consciousness emerged from the haze. Zhang Yi felt as though he were submerged in a warm spring, enveloped in a comforting warmth that coaxed him to moan in pleasure. Yet his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, resisting all efforts to open them. After considerable effort, he finally managed to crack them open just a sliver, only to be met with a blinding crimson glow. Where am I? Zhang Yi pondered, a charred scent invading his nostrils, jolting him awake. Fire, flames engulfed everything. His eyes widened in terror as he realized he was lying amidst a pile of burning twigs and leaves, the fierce flames nearly singeing his feathers. Strangely, he felt no heat. Rather, the flames enveloped him like a mother's embrace. Tentatively, he extended a claw, touching the flickering flames, only to find himself unscathed. What in the world is happening? He exclaimed incredulously. Struggling to his feet, he flapped his wings. A surge of unprecedented strength coursing through him, that he felt invigorated, as if he could soar into the skies. With a single flap, a powerful gust of wind erupted, scattering the surrounding flames and creating a vacuum around him. Have I mutated? He marveled at the sight of his feathers shimmering with golden light. Once dark, his plumage was now adorned with golden patterns, resembling flowing lava, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Instinctively, he sensed that these golden markings were intricately linked to the potent energy surging within him. Just then, an urgent voice called from outside the cave. "Hey, are you all right in there?" It was the voice of his Empress sister. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Yi rushed out of the cave, squinting against the blinding sunlight. He beheld a scene of chaos. Thick smoke billowed as the forest succumbed to the flames, the inferno raging hungrily, threatening to turn everything to ash. The Empress and the giant bird mother stood nearby, anxiously scanning the area. Upon spotting Zhang Yi emerging unscathed, the Empress visibly relaxed, hastening to his side and inspecting him from head to toe. "Are you all right? You scared me half to death. I called for you for ages. And when you didn't respond, we thought you'd become a roasted chicken." "Bah! You're the one who become a roasted chicken. Your whole family is." Zhang Yi retorted mid-sentence, suddenly realizing that your family included himself and the giant bird mother. With that thought in mind, he couldn't help but grin, proudly showcasing his radiant golden feathers. "Look, I merely took a nap, and it seems I've become even more formidable." Upon his reminder, the Empress and the colossal bird beside her finally came to the realization that this fellow seemed indeed transformed from his former self. The two birds, one large and one small, stared at him in a daze, and after a prolonged moment, the Empress, with an expression of disbelief, exclaimed, "Your feathers! How have they turned to gold? Pray tell, how did you achieve this?" At that moment, the mother of the giant bird approached, her gaze penetrating as she scrutinized the golden patterns adorning Zhang Yi's form, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. "This is the bloodline of the Golden Crow. You have actually awakened the Golden Crow bloodline within you." Zhang Yi, utterly perplexed, queried, "Golden Crow bloodline? What is that?" The giant bird's mother elucidated. The Golden Crow is a mythical bird of legend, possessing formidable powers over flames. Our kind, the sun-watching birds, are descended from the legendary Golden Crow. However, due to the passage of time, while our lineage carries the Golden Crow bloodline, it is exceedingly faint, and few descendants ever awaken it during their cultivation. Thus, the Golden Crow bloodline within our clan has remained dormant. Yet, unexpectedly, you have activated it. It appears that those serpent eggs served not merely as sustenance, but also as a catalyst for you. Upon hearing the giant bird's mother's explanation, Zhang Yi finally comprehended that his prior unconsciousness was not due to poisoning, but rather the awakening of the power of his bloodline. Thrilled, he flapped his wings, feeling the surging strength within him, and could not restrain himself from letting out a triumphant howl to the heavens. Observing his triumphant demeanor, the Empress, however, wore a look of profound despondency. Had she known that the serpent eggs could awaken the Golden Crow bloodline, she would have surely overindulged at the time, even at the risk of bursting. Now, it seemed that this glutton had reaped the benefits in vain. Merely thinking about it made her grit her teeth in frustration. She had initially anticipated that once her own power increased, she would teach this fellow a lesson to avenge her prior humiliation. Yet now, the chasm between their strengths had only widened. How could she ever catch up? In stark contrast to the Empress's inner turmoil, the giant bird's mother wore an expression of satisfaction. Enough of your pride, she suddenly interjected. The most pressing matter now is to leave this place. The flames are raging too fiercely, and we must swiftly seek a safe haven. With her words, Zhang Yi finally noticed the inferno surrounding them. He cast a guilty glance at the giant bird. Mother, this fire, it couldn't possibly be my doing, could it? The giant bird's mother sighed. I'm afraid so. When you awakened your bloodline, you unleashed a great deal of fiery energy, igniting the surrounding dry branches and leaves. Now with the wind picking up, the flames are spreading rapidly. We must depart without delay. The Empress, too, looked apprehensively at the sea of flames around them. The fire is too fierce. Where should we go? The giant bird's mother looked skyward, pointing in a direction. Head south. There lies a river, and we can fly along its course to find a safe place. The three immediately set off, with the giant bird's mother leading the way, while Zhang Yi and the Empress followed closely behind. During their flight, Zhang Yi distinctly felt his speed and strength had vastly improved, even surpassing the Empress. Hey, slow down. The Empress panted, wait for me. Zhang Yi chuckled with pride. I'm a golden crow now. Of course, I'm fast. If you can't keep up, just hold on to my tail. The Empress shot him a fierce glare. In your dreams, I refuse to grab your tail. Just then, a startled cry from the giant bird's mother rang out. Be careful. There is something ahead. Zhang Yi and the Empress quickly looked up, seeing thick smoke rising, and vaguely discerned several massive figures circling in the sky. Those are giant eagles. The Empress recognized the formidable creatures immediately. They were the overlords of this forest. However, as the three of them spotted the giant eagles, the eagles had also caught sight of them. In the next moment, the creatures let out piercing shrieks, summoning their kin as they charged towards them. Chapter 14. Escaping from death, the giant eagle's talons tore through the air with a sharp whistle. And Zhang Yi could even feel the tiny hairs on his body stand on end from the force of the wind. The giant bird's mother flapped her wings desperately, her massive form leaving afterimages in the sky. Yet the eagles were faster and more numerous, like a black cloud of death, hot on their heels. Damn it! Why won't these beasts relent? Zhang Yi cursed, glancing back to see the Empress's speed dwindling and her complexion paling. Hey, can you hold on, you little brat? Zhang Yi shouted. The Empress gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and shot Zhang Yi a fierce glare. Mind your own business, you foul crow. Despite her bravado, her trembling legs and the slow descent of her flight betrayed her weakness. That we can't keep this up, or we'll be caught. The giant bird's mother spoke with urgency. Child, hold on to my tail. The Empress hesitated for a moment, but ultimately grasped the feathers on the giant bird's mother's back tightly. The giant bird's mother picked up a fraction of speed, but the eagles were even faster. Closing into within 10 meters, their sharp talons poised to strike at any moment. You little brat, do you have any ideas? This is no time for heroics. The giant bird's mother's voice trembled. Clearly feeling the immense pressure, Zhang Yi's mind raced, and suddenly an idea struck him. Mother, watch this. Taking a deep breath, he felt the power of the golden crow bloodline surging within him, a blazing fireball coalescing in his mouth. Before he unleashed it with a mighty roar, 3,000 flames. Boom! A thick pillar of fire shot forth like a dragon, heading straight for the leading giant eagle. The eagle, taken aback by Zhang Yi's sudden attack, was struck head-on by the pillar of fire. Caw! The giant eagle let out a dreadful scream as flames engulfed its body, transforming it into a blazing fireball plummeting from the sky. The other eagles, witnessing this, shrieked in terror, regarding Zhang Yi, the fire-spewing anomaly, with a mix of fear and astonishment. Clearly, they were taken aback by Zhang Yi's unexpected and bizarre display of power. Despite their superior strength, they hesitated to approach him again. Well done, you little rascal, exclaimed the giant bird's mother, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhang Yi puffed up with pride. Just a little trick, nothing to write home about. After all, I'm the only strong one in our family. In a critical moment, I must step up to bear the burden, right? Wouldn't you agree, dear sister? However, before they could bask in their triumph for long, more giant eagles surged from all directions, encircling them. Caw! The eagles emitted deafening cries, like the tolling of a death knell from the depths of hell, signaling their impending doom. Damn it! These wretched beasts won't relent. Zhang Yi could not help but curse. The giant bird's mother's expression turned grave. It seems they are determined to see us dead. The empress clung tightly to the giant bird's mother's feathers, her face as pale as a sheet. She was utterly exhausted and could only allow the giant bird's mother to carry her. The giant eagles began their assault, their sharp talons and beaks raining down like a storm. The giant bird's mother dodged and weaved, desperately defending against the onslaught of the eagles. But she was merely a bird, and against such a multitude of eagles, each of comparable strength to her, fatigue soon began to take its toll. Zhang Yi also did his best to breathe fire at the giant eagles, but his flame energy was limited, and the sheer number of eagles was overwhelming, rendering his attacks ineffective. Caw! One giant eagle seized the opportunity and viciously clawed at the giant bird's mother's wing. Ah! The giant bird's mother cried out in pain, blood gushing from her wing, and her flight speed plummeted. Mother! Zhang Yi gasped in alarm. This is bad. We can't hold on much longer. Despair tinged the giant bird's mother's voice. Just then, a dense forest suddenly appeared below them. Mother, let us dive down. Zhang Yi shouted. The giant bird's mother gritted her teeth. All right, let us do this. She dove sharply into the thick forest below. The giant eagles pursued relentlessly, following them into the woods. The dense trees blotted out the sun, significantly hampering the eagles' flight and slowing their speeds. Seizing this opportunity, the giant bird's mother maneuvered through the trees, evading the giant eagle's pursuit. However, the trees in the forest also posed obstacles, greatly limiting their speed. Boom! One giant eagle crashed into a large tree, tumbling down. Other eagles followed suit, colliding with the trees and screeching in agony. The giant bird's mother also collided with the tree, crashing heavily to the ground. Mother! Zhang Yi exclaimed in alarm, hastily leaping down from the back of the great bird mother and rushing to her side. The great bird mother coughed up several mouthfuls of fresh blood, her complexion pale. Mother, are you all right? Zhang Yi inquired anxiously. The great bird mother shook her head. I am fine, merely a bit injured. She raised her gaze to survey the surroundings, realizing they had successfully evaded the pursuit of the giant eagle. It seems those ruffians will not be able to find us anytime soon. The great bird mother sighed with relief. Zhang Yi, disregarding his own pain, promptly examined the injuries of the great bird mother. He noticed a deep gash on her wing, where the giant eagle's talons had penetrated to the bone, blood staining the surrounding feathers in a harrowing sight. Damn it, those feathered beasts are truly ruthless. Do not worry, my child. Thanks to you, our family of 3 is likely spared from being devoured by that eagle, she replied. It was nothing, Zhang Yi said, scratching his head with a foolish grin. The great bird mother struggled to rise, but almost stumbled due to her injuries. Zhang Yi quickly supported her, asking with concern, perhaps you should rest a while longer? The great bird mother shook her head. No, this place is not particularly safe. Those beasts might pursue us again, though we must make haste to leave. But your injuries, they are not severe. This minor wound is inconsequential. The great bird mother steadied herself, scanning the area for an escape route. The dense forest cast a shadow over them, towering trees blocking their path like an impenetrable fortress. How on earth do we get out of this cursed place? Zhang Yi couldn't help but complain that Dio not rush. Let me think, she replied. Chapter 15. The Crimson Fire Monkey. While the great bird mother pondered their escape, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes, as if some colossal creature was approaching. Not good. Those feathered beasts are upon us. The great bird mother cried out, her wound pulsating with pain. She gritted her teeth, preparing to flee once more with her 2 children. Zhang Yi tightened his fists, ready to confront the impending danger. However, before they could act, a fiery red figure burst forth from the thicket, charging directly at Zhang. What the hell? Zhang Yi gasped, instinctively taking a step back. Upon closer inspection, he found it was a completely crimson monkey, towering over him, radiating an intense heat. This monkey, upon reaching Zhang Yi, did not attack but rather affectionately rubbed against him, much like a playful dog. What is happening? Zhang Yi was utterly bewildered, and the great bird mother was equally astonished. She recognized this creature, the Crimson Fire Monkey, a notorious tyrant of the forest. Yet, this one was visibly smaller than an adult, likely still in its juvenile stage, that a Crimson Fire Monkey. The great bird mother exclaimed, instinctively positioning herself protectively in front of Zhang Yi. Sensing the danger, Though this was merely a juvenile, the Crimson Fire Monkey possessed innate strength, and even in its youth, it was beyond her injured state to contend with. Yet, the juvenile exhibited no hostility, continuing to nuzzle against Zhang Yi, emitting soft whimpers as if trying to endear itself to him. Zhang Yi gradually relaxed. Despite its fierce appearance, the little creature seemed harmless that he tentatively reached out, patting the juvenile's head. Feeling its warmth and the soft fur beneath his fingers. "This little one appears quite fond of you," the great bird mother noted, observing the juvenile's affectionate behavior. "It may have been attracted by the fire energy emanating from you." Fire energy? Zhang Yi mused, suddenly realizing that he had awakened the Golden Crow bloodline, which endowed him with a degree of fire energy within him, coupled with the devouring ability granted by the system. He found himself unconsciously absorbing various energies from the surrounding air for his own use. As he contemplated this, the great bird mother spoke again. "It seems we inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the Crimson Fire Monkeys during our escape. This little one likely perceives you as kin." Zhang Yi understood, realizing why the juvenile was so endearing towards him. Recognizing that the formidable creature posed no threat, he grew bolder and began interacting with the juvenile, playfully patting its head and scratching its chin, eliciting joyous squeals from the little monkey. After some playful banter, the juvenile suddenly leaped up in excitement, inadvertently bumping into the great bird mother's wing. Hiss! The great bird mother sharply inhaled, as the pain from her wound surged once more, blood seeping out. "Mother!" Zhang Yi cried out in distress. He quickly supported the great bird mother, his gaze falling upon her bloody wound, a wave of anger rising within him. Damn those feathered beasts for their cruelty. An idea struck him. Perhaps he could utilize his devouring ability to aid in healing his mother. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi placed his hand gently on her wound, channeling his meager devouring power to slowly infuse energy into the great bird's injury. An unusual energy flowed from the wound into Zhang Yi. He felt a slight boost in his strength. Simultaneously, he noticed the juvenile Crimson Fire Monkey gazing at him intently, a glimmer of yearning in its eyes. That an idea sparked in Zhang Yi's mind. Could the little one also desire to absorb this energy? He attempted to guide his devouring power, drawing in the fire energy from the environment and converting it into pure energy to share with the juvenile. The juvenile responded to the energy, excitedly chirping and opening its mouth wide to greedily absorb the transformed energy from Zhang Yi. With each intake of energy, the juvenile Crimson Fire Monkey grew slightly larger, and its strength increased. Consequently, it became even more affectionate towards Zhang Yi, continuously rubbing against him with cheerful calls. The great bird mother watched this interaction, both astonished and gratified. She realized that her child possessed potential beyond her expectations. Perhaps this would be their family's hope for survival in such a cruel world. That moment, a deep roar reverberated from the depths of the forest, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The juvenile Crimson Fire Monkey abruptly ceased its play, ears perked up, gazing toward the source of the sound. The roar grew closer, emanating a chilling pressure that even made the great bird mother tremble, issuing anxious cries. Zhang Yi quickly reassured both his mother and the juvenile, cautiously observing the direction of the sound. With a deafening roar, a colossal ape, several times larger than the previous Crimson Fire Monkey, burst forth from the dense foliage. It was engulfed in flames, its blood-red eyes fixated on Zhang Yi and the great bird mother, radiating unrestrained murderous intent. "The parent of the Crimson Fire Monkey has arrived. We are in grave trouble," the great bird mother exclaimed, her eyes filled with despair. The juvenile Crimson Fire Monkey, upon recognizing the fiery figure, squealed with excitement, struggling to reach its parent. Zhang Yi swiftly restrained the little one. "Little one, do not go over. It's dangerous," he whispered urgently. The giant ape, seeing its offspring in the company of a strange bird, erupted in fury, roaring as it swung its massive fists toward Zhang Yi. "You dare harm my child, I shall tear you apart." A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Though he was still weak, he refused to cower. He swiftly tossed the juvenile Crimson Fire Monkey onto the great bird mother's back and charged toward the giant ape, bracing himself for the attack. Feast of Gluttony, 3,000 flames. Zhang Yi bellowed, channeling his energy as waves of fire energy surged into him, feeling his strength rapidly ascend. Yet against the terrifying might of the adult Crimson Fire Monkey, This enhancement was still insufficient. With a resounding crash, the giant ape's fist struck Zhang Yi, sending him hurtling away. PFF. Zhang Yi spat blood, feeling as though his bones were shattering, engulfed in excruciating pain. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on his injuries. He struggled to rise, only to find the giant ape looming over him, its fiery eyes filled with mockery and disdain. "You little wretch, for daring to harm my child, I shall rend you limb from limb." Chapter 16. The unspoken burden of the fire ape clan. The colossal ape roared, its fists gathering a tempestuous energy of fiery wrath, poised to reduce Zhang Yi to a mere pulp. In that critical moment, a fire-red figure darted beneath the giant's fist with extraordinary swiftness. Squeak, squeak. The young red fire demon ape flailed its furry arms, jumping and calling out to the giant as if directing traffic. The giant ape paused, instinctively retracting its fist, and looked down at its offspring in bewilderment. This little one, usually as docile as a kitten in its presence, had suddenly become so audacious today, seeing its father halt. The young red fire demon ape hurriedly scampered to Zhang Yi's side, nudging him with its head and gesturing toward the giant, seemingly attempting to convey something. Roar? The giant ape's confusion deepened. Could it be that this little creature considered the bird a friend? The young red fire demon ape then began to perform an exquisite pantomime that mimicked Zhang Yi's stance while releasing energy, then pretended to swell in size after absorbing energy, ultimately collapsing dramatically to the ground. Clutching its belly and rolling about as if lamenting a near-death experience from hunger. Watching its child's exaggerated antics, the giant ape's round, bell-like eyes gradually widened, as if coming to a realization. Roar? The giant ape emitted a thunderous roar. But this time it was not one of rage, rather a sudden epiphany this little bird was not here to abduct its child, but to save it instead, and it even shared its precious food with its gluttonous offspring. With the misunderstanding resolved, the giant's gaze toward Zhang Yi softened considerably. Imbued with gratitude and a hint of remorse, it rumbled, "Roar, roar, roar." Zhang Yi, though unable to comprehend the giant's language, inferred from its expression and tone that it was not uttering any ill words. At that moment, the young red fire demon ape squeaked a few more times, affectionately nuzzling Zhang Yi. "Are you saying your father invites us to visit your territory?" Zhang Yi inquired cautiously. Squeak. The young red fire demon ape nodded enthusiastically. A thought struck Zhang Yi. This indeed was a splendid proposition. He was currently gravely injured, his mother required recuperation, and the giant eagles might pursue them at any moment. The red fire demon ape clan was notoriously formidable in this region. With their protection, those giant eagles would undoubtedly think twice before acting rashly. Thus, it was more prudent to accept their invitation. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, turning to the giant ape. The giant ape grinned, revealing a smile more grotesque than a frown, then bowed down, beckoning Zhang Yi, his mother, and the empress sister to follow. Zhang Yi, feeling no need for courtesy, promptly led the empress and his mother in pursuit. The young red fire demon ape excitedly squeaked as it led the way, and thus, the trio, having narrowly escaped death, embarked on a grand journey toward the realm of the red fire demon apes. The territory of the red fire demon apes lay within a valley encircled by rivers of lava, where the climate was sweltering and the air thick with the scent of sulfur, rendering it inhospitable for ordinary beings. Hundreds of enormous red fire demon apes busied themselves in the valley, some bathing in the lava, others playfully wrestling, while groups huddled together, seemingly plotting something. Upon seeing the giant ape returning with Zhang Yi's family, the red fire demon apes gathered around, curiously scrutinizing the two peculiar guests. Roar. The giant ape explained to its kin, emphasizing how Zhang Yi had rescued a child and generously shared precious food with the young red fire demon ape. After hearing the giant's account, the red fire demon apes regarded Zhang Yi with eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. This little bird possesses quite the sense of loyalty. Indeed, had it not been for him, our young clan leader would have been in peril. From now on, he shall be our friend. Anyone who dares to bully him will be at odds with our entire red fire demon clan. Zhang Yi felt a touch of embarrassment at their unabashed flattery and hastily downplayed his contributions. The clan leader of the giant ape warmly welcomed Zhang Yi's family and summoned the most skilled healer in the clan to tend to the giant bird's injuries. While the healing process unfolded, Zhang Yi, with time on his hands, wandered through the valley, observing the daily habits of the Red Fire Demon clan. However, as he delved deeper into his observations, he stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. Many of the Red Fire Demon apes emitted faint wisps of black energy that, though subtle, instilled an unsettling sensation. What are those black energies? Zhang Yi pondered. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired of a nearby Red Fire Demon ape. Roar! The Red Fire Demon ape's demeanor instantly darkened, its voice heavy with sorrow and resignation. That is fire poison. It lingers within our clan due to our long-standing residence here, and each of us carries remnants of it to some degree. Fire poison? Zhang Yi tilted his head, gazing at the despondent Red Fire Demon ape with intrigue. Did I it truly so terrifying? Aren't you apes fond of fire attribute energy? Is it not something you can handle? Upon hearing this, the Red Fire Demon ape could only force a smile and shake its head. Roar! Fire poison is entirely different from fire attribute energy. This substance gradually erodes our bodies, rendering us weak and, at times, even driving us to madness. This is the fundamental reason behind our clan's notoriously fiery tempers. As it spoke, it rolled up its arm to reveal ghastly black patterns that writhed beneath the skin like living entities, causing Zhang Yi to shudder involuntarily. Why didn't you mention this sooner? If you had spoken up earlier, I could have helped you extract it. Zhang Yi patted his chest, adopting a grandiose demeanor. Extract it. The Red Fire Demon ape's eyes widened in disbelief, as if it had heard something utterly preposterous. Are you certain you can handle this fire poison? Of course. Just look at who I am. Zhang Yi tilted his head back, his tone brimming with pride that as he prepared to boast of his past glories, he suddenly recalled that he was merely a small, pitiful, and helpless bird at present, and quickly shifted his tone. Regardless, gather your kin. Today, I shall demonstrate what a toxin vacuum cleaner truly is. The young Red Fire Demon ape, though somewhat skeptical, was swayed by Zhang Yi's unwavering confidence and began to summon its clan. Before long, hundreds of Red Fire Demon apes encircled Zhang Yi, their bell-like eyes fixated on him, as if observing a rare spectacle. Zhang Yi cleared his throat, ready to commence his performance. Suddenly, he felt a familiar presence behind him. Shortly thereafter, a slightly disdainful voice rang in his ear. Count me in. I want to help too. Chapter 17. The fire poison has gained sentience, removing fire poison. Count me in. I want to help too. The voice was crisp and melodious, yet carried an undeniable authority, creating a stark contrast to her petite stature at that moment. Zhang Yi turned to see that the speaker was none other than his younger sister, Zhang Ting. Since awakening her past life memories, this little girl had become increasingly eccentric, constantly either absorbed in her cultivation or seeking news of rare treasures, as if she could not spare a moment's rest. I say, why are you, this foolish bird, mingling in such affairs? This fire poison is no trivial matter. One careless move could lead to disaster. Before Zhang Yi could finish, Zhang Ting impatiently interrupted. Who do you think you're looking down on? A mere fire poison can't possibly pose a challenge for me. Observing Zhang Ting's air of unwavering confidence, Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle internally. This foolish bird has indeed inherited the Empress's temperament, exuding that same domineering spirit of none, but I shall prevail at all times. Yet, although his sister lacked Zhang Yi's extraordinary devouring ability, as the reincarnation of the Empress, she possessed her own unique strengths. With a flutter of her wings, a remarkable wave of energy emanated from her being, causing the previously restless black energies to retreat as if they had encountered their nemesis. What is this? Zhang Yi gazed up at the Empress, his expression laced with confusion. Unfazed by Zhang Yi's bewilderment, the Empress continued her actions. Little did he know, his seemingly foolish bird sister was reborn with memories intact. Within her recollections lay the knowledge of a cultivation method known as the cycle of rebirth, recorded in the Celestial King's technique. This was one of the supreme powers of the Celestial Dynasty, possessing miraculous capabilities to purify all impurities. Mere fire poison was a trivial matter. Moreover, as a reincarnated Wangri bird, she inherently possessed a certain affinity for fire attribute energies. While not as formidable as Zhang Yi's Golden Crow bloodline, it was certainly not far behind. Witnessing the display of power from above, Zhang Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. It appeared this foolish bird was resolutely determined to involve herself. With that thought, a sense of urgency surged within Zhang Yi. No, He had discovered this fire poison first. He could not allow this foolish bird to steal the limelight. Cough, cough, since you were so confident. I shall not compete with you. However, we must agree beforehand that the division of this fire poison will be 70-30 in my favor, and you must not attempt to seize it from me. Zhang Yi cleared his throat, his expression serious. What? 70-30 split? The Empress immediately objected upon hearing this. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed Zhang Yi gazing at her with a mischievous glint, and her heart suddenly understood his intentions. This fellow, could it be that, before the Empress could ponder further, Zhang Yi hastily gestured for silence, whispering, "Little sister, think about it. Although this fire poison is a potent tonic, one cannot absorb too much, or it will backfire, causing harm rather than benefit to the body. Rest assured, with my extraordinary talents, I can surely help you bear a greater share, ensuring that you enhance your strength to the maximum, while remaining safe." What do you say? Zhang Yi transformed into a master persuader, winking at Zhang Ting with an expression that could only be described as lecherous. Humph. I suppose you have a modicum of conscience. Although the Empress's face bore the impression of a great loss, her heart was already brimming with joy. After all, her brother was renowned for his insatiable appetite that it was no small feat to extract 30% from him. If he had resolutely refused to share, she would have been lucky to receive even a trace of the fire poison. With this thought, a warm current surged within the Empress. It seemed that this gluttonous brother wasn't so intolerable after all. Thus, under Zhang Yi's persuasion, the Empress ultimately acquiesced to the 70-30 distribution scheme. Consequently, the sibling duo began to remove the fire poison from the Qihua magic apes one by one. As for Zhang Yi, he opened his mouth, and a terrifying suction force erupted from it, as if a black hole had appeared, drawing in the black energy that surrounded him. Meanwhile, the Empress transformed the power of reincarnation into fine threads, enveloping the black energy and gradually refining and absorbing it. In no time, the valley echoed with the excited roars of the Qihua magic apes. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously absorbed or refined black energy began to writhe violently as if it had come back to life. What is happening? Zhang Yi was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. This is bad. It seems the fire poison is merging. Upon hearing this, the Empress's face paled. Damn it, can it really merge? Zhang Yi couldn't help but curse under his breath, realizing the gravity of the situation. Had he known the fire poison was this treacherous, he would have simply let his foolish sister absorb it all from the start. What now? The Empress looked at Zhang Yi, her eyes filled with urgency. What else can we do? Run, Zhang Yi shouted, turning to flee. Yet, at that very moment, the black energy appeared to have locked onto them, transforming into a solid black humanoid shadow that surged towards them. Oh no! This thing has become sentient. Zhang Yi was struck with terror. Quickly channeling all his energy into a golden streak of light, dashing towards the valley's exit. Brother, wait for me! The Empress, disregarding everything else, transformed into a radiant stream of 7 colors, hastily following behind. However, the shadow's speed was astonishingly swift. Catching up to them in the blink of an eye, boom. A tremendous impact struck Zhang Yi's back. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and Zhang Yi felt as though his body were on the verge of disintegration, his organs seeming to shift painfully within him. Hey, are you all right? The Empress rushed over. Yet, just then, another anomaly occurred. The shadow, instead of dissipating after hitting Zhang Yi, burrowed directly into his body. Zhang Yi let out a chilling scream, his entire form trembling violently. Hey, what is wrong with you? The Empress panicked at the sight. However, Zhang Yi was unable to respond. His eyes gradually turned blood red, and his feathers began to grow wildly, transforming him into a massive fireball in an instant. The commotion they caused quickly attracted the attention of the Qihua magic apes in the vicinity. Chapter 18. The Secrets of the Qihua Magic Ape Clan Roar. A deafening roar echoed throughout the valley, as a group of enormous Qihua magic apes glared fiercely, angrily pounding their chests. Their powerful arms, covered in bright red fur, stood on end as if ablaze. What on earth is happening? The mother of the giant bird trembled slightly at the commotion outside. Roar! The largest of the Qihua magic apes, with dark red fur resembling congealed blood, glared at the flame-enshrouded Zhang Yi, his eyes filled with sorrow and rage. What exactly do you intend to do? We kindly invited you as guests, and you dare to desecrate the sacred grounds our clan has protected for generations. Chief, this fellow may have been corrupted by the fire poison and has gone mad. Kill him. We must defend our territory. A voice shouted amidst the agitated crowd. The enraged Chihuahua magic apes could no longer contain their fury, swinging their massive fists towards Zhang Yi's direction. This fool has angered these hulking brutes. The Empress thought to herself, her heart sinking to AT that moment. The mother of the giant bird, upon witnessing her child being besieged, instinctively moved to assist. However, before she could approach, the Empress grabbed her. Mother, don't go. In this situation, you'd be walking to your doom. But no buts. My brother is no ordinary bird. I believe in him. The auspicious bird has its own destiny. He will be fine. While they spoke, the Chihuahua magic apes' attacks were already upon Zhang. Boom, boom, boom. The immense force seemed capable of toppling the entire valley. Yet at the center of the assault, Zhang Yi remained unperturbed, still enveloped in flames. It's over. My child. The mother of the giant bird, unable to watch her offspring being attacked, instinctively closed her eyes in despair. This foolish bird is doomed. A self-important fool attempting to destroy our clan's territory. This is your fate. As this scene unfolded, the Chihuahua magic apes let out victorious roars. Meanwhile, within Zhang Yi's mind, the system's notifications echoed relentlessly. Ding. Host life detected as being threatened. Emergency defense mechanism automatically activated. Ding. A large influx of fire attribute energy detected, attempting to absorb and merge. The gluttonous feast is being fully enacted. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the fire poison and merging it with the Golden Crow bloodline. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill. Golden Crow Flame of Destruction. A series of system notifications rang in Zhang Yi's mind, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelmingly powerful force erupted from within him. Boom! The terrifying golden flame soared into the sky, resembling a miniature sun, instantly sending all surrounding Chihuahua magic apes flying. Bang, bang, bang! Those once invincible Chihuahua magic apes fell heavily to the ground, howling in pain. What is happening? The entire scene left everyone dumbfounded. My child. The mother of the giant bird was the first to regain her senses. She cried out, quickly flying to Zhang Yi's side. Inspecting her beleaguered child. Are you all right? The giant bird cautiously inquired. I'm fine. Truly sorry to have caused you concern. Zhang Yi replied, shaking his still dazed head. That moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of power within him and couldn't help but smile. Thanks to these monkeys, it seems I have grown stronger. You little rascal, as long as you're fine, that's what matters. The Empress hurried over, her face a mix of incredulity. Wow, you're unscathed. Surprised, are you? I'm not dead. So are you disappointed? Zhang Yi found himself bemused by the antics of the mother and daughter. Get lost. You little brat. How can you speak like that? The mother of the giant bird laughed through her tears, playfully swatting Zhang Yi on the head with her wing. Your sister is concerned for you, you foolish bird. All right, whatever you say, esteemed elder. Zhang Yi could only helplessly flap his wings a few times. After calming the mother and daughter, he turned his attention to the Chihuahua magic apes he had inadvertently sent flying. But speaking of which, what on earth happened to these monkeys? Why did they suddenly go berserk? Upon hearing these words, the chieftain of the Crimson Fire Demon Apes struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze toward Zhang Yi laden with complexity. What have you done, you rascal? Surely you can't have forgotten? What did I do? I merely helped you rid yourselves of some fire poison, Zhang Yi replied, feigning innocence. Rid ourselves of fire poison? The chieftain of the Crimson Fire Demon Apes awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. You were clearly... Chieftain, before he could finish, another Crimson Fire Demon Ape hurriedly interrupted. Do not say another word. This matter is of great importance and must not be disclosed to outsiders. But there are no buts. The most crucial thing now is to ascertain the nature of this bird. Why does it possess such power? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's heart stirred, and he began to form an inkling of understanding. He turned to the mother of the giant bird and inquired, Mother, do you know what these apes are discussing? The mother of the giant bird opened her mouth, hesitated slightly, and then shook her head. I do not know. However, judging by their demeanor, it seems to be related to your situation. My situation. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, increasingly perplexed. Ahem. Just then, the chieftain of the Crimson Fire Demon Apes suddenly cleared his throat twice. Approached Zhang Yi and bowed deeply. "That I sincerely apologize. We have misunderstood you. Please, noble sir, overlook our transgressions and do not hold it against us." Witnessing his demeanor, Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Chieftain, what is this? I know you must have many questions." The chieftain said, lifting his head to gaze sincerely at Zhang Yi. "But rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions toward you. That if you are willing, I can reveal everything. Ditto." This is quite intriguing. Zhang Yi's lips curved into a slight smile, curiosity blossoming within him. "Then do tell. I would like to see what secrets you hold." Chapter 19. The spirit of fire poisoned the chieftain of the Crimson Fire Demon Apes rubbed his furry face. His expression grave. "Little one, what you absorbed earlier was no ordinary fire poison. It was the spirit of fire poison." "The spirit of fire poison? What on earth is that?" Zhang Yi murmured softly, yet a sense of unease began to settle in his heart. The name seemed reminiscent of something from a subpar online game. Noticing Zhang Yi's bewilderment, the chieftain sighed heavily before narrating the origins of the spirit of fire poison. In ancient times, the land now inhabited by the Crimson Fire Demon Apes was not as you see it today. Following a great battle, a golden crow fell here, and over time, its blood gradually transformed into a volcano. The very place where our clan has resided for generations. It is important to note that the Crimson Fire Demon Apes were not originally purely fire attribute beings. They evolved into their current forms over thousands of years. Thus, while this volcano nurtured our clan, it also brought us centuries of torment in the form of fire poison. According to the chieftain, although the volcano initially provided ample resources for cultivation, once one's strength reached a certain level, they would suffer backlash. Otherwise, with their inherent advantages, they would have long since become the unrivaled rulers of this forest. From the chieftain's words, Zhang Yi learned that even more deadly than the limitations on their strength was the fact that, after millennia of nurturing, the volcano, born of the Golden Crow's blood, had developed its own consciousness, the spirit of fire poison. This entity is exceedingly sinister. It remains dormant most of the time, but once awakened, it becomes a deadly foe. The chieftain spoke with trepidation, casting a furtive glance at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi inwardly cursed. What a ridiculous setup! But how did it awaken? "Because of you." The chieftain slammed his thigh, nearly injuring himself. "You inadvertently absorbed a part of the spirit of fire poison's power when you consumed the fire poison, thereby awakening it. Had you not possessed some peculiar traits, you would have likely been possessed on the spot." Zhang Yi felt his mind buzz, nearly losing his footing. I just wandered through the gates of death." The chieftain continued, "Our clan has been tormented by this spirit of fire poison for generations. Unable to progress in strength, it seems you may be the key to resolving this issue." Hearing this, a sense of foreboding gripped Zhang Yi's heart. His instincts were confirmed when the chieftain elaborated. "If you can subdue this spirit of fire poison, you will gain tremendous power and may even inherit the bloodline of the Golden Crow." "But," the chieftain paused, lowering his voice, "the process is fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to possession by the fire poison, and at that point, not only you, but even this forest may wait. Is this a good thing?" At that moment, Zhang Yi only heard the mention of inheriting the Golden Crow bloodline, completely missing the subsequent warnings. Meanwhile, the silent empress, filled with concern, silently berated herself. "This fellow clearly intends to send my dear brother to his doom. Not only her, but the mother of the giant bird." Upon hearing this, grew frantic. Without hesitation, she rushed forward, shielding Zhang Yi with her body, and unleashed a torrent of words at the chieftain. "What are you scheming? You filthy monkeys! Do you want my son to die?" The empress also expressed her worries. "Hey, this is too dangerous. Why not just forget it?" However, Zhang Yi paid no heed to their pleas, that he was wholly absorbed in calculating the value of this endeavor. After all, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Moreover, he had already awakened a trace of the Golden Crow bloodline and possessed a formidable system within him that no one knew of. What was there to fear? "Mother, sister, rest assured. I have it all figured out." After soothing the two avian females, he turned back to the chieftain of the Crimson Fire Demon Apes. "Chieftain, I have made my decision. Since I caused this trouble as a responsible bird, I feel it is my duty to help you resolve it. Lead the way." Seeing his unwavering determination, the chieftain ceased his objections and led Zhang Yi deeper into their territory. As they approached the heart of the Crimson Fire Demon Ape domain, Zhang Yi could distinctly feel waves of heat radiating toward him. The temperature soared, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, making it impossible for ordinary creatures to approach. Yet, at this moment, Zhang Yi felt invigorated, as if he were a fish in water. The hint of the Golden Crow bloodline within him seemed to have been stimulated, growing increasingly vibrant. This is it. The chieftain pointed toward a bubbling pool of lava ahead. The essence of the spirit of fire poison resides within this magma. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply. Hey, why don't you reconsider? The Empress tentatively spoke up. Indeed, your sister is correct. Mother feels. The mother of the giant bird also joined in. Yet before they could finish their sentences, Zhang Yi spread his wings and leaped directly into the violently churning magma pool. As he plunged into the lava, Zhang Yi felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring, devoid of any burning sensation. Instead, a surge of pure energy flowed into his body, leaving him feeling utterly at ease. Just as he relaxed, preparing to indulge in this newfound energy, a powerful consciousness surged into his mind, attempting to seize control of his body. Ding! High-energy spirit of fire poison detected. Do you wish to absorb it? Absorb! Zhang Yi unhesitatingly selected the option. Instantly, an even more potent energy surged into his being, nearly overwhelming him. The previously serene expression on Zhang Yi's face twisted into one of agony as heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the volcano. Accompanying his cries of torment, the brilliant golden feathers that adorned his body began to shed. His form underwent a transformation. His feathers became more vibrant, and his physique expanded, releasing an aura of terror. What on earth is happening? The chieftain of the Crimson Fire Demon Apes stared in astonishment at Zhang Yi's metamorphosis within the magma pool. The mother of the giant bird and the Empress stood transfixed. Having never witnessed Zhang Yi in such a fearsome state, to that moment, a colossal whirlpool suddenly emerged within the magma pool, drawing Zhang Yi into its depths. That my child, the mother of the giant bird exclaimed, rushing toward the magma pool, intent on rescuing Zhang Yi. However, before she could take a step, the Empress swiftly blocked her path. Mother, do not act impulsively. If you go down there, you will not only be unable to save him, but may very well lose your own life. As a woman of vast experience and knowledge, the Empress understood very well that her mother charging in would only complicate matters. For now, all they could do was quietly observe and await the outcome. At the bottom of the magma pool, Zhang Yi was drawn into a vast expanse. All around him lay molten rock, the temperature exceedingly high, yet he felt not the slightest burn. Before him appeared a colossal fireball, within which a vague figure struggled. Is this the spirit of fire poison? Zhang Yi mused silently to himself. Just as he was about to approach, a furious roar erupted from the fireball. Who dares to intrude? You roasted chicken and disrupt my affairs. Chapter 20. Immunity to fire poison corruption. You are the roasted chicken. Your entire family is roasted chicken. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback by the sudden insult. Before bursting into laughter at the absurdity of it, he dismissed the spirit of fire poison's desperate words as mere ramblings, failing to notice that as his internal energy surged, golden feathers began to shed from his body, leaving him looking like a plump, roasted chicken prepared for the pot. The spirit of fire poison erupted from the massive fireball, revealing itself as a phantom of a bizarre bird, entirely crimson. Its eyes burned with an eerie green flame, and its sharp beak resembled a heated iron brand. Hearing Zhang Yi's mockery, it screeched furiously, its piercing voice echoing throughout the magma-laden space. You lowly insect. Dare to insult me. I shall reduce you to ashes. With that, the spirit of fire poison opened its beak wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. The flames morphed into a gigantic serpent, ablaze and lunging toward Zhang Yi with its gaping maw. What? It can do that too, Zhang Yi exclaimed, flapping his wings just in time to evade the serpent's attack. Unperturbed, he opened his beak and drew in the surging flames, astonishingly absorbing them as if they were a delectable broth. After consuming the fire poison's flames, Zhang Yi smacked his lips, a look of satisfaction on his face. Not bad. I could definitely go for more. The spirit of fire poison was left dumbfounded. In all its long existence, It had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. Its fire poison, lethal to others, was treated as a mere snack by this roasted chicken. What kind of creature was this? While the spirit of fire poison was momentarily stunned, Zhang Yi seized the opportunity. With a powerful flap of his wings, he transformed into a golden-red fireball, darting towards the spirit like an arrow. The spirit, sensing danger, swiftly coiled its massive form, attempting to ensnare Zhang Yi in a fiery embrace. However, Zhang Yi's speed was simply too great. Like a nimble mosquito, he danced around the spirit, occasionally pecking at it and devouring the surrounding fire poison energy. The spirit of fire poison felt its strength waning, as though its very essence was being siphoned away. It roared in rage, spewing forth even more intense flames, yet still failing to touch Zhang Yi. "Save your breath. Your skills are hardly enough to fill my teeth." Zhang Yi taunted while continuing to consume the fire poison energy. As the spirit's consciousness began to weaken, it finally realized it had struck a hard wall. This seemingly weak roasted chicken was, in fact, a formidable predator. With the continuous depletion of its fire poison energy, the spirit's awareness began to fade. In a final, unwilling roar, it transformed into a pure mass of fire poison energy, which Zhang Yi promptly swallowed. Burp. Zhang Yi contentedly belched, feeling a warm surge of power coursing through him. He sensed a marked enhancement in the strength of his Golden Crow bloodline, a vibrant vitality flowing within. Shaking off the remnants of fire poison, a fine layer of golden down began to appear on his previously bare body. These downy feathers rapidly grew, transforming into a more dazzling array of golden plumage. Glistening brilliantly in the sunlight, the spirit of fire poison was indeed quite delectable. Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction, preparing to leave the magma chamber, when suddenly he felt a powerful suction from above. Before he could react, he was pulled out of the magma pool. My child. The giant bird mother, seeing Zhang Yi unharmed, swooped down in excitement, enveloping him in her embrace. "Cough, cough, mother, gentle, gentle. You'll crush my old bones," Zhang Yi pleaded. Realizing her exuberance, she quickly loosened her grip. She examined him closely, noting that not only was he unharmed, but he appeared even more radiant, prompting her to nod with satisfaction. "It seems this encounter with the spirit of fire poison has greatly benefited you." "Of course," Zhang Yi declared proudly, lifting his head high. "A mere spirit of fire poison is no match for me." The chieftain of the Red Fire Demon Ape clan and the Empress's sister approached. Their eyes filled with awe as they regarded Zhang Yi. "Thank you, young friend. You've saved our clan from a great calamity," the chieftain exclaimed, clasping his hands together in gratitude. Zhang Yi waved dismissively, flapping his wings. "It's nothing. Just a small matter." That moment, a voice echoed in Zhang Yi's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the spirit of fire poison. Reward: fire poison body, fire poison body. Immunity to all fire poison corrosion, and the ability to convert fire poison into personal energy." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhang Yi's heart soared with joy. The fire poison body was a divine skill tailor-made for him. After all, having awakened a fraction of the Golden Crow bloodline, he would inevitably need to interact with various fire attribute energies, facing fire poison corrosion as a regular occurrence. Now, with the system's reward of the fire poison body, he need no longer worry about such matters. "Haha, I'm even more invincible now," Zhang Yi laughed heartily, his voice resonating throughout the volcanic chamber. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the ground trembled violently beneath him. What on earth is happening? Zhang Yi turned in confusion to the chieftain of the Red Fire Demon Ape. "Not good. The volcano is about to erupt," the chieftain exclaimed in alarm. Everyone looked up to see thick smoke billowing from the volcano's mouth, magma churning ominously, indicative of an impending eruption. "Run," Zhang Yi shouted, leading the group as they fled towards the volcano's exterior. Just as they escaped the volcano, it erupted violently. Scalding magma spewed forth, obscuring the sky and consuming everything in its path. As Zhang Yi and his companions watched the devastation unfold, a chill of dread washed over them. "That was truly perilous," the giant bird mother remarked, shaken by the experience. "Indeed, had it not been for the young master's timely warning, we might have perished in the flames," the chieftain of the Red Fire Demon Ape lamented. Zhang Yi gazed at the erupting volcano, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. The volcano's eruption seemed rather unusual. Chapter 21. The secrets beneath the lava pool after escaping the volcano. Zhang Yi and his companions sought refuge in a relatively safe cave to catch their breath. The giant bird mother tenderly groomed Zhang Yi's slightly disheveled feathers with her wings, her voice filled with concern. "My child, you never cease to worry me. Why must you always engage in such perilous escapades? What would I do if you were to come to harm?" As Zhang Yi enjoyed the impromptu spa treatment, he casually replied, "Relax, relax, dear mother," though that was merely his inner thought. He dared not voice it. "I am blessed with fortune and longevity. I want to easily meet my end. Besides, this newly acquired fire poison body is practically a cheat, allowing me to navigate through fire as if enjoying a leisurely bath." The chieftain of the red fire demon ape scratched his furry chest, speaking in a deep voice. "Young friend, this volcano's eruption feels rather suspicious. Could it be related to that spirit of fire poison?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi perked up, emerging from beneath the giant bird mother's wing. "Chieftain, great minds think alike. I was just pondering the same thing. The moment I absorbed the spirit of fire poison, the volcano erupted. What a coincidence. There must be something amiss." Taking a deep breath, he activated his fire poison body, carefully sensing the lingering fire poison energy around them. Indeed, the concentration of fire poison energy was unusually dense, coalescing like small serpents of flame, all flowing towards a specific direction. "Let us go. We must investigate," Zhang Yi declared, flapping his wings and leading the way towards the source of the gathered fire poison energy. The giant bird mother and the chieftain of the red fire demon ape, concerned for his safety, hurriedly followed. "Hey, young friend, could you temper your impulsive nature? At least wait for us old folks," as the mighty avian matriarch desperately pursued. She lamented, while the panting chieftain of the fire poison ape tribe echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, young one, temper your fiery passion." Zhang Yi turned back with a mischievous grin. "Isn't it simply because I fear that the treasures may be snatched away by others?" He encouraged the two elder figures. "Come on, let's put in a bit more effort." The trio continued their pursuit of the traces of the fire poison energy, ultimately arriving at a secluded valley. Before they could approach, a wave of intense heat surged towards them, the air thick with a pungent scent of sulfur and an overwhelming presence of fire poison. "Goodness, this place is like a natural fire poison oven. The temperature here could likely melt steel," Zhang Yi marveled. The expressions of the avian matriarch and the fire poison ape chieftain grew serious. Despite being fire attribute beasts, they found it difficult to endure such a high concentration of fire poison. "My son, this valley is far too perilous. Perhaps we should retreat," the avian matriarch suggested with concern. "Indeed, I could lead my kin to a new location. We cannot afford to take such risks," the chieftain concurred. Zhang Yi waved dismissively, his demeanor relaxed. "What is there to fear? I am a bird blessed with the body of fire poison. This mere fire poison is but a drizzle to me. You both wait outside. I shall investigate." With that, he disregarded their warnings and plunged headlong into the valley. Inside the valley, the temperature soared several times higher than outside. Molten lava flowed across the ground, and the air shimmered as if enveloped in a colossal furnace. Utilizing the immunity granted by his fire poison body, Zhang Yi navigated through the lava with ease. Akin to a dragon frolicking within a sea of flames, as he ventured deeper, he discovered a massive lava pool at the heart of the valley. Its surface roiling with golden-red magma, emanating a disquieting energy pulsed at the center of the lava pool. A new fire poison spirit was slowly taking form, its size several times greater than the previous one encountered, radiating an oppressive aura. Good heavens! This creature is on the verge of becoming sentient. Zhang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. This nascent fire poison spirit exhibited a strange dark red hue, with patterns flowing across its surface reminiscent of lava. Its eyes flickering like burning flames, fixed intently on Zhang Yi with palpable hostility. It seemed that the recent volcanic eruption was orchestrated by this entity. Zhang Yi mused internally. Should this being continue to grow? The calamity it could unleash was unfathomable. He had to eliminate it while it was still in its nascent stage. Taking a deep breath, he channeled all his fire poison energy, preparing to launch a fierce assault on this newborn spirit. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The magma pool erupted violently, forming a colossal whirlpool that drew Zhang into its depths, that my son, brother. Outside the valley, the avian matriarch and the empress cried out in alarm upon witnessing this scene. Zhang Yi, engulfed by the swirling magma, felt an immense force dragging him downward, the surrounding lava crashing against him like boiling water. He struggled with all his might, yet it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as he was pulled into the abyss of the lava pool. Being sucked into the magma whirlpool felt akin to falling into a gigantic washing machine. Everything spun wildly, threatening to shatter his very insides. The searing lava infiltrated his nostrils and ears, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Goodness, this force is quite formidable. Surely it won't truly digest me, will it? Zhang Yi grumbled, while desperately channeling the energies of his fire-poisoned body to absorb the surrounding fire-poison energy and resist the lava's encroachment. Strangely enough, the fire-poison energy surged into his body as if it were free of charge, and Zhang Yi felt as though he were a balloon on the verge of bursting, brimming with power. Perhaps this lava pool isn't such a dreadful place after all. It might even allow me to level up. However, just as he was reveling in this newfound strength, a sudden and even more powerful suction force yanked him downward. Good heavens, is there no end to this? Zhang Yi felt darkness envelop him as he lost consciousness. Time passed, and Zhang Yi gradually regained awareness, finding himself nestled upon a warm, soft surface, akin to lying in a hot spring. A hot spring. He opened his eyes, only to discover he was ensconced within a colossal bird's nest, constructed from an unknown soft material that emitted a faint golden glow, warm and comfortable. Before him stood a gigantic golden egg. Towering over him, its surface adorned with mysterious runes and pulsating with an energy that quickened his heartbeat. What in the world is happening? Zhang Yi exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the egg trembled slightly, and a fissure appeared. The golden egg began to crack open, and soon, a fluffy little head poked out, blinking its golden eyes with curiosity as it surveyed Zhang Yi. This adorable creature was resplendent in golden feathers, with a tuft of vibrant red plumage atop its head, resembling a miniature golden crow. Zhang Yi was taken aback by this unexpected little being. What is happening to me? Yet before he could gather his thoughts, the small creature opened its mouth and chirped in a sweet, innocent voice, "Daddy." "What did you just say?" Zhang Yi stammered, realizing that this little being was far from an ordinary chick. "Daddy." Seizing the moment while Zhang Yi was stunned, the little creature called out again, its voice endearing and heartfelt. Observing Zhang Yi's continued silence, the little one boldly nuzzled against his wings, as if seeking affection. "Wait a moment. I am not your father." Zhang Yi's heart raced, feeling a whirlwind of emotions stirred by this little creature's antics. Just as he contemplated how to explain, he was inexplicably soothed by the little one's innocent demeanor, feeling an inexplicable warmth. "I am a descendant of the Golden Crow." Awakened after absorbing sufficient fire attribute energy, the little creature continued in its sweet voice, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Yi's confusion, "that I know of the Golden Crow. But why do you call me Daddy?" Zhang Yi struggled to suppress his bewilderment, deciding it was best to clarify the situation first. "Because I felt cozy and comfortable within your body when I was still in the egg." The little one replied innocently, its golden eyes sparkling with sincerity. Zhang Yi found himself utterly charmed by this little creature, his initial apprehension easing slightly. "So, it's because of me, not your mother?" Zhang Yi mused, feeling a sense of relief even as the responsibility shifted to him. Yes. The little one nodded vigorously, its innocent gaze filled with eager anticipation. "Will you take care of me? I remember my mother telling me that my name is Xiao Pu while I was still in the egg." "Xiao Pu?" Zhang Yi's lips twitched at the whimsical name. What a delightful name. Indeed. "Xiao Pu. Moreover, I possess fire attribute energy that can help you grow stronger." "Pu." Xiao Pu exclaimed excitedly, flapping its tiny wings and spinning joyfully within the nest like a jubilant little ball. "Grow stronger?" Zhang Yi pondered, stroking his chin. "This is quite the serendipitous turn of events. Not only did I unexpectedly become a father, but this little one can also aid in my advancement. What a stroke of fortune." Realizing he had become somewhat flustered by the events, Zhang Yi quickly collected his thoughts and began to assess the current situation. Given the little one's unique identity, it was highly likely that it was indeed the descendant of the Golden Crow that the fire-poison ape tribe had mentioned. which had fallen here that if this were true, the little creature might harbor even greater powers within. Since it could assist him in growing stronger, keeping it by his side seemed an appealing prospect. As he contemplated this, the anxious calls of the avian matriarch pierced through the air. "My son, are you all right? Where are you? Come out." Zhang Yi's heart sank at the prospect of facing the avian matriarch. He began to grow anxious. After all, confronting a potentially formidable giant bird was not a wise course of action. "Xiaopu, we need to devise a plan to escape this place," listening to the urgent calls from above. Zhang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Previously, he had been so focused on enhancing his strength that he had completely forgotten he was trapped in this peculiar place. Now, reflecting on the situation sent a jolt of alarm through him. He recalled that when he had first been drawn in, he had attempted to struggle, but his meager strength had been utterly ineffective against the terrifying whirlpool of flames. Just as Zhang Yi gazed upward, lost in thought, Xiaopu suddenly chimed in. "Daddy, are you troubled by that thing? Do you have a solution?" Zhang Yi instinctively lowered his head to glance at the little Pooh beside him. "That it's simple. Just swallow that flame." Little Pooh raised his head, exuding an air of unshakable confidence as he patted his slightly protruding belly. "Are you sure?" Zhang Yi looked at him with some skepticism, witnessing his own father doubt his abilities. Little Pooh wasted no time. He tilted his head back and took a deep breath, drawing in the swirling flames in the void above. Whoosh! In the next moment, the fiery vortex that had been causing Zhang Yi immense distress seemed to be influenced by some unseen force, beginning to morph gradually. Zhang Yi felt as though everything before him had lost its balance, and astonishingly, the flame vortex was slowly being consumed by Little Pooh, transforming into a fiery dragon entwined around his small wings. As if it were dancing, "Da-da-oh, you really can swallow it," Zhang Yi exclaimed, his gaze fixed in disbelief upon the miraculous scene unfolding as Little Pooh had claimed. "Of course. I am a descendant of the Golden Crow." Little Pooh replied proudly, blinking his golden eyes and answering without a hint of modesty. "Don't worry, Dad. Once we get out of here, I will soon make you as powerful as Mom." "Little Pooh, you truly are a genius." As Little Pooh began to voraciously absorb the flame vortex, that which he had consumed suddenly trembled uneasily, emitting an inaudible lament that spread outwards in all directions. Just then, golden light flickered around Little Pooh's body, dazzling enough to make one squint. In the following moment, something even more astonishing occurred. Within a mere instant, the fiery vortex that had been a source of incessant headache for Zhang Yi completely vanished. Only after swallowing the last wisp of flame did Little Pooh let out a contented burp. "Burp! This is so much tastier than I imagined." The excitement was unmistakable in the little one's voice. Just as they thought the trouble had finally been resolved, a sudden roar sent both the large and small birds' hearts racing to their throats. Above them, the shadow of a colossal bird engulfed in searing flames gradually spread out. A powerful aura approached them head-on. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yi instinctively reached for Little Pooh to make their escape. "Little Pooh, run outside quickly. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." However, Little Pooh remained absorbed in his recent feast, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger, his wide eyes fixated on the fiery apparition in the void above. Chapter 23. A moment of rest. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, sensing the threat drawing closer. Just as he prepared to flee with Little Pooh, unexpectedly, the flaming giant bird's form suddenly shrank, eventually transforming into a warm, crimson orb that lazily settled onto the ground. "Oh!" Zhang Yi looked at the red orb, puzzled. "Dad, this is a good thing." Little Pooh's eyes gleamed as he eagerly scampered over, picking up the orb and holding it high as if it were a priceless treasure. "What is this?" Zhang Yi queried, confusion etched on his face as he glanced at Little Pooh, his heart suddenly racing. Although he did not know what this little creature held, he could sense that the orb was no ordinary object. If controlled properly, it could undoubtedly enhance his strength. "Little Pooh, do you really know what this is?" Zhang Yi's gaze remained fixed on the orb, his heart unsettled at the thought that if it were indeed a power comparable to his mother's, absorbing it could lead to a backlash. "The energy left behind by my mother before she fell," Little Pooh exclaimed proudly, excitement radiating from him as he shouted to Zhang Yi, "This is my mother's power. It will grant you even greater strength, Dad." "Indeed," Zhang Yi murmured, but internally, he was calculating that if this orb could be absorbed, it would certainly bolster his power. However, the situation was dire, and he could not take risks. We will wait until we are outside to absorb it, he decided. Little Pooh, put this away for now, though we need to leave here first. With that, Zhang-Yi and Little Pooh cautiously traversed the area, still radiating residual heat from the flames. Finally making their way back to the surface, that a sense of relief washed over him as he noticed the members of the Crimson Flame Demon Ape tribe celebrating, as if they were the ones who had just escaped from torment. "Yay, we're back! This is wonderful." The Crimson Fire Demon Ape, upon seeing Zhang-Yi safe and sound, felt his previously anxious heart finally settle back in place. Considering the earlier crisis, he had expected a fierce battle. He never anticipated that Zhang-Yi would return unscathed. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why there was suddenly a little companion beside him. "Did I ask this going to be our home from now on?" Little Pooh looked around, his big eyes sparkling with curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. No. This is the territory of the Crimson Fire Demon Ape." Zhang-Yi smiled gently at the little one before turning to address the celebrating demon apes. "Chief, thank you for your concern. You're too kind. You resolved a long-standing issue for us. It is only right that we show our gratitude." The leader of the Crimson Flame Demon Apes spoke with a smile. Though he wore a cheerful expression, Zhang-Yi was acutely aware that they were all quite tense. Once they discovered Little Pooh's true identity, he could not guarantee that they wouldn't turn hostile. Thus, he had to devise a plan to prevent the demon apes from uncovering Little Pooh's identity, which could lead to unnecessary complications. After a brief respite, Zhang-Yi sought out the mother of the giant bird and his sister, the Empress, that he felt it necessary to share his concerns with them. "Mother, I believe we cannot stay here any longer. The little one I brought back is actually a descendant of the Golden Crow. If the Crimson Fire Demon Apes find out, it could become problematic." The giant bird mother was taken aback upon hearing this revelation. She had not anticipated that the little creature was a descendant of the Golden Crow. After pondering for a moment, she nodded gently. "Yes, Zhang-Yi, you are right, we must be cautious." The Empress chimed in. "It's always wise to be careful." "Then let us leave and seek a safer place," Zhang-Yi said slowly, a plan forming in his mind. They expressed their gratitude to the Crimson Fire Demon Apes for their hospitality during their stay, stating it was time to hit the road. Although the members of the Crimson Flame Demon Ape tribe were reluctant to see them go, they ultimately understood their predicament. "That we will keep your secret. Rest assured." The Crimson Fire Demon Ape leader, seeing that Zhang-Yi had made up his mind, could not hinder their departure. After some contemplation, he solemnly promised Zhang-Yi. Bidding farewell to the Crimson Flame Demon Ape tribe, Zhang-Yi took Little Pooh and the Empress, the giant bird mother, soaring through the skies. They flew over towering mountains and traversed clouds, the fierce wind whistling past their ears, showcasing their lofty aspirations. "Dad, why can't we stay with them forever?" Little Pooh asked, confusion evident as he flapped his small wings and shook his little head. Because Zhang-Yi pondered for a moment before replying solemnly. "We have other goals to pursue, that we must grow stronger. Only then can we protect you better, right?" Zhang-Yi looked down at Little Pooh. "Yes, I want to be super invincible," Little Pooh shouted with determination. After flying for a while, they decided to pause and seek a safe place to consolidate the strength they had gained in recent days. Amidst the verdant forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, creating an ideal training ground. "This place looks nice. Let us settle here," the Empress suggested, surveying the area and making a swift decision. "All right, let us rest here for a bit, and you both should practice your skills." Zhang-Yi nodded calmly, subsequently laying out his plans. Time passed swiftly as Zhang-Yi and Little Pooh gradually found their rhythm. Little Pooh, perched on a stone, attempted to mimic his father's movements. Vibrant golden lights swirling around him, creating a captivating spectacle. Noticing the little one's earnest attempts, Zhang-Yi refocused his mind, activating the banquet of the gluttonous beast to begin digesting the energies he had absorbed during this time. However, just as the tranquil atmosphere began to settle, a deep roar echoed from the distance, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang-Yi suddenly looked up, sensing the tension in the air. A hint of unease permeating the atmosphere. Something is approaching. The giant bird mother, upon hearing the noise, instinctively alerted Zhang-Yi and the others, who had been immersed in their training. That moment, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the depths of the forest, heading in their direction. Feeling the palpable tension in the air, Zhang-Yi's nerves tightened instantly. "Little Pooh, find a place to hide quickly," he urged, disregarding the surrounding circumstances. But little Pooh hesitated. But I can help. There's no time. Do as I say. Zhang Yi had already sensed the overwhelming threat and immediately urged in a stern voice. Chapter 24. The First Order Great Demon, the Mountain Demon. The shadow drew closer. And with its arrival, the once tranquil forest was suddenly filled with commotion. Birds scattered from the trees, branches swayed, and beasts in the underbrush stirred, fleeing in all directions that it seemed as though these creatures had sensed some terrifying presence, each one eager to escape. Feeling the palpable atmosphere of dread, Zhang Yi furrowed his brows. His keen eyes locking onto the shadow without blinking, he was acutely aware that this sudden apparition would not be easy to deal with. Goodness, this creature looks formidable. Are you up to the challenge? If not, shall we run? Just as Zhang Yi was nervously fixated on the shadow, the Empress sister, who had been meditating beside him, suddenly spoke up. Not up to it. How could that be? As your elder brother, how can I admit defeat? Although Zhang Yi felt a twinge of uncertainty, he could not afford to lose face in front of this girl. Being the only male heir of his family, upon hearing his words, the Empress rolled her eyes in disdain. Are you sure? If I'm not mistaken, this creature is unlike the previous beasts we've encountered. It has likely already completed its transformation and can barely be classified as a great demon. A great demon? Isn't that even more powerful than our mother? Listening to the Empress's explanation, Zhang Yi could not help but furrow his brows further. Other beasts might be manageable, but facing a creature of this caliber made him feel genuinely uneasy. That up until now, the strongest adversary he had faced was a serpent at the 9th rank. And that had only been possible with the combined efforts of his family. Though he had made considerable progress recently, he still did not believe he could contend with this shadow, which had already attained the status of a great demon. Moreover, Zhang Yi felt deep down that this great demon was likely not targeting him, but rather aimed at Xiao Pu. After all, this little creature possessed the purest bloodline of the Golden Crow. The previous Red Fire Demon Ape had been unable to sense it, but now that the creature had transformed, things were different. Even though Zhang Yi had only known Xiao Pu for a short time, he understood that this little one regarded him as a father figure. Yes, the only family member in this world. Zhang Yi could not stand idly by while the shadow threatened to take Xiao Pu away. Just as he was devising a plan to confront the imminent crisis, the Empress spoke again. I believe this creature is after that little one. That what if we negotiate? You can hand it over. Ridiculous. I see your fear has made you foolish. I warn you, if you dare lay a hand on Xiao Pu, I will pluck every last feather from you and turn you into a roast chicken. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yi shot her a threatening glare. Seeing his unwavering resolve, the Empress, perhaps genuinely intimidated, said nothing further and turned back to her mother. The giant bird, they deliberated. The shadow had already begun charging toward them. With a whoosh, a chilling wind swept through the air. The shadow showed no hesitation, barreling directly toward Zhang Yi and Xiao Pu. Indeed, his initial assumption was correct. The creature was indeed targeting Xiao Pu. It likely understood that consuming a beast with such a pure bloodline would be far more nourishing than feasting on the Empress and her kin. While Zhang Yi was still contemplating how to handle the troublesome shadow, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding. Random task issued. Protect the sole bloodline of the Golden Crow, hunt the First Order Great Demon, the Mountain Demon, and seize its demon core. Task rewards, 24 refinement points, 2 Demon Hunter rings. Confronted with this unexpected task notification, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. It seemed that escape was no longer an option. In that case, he would test his mettle against the creature. If all else failed, he could still flee. Resolutely, Zhang Yi steeled himself and charged toward the shadow. The Mountain Demon, seeing the foolish bird charging at it, initially thought the creature had been dazed by its formidable presence. It roared angrily and charged toward Zhang Yi. With the Mountain Demon advancing, Zhang Yi, who had felt a flicker of fear earlier, now showed no hesitation and unleashed his ultimate move, 3,000 flames. A surge of flames erupted skyward. The Mountain Demon, having been too preoccupied with its reckless charge, was caught off guard by Zhang Yi's audacity. In an instant, the flames engulfed it, sending the creature crashing to the ground. The dark mist surrounding it weakened significantly. The Mountain Demon, regaining its footing, shook its dizzy head and launched a savage charge at Zhang Yi. Bang! Zhang Yi was sent flying without even a moment to react. Wow, this creature has some strength, regaining his balance. Zhang Yi quickly flapped his wings and dove back toward the mountain demon, that in the next moment his claws, powerful enough to split mountains, aimed for the creature's head. However, to his surprise, the anticipated scene of flesh tearing apart did not unfold. Instead, his claws nearly broke from the impact. This creature is truly tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. It truly lives up to its title as a transformed great demon. Zhang Yi silently lamented, but his movements showed no hesitation. Seeing that his initial strike had failed, he swiftly distanced himself from the robust creature, but he had no intention of engaging in close combat with such a formidable opponent. Hovering back into the air, Zhang Yi circled above the mountain demon, keenly observing the tough-skinned beast below, searching for any potential weaknesses. After careful examination, he finally identified a target he deemed the most vulnerable: the eyes. Indeed, he could not believe that this creature's eyes would be as impervious as its tough hide. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi wasted no time. After circling in the air for a while, he dove down once more, his claws aimed straight for the mountain demon's glaring crimson eyes. Chapter 25. A lion's full effort against a hare. Oh. A piercing scream echoed as Zhang Yi's claws pierced the mountain demon's eyeball without hesitation. Following this, he immediately activated his system skill, Devouring Feast. A devour. A devour. A devour with all my might. As the mountain demon's eye was crushed, Zhang Yi felt an immense surge of energy flowing through his claws, continuously pouring into his body. Truly, this was the energy of a higher-level great demon. It was incomparable to that of ordinary beasts that as Zhang Yi ravenously consumed the demon's energy, he could not help but silently praise its potency. Meanwhile, the mountain demon, now blinded and in agony, began to thrash violently, seemingly attempting to shake off Zhang Yi from its head. Unfortunately for it, Zhang Yi was determined to seize this rare opportunity to taste the energy of a great demon and would not easily release his grip. As the mountain demon writhed vigorously, Zhang Yi's claws sank deeper into its eye socket, continuously pushing toward its brain. Gurgle, gurgle, with the blood from the mountain demon's body flowing out, the once fearsome creature could no longer withstand the onslaught. Bang! With a resounding crash, the mountain demon slumped to the ground, motionless. Only when it finally lost all life did the dark mist surrounding it dissipate quietly. It must be said, this creature met its demise unjustly. Mingming, a fully transformed great demon, was unexpectedly thwarted by Zhang Yi, who managed to capture and extinguish its eye before it even had the chance to unleash any of its formidable skills. Should this tale circulate, it would surely awaken the other great demons from their slumber, leaving them to chuckle at his woeful fate, that of course, such opinions stemmed from those of similar rank to the mountain demon. In Zhang Yi's perspective, his effortless victory in this confrontation was not merely a stroke of luck or happenstance. That it is essential to note that during this period, aside from devouring various energies, he dedicated the majority of his time to honing the foundational skills previously bestowed upon him by the system. Had it not been for this diligent training, he would not have been able to so swiftly and accurately extinguish the mountain demon's eye in their earlier battle. Conversely, the mountain demon, relying on its innate advantage as a great demon, had never truly regarded Zhang Yi, a mere seventh-tier entity, as a worthy opponent. Thus, it did not employ any formidable techniques at the outset, instead charging recklessly, emboldened by its tough exterior. This was the primary reason for its inexplicable downfall. One must remember, even a lion exerts its full strength when grappling with a rabbit, let alone when confronting someone like Zhang Yi, who possessed the hidden prowess of a system. As Zhang Yi replayed the battle in his mind, he resolved firmly within himself that, armed with this experience, he would exert his utmost effort in future encounters, whether against foes stronger or weaker than himself. Time continued to tick away, and it was only when he felt that he could no longer contain another ounce of energy within himself that he reluctantly released his grip. Is that it? The Empress and the mother of the giant bird gazed in disbelief at Zhang Yi, who wore a look of satisfaction. The mother and daughter duo had never anticipated that this individual could so effortlessly subdue a fully transformed great demon. In contrast to the admiring gaze of the mother of the giant bird, the Empress was filled with confusion that it was known that previously, while Zhang Yi was indeed somewhat stronger than her, the gap had never been this significant. Although he had experienced some fortuitous events recently, awakening a hint of the Jinwu bloodline, it certainly did not elevate him to such heights that a seventh-tier divine beast could not possibly contend with a transformed great demon. At the very least, the Empress had been incapable of achieving such a feat at Zhang Yi's level. It was finally confirmed. This individual, who so effortlessly subdued a transformed great demon, must undoubtedly be a reincarnated powerhouse of unknown origin. After some contemplation, the Empress could only come up with this rather unsubstantiated theory to explain the events unfolding before her. As the battle came to a close and the danger had passed, the little Pooh, who had been hiding behind a large rock, waiting for an opportunity to assist her father in a time of peril, scampered over to Zhang Yi and affectionately nuzzled against him. "Daddy, you are truly amazing." Upon hearing the little one's praise, Zhang Yi puffed up his chest and waved his wings dismissively to "Oh, it was nothing special, just a mere great demon, hardly worth mentioning." Observing Zhang Yi's boastful demeanor, the Empress rolled her eyes in disdain. Just a great demon. Back in my day, I single-handedly wielded a sword." And she abruptly ceased her speech, realizing that the current giant bird was unaware of her reincarnation. And she had nearly let slip a secret. To mask her embarrassment, she redirected her attention to the motionless mountain demon sprawled on the ground. "Never mind such trivialities. Let us first investigate what treasures this creature may possess. After all, it is a transformed great demon. Perhaps we might uncover a demon core or something of the sort." Demon cores are energy entities formed by the congealing and refining of blood essence and internal energy from the demon race of this world. The fiery red orb that Little Pooh had previously gifted to Zhang Yi was indeed akin to a demon core, albeit that orb was of a much higher caliber than the demon cores the Empress mentioned, as it was a relic from the ancient Jinwu overlords. Prompted by the Empress's reminder, Zhang Yi finally realized the gravity of the situation. However, just as he prepared to dig through the remains, he noticed that Little Pooh had already scampered over to the corpse of the mountain demon. By the time Zhang Yi became aware, the little one was already pawing at the demon's large belly. Given that even he had been unable to breach the mountain demon's defenses, it was utterly inconceivable that this little creature could tear open its belly. Just as he was about to advise the little one against such futile efforts, he found himself rooted to the spot in shock. "What? How is this possible? Am I seeing things?" The mountain demon's rough belly, upon contact with Little Pooh's tiny paw, appeared as fragile as paper, with just a gentle swipe. The demon's insides erupted forth as if they could no longer be contained. Chapter 26. The mountain pig cannot digest fine bran, perhaps due to it being the first time engaging in such an act. Little Pooh inadvertently got covered in blood. Observing the drenched little creature, Zhang Yi, the Empress, and the mother of the giant bird could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha!" However, Little Pooh seemed oblivious to their amusement, diving eagerly into the mountain demon's belly to continue her search. "Hey, what are you doing rummaging around in there?" Perhaps unable to bear the sight any longer, Zhang Yi rushed forward to retrieve the little one. However, before he could extend his paw, Little Pooh emerged from the mountain demon's belly, her face alight with excitement. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the next moment, as if seeking recognition, she proudly presented a translucent blood-red crystal and dropped it at Zhang Yi's feet. "Treasure, there's more." Little Pooh mumbled indistinctly. "Did I ask this for me?" Zhang Yi asked, gazing quizzically at the little one. Faced with this adorable little creature, Zhang Yi found himself at a loss for words, while he yearned to claim the item for himself. He felt a twinge of guilt given the presence of two pairs of eyes watching him, one belonging to his sister and the other to his nominal mother. Thus, he hesitated to simply take it for himself. Just as uncertainty crossed his face, the mother of the giant bird seemed to read his thoughts and interjected before he could speak, that if she gave it to you, then take it. After all, you were the one who dealt with the mountain demon. Had it not been for you today, I and your sister might have lost our lives. Hearing his mother say this, although the Empress was somewhat reluctant, she also chimed in, "Indeed, don't feel shy about it. Since this little one has given it to you, accept it," with both women urging him on. If Zhang Yi continued to decline, it would seem rather disingenuous. Thus, he feigned bashfulness and scratched at the ground with his paw. "Very well, I will accept it for now. Next time, if we encounter another great demon, you both must assist me." While he spoke, he inwardly mused that the next encounter might be quite some time away. considering that great demon-level beasts were not as common as cabbages. Furthermore, even if he did encounter one, he would not naively assume that every great demon would be as foolish as this mountain demon. Just as Zhang Yi accepted the blood-red crystal, the system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. System rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing the voice that only he could perceive, Zhang Yi's heart soared with joy. However, after the initial excitement, he quickly regained his composure and turned to the Empress and the mother of the giant bird. Do you know how to use this? The reason for his inquiry stemmed from the harrowing experience he had endured while consuming the shattered core of the 9th-tier giant python. That incident had nearly claimed his life, and he had no desire to endure such an excruciating sensation again. Upon hearing his question, the Empress shot him an exasperated glare. After all this time, you don't even know the purpose of this item. If I had known, I wouldn't have pretended to be generous and let it go. Regrettably, since she had already relinquished it, it was too late to retract her offer. After a brief pause, she finally spoke with a grim expression. This item is called a demon crystal, a rare treasure only produced by beasts that have broken through to the great demon level. Moreover, not every beast that ascends to the great demon level can yield one. On average, only 1 in 100 great demons might produce a single crystal. I cannot fathom how you managed to stumble upon such a treasure simply by slaying a first-tier great demon. Truly a waste of good fortune. Regarding the disdain towards the Empress, Zhang Yi held a markedly different perspective. After all, he was not a native of this world and was unfamiliar with such matters. It seemed entirely reasonable. Observing that Zhang Yi had no intention of pursuing the topic further, the Empress could only shake her head in exasperation. Meanwhile, during their verbal sparring, Sen Yao remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Pu had quietly returned to the bloody belly of the mountain demon. After a moment of writhing, the little creature emerged with 3 dark, stone-like objects, tossing them before Zhang Yi. What on earth is this? Demon cores. The expressions on the faces of the Empress and the mother of the giant bird turned instantly from calm to one of excitement upon seeing the dark stones. Ha ha! We have struck it rich. This mountain demon possesses 3 demon cores. Witnessing the exhilaration radiating from the Empress, Zhang Yi could only roll his eyes in disdain. And this is the Empress. She behaves like a naive village girl who has never seen the world. Truly, a mountain pig cannot appreciate fine grain. It was noteworthy that he had not displayed such elation when he first learned that the object before him was a demon crystal. However, since he already possessed a demon crystal, he felt it inappropriate to stake a claim on the demon cores. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi put on a proud display of selflessness, declaring, "Since I already have a demon crystal, I shall refrain from claiming the demon cores. You, mother, and Xiao Pu shall each take one." To Zhang Yi's proposal, surprisingly, the mother of the giant bird did not reject. Although demon cores were not as precious as demon crystals, they were still products of formidable demon beasts. Without Zhang Yi's fortuitous intervention, they might never have had the chance to taste such treasures. To maximize the value of these cores, the mother of the giant bird and the Empress decided to select an auspicious day, during a time of pure moonlight, to absorb these rare treasures that for the mountain demon's carcass. Zhang Yi and his companions had their own plans for it, despite the creature's tough hide and substantial size, making it cumbersome to handle. The circumstances had changed. While they may have previously deemed it unmanageable, Xiao Pu could certainly assist. With the little one around, the mountain demon's pelt was hardly a concern. Rather than waste it, they resolved to extract its remaining value and utilize it as sustenance during their upcoming training period. This way, they would not have to fret over Zhang Yi's voracious appetite. Chapter 27. A greater demon than the mountain demon under the luminous moonlight, Zhang Yi, relieved from the burden of seeking food thanks to the mountain demon, reclined upon a large stone, indulging in a moment of tranquility. Nearby, Xiao Pu diligently followed his instructions to process the mountain demon's carcass. The mother of the giant bird and the Empress, perhaps unable to tolerate Zhang Yi's treatment of the little creature, soon joined the ranks of those preparing the meal. As Xiao Pu expertly dissected the carcass, various demon beasts from the surrounding jungle were drawn to the scene. Yet, these creatures dared not approach, merely watching from a distance. After all, if even a terrifying entity, such as the mountain demon, had become mere fodder for these birds, what chance did the lesser demons stand? As for Wei Zhang, he did not chase away these bothersome onlookers. The reason was simple. He was above them, dismissing their meager abilities, which had yet to surpass the sixth tier of demon beasts. Even if hunger struck, he would not deign to prey upon such insignificant creatures. After all, he had a formidable demon-level feast at his disposal, brimming with energy far beyond what these lurking beasts could offer. With the diligent efforts of Xiaopu and the Empress, the once mountain-sized carcass of the mountain demon was swiftly processed. Following their hearty meal, it was time for the night's pivotal moment. They were about to commence their training. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, the demon cores and crystals before them began to pulsate with energy. Spirit energy 9999, spirit energy 3166, spirit energy 35, 72 soul, 22 soul, 33 body, 66 body, 99, as the system notifications resounded in his ears. Zhang Yi's smile widened to the point where one could almost glimpse his molars. Reflecting on his recent days since his rebirth, he found himself reveling in sheer bliss. When hungry, he feasted. When satisfied, he rested. This life was infinitely more gratifying than the relentless grind of his previous existence. As time passed, just as Zhang Yi became immersed in the system's updates, a sudden bird call jolted him from his reverie. "Ka! I have finally broken through. Haha, I have reached the sixth tier." The voice belonged to none other than his little sister. "You just wait. In a few days, I shall ascend to the seventh tier, and then I will repay you for all the humiliation you have inflicted upon me." The Empress opened her eyes. Glancing at Zhang Yi, who remained in a meditative state, silently vowing to herself that it was evident that she had not forgotten the indignities Zhang Yi had caused her upon her birth. Listening to her exclamations, Zhang Yi merely returned a disdainful eye roll. "Is breaking through to the sixth tier really worth such exuberance? Just wait until I, your elder brother, attain the eighth tier. I wonder if you'll still be so cheerful." With this thought, Zhang Yi immediately began to fully harness the gluttonous banquet, accelerating his absorption of energy. "Congratulations, host. Successfully advanced to the eighth tier divine beast. Refinement points 10. As the system's announcement echoed, Zhang Yi felt transformed. The abundance of energy within him and the speed of his demon power circulation had risen to unprecedented levels that he sensed that should he encounter that ninth-tier demon beast, the colossal python, he could easily subdue it even without the assistance of the mother of the giant bird. However, before that, he deemed it necessary to showcase his newfound prowess. After all, compared to a silent breakthrough, he relished the opportunity to flaunt his achievements before his Empress sister, that an elder brother. He believed it was his duty to remind her of the disparity between them. Once a personal bodyguard, always a personal bodyguard. With this in mind, he imitated the Empress's earlier display, emitting a triumphant cry, "Da-da!" This eighth-tier breakthrough was far too effortless. "I merely dozed off and unexpectedly ascended." Yet before he could finish his proclamation, an overwhelming pressure suddenly surged towards them. Cough, cough, cough. In that moment, Zhang Yi felt as though a massive boulder had been placed atop his head, making it difficult to breathe. What is happening? Is it possible that my little sister cannot stand my smooth breakthrough and is plotting to ambush me? This couldn't be right. A mere sixth-tier demon should not cause such a disturbance. Zhang Yi pondered the bizarre situation. The mother of the giant bird, the Empress, and Xiaopu, who had been quietly absorbing the energy of the demon core, also sensed the unusual atmosphere and opened their eyes to assess their surroundings. Before them, the once clear moonlit sky had been replaced by a mass of ominous, dark clouds, accompanied by an overwhelmingly foul stench. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the shift in their environment, an intense wave of demonic energy rushed towards them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The demonic energy, entwined with a violent gale, relentlessly battered Zhang Yi and his companions. As the saying goes, dragons arise from the clouds, and tigers emerge with the wind. Just as Zhang Yi contemplated the cause of the disturbance, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the distant jungle. "Oh!" The bone-shaking, terrifying, beastly roar reverberated, causing the surrounding birds and beasts to scatter in panic. "Oh no!" With such a grand display, it is clear that a formidable demon approaches. At this moment, the Empress wore a grave expression, and in an instant, she rose to her feet. The reincarnation of the Empress. She was acutely aware that any entity capable of causing such a commotion must possess strength far surpassing that of the previously encountered mountain demon. The newcomer was likely a great demon that had entirely shed its beastly form. Although the mountain demon they had previously encountered was also referred to as a great demon, it was evident that it had merely reached the transformation stage and had not yet fully relinquished its beastly essence. To completely shed its beastly form and achieve full transformation, this creature still had a long journey ahead that, if her instincts were correct, the being that had arrived must be at least a fifth-tier great demon or higher. Thus, they were undoubtedly facing a significant predicament this time. "Mother, perhaps we should leave this place," the Empress urged. "The entity that has come is beyond our current capabilities to confront. If my suspicions hold true, it is very likely a fifth-tier or even higher great demon." At this moment, the Empress could no longer concern herself with the potential exposure of her identity and laid bare her conjectures. Upon hearing her words, the giant bird's mother wore a serious expression as well. Although she, too, wished to flee, an inexplicable voice within her urged her to seek the opinion of her miraculous son, who had always brought her fortune. Just as she was about to consult Zhang Yi, she noticed that the small creature, who had previously opened his eyes, had unknowingly closed them once more. Little did she know, the reason Zhang Yi had shut his eyes was that he had heard the system's announcement. "Alert! Alert! A great demon nearby has failed its advancement and is about to perish." The system warns that in this vast world of cultivation, some great demons who fail their advancement may unleash their fury on nearby beasts in their final moments. Opportunity and risk coexist. Please make a swift decision, host, on whether to seize this chance. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Yi immediately sensed a whiff of opportunity that in the face of this imminent threat from a failing great demon, it appeared perilous, yet it also harbored potential. It was known that this formidable entity was about to perish. If he could find the corpse of this great demon, it would be akin to discovering an unopened treasure trove. Zhang Yi had previously managed to advance merely by absorbing energy from a first-tier great demon's crystal. How much more could he achieve by locating the corpse of this soon-to-fall great demon? He could potentially leap to a whole new realm, successfully advancing to the status of a divine beast. Even if luck were not on his side, and he failed to find the great demon's remains, it was likely that many other demons sharing his ambition lurked within the vast mountains. These beings would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to vie for dominance. Such competition would inevitably lead to bloodshed, resulting in fallen demons that at that point, even if they only stumbled upon the corpses of slightly weaker great demons. It would still be a small fortune for Zhang Yi and his companions. With this thought, Zhang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. "We must leave, of course," he stated, pausing momentarily before continuing. "But we shall not flee from this place. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold." Given their current strength, the likelihood of escaping from this great demon was slim. Therefore, instead of squandering time and energy on flight, they might as well muster their courage and take a chance. "What do you mean?" The giant bird's mother and the Empress looked at Zhang Yi with confusion. Noticing their lack of understanding, he felt compelled to elaborate. "Mother, I believe we should take the opposite approach. While the great demon has not yet perished, we should attempt to seize this opportunity. Considering our current strength, as long as we avoid confronting beings of the great demon tier, we should be able to protect ourselves. Why not take advantage of the chaos among those great demons and grab a share for ourselves? After all, the location of the great demon's demise will undoubtedly attract many powerful beings who are focused on the great demon's treasures. They will not anticipate that we would take advantage of the situation to target them. Indeed, as the old adage goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. I believe we can truly seize this opportunity to play the role of the fisherman." After hearing Zhang Yi's analysis, the Empress and the giant bird's mother exchanged hesitant glances. They both understood that his reasoning held merit, yet they were equally aware of the potential consequences should they be discovered. Thus, this matter required careful consideration. However, time was of the essence. Sensing their indecision, Zhang Yi grew anxious. "Mother, why are you still hesitating? If we do not make a decision quickly, we won't just miss our chance at fortune. We might end up missing out on even the most meager sustenance." Seeing Zhang Yi so insistent, the Empress and the giant bird let out a heavy sigh. "Let us do it. What's the worst that could happen? We might die." As Zhang Yi and the others resolved to venture deeper into the forest to seize their opportunity, a fierce battle unfolded in the depths of the jungle that a third-tier great demon, the Wind Thunder Magic Leopard, was swiftly dispatched in a single confrontation. The assailant was none other than the formidable entity that had earlier exuded a terrifying aura and was on the brink of demise. Had the Empress and her companions been present, they would have immediately recognized that this soon-to-fall great demon was, in fact, a blood shadow magic tiger, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier. After effortlessly dispatching the Wind Thunder magic leopard, this beast did not relent. That it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a terrifying suction force that devoured the entirety of the Wind Thunder magic leopard's flesh in mere moments. Witnessing such brutality, the surrounding great demons, who had initially intended to seize the opportunity, instinctively began to retreat. However, the Blood Shadow magic tiger had completely lost its rationality, indiscriminately attacking any creature that fell within its line of sight. Regardless of their strength or intentions, in that instant, the remaining demons and beasts harbored a singular thought: to flee as swiftly as possible. Their cries and roars echoed through the forest, yet even as they exerted every ounce of strength to escape, the terrifying shadow behind them relentlessly pursued them. Akin to a parasite clinging to its host, it was clear that this beast intended to eliminate all who dared covet its corporeal form. Amidst this chaos, some formidable great demons, realizing escape was futile, resolved to confront the threat head-on. Unfortunately, their strength proved inadequate against the fully enraged Blood Shadow magic tiger, merely serving to hinder its pursuit momentarily. Chapter 29. Zhang Yi's Scheme. The Wind God Winged Dragon in the depths of the forest. The slaughter continued. The number of great demons falling to the Blood Shadow magic tiger increased. It had long since abandoned the rationality characteristic of a great demon. Its sole thought was now, kill, kill, kill. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood, exacerbating his already volatile temperament. He rampaged through the depths of the jungle, mercilessly slaughtering. The fortunate beasts that had narrowly escaped were now consumed solely by the urgency to flee. In the dead of night, the jungle, which should have gradually succumbed to silence, erupted into a terrifying tide of beasts. These disturbed creatures were singularly focused on their survival, utterly oblivious to the presence of other beings in their path of escape. In their frantic desperation, the powerful and massive beasts annihilated the homes of the weaker creatures without a second thought. This, perhaps, exemplified the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest in the face of overwhelming power. Weakness itself becomes an inherent sin. Those frail beings could only watch helplessly as their homes were obliterated, resigned to the impending arrival of death. However, not all creatures face such a grim fate. Amidst the endless carnage, there were always a few fortunate souls favored by destiny. These individuals were deemed lucky primarily due to their lamentable strength, which ensured that no formidable predators lurked nearby. Thus, they managed to evade disaster. Additionally, there were those like Zhang Yi and his family, who resided on the fringes of the jungle and had yet to be affected by the beast tide. Though they had thoughts of seizing opportunities amidst the chaos, they prudently refrained from recklessly venturing deeper into the jungle to ensure their safety. Present, the four of them hovered in the air, taking advantage of their exceptional ability to fly, observing the distant scene as if they were mere spectators at a performance. The Empress gazed at the rippling waves of energy emanating from afar and remarked softly, "Such a pity, just a step away from achieving a breakthrough. Why can't this fellow muster the effort one last time? Now, it seems, even if he wishes to survive, he may find it impossible." The Empress reached this conclusion not only from her past experiences, but also from her understanding of the path of cultivation. Had the 9th-tier great demon steadied his mind and not succumbed to the fear of death, he might not have lost his sanity as thoroughly as he had. Perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. Yet the present was different. Although he appeared fearsome, he was, in fact, a mere shadow of his former self, a dying ember flickering before its extinguishment. Zhang Yi, overhearing the Empress's understated analysis, scoffed dismissively in his view, whether human or beast. Upon realizing imminent death, one inevitably resorts to actions they would normally never dare to undertake. Not to mention a 9th-tier great demon. Even he, if forewarned of his impending demise and the potential for dismemberment post-mortem, would likely act with greater ferocity than the current demon. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Yi spoke up, "Humph. You speak so lightly that if you were in his position, facing death, I doubt you would remain so composed. Besides, you haven't experienced what that great demon has gone through. What right do you have to judge, as the saying goes? Do not advise others to be virtuous without having endured their suffering. If you had endured my hardships, you would not necessarily possess my virtues. Upon hearing this, the Empress's expression darkened significantly. Although she was loath to admit it, she understood that her seemingly unreliable brother had a point. After all, even as the Empress in her past life, she had never relinquished her hatred, even in reincarnation. What right did she have to comment on the morality of the ninth-tier great demon? Meanwhile, disregarding the Empress's somber demeanor, Zhang Yi turned to the mother giant bird and Xiao, stating firmly, I believe we may need to venture into the depths of the jungle and take a risk. This decision stemmed from his prior analysis and observations, revealing that his family was still situated at the jungle's edge, where no high-tier great demons were present. The only formidable creature, a mountain demon, had already met its demise at his hands. Given these circumstances, it was unlikely that even a dying ninth-tier demon would retaliate in their direction. The beast tide in the jungle's depths was already forming, and with the Blood Shadow magic tiger's current condition, it was only a matter of days before it perished to avoid futility. They needed to reach it before that happened. However, to ensure the success of this endeavor, he needed to prepare adequately beforehand. Despite having a proud record of defeating a first-tier great demon, Zhang Yi knew that this alone was insufficient. The deeper they ventured into the jungle, the higher the potential strength of the demons they might encounter. Thus, they needed to make thorough preparations before setting out, at the very least securing a similarly powerful demon as a bodyguard. As he contemplated, Zhang Yi instinctively glanced down into the underbrush. He had previously employed his innate ability, the Eye of Insight, to observe a promising little creature, the Wind God Winged Dragon. According to the system's description, this creature was a genuine dragon lineage. From birth, they possessed a cultivation aura, and even without engaging in battle, their speed of growth from absorbing the essence of sun and moon was incomparable to that of ordinary beasts. Moreover, what set the Wind God Winged Dragon apart was its unparalleled speed. They dared to call themselves the Wind God primarily because, once they took flight, their speed surpassed even that of the wind. With such swiftness, it would undoubtedly be an invaluable asset for escape during their upcoming endeavors. Now, Zhang Yi faced the challenge of persuading that creature to join him. Although the little dragon appeared juvenile, he knew all too well that its innate speed and instincts made it difficult to sway, that if it sensed even the slightest danger, it would undoubtedly flee before he could approach. After thorough analysis, Zhang Yi concluded that to win over this creature, he would need to rely on his silver-tongued persuasion. With his resolve firm, he instructed the mother giant bird and the Empress to wait in place while he swiftly descended toward the cave where the Wind God Winged Dragon resided. In an effort to convey sincerity, Zhang Yi halted a few meters from the creature's territory. Dragon brother, have you eaten? Would you like to come out and share a meal? I have something delicious. As he spoke, he generously produced the leftover mountain demon meat, determined to catch the dragon's attention. To further entice it, he activated his flame technique, roasting the meat right before the dragon's eyes. Sizzle, sizzle. In no time, the mountain demon leg began to exude a mouth-watering aroma. The Wind God Winged Dragon, initially disinterested, could no longer suppress its curiosity and stirred, blinking its eyes open slightly. What is that delightful scent? Seeing the little dragon intrigued, Zhang Yi suppressed his excitement and tossed the perfectly roasted leg toward it. Here, freshly cooked mountain demon meat. Try it. Zhang Yi's generosity stemmed from his conviction that from this moment on, this creature would become his personal flying companion. After all, one could not expect a horse to run without feeding it properly. Though his heart felt a twinge of reluctance, Zhang Yi understood deeply the adage that one cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. Despite having lost a leg of the mountain demon, he had gained a magnificent creature capable of soaring through the skies with his family of 4, and when he calculated the trade, Zhang Yi felt that this deal was indeed a surefire profit. As for Wei Zhang, he was so assured that this beast would fall into his trap. The reason was simple. The system had previously rewarded him with 2 items specifically designed to control demon beasts. If his culinary delights failed to entice the creature, he could directly utilize these items to bind it. However, in Zhang Yi's mind, the significance of these tools remained paramount, thus adhering to the principle of making the most of what one has. He thought it prudent to charm the beast first. If that failed, he could resort to more forceful means later. That moment, the young Wind God Wyvern was oblivious to Zhang Yi's intentions. Since Zhang Yi had tossed the sizzling leg of the mountain demon before it, the young dragon was becoming increasingly agitated. Though still in its youth, having lived for several centuries, it had consumed its fair share of blood meals over the years. Yet it had never encountered such an aromatic offering as the one before it. To claim it was unaffected would be utterly false. At that moment, disregarding all pretenses, it lunged toward the most succulent part of the mountain demon's leg. Seeing that the creature had begun to devour his offering, Zhang Yi seized the opportunity to continue his persuasive tactics. "Take your time, dragon brother. No need to rush. I have plenty more where that came from. If you find this insufficient, I can roast you another." As he spoke, his restless claws inched cautiously toward the territory of the wind god wyvern. Initially, he took a tentative step forward, noticing no reaction from the creature. He boldly advanced another step, and still, there was no sign of hostility. It seemed the wyvern did not mind his encroachment. Emboldened by this, Zhang Yi continued to close the distance, taking one step, then another, until he stood directly before the young wyvern. Only then did the creature, previously fixated on the mountain demon's leg, notice his presence. Perhaps due to its prior indulgence in Zhang Yi's offering, it hesitated to shoo him away. It likely understood the adage of being beholden to those one has consumed from. Although it did not mind Zhang Yi's approach, the young wyvern instinctively raised its guard and regarded him warily. "If I recall correctly, I don't believe we've met before. What brings you to seek me out?" Seeing that the creature's wariness had not entirely dissipated, Zhang Yi remained unfazed. The next moment, he flashed a charming smile that he believed exuded sincerity. "What am I here for? Nothing at all. I merely admire your illustrious reputation, dragon brother, and have brought a small token of appreciation for our meeting. It is simply to behold your majestic visage and gallant demeanor that I in that moment." Zhang Yi unleashed a torrent of flattery, drawing from all the compliments he had ever accumulated in his previous life. Regardless of their appropriateness or whether the wyvern could comprehend them, he poured forth every conceivable praise he could muster upon this creature. Just as Zhang Yi was caught up in his flurry of words, the wind god wyvern abruptly interjected. "Wait a moment." At this, Zhang Yi's heart skipped a beat. What was happening? Had he misspoken, or had he revealed some flaw that the creature had detected? He was deep in self-reflection when suddenly, the wyvern excitedly flapped its wings. "What did you just call me?" "Dragon brother." Zhang Yi could only respond earnestly. "Someone has called me brother," the wyvern exclaimed, its demeanor shifting from aloof to exuberant, akin to a child receiving a cherished toy. It seemed the creature was quite pleased with the title. Truth be told, Zhang Yi had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. As a dragon species, the wind god wyvern inherently possessed a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary demon beasts. Despite its centuries of existence, it was in the grand tapestry of its lineage, merely a fledgling that in its clan, any random member could boast a millennium of age. This youngling, having lived for a few centuries, had never experienced the honor of being called brother. Now, with someone so boldly addressing it as such, how could it not feel elated? Unbeknownst to the young wyvern, given its current age, it was not merely inappropriate for it to consider Zhang Yi as a brother. The truth was that Zhang Yi could easily refer to it as ancestor without any hint of exaggeration. Of course, this secret would likely remain undisclosed unless circumstances rendered it unavoidable. By the way, after all this time, you still haven't mentioned what you seek from me, the wyvern inquired, interrupting Zhang Yi's thoughts as he contemplated how to further charm this seemingly naive young creature. It appeared hesitant, as if Zhang Yi had not yet devised a suitable pretext. Just then, a notification chimed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered a random system task. Task details. Utilize the hunter ring to tame the wind god wyvern as a mount. Task rewards. Refinement points 8. Spiritual energy 10. 000. Invisibility grass 4. Hearing the system's announcement, a grin spread across Zhang Yi's face. This system is incredibly considerate. Just when I was grappling with how to tame this creature, I've been presented with a task. This was akin to being offered a pillow when one was drowsy that he could no longer concern himself with the notion of wastefulness. Without hesitation, he produced a hunter ring from the system. "Dragon brother, besides the delicacies I prepared for you, I also have a splendid gift." In the next moment, Zhang Yi transformed once more into the Great Persuader, presenting the visually appealing hunter ring to the young wyvern. Meanwhile, not far from the wyvern's territory, the empress and the mother of the giant bird having waited anxiously, decided to investigate Zhang Yi's prolonged absence. Following his scent, they arrived at the scene, only to be greeted by a sight that left them utterly astonished. "Wait, am I seeing things? What on earth has he done?" the Empress exclaimed. Incredulity etched across her face as she pointed toward Zhang Yi. Gazing intently, they beheld Zhang Yi perched upon the back of the wind god wyvern, both leisurely strolling toward them. This fellow. The Empress was initially in disbelief, rubbing her eyes vigorously before looking again. Only then did she confirm that the creature carrying Zhang Yi was indeed the very wyvern she had longed to tame. Though she could not discern the means by which Zhang Yi had accomplished this feat, one thing was certain. He had successfully tamed the inherently prideful wind god wyvern. This revelation was shattering her previous perceptions and beliefs as a reincarnated empress. In her past life, she had yearned for a mount as magnificent as the wind god wyvern. Yet despite numerous attempts, she had faced significant losses without ever laying claim to even a single scale of the creature. Now, here was Zhang Yi, who in a mere moment had achieved what she had failed to do in her entire lifetime. Who was this individual, and what other secrets did he harbor that she remained unaware of? In a whirlwind of confusion, the Empress found herself questioning the very nature of her existence. How could one born of the same lineage experience such disparate fates? As Zhang Yi successfully tamed the magnificent Fengshen Yilong, a colossal flying creature, they soon embarked on a journey deeper into the jungle. However, unlike before, when they had to fly themselves, they now enjoyed the privilege of simply riding atop the Fengshen Yilong's back, gazing down at the world below, thanks to Zhang Yi's influence. Particularly, the little fellow, Xiao Pu, seemingly experiencing the sight of such a grand creature for the first time, was now exuberantly dancing about on the creature's back. In stark contrast to Xiao Pu's excitement, the Empress wore a look of perplexity. After much internal deliberation, she could no longer restrain herself and finally spoke up. "Pray tell, what did you say to this creature to earn its willing servitude as your mount?" Allow me to correct you." Zhang Yi interjected with a hint of arrogance. "He is not just any creature. He is my dragon brother. Henceforth, you two must refer to him as Dragon Brother." Upon hearing Zhang Yi refer to himself as Dragon Brother once more, the young Fengshen Yilong immediately emitted a spirited cry of joy, as if in agreement with Zhang Yi. Seeing that Zhang Yi was not inclined to divulge any further information, the Empress, feeling compelled, redirected her inquiry towards the Fengshen Yilong itself. She was determined to uncover the secret behind Zhang Yi's influence. "Dragon Brother, might you share with me what this creature has confided in you that compels your obedience?" "Ha, my dear sister, this fellow has promised me that from this day forth, we shall be partners in feasting. As long as I heed his words, he shall supply me with an endless bounty of roasted meat," Zhang Yi declared, a glimmer of saliva escaping his lips, clearly still savoring the delectable roast from earlier. However, upon hearing this response, the Empress's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Was it truly that simple? The mere allure of roasted meat was enough to subdue a dragon species as a mount. Such a bargain seemed too good to be true. Had she known that the legendary Fengshen Yilong could be so easily swayed, she would have undoubtedly tamed countless dragons in her previous life. Unbeknownst to her, this particular Fengshen Yilong, much like Zhang Yi, was an insatiable glutton. Had it been any other Fengshen Yilong, not even an entire empire offered in tribute would have tempted it to even glance their way. It must be said that Zhang Yi's rebirth had indeed bestowed upon him a fortune beyond measure, as he had been surrounded by an abundance of treasures since his birth. Observing his Empress sister simmering in irritation, Zhang Yi seized the opportunity to further provoke her. "Ditto. How could I forget? Our current supplies are running low. Once this matter is concluded, we shall need to replenish our provisions. I see you have a keen interest in Dragon Brother." Perhaps, pausing deliberately, as if to entice the Empress, he continued, "Perhaps you could take charge of ensuring our Dragon Brother's sustenance. What say you? Is that agreeable?" Chapter 32. Preparations before entering the core zone. Goodness. "You are truly a rascal," the Empress exclaimed. "I have encountered many who would deceive their parents, but none who would so brazenly deceive their own sister. Come now, we must settle this score today." Zhang Yi's sudden declaration rendered the previously inquisitive Empress utterly flustered. After all, dealing with Zhang Yi's insatiable appetite had already been a significant headache. Now, with the addition of Dragon Brother's formidable appetite, her patience was wearing thin. Just by the sight of the Fengshen Yilong's enormous frame, it was evident that he was yet another extraordinary glutton. At that moment, the Empress began to suspect that the Fengshen Yilong had readily acquiesced to Zhang Yi's demands simply to secure a free and perpetual source of sustenance. Just as the Empress was about to confront Zhang Yi, he appeared entirely unfazed. He pretended to stretch his limbs before provocatively challenging her. It seems you have become quite feisty, since you seem to be feeling bold. Allow me, as your older brother, to help loosen those tightened muscles of yours. As he spoke, he prepared to engage in a playful scuffle with his Empress sister to demonstrate who truly held authority within their family. However, just as it seemed the two would come to blows, the mother of the giant bird, disapproving of Zhang Yi's domineering demeanor, intervened to separate the siblings. My dear daughter, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from further provocation. You cannot best this impudent boy. Why subject yourself to unnecessary trouble? If need be, I shall join you in your endeavors. In her attempt to soothe the Empress, the giant bird mother also shot Zhang Yi an exasperated glare. You rascal, as the elder brother, you should show more compassion towards your sister and not exploit her at every opportunity. In response to the criticisms from his mother, Zhang Yi naturally found himself at a loss for words. At most, he could only harbor silent complaints in his heart. Unfortunately, his long-conceived plan for free labor had now been thwarted by his mother's intervention, and he felt compelled to uphold a semblance of respect. Reluctantly, he abandoned his original intention to benefit from the upcoming grain collection. After all, the individuals involved were his own mother and sister, while it might have been acceptable to tease the Empress. The thought of watching his mother toil alongside them was something Zhang Yi, who had deeply ingrained filial piety, found difficult to bear. Consequently, he ultimately relinquished his plans and joined the mother-daughter duo in gathering provisions. Fortunately, his current cultivation had significantly progressed. Since his last breakthrough, Zhang Yi had become adept at capturing demon beasts of levels 5 or 6, which were below the formidable class that as for why he did not seek out more powerful beasts to serve as sustenance. The reasoning was quite straightforward. Firstly, they were on the brink of an uncertain battle for survival, and it was unwise to deplete their energy excessively beforehand. Secondly, they were racing against time. Engaging with higher-level beasts would undoubtedly consume a great deal of time. Rather than squandering precious moments on such pursuits, it was far more prudent to wait until they ventured deeper into the forest to seek out more formidable sources of nourishment. Regarding Zhang Yi's initial choice to focus on his sister rather than others, it stemmed from his concern for her well-being. Prior to his confrontation with the mountain demon, he had discerned that she was on the verge of a 6th-level breakthrough. However, after some time, whether due to a comfortable lifestyle or some other reason, she had been unable to shatter the confines of that threshold despite her earnest efforts to absorb energy. Zhang Yi suspected that her previous breakthroughs had been too smooth, leading to her current stagnation. Thus, he resolved to arrange a fair match for her, hoping she would discover the opportunity for advancement through combat. After all, none of them knew what awaited them, and every bit of strength they could muster would enhance their chances of survival in the imminent conflict. Regrettably, his sister, the Empress, failed to grasp his noble intentions, leaving Zhang Yi to internally lament her lack of understanding. After a moment of exasperation, he chose to close his eyes and meditate, disregarding the occasional resentful glares cast by his sister. In the days that followed during daylight, the trio focused on gathering provisions that by night they would rest upon the back of the wind god winged dragon, harnessing the moonlight to absorb the remaining energy from demon cores and crystals. As for Long Gu, they had no worries. As a dragon species, he possessed innate advantages in cultivation. Although he had never trained rigorously, Zhang Yi understood that every time Long Gu inhaled and exhaled, he was inadvertently honing his skills. This explained why, despite carrying the entire family, Long Gu never complained of fatigue. Moreover, whenever it was mealtime, Zhang Yi always prepared a feast of delectable demon meat for him. At Long Air's level, he no longer cared whether the beast contained energy for his cultivation. Simply eating provided energy faster than breathing. Thus, they continued their journey, unwittingly traversing more than 10 days. During this time, although they did not deliberately monitor the movements within the depths of the forest, the occasional bursts of terrifying energy ripples and fluctuations in spiritual energy indicated that fierce battles likely raged on. As they drew closer to the heart of the conflict, they could vaguely discern the heavy scent of blood in the AI, or it seemed that in a day or two, they would officially enter the core of the battle. To ensure the success of their venture, Zhang Yi felt it prudent to make some preparations. The sheer size of the wind god winged dragon was bound to attract attention from afar. Without taking precautions, it would be a stroke of luck if they were not targeted as moving targets by other powerful beasts. Chapter 33 would attribute Demon Crystal, directly devour from now on. We should adopt a more low-key approach. Zhang Yi declared after considerable contemplation that if we continue to act so ostentatiously, we might not even reach the depths before becoming targets for other demons. But what about Long Gu? With his size, it will be difficult not to attract attention. The Empress looked at the wind god winged dragon with reluctance. That's simple. I have a plan, Zhang Yi replied. And in the next moment, with a thought, he activated the beast hunting ring around Long Ji's neck. Instantly, the massive form of the wind god winged dragon began to shrink at a remarkable pace, transforming into a diminutive dragon the size of a palm, landing on Zhang Yi's back. Witnessing this astonishing feat, the Empress's eyes widened in shock. What kind of sorcery is this? Even though she considered herself well-versed in the ways of the world as an empress in her previous life, Zhang Yi's display left her astounded. In response to her astonishment, Zhang Yi wore a look of disdain. Okay, to be so easily amazed by something as simple as a beast hunting ring. When we venture out, please don't let it slip that you're my sister. I wouldn't want to lose face. Despite her reluctance, the Empress found herself at a loss for words. After all, whether in her past life or after her rebirth, she had never mastered such extraordinary techniques as Zhang Yi possessed. Logically, having finally caught a chance to tease his sister, Zhang Yi should have taken the opportunity to press the matter further. However, he chose only to offer a token jest before letting the topic drop. The reason for his restraint was clear. He was uncertain how to explain the beast hunting ring. He certainly could not divulge to his mother and sister that he had been reborn and carried a system with him. Since he couldn't find the right words, he opted to steer clear of the subject. What truly mattered now was their imminent actions. An hour later, they resumed their journey, this time with a more subdued demeanor. They carefully selected paths through the secluded mountains and forests. Whenever they encountered appealing or energy-rich demon beasts or spiritual fruits, Zhang Yi would pause to gather them, though these interruptions were brief and discreet. One day, as they navigated through the underbrush, the small creature Xiaopu, who had been a constant shadow at Zhang Yi's side, suddenly darted away toward a nearby thicket. Observing this movement, a smile crept onto Zhang Yi's face. He knew that unless Xiaopu had discovered something extraordinary, it would never stray far from him. Pondering this, Zhang Yi beckoned his mother and sister to follow. As they pushed through the foliage, they soon spotted Xiaopu again. The forest before them had been ravaged by battle, the remnants of shattered trees and debris strewn about. It was evident that a significant confrontation had occurred here prior to their arrival. Seeing the scene, Zhang Yi furrowed his brow. Everyone, be cautious. We are likely nearing the core of this forest. His certainty stemmed from a faint trace of powerful spiritual energy emanating from the broken branches, a sign that only beasts of a high caliber could possess. Just as Zhang Yi finished his warning, Xiaopu returned, clutching a translucent, emerald-green crystal in its mouth. Wow, it's a demon crystal, Zhang Yi exclaimed, but before he could examine it, the Empress interjected, too bad it's a wood attribute crystal. It won't contribute much to our growth. If only it were a fire attribute. Perhaps I could observe the look of pity on the other's face. Yet Zhang Yi, with a hint of resignation, shook his head. This woman, despite the circumstances, still has the audacity to be selective. To merely find something is already fortunate. Since you exhibit such disdain, it seems I must make do with this elder brother's share. With that thought in mind, Zhang Yi disregarded any potential objections from the other party, directly grasped the demon crystal, tilted his head back, and swallowed it whole. Ever since Zhang Yi ascended to the 8th level, his innate divine ability, the Feast of Gluttony, underwent a significant enhancement. Now, unless faced with a demon crystal of exceptionally dense spiritual energy, he would not dare consume it directly. However, as for this second or third tier demon crystal, especially one that he possessed a natural attribute suppression over, even if he were to swallow it whole, it would not pose any adverse effects. Yet this action, witnessed by the Empress nearby, was nothing short of a wasteful extravagance. After all, it was a demon crystal of high caliber. To consume it without first utilizing the moonlight to refine it was indeed a folly. Observing the disdainful roll of her eyes, Zhang Yi merely shook his disheveled feathers. As if to convey, I relish your annoyance at my actions, though you cannot bring me down. Just moments ago, it was you who expressed disdain, and now you regret it? Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. Despite Zhang Yi's nonchalant demeanor, the Empress was inwardly seething with frustration but could do nothing about it. What could she do? Her strength was inadequate. After consuming the demon crystal, Zhang Yi proceeded to search the vicinity alongside Xiaopu and the others. During this time, although they did not uncover any items as potent as the demon crystal, they certainly did not return empty-handed. They managed to find some spiritual fruits and herbs. Although Zhang Yi was essentially a carnivore, occasionally acquiring some spiritual fruits and herbs for variety was a commendable choice. Moreover, even if not consumed directly, these spiritual herbs and fruits could still serve as excellent seasonings for his roasted meats. After a thorough search, and once they confirmed that no further spiritual fluctuations persisted in the vicinity, they contentedly ventured deeper into the forest. Should any uninformed demon beasts have witnessed their meticulousness, they might have mistaken them for a specialized cleanup squad. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi and his companions spent their days gathering spoils and their nights cultivating under the moonlight, leading a most comfortable existence. Regrettably, such blissful days did not endure for long. One fateful night, as they continued their habitual consumption of the spoils collected during the day, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, abruptly pulling them from their meditative states. Alas, this fellow truly cannot remain at rest. Even at such an hour, he is still wreaking havoc. The Empress, forced to interrupt her cultivation, shook her head in resignation. Indeed, the commotion had been caused by the demon beasts mercilessly slaughtered by the blood-shadowed demon tiger. As they delved deeper into the forest, such agonizing cries had become almost routine. However, upon hearing the demon beast's wail, a smug smile crept upon Zhang Yi's lips. It seemed that the larger beasts in this forest had been nearly eradicated. I believe it is time for us to take action. The rationale behind Zhang Yi's conclusion was quite simple. After observing for several days, he could accurately discern the cultivation level of the slain demon beasts merely by employing his insightful eye. Initially, the victims of the blood-shadowed demon tiger had predominantly been powerful demon beasts above the 6th tier. Even though the blood-shadowed demon tiger was stronger than its opponents, it still required considerable effort to bring them down. Gradually, as the 6th-tier beasts were nearly all eliminated, the blood-shadowed demon tiger shifted its focus to those of the 4th and 5th tiers. Against these lesser foes, the blood-shadowed demon tiger exhibited significantly greater speed, claiming the lives of the larger demons with alarming frequency every few hours. Now, it seemed even the 4th and 5th-tier beasts had been nearly wiped out. Judging by the recent sounds, the demon beast that had just met its demise at the hands of the blood-shadowed demon tiger was likely only at the 3rd tier. Previously, Zhang Yi and his companions would have found such adversaries quite formidable. However, circumstances had changed dramatically. During these past few days, due to the abundant supply of demon beast corpses providing energy, their cultivation levels had soared. The Empress, once merely a 5th-tier demon beast, had successfully ascended to the 9th tier and was on the verge of breaking through the barriers to become a divine beast. Zhang Yi's progress was even more astounding. With the dual support of the system and the Feast of Gluttony, he had ascended to a 1st-tier divine beast. The mother giant bird, the most powerful among them, was already on the brink of becoming a 2nd-tier divine beast, poised to transition to a 3rd-tier divine beast at any moment. With their current strength, as long as they did not encounter any demon beasts above the 5th tier, even if they could not win in battle, escaping was certainly within their means. Furthermore, they had the wind god wyvern as a backup. If they truly faced an insurmountable foe, this creature's speed could facilitate their escape without a hitch. As Zhang Yi contemplated whether to venture deeper, he noticed that the mother giant bird, previously in a meditative state, had been startled awake by the earlier commotion. She immediately stood, addressing the others. "Dear mother, if we continue to rely solely on scavenging to enhance our strength, when shall I ever become a being like the blood shadow demon tiger? Mother, I believe it is time for us to delve deeper. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. With our current strength, we can certainly hold our own against the great beasts of the forest. We have come this far. To leave without participating would be a wasted opportunity." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's suggestion, the Empress's lips curled into a slight smile, clearly resonating with his sentiments. Observing Zhang Yi's rapid progress, while she too was advancing, she felt her pace lagging significantly behind her elder brothers. If this continued, she might never surpass him in order to seek her vengeance. Thus, she felt compelled to take a chance. Perhaps they might encounter a fortuitous opportunity to bridge the gap between them. With this thought in mind, the Empress immediately echoed Zhang Yi's sentiments. Indeed, Mother, I wholeheartedly agree. Since we are already here, if we do not venture in for a look, it would be an utter waste. Moreover, is not our cultivation a struggle against heaven and earth? With our accumulation thus far, we might very well perish if we encounter a being more powerful than ourselves, seeing her children persuade her. The mother giant bird, who had initially intended to proceed cautiously, found herself swayed. She acknowledged that the Empress was correct. Having come this far, to leave without engaging would feel akin to arriving at a treasure mountain only to depart empty-handed. With that realization, the mother giant bird set aside her cultivation and prepared to lead Zhang Yi and the others deeper into the forest. However, before they could set off, a sudden voice echoed from the depths of the forest, leaving them momentarily stunned. Attention, all demon beasts. The great sage of the demon clan summons you. All beings of 6th-tier demon beasts and above, starting today, may proceed to the demon arena to qualify for the grand competition. Victors shall be rewarded with the spiritual veins of the demon palace. As the proclamation resonated, Zhang Yi and his companions, who had been poised to engage, were left bewildered. What is the meaning of this? What is this great sage of the demon clan? Suddenly, Zhang Yi seemed to recall something and instinctively glanced at the Empress. If I am not mistaken, the blood-shadowed demon tiger must have exhausted its energy and perished. Before Zhang Yi could inquire further, the Empress unveiled the hidden truth. What? It has fallen. Was it not a 9th-tier demon? How could it die before we even arrived? Just moments ago, it was rampaging like a mad dog. And now it has suddenly met its end. Zhang Yi exclaimed, instinctively raising his gaze towards the direction of the earlier commotion. That in the distance, the once tumultuous scene of swirling demon clouds had vanished entirely. The overwhelming energy fluctuations that had surged moments ago were now settling into an eerie calm. It seemed that the blood-shadowed demon tiger had indeed met its demise. What an incredible turn of events. Damn it, is this wretched fate preventing me from accumulating wealth? Upon hearing the news of the demise of the blood-shadowed demon tiger, Zhang Yi immediately began to vent his frustration with an irate tirade. Just as he was fervently cursing, the previously silent wind god Pterodactyl spoke up in a deep voice. Well, that may not necessarily be the case. Chapter 35, A Unique Business Opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi, who had been feeling somewhat disheartened, suddenly perked up. What do you mean by that? Before he could finish his query, wind god Pterodactyl continued. Although this great demon has perished, it does not imply that we have no opportunities at all. After all, this creature was on the brink of transcending the constraints of a great demon, that if we act swiftly enough, we might still see some advantages. He paused for effect, then added, even if we cannot catch a big fish. Gathering some scraps and gaining some experience should be enough to amuse you for a while. Moreover, there is also the grand competition organized by the Demon Clan's great sage. If you could take this opportunity to emerge victorious. Just think of the possibilities. Though Dragon Brother's words remained unfinished, every avian present understood the underlying implication. However, just as Zhang Yi and the others were preparing to pack their belongings and hasten their departure, the Empress unexpectedly doused their enthusiasm with a cold dose of reality and did not entertain thoughts of seizing benefits. Zhang Yi looked at her in confusion. What do you mean by that? Did you not hear? This matter has already attracted the attention of the great sage of the Demon Clan. The Empress regarded Zhang Yi and his companions with a proud expression, clearly relishing their moment of discomfort. While she might not excel in other areas compared to the individuals present, in terms of knowledge and experience, she believed none could rival her. Even the wind god Pterodactyl, who had lived for an unfathomable number of years, was no match, as his focus was primarily on indulging in food. Perhaps he was even unaware that the reason the great sage of the Demon Clan sent a message was that the battlefield had already been cleared. At this point, even if they rushed over, they likely would not find anything of substantial value. It is essential to understand that great demons above the 5th rank are all registered and documented at the Demon Sage Mansion. Once a great demon perishes, the Demon Sage Mansion is promptly notified. The commotion caused by the ninth-rank Blood Shadow Demon Tiger was so significant and sudden that it delayed the arrival of the Demon Sage Mansion to clean up the aftermath. Otherwise, given Zhang Yi and their cultivation levels at that time, they would likely have gained nothing. The corpses of those great demons would have been thoroughly scavenged by the officials of the Demon Sage Mansion long before. It is crucial to acknowledge that any beast capable of reaching the level of a great demon is far from ordinary. Even in death, in the eyes of humanity, these creatures are treasures beyond measure. In this world, from the perspective of humans, the remains of these great demons are akin to walking treasure troves. The bones, demon cores, and demon crystals, as well as the flesh and fur, are all invaluable treasures. In the eyes of human cultivators, bones, demon cores, and demon crystals can be used to forge top-tier magical artifacts or adornments, while the fur and flesh can be crafted into clothing or gourmet dishes. Consequently, the higher the rank of the great demon, the more valuable it becomes in the human realm. Similarly, as the governing authority, the Demon Sage Mansion would never allow these treasures to remain buried in obscurity. Thus, under normal circumstances, the Demon Sage Mansion typically dispatches personnel to collect the remains of these great demons afterward. However, there are exceptions. For instance, the Great Demon, a first-rank mountain ape that Zhang Yi and his companions initially hunted, had not yet been collected by the Demon Sage Mansion when they divided its remains among themselves. This was due to their remarkably swift combat, which left the Demon Sage Mansion unable to react in time. Furthermore, the timing of the ninth-rank Blood Shadow Demon Tiger's rampage was fortuitous. Had it not been for these circumstances, Zhang Yi and his companions would not have so easily obtained that opportunity. Witnessing the Empress's thorough analysis, the originally excited individuals eager to explore the world suddenly felt their spirits droop. Ultimately, Zhang Yi was the first to regain his composure. He suddenly raised his head to look at the Empress, who wore a smug expression. "Since you are so well informed, what do you propose we do next?" "Quite simply, we shall participate in the tournament organized by the Demon Commander." The Empress's eyes sparkled with ambition. "Given the considerable commotion caused by the Blood Shadow Demon Tiger, along with our stroke of luck, it turns out the one responsible for cleaning up this mess is none other than the Demon Commander himself. Typically, matters concerning a ninth-rank demon are handled by the Demon Commander's subordinates. After they finish, the resources are directly stored in the Demon Commander's mansion. That, if I am not mistaken, the uproar caused by the Blood Shadow Demon Tiger has resulted in many Spirit Vein caves becoming vacant, prompting the Demon Commander to personally stabilize the situation. Since the Demon Commander has taken personal command this time, if our good fortune continues, I believe the reward for this tournament could very well be the corpse of the Blood Shadow Demon Tiger. We might even acquire a Spirit Vein cave to reside in." At this point, a triumphant smile crept onto the Empress's lips. Ever since their lair was burnt down by Zhang Yi awakening the Golden Crow bloodline, they had been in a state of perpetual unrest, wandering in hardship day by day. To be honest, the Empress could hardly recall the last time she had enjoyed a proper rest or even taken a bath. If they were fortunate enough to secure a cave this time, not only would they no longer have to roam aimlessly, but they would also not have to worry about other beasts or great demons interrupting their cultivation or rest. After all, the Spirit Vein caves distributed by the Demon Sage Mansion are all recorded. Even if ownership changes, it must be approved by the Demon Sage Mansion. This is akin to property deeds in the human realm. Should any demon dare to intrude on another great demon's cave without the approval of the Demon Sage Mansion, it would be tantamount to provoking the Demon Sage Mansion to die in such a scenario. Even if Zhang Yi and his companions did not intervene, the Demon Sage Mansion would undoubtedly punish the intruder. It is vital to understand that the territorial awareness of the demon clan is exponentially stronger than that of humans. After hearing the Empress's well-reasoned analysis, Zhang Yi suddenly caught a whiff of a different kind of business opportunity that he turned to the wind god Pterodactyl, who was resting on his back with closed eyes. Chapter 36. Racing Against Time with the Demon Sage Mansion. "Dragon Brother, you heard what my sister just said," he exclaimed. "Now, I have something I wish to confirm with you." "What is it? Just say it." The wind god Pterodactyl replied casually. Having spent considerable time with Zhang Yi, he was well aware that whenever Zhang Yi spoke so politely, it meant he had something in mind that required his assistance. Given that Zhang Yi had been thoughtful towards him during their recent escapades, even calling him Dragon Brother incessantly throughout the day, he was genuinely inclined to lend a hand. seeing the wind god pterodactyl, so agreeable. Zhang Yi continued, Dragon Brother, you also heard the command of the demon commander. If we can secure victory in the tournament, we will have the opportunity to choose a spirit vein cave. Therefore, I wish to ask, after a brief hesitation. Zhang Yi laid bare his thoughts. Could you take us on a tour of the spirit vein caves nearby to scout for the one with the most abundant spiritual energy, serving as our future base for sustenance? It must be said that ever since Zhang Yi broke through to the divine beast realm, his confidence had soared alongside his growing prowess. They had yet to participate in the tournament. Yet he was already selecting prizes for the anticipated victory. Perhaps fearing that the wind god pterodactyl might be reluctant to act, Zhang Yi even resorted to temptation, stating, Dragon Brother, although my sister mentioned that the people from the Demon Sage Mansion would collect the resources from the deceased great demons in advance. Consider this. If we act swiftly enough, we might just arrive before the Demon Sage Mansion does and seize a fortune. Upon hearing this, the Empress, who had been puzzled by Zhang Yi's intentions, suddenly grasped the idea. Indeed, how could she not have thought of that? Given the current circumstances, those fellows from the Demon Sage Mansion might still be in the process of tallying up their spoils, having yet to collect the treasures amassed by the deceased great demons that at this moment. The most they have managed is to bring back the corpse of the fallen Bloodshadow demon tiger. If they seize the opportunity to scour the area before the others can gather the remains of the great demons, they could certainly reap considerable rewards. After all, they currently possess the unparalleled speed of the wind god Wyvern as their steed, granting them an inherent advantage in swiftness. Indeed, Brother Long as we are swift enough, we are bound to discover a plethora of treasures. Perhaps among those great demons, there are many who, like you, indulge in the pleasures of the palate. Just imagine, the collections of great demons must be of the highest caliber. Moreover, with my brother's unique craftsmanship, you are sure to enjoy a sumptuous feast. I must say, when it comes to coaxing demons, the Empress has truly mastered the art. It is likely that only Zhang Yi can slightly surpass her in this regard. That I enter belief. The best trump card against the wind god Wyvern is a grand feast. If one feast is insufficient, then let there be another. Indeed, under the persuasive charm of this brother-sister duo, the initially reluctant wind god Wyvern was soon lured by the promise of a grand banquet. Although it was still uncertain what culinary delights awaited, the mere thought of it caused a glistening droplet to form at the corner of its mouth. Very well, in light of your filial piety, Brother Long shall grant you a taste of what it means to soar like the wind. With a fierce gale and clouds soaring high, they ascended like a whirlwind, under the temptation of the feast. The somewhat dim-witted wind god Wyvern quickly transformed into a flying vehicle, carrying Zhang Yi and his family of 4 on their journey, perhaps in an effort to motivate Brother Long during their brisk passage. Zhang Yi and the Empress would occasionally offer him some roasted meat, euphemistically claiming it was to cheer him on. Indeed, with such special treatment, Zhang Yi and his companions arrived at the nearest cave to their previous campsite in just 1 hour. However, upon their arrival, before they could investigate the situation, they encountered a curious little demon beast. This creature, perhaps due to its impure bloodline, appeared rather foolish to Zhang Yi and his companions. Yet, beneath its seemingly simple exterior lay a keen intelligence. Noticing the unfamiliar faces, the little creature approached without waiting for Zhang Yi to call out. Hey, you must be demons from afar. This place is quite perilous. Without a local guide, you might not even know how you perished. Conveniently, I'm the local expert, and within a radius of 100 miles, there are few places I am unaware of. As long as you are willing to part with a spirit fruit, I can serve as your guide. The Empress, unimpressed by the little creature's self-promotion, was about to refuse, but before she could utter a word, Zhang Yi had already taken a spirit fruit from his pocket and tossed it over. In Zhang Yi's eyes, spirit fruits were merely occasional treats, akin to apples or pears in the human world. Given his current cultivation level, they were hardly of significance. Did he reason that, as they were unfamiliar with the area, relying solely on luck might cause them to miss out on numerous treasures. However, having a guide would certainly make a difference. Little creature, can you take us to explore the nearby spirit vein caves? Zhang Yi asked gently as he approached the little demon beast. Of course, no problem at all, the little demon exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of the spirit fruit Zhang Yi had thrown. Follow me. As it spoke, the little demon dashed swiftly into the depths of the forest. Under the guidance of this little creature, Zhang Yi and his companions soon arrived at their first destination, which appeared to be a cave of a wolf demon. This conclusion stemmed primarily from the strong scent of urine that Zhang Yi detected from a distance. Chapter 37. The Empress's Scheme for Wealth. Even as great demons, they still could not shake the habit of relieving themselves indiscriminately. How disgusting! The Empress and Zhang Yi flapped their wings in disdain, as if hoping to lessen the foul odor. In contrast, the giant bird mother and her companions seemed oblivious to the unpleasant scent and were already excitedly rushing towards the wolf demon's cave. Seeing them rush in, the Empress and Zhang Yi, fearing that they might snatch up valuable treasures, reluctantly steeled themselves and followed their companions into the cave. Upon entering, Zhang Yi immediately activated his insight to perceive his surroundings. Based on his observations and the residual spiritual energy within the cave, it was evident that a wolf demon of at least third-tier cultivation had once resided here, that it was only through the dual trials of the Beast Tide and Bloodshadow Demon Tiger that this place had become desolate. Otherwise, with their prior cultivation levels, encountering such a presence would have prompted them to flee as quickly as possible. Looking around, the cave contained nothing particularly precious or valuable. It was mostly filled with remnants of demon flesh, bones, hides, and some commonly found herbs and spirit fruits. From the arrangement within the cave, it was clear that the wolf demon had not lived a life of luxury to that moment. However, Zhang Yi was unaware that their initial misadventure stemmed from overlooking a crucial detail. They were now at the edge of the forest's core area, where the demons that survived were all at least third or fourth tier. Creatures like the wolf demon, which thrived on the outskirts, were practically negligible here. These beings typically relied on hunting other demon beasts to enhance their cultivation. Moreover, wolf demons in particular were not particularly discerning when it came to food. They were akin to household dogs in the human world, being omnivorous and consuming whatever was available without any fuss to strike it rich. They would need to venture deeper. Realizing there was little profit to be gained here, Zhang Yi and his companions decided against wasting more time. After a brief search and confirming that there were no particularly valuable items in the cave, they left. Upon exiting, Zhang Yi's initial enthusiasm had completely dissipated, that he had hoped to seize this opportunity for a windfall, only to face this disappointing outcome. Perhaps sensing Zhang Yi's despondent mood, the wind god Wyvern took on the role of a supportive older brother. "Brother, don't be disheartened. It's just a wasted trip, that if this place doesn't work out, we can always try another location." Asked the older brother. "I may not boast of much, but I have never been outpaced in speed. Come, let us venture deeper into the forest. I refuse to believe we can't find anything of value after all this effort." Just as Zhang Yi appeared hesitant, contemplating whether to continue, the little demon who had been leading them seemed to have overheard something significant from their conversation. "Hey, I couldn't help but overhear. You came all this way, looking to scour for treasures, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback before nodding vigorously, realizing he had confirmed the little demon's suspicion. It continued, "Then you might be in for a long day." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Yi and the Empress asked, perplexed. "You probably don't know, but in our territory, the demons here have all awakened their intellect. When they find something valuable that they cannot use, they trade it at the demon market for items they need, just like humans do. So, if you're hoping to strike it rich by picking up discarded treasures, I suggest you save your efforts." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi suddenly understood. It seemed that not only the human world was progressing, the world of demons was evolving as well. To speak frankly, were it not for this little demon enlightening him, he would have never fathomed that these creatures might one day abandon their traditional ways and instead emulate humans by establishing a demon market. The outcome was far from beneficial. Not only did he fail to reap any rewards, but he also incurred the loss of a spirit fruit. Where could he possibly seek redress? Just as despair began to settle in his heart, the Empress nearby seemed to have caught a whiff of a business opportunity. With a sudden, decisive stride, she approached the little demon and inquired, "I heard you mention a demon market deep in the jungle, correct?" "Indeed. Did I not just say so?" Upon hearing this, the Empress became exceedingly excited. Yet her fervor frightened the little demon who had guided them, making him think that this formidable female might have some unspeakable intentions towards him. Fortunately, the Empress quickly regained her composure. "Oh, that's how it is," she murmured softly. Suddenly, she turned to Zhang Yi beside her. "If I recall correctly, you must have quite a few valuable items, do you not?" "What do you mean?" Under the Empress's piercing gaze, Zhang Yi felt an unsettling sensation, as though he were about to be robbed. Little girl, I advise you to behave yourself and not to covet my belongings. Otherwise, as your elder brother, I won't hesitate to teach you how to properly be a demon. As Zhang Yi spoke, he intentionally displayed an expression he believed to be intimidating. Perceiving the misunderstanding, the Empress quickly shook her head and explained her intentions to, "Oh dear brother, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I have no desire to covet your treasures. Instead, I have conceived a brilliant idea. If my plan comes to fruition, we may not even need to wander about. Perhaps we could strike it rich." Hearing her words, Zhang Yi felt a flicker of intrigue. However, out of caution, he scrutinized the Empress for a long moment before hesitantly asking, "You say there is a chance to make a fortune. You are not deceiving me, are you? I warn you, should I discover any deceit, the consequences will be dire." Chapter 38. The unique business of scorpion feces. Look at how frightened you are. Do you think I am that wicked in your eyes? After all, you are my dear brother. Though you may not act like one most of the time, I would never betray you, the Empress assured him, her tone laced with sincerity. Rest assured, I guarantee that as long as you heed my advice, we will undoubtedly profit from this venture. If fortune favors us, we might even strike a grand deal. Fearing that Zhang Yi might doubt her, she promptly patted her not-so-firm chest in assurance. Then, how about you share your plan? Despite the Empress's repeated reassurances, Zhang Yi remained somewhat skeptical of this reincarnated sister of his. All right, let me explain my thoughts, she began, outlining the basic premise of her earlier concept, that in essence, her plan was nothing more than the simplest form of barter reminiscent of early human society. In her view, while the beasts deep within the jungle had awakened their intelligence and begun to imitate human commerce, they were still not human. Their cognitive abilities, despite being enhanced, were ultimately limited. It is well known that commerce is a profound art, one that cannot be mastered merely by a few enlightened demons. Given their intellectual capacity, they would only grasp the superficial aspects. This was evident from the earlier little demon's behavior, that if the Empress had conducted the transaction, she would never have allowed Zhang Yi to settle for just a common spirit fruit. Even if she did not aim to extract a hefty sum, she would certainly demand a share after the other party obtained their goods. Yet this little creature had transformed a potentially lucrative deal into a mere one-time transaction. Now, not only had he failed to secure sufficient benefits, but he had also risked offending the more formidable demons of the jungle. The imbalance between risk and reward was glaringly apparent. That it was precisely because of this that the Empress concluded that the formidable demons within the market were probably no more adept than the little fellow. When it came to bargaining, a skill honed in the human world, they would surely lag behind her. This realization presented an opportunity. After all, she had once been a revered empress of the celestial dynasty. In terms of shrewdness, these great demons would be no match for her. Thus, they could boldly venture into the demon market, leveraging the resources in Zhang Yi's possession to engage in a game of small for large. Of barter, as Zhang Yi absorbed her plan, a light of understanding dawned upon him. How had he not considered this sooner? Certainly, his earlier despondency over not finding any good items had clouded his judgment. In his past life as a human, he had frequently haggled with the vendors at the market. At times, he would even spend nearly half an hour negotiating over a mere dime. When it came to bargaining, he truly did not believe these great demons could rival him. After all, the vendors of his previous life were seasoned negotiators that if they could not best him, how could these demons? Moreover, Zhang Yi possessed an unparalleled advantage over both humans and demons in this world, a marketing acumen and commercial insight that far exceeded the understanding of this era. If he so desired, he could easily bewilder these less than astute demons. With this thought, Zhang Yi readily agreed to the Empress's plan. All right, let us proceed as you suggested. However, as the saying goes, clear accounts make for good relations among brothers. We must clarify how to split the profits beforehand to avoid any future complications. How shall we divide the profits? Naturally, it shall be a 50-50 split. While you may provide the items without my clever idea, you would likely not have thought of this at all. The Empress was spirited as she proposed an equal division. Faced with such an unreasonable demand, Zhang Yi would not acquiesce in his view. He had borne all the costs, thus, he deserved the larger share. Even if he did not demand a 90-10 split, it should at least be 20-80. A 50-50 division was out of the question. Moreover, now that he was aware of her plan, It was safe to say that if he chose to act unethically and suddenly reversed his agreement, the Empress would likely have no recourse but to watch helplessly, no matter how unwilling she might be. After all, in a world where moral obligations were non-existent, not even a demon could bind him to ethical standards. He was confident in his strength. If she dared to protest, he would not hesitate to administer a lesson in love and ethics. After all, such actions were not new to him. However, just as he resolved to be unyielding and deny any accountability, the Empress's subsequent words prompted him to relent. "You, my dear brother, I knew you would not honor your word, but before you hastily refuse, allow me to finish my thoughts. You may reconsider afterward." "What do you mean by that?" Strangely, when the Empress uttered this phrase, Zhang Yi felt an unsettling sensation as though he were being manipulated. Sensing his agitation, the Empress feigned nonchalance and slowly asked, "Can you refine pills?" Those 5 short words left Zhang Yi, as well as the other nearby individuals, momentarily speechless. "No, I cannot," he began, but then suddenly realized something. "Refine pills? What do you mean?" Zhang Yi looked at the Empress, who wore a smug expression, with confusion. "Nothing much, just the literal meaning." As Zhang Yi grew anxious, the Empress remained calm. "Oh, you know what is the most precious commodity in the demon world. While demon crystals and cores are indeed valuable, compared to the pills refined by humans, these items are akin to garbage. After all, not every demon possesses your extraordinary physique and capabilities. Refining demon cores or crystals carries a certain risk, one that you have previously experienced, which could be described as a life-or-death situation. However, in comparison, the risks associated with human-refined pills are significantly lower. Therefore, I can assert that if we can successfully refine pills, then in the demon market, we would undoubtedly engage in a unique and unparalleled business." Chapter 39. The secrets behind lavish transactions in the monster market. Guided by the small demon beast, the wind god Winged Dragon led Zhang Yi and his companions to the so-called monster market in less than half an hour. As they surveyed the surroundings, it became evident that this purported monster market was merely a relatively flat expanse nestled between several hills. "Here we are at the monster market," the small demon beast exclaimed, pointing eagerly at the open space before them. "How swiftly we have arrived! Now that we are here, let us take a look. I am curious to discern the differences between this monster market and the human world's marketplaces." Zhang Yi pondered, leading the Empress and the mother of the giant bird in pursuit of the small demon beast towards the market. This so-called monster market was rather haphazardly arranged. The stalls were manned by the great demons of the forest. Glancing around, Zhang Yi noted that the scale of the market was not particularly large, even smaller than the vegetable markets he had encountered in his past life. At that moment, dozens of great demons squatted listlessly at their respective stalls, not calling out to attract customers. They would only occasionally offer a brief introduction to their goods when other great demons or demon beasts expressed interest. Upon their arrival at the gathering of great demons, Zhang Yi quickly joined the throng in search of treasures, scanning the area for anything that might catch his eye. Meanwhile, the Empress furrowed her brow after observing the surroundings. "Little one, do you have any goods from the human world for sale here?" she inquired. The small demon beast pondered for a moment before suddenly slapping its forehead as if struck by inspiration. "I remember. Not far ahead, there is a stall that specializes in selling human goods. However, since most of the trading here is conducted by great demons, I am unsure if that stall is open today." The small demon beast glanced at the Empress with a hint of trepidation. Just then, Zhang Yi returned, and upon learning that the Empress was seeking human goods, a look of confusion crossed his face. "What do you need human goods for? Are you reluctant to part with your identity as the Empress of the Celestial Dynasty?" he queried. In response to his bewilderment, the Empress shot him a significant glare. "Of course. If we do not find a stall selling human goods, how can we execute our plan? I can concoct elixirs, but without an alchemy furnace, how am I to refine them?" Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yi suddenly understood. "I see. I had not considered that. I was so focused on finding something delicious to eat." Embarrassed, he scratched his head, realizing he had completely forgotten their earlier agreement to collaborate. To deflect the awkwardness, he suggested that they follow the small demon beast to the stall selling human items. Under the guidance of the small demon beast, they soon arrived at the stall. They were fortunate indeed. The vendor, who typically only set up shop once every 10 days or so, was actually present today. Moreover, the Empress immediately spotted a dusty bronze alchemy furnace tucked away in a corner of the stall, which still contained some miscellaneous spiritual fruits and herbs. That it seemed the vendor was unaware of the true purpose of the iron object that served as nothing more than a container for spiritual fruits and herbs. While the quality of the furnace was not exceptional, it was more than adequate for refining ordinary elixirs. As Zhang Yi and his companions halted in front of the stall, he could discern from the vendor's aura that this great demon was at least of the third tier. If not higher, it was no surprise that despite being in a forest populated solely by demons, he could still manage to acquire items typically found only in the human world. It was likely that these goods had been seized from human cultivators who ventured into the jungle for hunting. This was evident from the darkened bloodstains that marred the surface of the bronze alchemy furnace. That moment, the perceptive small demon beast stepped forward to engage the vendor in conversation. After a brief exchange, the vendor indicated that if they were interested in purchasing his wares, they could exchange them for meat from third-tier or higher demon beasts or demon cores. Upon hearing this, the Empress stepped forward to negotiate. "How much for this item, esteemed vendor?" she asked, nudging the alchemy furnace with her paw. 3 gene of spiritual fruits for 7-tier demon beast meat, and 10 gene of spiritual herbs for 7-tier demon beast meat. "No bargaining," the vendor replied nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at the alchemy furnace. Seeing the vendor's attitude, the Empress, rather than being incensed, adopted a surprisingly generous demeanor and turned to Zhang Yi. "What are you waiting for? Take out the goods." Zhang Yi was perplexed by her lack of negotiation. Why is this extravagant woman not even attempting to haggle? Since it is not her own belongings, she is quite generous. However, her generosity will surely cost me many delectable treats. Noticing Zhang Yi's hesitation, the Empress pressed on. "Did you not hear me? Bring out the items." Reluctantly, Zhang Yi retrieved the demon beast meat he had secretly stashed away for his own meals. With a thud, he dropped 13 gene of demon beast meat onto the ground. Witnessing their promptness in presenting the meat, the vendor's previously indifferent demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. "Esteemed guests, please wait a moment, and I shall find something to package your purchase." The vendor's change in attitude stemmed primarily from the cultivation levels of Zhang Yi and his companions, that he had initially assumed that they, being only third-tier demons at most, could not afford his wares. After all, while third- and fourth-tier great demons might dominate the fringes of the jungle, they were hardly formidable in its central regions. Furthermore, as a great demon, he understood that aside from herbivorous beasts, few demons would find value in spiritual fruits and herbs. After all, in their perception, consuming meat was the prerogative of a great demon. Just as the vendor prepared to procure a hide to package the spiritual fruits and herbs, the seemingly extravagant Empress suddenly interjected. "Wait a moment." Chapter 40. The Empress's tactics. The Empress's unexpected interruption caused the vendor, who had already pulled out a hide, to freeze in place. "What? Is she having second thoughts?" he mused inwardly. Having operated in the monster market for many years, this was the first time he had encountered a buyer who did not engage in haggling. Now, having found such a lucrative opportunity, would he really let this prize slip away? No, absolutely not. With that thought, the vendor shifted his previously humble demeanor, glaring menacingly at the Empress. "Little girl, what do you mean? Are you having second thoughts? I have already sold this to you. Today, you must take it, whether you want it or not." As he spoke, the vendor's cultivation level became apparent, suggesting he was prepared to resort to violence should the need arise. Seeing the vendor's demeanor, the mother of the giant bird, still unaware of the unfolding situation, instinctively moved to shield the Empress. "What do you intend to do?" Though the mother of the giant bird was also a third-tier great demon, the disparity between them was evident in terms of bloodline, combat experience, and size. The differences were sufficient to create a significant gap between third-tier great demons. The vendor was clearly not a benign character. The fact that he could seize spoils from humans indicated his combat experience far surpassed that of the mother of the giant bird, who had only recently ascended to the third tier. In contrast to the mother of the giant bird's tension, the Empress remained remarkably composed. "Hold on. Do not be so quick to act. I have not finished speaking." Unhurriedly, she stepped forward from behind the mother of the giant bird and pointed at the bronze alchemy furnace filled with spiritual herbs and fruits. "Vendor, I did not say I would not trade. I simply meant to suggest you need not waste any hides that I find that iron object quite appealing. Why not just give me this little item?" Upon hearing the other party's words, The great demon suddenly realized that he had been rather rash and had misinterpreted the other's intentions. In the next moment, he transformed instantaneously into a master of facial expressions, grinning broadly as he clasped his hands towards the Empress. My dear girl, what a ruckus this has caused. We nearly fell in a misunderstanding, did we not? I must say, I am truly sorry. It was all a result of this old man's impetuosity. The abrupt shift in the great demon's demeanor was not without its own ulterior motives. Although his cultivation level surpassed that of the giant bird, in a real confrontation, he would not hold the advantage. It is essential to note that this demon market is the territory of the demon saint's estate. Should matters escalate here, even he would find himself in a precarious situation. The fierce countenance he had displayed earlier was entirely feigned. Intended to intimidate the young lady opposite him, in truth, he dared not raise a hand against her. After all, he needed to continue his dealings in this place. If word spread that he was bullying demons and engaging in coercive transactions, incurring the wrath of the demon saint's estate would be the least of his concerns. More importantly, he would likely find himself unable to operate within this demon market ever again. Now that the other party showed no intention of retracting her offer, he decided to gracefully yield that if he could close this deal and part with a mere iron trinket, it was hardly a significant loss. In fact, in some respects, this cold, hard iron object was worth far less than the hides used to wrap the spiritual fruits and herbs for Zhang Yi and his companions. Although the hides were not particularly valuable in the demon market, they could still be sold. Even a fly's leg, though small, is still a piece of meat. After a moment of contemplation, the great demon feigned a reluctant demeanor, gazing at the Empress with a look of regret, and spoke in a hushed tone. My dear girl, I only agreed to this because of your generous spirit, since you were so straightforward. It would indeed be unbecoming of me to be overly calculating. Very well. This iron trinket is yours. However, the great demon did not notice that their exchange had left Zhang Yi, who was privy to the situation, utterly dumbfounded. Initially, upon seeing the other's intent to escalate the situation, he had prepared himself to ensure that neither his mother nor his sister would come to harm, even if it meant causing a ruckus in the demon market. In his view, although his Empress sister often clashed with him, it was merely a familial dispute that he could bully her, but he would never permit another demon to do so. Should the great demon dare to strike, he would certainly seize the opportunity to retaliate with lethal force. He would not hesitate to abandon participation in the upcoming Demon Saint Estate competition if necessary. Yet before he could act, merely momentarily stunned, the previously tense atmosphere was effortlessly diffused by the young Empress. One must admit, his Empress sister indeed possessed a remarkable knack for handling such matters, setting aside other considerations, even in terms of manipulating the hearts of demons. It was unlikely he could ever hope to match her skill, no matter how much he trained. With that thought, he could only shake his head helplessly and then lead Xiao Pu and Long Gu to other stalls to continue their treasure hunt. As for the Empress, through her deft maneuvering, the great demon willingly packaged the medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits along with the bronze alchemical furnace for her. In the end, the great demon was quite pleased, believing he had secured a great bargain. When Zhang Yi and his companions finally left the demon market, they were laden with a plethora of medicinal materials and spiritual fruits obtained from their exchanges. Typically, one would expect them to be elated upon returning with such treasures. However, among them, aside from the Empress who held the bronze alchemical furnace, the expressions on the faces of the others resembled those of mourners. Each wore a glum countenance, moving as if drained of all energy. The reason for their dismal state was quite simple. They had run out of provisions. Indeed, they had run out of food. The demon meat that Zhang Yi had hidden away had all been traded by the Empress for the herbs and spiritual fruits in the market. Now, they could not even contemplate a feast. The mere thought of how to fill their bellies posed a significant challenge that if they wished to avoid hunger, they would have to seek out a suitable prey to deal with. The responsibility of hunting fell squarely upon Zhang Yi's shoulders, for he could not assist with the alchemy. However, if the Empress failed to produce any elixirs, he would undoubtedly demand repayment for today's expenditures. With interest, Chapter 41. A skilled hunter often appears as prey while the Empress busied herself with alchemy. Zhang Yi, along with Long Gu and Xiao Pu, began scouring the forest for food. Unfortunately, after their extensive search, they found not even a single top-quality ingredient, let alone a mountain chicken or wild rabbit. Perhaps hunger had truly taken its toll, Long Gu, who initially sought a sumptuous meal to improve their diet, suddenly fell silent. Alas, you, my friend, are far too earnest, leaving nothing for yourself and giving it all to that girl for those spiritual herbs and fruits. Now I must suffer hunger alongside you. Had he known that their current predicament would unfold, he would have acted differently from the start. Meanwhile, the wind spirit wyvern voiced his complaints, while Zhang Yi, who had been searching for food, suddenly covered his mouth. Hush! Why the rush? I told you, as long as you follow me, I'll guarantee you a life of luxury. The wind spirit wyvern looked at Zhang Yi with disdain. A life of luxury? At this rate, if we continue like this, we'll soon be begging on the streets. Why the rush? Just wait. If I'm not mistaken, it shouldn't be long before food comes knocking at our door. What do you mean? The wind spirit wyvern looked at Zhang Yi perplexed. Take a moment to sense your surroundings. Surely you've noticed something? Zhang Yi said with a knowing glance towards the nearby thicket, which for reasons unknown, had shifted unexpectedly. Observing the thicket, Zhang Yi refrained from revealing his thoughts immediately and walked a little further before speaking in a low voice. Long Gu, have you ever heard the saying, wealth should not be flaunted? Wealth should not be flaunted? What does that mean? The wind spirit wyvern was left bewildered by Zhang Yi's sudden remark that it's quite simple. In human society, those who possess wealth typically do not reveal their affluence when they go out. You know why? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before continuing his explanation. For no other reason than that they fear becoming targets. Think about it. When we were so ostentatiously collecting spiritual fruits and herbs in the demon market, if you were in their shoes and knew I had so many treasures, what would you do? Upon hearing this, the wind spirit wyvern seemed to grasp the implication. Are you suggesting that, precisely, in this jungle, where the law of the jungle prevails, strength speaks volumes, that if you encountered someone whose strength was inferior to yours, yet they possessed a treasure trove of items you desired, what would you do? What else could I do? Naturally, I would rob them. In this jungle, strength is the ultimate truth. The weak are destined to become the sustenance of the strong. Exactly, as the saying goes, to catch a big fish, one must use heavy bait. And right now, we are perceived as the big fish in the eyes of those great demons. However, little do they know that the most skilled hunters often appear as their prey. They wish to devour us, yet unbeknownst to them, they have already fallen into my trap. As they idly chatted, they pretended to search aimlessly for their quarry. Behind them, approximately 40 to 50 meters away, two figures were closely monitoring every move made by Zhang Yi and his companions, that if Zhang Yi and his group were to glance back at that moment, they would undoubtedly recognize one of the two as the very vendor who had previously gifted them the bronze cauldron. As for the other, it was obvious that he was merely a hired aide. Gradually, Zhang Yi and his companions ventured further away from the safety of the demon saint's residence. During this time, while appearing to hunt for prey, Zhang Yi was discreetly using his insight to observe the two figures hidden in the bushes behind them, one a third-tier great demon, the other a second-tier. Given his current strength, although he could not contend with a third-tier vendor, dealing with the second-tier assistant should pose no problem. After all, even when he was merely a seventh-tier beast, he had single-handedly slain a first-tier mountain demon. As for the formidable third-tier great demon, Zhang Yi had no intention of engaging it himself. He planned to leave that to the slothful Feng Xin Yilong, who had been pretending to be harmless throughout their journey. Despite appearing to do little more than eat and drink while accompanying them, Zhang Yi was certain that Long Gu possessed the greatest strength among their group, that if it weren't for this fact, Zhang Yi would not have been so quick to refer to him as Long Gu. His intention was not merely to persuade the others to rely on him for travel. To some extent, it was also an acknowledgement of Long Ji's power. If Long Gu were not so lethargic, he would be more than capable of battling even a fifth-tier great demon that as time drew on and their distance increased. Zhang Yi felt it was time to close the net, that if they delayed any longer, they would likely miss dinner. After all, they had spent the entire day assisting the Empress in gathering herbs and spiritual fruits. To be honest, Zhang Yi was unsure if the others were hungry, but he himself was practically starving. Suddenly, Zhang Yi, who had been feigning the search for prey, came to an abrupt halt. Long Gu, now is the time. Prepare to strike. With that signal, a fireball the size of a grinding disc was immediately expelled. The one who made this move was none other than the small Pooh, who had been faithfully following Zhang Yi. This creature was a bona fide descendant of the Jinwu. His sudden attack caught the two figures, who had been hiding in the bushes, completely off guard. "Damn! Get out of the way!" As those words echoed, two shadows surged forth from the underbrush. Realizing they had been discovered, the two figures ceased their pretenses. Initially, they had planned to launch a surprise attack when Zhang Yi and his companions grew weary. But they had not anticipated that this cunning individual would uncover their presence so swiftly. Since they would eventually have to engage, they decided to abandon their stealth. With a furious roar, the third-tier Black Bear Demon rose to its feet and charged directly at Zhang Yi. Chapter 42, Playing the Fool. In exchange of Li for Tao, the reason the Black Bear Demon targeted Zhang Yi immediately was simple. During their previous dealings in the demon market, it was Zhang Yi who had invariably footed the bill for the Empress's transactions. Consequently, the Black Bear Demon assumed that among Zhang Yi's group, he was the wealthiest. Unfortunately, despite its calculations, the Black Bear Demon would soon learn that the once extravagant Zhang Yi had become a penniless wretch. At the same time the Black Bear Demon lunged at Zhang Yi, its second-tier companion also launched an attack against Feng Shun Yilong, and the small PUIT was only at that moment that Zhang Yi and his companions realized that the Black Bear Demon's ally was a massive seven-colored python. In an instant, the giant serpent's colossal form enveloped Long Gu and the small Pu, who appeared to still be in a daze. Then began to quickly constrict its surroundings, intending to crush Long Gu and the small Pu with its immense size. Regrettably for the great serpent, its assumptions were misguided. With its limited powers, it was uncertain whether it could contend with Long Gu, and it was clear that the terrifying flames emanating from the small Pu would pose a significant challenge. As the Black Bear Demon revealed its murderous intent, the small Pu, who had previously seemed like a mere shadow, suddenly transformed into a fierce creature, its eyes glinting with cold light. "How dare a mere reptile lay hands on me? Watch as I roast you," the small Pu declared, summoning an inferno of terrifying flames around itself, evidently intending to teach this audacious demon a lesson. Seeing the small Pu take action, Long Gu did not rush to join the fray. Instead, he spread his wings and ascended into the air to gain a vantage point, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. With the flames soaring, in just a moment, the once confident second-tier seven-colored python found itself engulfed in terrifying fire. The serpent had intended to roll on the ground to extinguish the flames before devouring the audacious creature that had dared to strike at it. However, as it began to execute its plan, it quickly realized that the situation was far more complicated than anticipated, and no matter how it twisted and turned, the flames refused to be extinguished. Rather, they only intensified. The serpent was oblivious to the small Pu's true identity. Had it known the small Pu was a descendant of the Jinwu, it would have undoubtedly avoided the peculiar flames at all costs. Unfortunately, it was too late for such realizations that the small Pu. The serpent's enormous body was akin to a living target. Any attack it launched would easily hit its mark without the need for aiming or preparation. As the flames on the seven-colored python grew more ferocious, it soon began to writhe and struggle on the ground. At this point, it was no longer in a position to launch any counterattacks. The relentless flames had become its sole concern. Just as the small Pu had nearly subdued the great serpent, Long Gu, who had been observing from above, suddenly dove down, aiming directly for the python's vital point. With a swift motion, a stream of blood erupted as Long Ji's fangs sunk into the serpent. In an instant, the previously thrashing seven-colored python became as limp as a cooked noodle, rendered immobile. "All right, little one, you've toyed with it enough. Don't actually burn it to a crisp," Long Gu exclaimed, anticipating a feast of roasted serpent. "Quickly wrap things up. Let us check with your father to see if he needs assistance." Upon hearing Long Ji's words, the small Pu, brimming with pride, retracted the fiercely burning flames from the seven-colored python. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the ease with which the small Pu and Long Gu had dispatched their foe, Zhang Yi faced a significantly greater burden, that he was the linchpin of this elaborate scheme of playing the fool and turning the tables. Moreover, he was not merely confronting a genuine third-tier great demon, but rather the notoriously troublesome and battle-hardened Black Bear Demon of the forest. Although the Black Bear Demon was only a third-tier creature, its thick fur and nearly indestructible paws would pose a challenge even to fourth- or fifth-tier demons. Thus, it was no wonder that within the entire demon market, only this particular demon sold items from the human realm. Consequently, even though Zhang Yi had awakened a trace of the Jinwu bloodline, Contending with this resilient opponent remained rather daunting. After all, not every great demon would be as foolish as the mountain demon he had previously ambushed. At that moment, Zhang Yi perceived the imposing figure before him as nothing less than a walking boulder, powerful and nearly impervious to damage. Aside from a few unprotected weak points, there appeared to be no vulnerabilities whatsoever. It was for this reason that Zhang Yi felt compelled to engage in a battle of attrition, avoiding close combat at all costs. Fortunately, while the Black Bear Demon had innate advantages in strength and defense, it also possessed a significant weakness. Speed.S1's physique expands. Agility and reflexes invariably suffer a significant decline. It is precisely on account of this that Zhang Yi has managed to stalemate with his opponent for such an extended duration. At this juncture, he is not required to undertake any elaborate actions. His sole responsibility is to prolong the confrontation until Long Gu and his companion resolve their own battle. Once that transpires, the 3-against-1 scenario will surely overwhelm the formidable Black Bear Demon, regardless of its astonishing defensive capabilities, as they will exploit their numerical superiority to wear it down. Furthermore, while he may lack the means to breach the Black Bear Demon's defenses, it does not imply that Long Gu and Xiao Pu are incapable of subduing this behemoth. Speaking of Long Gu, just Xiao Pu alone is likely to give this creature quite the headache. After all, Zhang Yi had previously witnessed the terrifying breach capabilities of this little one when they dealt with the mountain demon that time. None of them could penetrate the mountain demon's defenses. Yet Xiao Pu, with the utmost ease, managed to rend the opponent asunder with mere swipes. Just as they were embroiled in this fierce struggle, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from behind them. Roar! This clarion call from Long Gu served as a battle trumpet, signaling the onset of their offensive in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yi, who had been merely restraining the Black Bear Demon, unleashed his ultimate move, 3,000 flames. As flames surged forth, the Black Bear Demon barely had a moment to react before being engulfed in blazing infernos. Simultaneously, capitalizing on their prior collaborative experience, Xiao Pu and Long Gu maneuvered through the flames and closed in on the Black Bear Demon. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Pu unleashed a massive fireball aimed directly at the 2 swinging mounds beneath the demon's belly. Whoosh! As flames erupted, the Black Bear Demon first felt an intense heat below, followed swiftly by a piercing agony. Howl! 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 With the successive cries of anguish, the once proud Black Bear Demon was reduced to a quivering mass upon the ground, akin to a frostbitten eggplant, rendered utterly incapable of resistance. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yi, who had been hovering in the air, wasted no time. He dove down with ferocity, his claws aimed squarely at the demon's diminutive eyes. Thud, thud! With the sound of water balloons bursting, the demon's eyes erupted in twin geysers of blood. At this point, the Black Bear Demon had truly become a veritable blind creature. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. It is worth noting that Zhang Yi and his companions already held a numerical advantage over the demons, and their strength was nearly on par. Now, with the demon's most vulnerable points having sustained grievous injuries, the outcome of the battle was patently clear. With Xiao Pu's claws, sharp as steel, rending open the Black Bear Demon's belly, its fate was sealed. What followed was a thorough cleanup of the battleground. With the Wind God Wyvern serving as their airborne vehicle, even the massive Black Bear Demon and the Rainbow Giant Python posed no challenge to Zhang Yi and his companions. They merely exchanged glances and swiftly set to work, each knowing their roles without the need for further communication. Having ventured into the heart of the jungle, they had engaged in countless similar operations, honing their teamwork to a fine art. Just as they completed their task and prepared to return to rendezvous with the Empress and the giant bird matriarch, a sharp avian cry pierced the air. Caw! Hearing the sudden noise, Zhang Yi's heart tightened. This is bad, he cried out, summoning the Wind God Wyvern. Long Gu, don't waste time. We must return. There may be trouble with Mother. Upon hearing that danger had befallen the Empress and the giant bird matriarch, the Wind God Wyvern wasted no time, beckoning Zhang Yi and the others aboard before flapping its mighty wings and racing toward their predetermined meeting point. If his instincts were correct, it was likely that the Empress and her daughter were in peril. With a sense of urgency for their safety, the Wind God Wyvern soared at an impressive speed. Reaching their meeting point in less than 15 minutes from a distance, Zhang Yi spotted a massive river near their camp, where tumultuous waters churned violently that a gigantic, pitch-black bird was thrashing about in the water. Meanwhile, the vulnerable Empress, trembling in fear, was anxiously pacing beneath a nearby tree, her expression fraught with worry. She had attempted multiple times to rush to the giant bird's aid, only to be sternly rebuked. The giant bird's caution was well-founded. As a mere divine beast, the Empress was utterly unqualified to intervene in a battle of such magnitude. Should she charge in, she would not only be of no assistance, but might also distract the giant bird, forcing it to divert its attention to protect her. At this moment, the Empress silently cursed Zhang Yi for his tardiness. Where could he possibly be? It was just a matter of fetching some food. How could he be so slow? Just as she was lamenting, her thoughts were interrupted by the sight of three familiar figures. Without a second thought, she shouted towards them, "Brother, hurry and help." "Mother!" There was no need for further explanation. Zhang Yi understood the gravity of the situation. "Rest assured, you and Xiao Pu stay put. Long Ge, follow me," he called out, leading Long Ge toward the tumultuous river. Splash, splash, without hesitation, Zhang Yi and the wind god wyvern dove into the water. Once submerged, Zhang Yi discovered that the giant bird was locked in a fierce struggle with a massive, snow-white serpent. The giant bird's legs were ensnared tightly by the serpent, and despite its frantic flapping, it could not free itself from the constricting coils. Moreover, Zhang Yi could sense the giant bird's strength waning with each passing moment, that if this continued, it would not be long before the giant bird could no longer endure. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yi lunged at the serpent, biting down fiercely. With a sickening rip, he tore a substantial chunk of flesh from the great white serpent, eliciting a pained reaction, realizing it had acquired assistance. The serpent, despite the agony coursing through its body, hastened its grip, tightening around the giant bird and in an instant. The serpent, which had merely entangled the giant bird's legs, began to extend its coils around its body, wings, and neck. Drawing from his previous experience fighting the serpent, Zhang Yi recognized that if it ensnared the giant bird's neck, its demise would be imminent. Thus, he resolved that he must not allow the serpent this opportunity. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi disregarded the potential danger of joining the fray and fiercely clawed at the serpent's head, pulling with all his might. In that moment, the previously one-sided battle between serpent and bird transformed into a tug-of-war between one serpent and two birds. Chapter 44. Long Ge's hidden skill. Tri-environmental combat. The river swirled and churned, murky and tumultuous. Zhang Yi clung tightly to the back of the white serpent, yearning to rend the creature asunder. Long Ge. Target its head. Zhang Yi shouted through clenched teeth, spittle mingling with serpent blood. Understanding the command, Long Ge's sharp claws slashed at the serpent's head, but the scales proved resilient, leaving only shallow white marks. The serpent writhed in agony, its body coiling tightly, nearly flinging Zhang Yi off. "Damn, this serpent's hide is tougher than I thought." Zhang Yi cursed inwardly, quickly adjusting his position to maintain balance. He noticed the serpent's eyes, cold vertical pupils glinting with cunning, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. "Long Ge, watch out for its venom," Zhang Yi warned loudly. Heightening his own vigilance, he recalled the excruciating pain from before when the serpent's venom had struck him. Though the giant bird was ensnared, with the assistance of Zhang Yi and Long Ge, the pressure had significantly lessened, allowing it to finally catch its breath. It screeched in fury, its massive wings thrashing against the water's surface, creating towering waves in a desperate attempt to break free from the serpent's grip. That on the riverbank, the Empress and Xiao Pu watched anxiously, their hearts racing. The Empress paced with a grave expression, praying fervently, "May the heavens protect them. They must win. Otherwise, I shall become an orphan without a mother." Underwater, Zhang Yi and Long Ge's cooperation became increasingly harmonious. Zhang Yi took on the responsibility of diverting the attention of the gigantic white serpent, while Long Ge waited for the opportune moment to strike. As the battle raged on, Zhang Yi gradually discerned that although the serpent's skin was tough and its flesh robust, its head appeared relatively vulnerable, and it seemed particularly averse to being attacked in its eyes. An idea struck him, and he urgently called out to Long Ge, who was poised in the air. "Long Ge, quickly focus your attacks on its eyes." In the air, Long Ge received the command and immediately altered his strategy. His sharp claws aimed directly at the serpent's eyes. Simultaneously, the white serpent sensed the impending threat and desperately twisted its head to evade the attack. Unfortunately for it, in terms of speed, Long Ge was unmatched. Even though the serpent reacted swiftly, it ultimately lagged behind. Whoosh! Long Ji's claws grazed the serpent's left eye, leaving a trail of blood. Hiss! The white serpent emitted a piercing shriek. The sudden excruciating pain caused its entire body to writhe uncontrollably. The turbulent river water, already in chaos, surged even more violently with the serpent's fierce thrashing. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi increased his biting force. Tearing away a substantial piece of serpentine flesh, in the next moment, blood gushed from the wound, instantly staining the surrounding waters crimson. How delightful! Watching the thrashing serpent, Zhang Yi swallowed the bloody meat in his mouth with some difficulty. Strangely enough, despite the foul odor, the serpent's flesh contained an exceptionally pure essence of spiritual power. Truly, it was worthy of being classified as a great demon beast. Just by consuming a morsel, he felt a warm sensation spreading within him, restoring a significant portion of the energy he had lost in battle. In stark contrast, the once formidable serpent now found itself at a disadvantage. Not only was its left eye injured, but it had also lost a chunk of flesh to Zhang Yi's relentless assault. Its fighting capability was evidently diminished, and its struggling grew noticeably weaker. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Seeing the serpent on the brink of defeat, Zhang Yi and Long Ge were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Previously, they had merely been locked in a stalemate, but now, sensing the foe's vulnerability, the dragon and the bird fully abandoned their defenses and launched a fierce offensive. Just when they believed victory was within their grasp, the seemingly defeated white serpent suddenly opened its massive maw. Without granting them a moment to react, a foul, greenish-black venom erupted forth. "Brother, be careful!" Long Ge instinctively shouted, rushing to shield Zhang Yi with his wings. Sizzle! The toxic liquid struck Long Ji's wings, accompanied by a hissing sound of corrosion, causing a plume of white smoke to rise from his feathers. "Long Ge, are you all right?" "I'm fine. This mere serpent's venom is nothing. Barely enough to tickle me," Long Ge replied nonchalantly, flapping his wings as if to dismiss the matter. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's previously anxious heart eased slightly. However, when he turned back to look at the white serpent, he discovered that the cunning creature had seized the opportunity during his moment of distraction to plunge deeper into the river's depths. Not good. This beast is trying to escape, Zhang Yi quickly realized. The serpent clearly recognized it was outmatched and sought to flee. Yet, despite its intentions, Zhang Yi had no intention of granting it that mercy. Having wronged my mother, you think you can run away? If I let you go so easily today, then I am not Zhang Yi. And with that, he shouted to the soaring Long Ge, "Pursue!" Zhang Yi charged after the serpent into the murky depths, with Long Ge swiftly following suit. Thus, the dragon and the birds soon vanished completely beneath the turbulent waters. Deep beneath the river, Zhang Yi felt his spiritual power surging, propelling him forward at an astonishing pace. Beside him, Long Ge glided through the water with the aid of his powerful wings. Little did Zhang Yi know that the flying creature he had inadvertently tamed was a remarkable gem capable of traversing land, sea, and air. However, he was unaware that not every function pterosaur could maneuver through water with such grace. Long Ji's adeptness stemmed from his insatiable appetite. Before meeting Zhang Yi, Long Ge had to fend for himself whenever he sought to improve his diet. Coincidentally, the area he inhabited was near a river abundant with delicious fish that he adored. To satiate his cravings, he gradually learned to swim. As their speed increased, the fleeing figure of the white serpent became clearer ahead. Just as Zhang Yi and Long Ge were about to catch up to it, the serpent seemed to sense the impending danger. Suddenly, it executed a sharp turn, darting towards a narrow crevice between the rocks, seemingly intending to use the terrain to shake off its two relentless pursuers. Unfortunately for it, while it was clever, Zhang Yi and Long Ge were not to be underestimated. Zhang Yi merely exchanged a knowing glance with Long Ge, who instantly understood the plan, veering to flank the serpent from the side. The white serpent, believing it could escape by slipping through the rock crevice, was unaware that its perceived sanctuary would soon become its prison. "Ah! Now where do you think you're going, little serpent?" Zhang Yi taunted, his voice dripping with triumph as he approached. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Realizing that the persistent Zhang Yi had caught up, the serpent prepared to flee once more. However, as it poked its head out, a massive shadow loomed above it. "Haha, little longworm, I advise you to surrender now. You cannot escape." Long Ji's voice and form descended almost simultaneously, finding itself with no way to retreat. The white serpent erupted in fury, swinging its iron-like tail violently at Zhang Yi. Compared to engaging with Long Ge, it preferred to deal with the feathered creature behind it. After all, it possessed significant advantages in both cultivation and size over the smaller adversary. Regrettably, it had clearly chosen the wrong target. Although Long Ji's cultivation level surpassed Zhang Yi's as a creature of the sky, his combat prowess underwater was significantly diminished. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to coordinate with Zhang Yi to subdue a mere serpent. On the other hand, Zhang Yi, though not as powerful as the Fengshen pterosaur, was a genuine transmigrator. Not to mention, his intellect far surpassed that of any beast, making him a formidable opponent even in an unfamiliar environment. Despite the water not being his domain, Zhang Yi had no difficulty handling a small serpent. Moreover, the white serpent was already thrown into disarray, surrounded by both Zhang Yi and Long Ge, leaving it in a state of panic. Consequently, its attacks became instinctual, limited to feeble physical strikes. Aside from thrashing its tail, it had little else to offer. Such pitiful attempts at offense were easily evaded by Zhang Yi's agile movements. You stubborn serpent. Even at death's door, you still wish to struggle. Zhang Yi exclaimed. Long Ge, stop hesitating. Let us finish this. Once we return, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Zhang Yi suddenly called out to Long Ge, who had been waiting to strike. With the command given, Long Ge prepared to unleash his attack on the white serpent. Sensing the imminent danger, the serpent instinctively attempted to defend itself. Unbeknownst to it, everything had been part of Zhang Yi's elaborate ruse. Seizing the moment the serpent turned, Zhang Yi darted in with a swift motion, aiming directly at the serpent's vital spot that in the next instant. A jet of blood erupted from the serpent's 7-inch mark, spraying forth like a fountain and staining the surrounding waters red. The serpent writhed in agony, its strength gradually waning, and its struggles growing feebler. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi launched another assault, his sharp claws carving deep, bone-exposing gashes into the serpent's flesh. Meanwhile, Long Ge utilized his size advantage to pin the serpent firmly within the rock crevice. Denying it any chance of escape, as the serpent's thrashing diminished, it ultimately succumbed to its wounds, dragged to its demise by the combined efforts of Zhang Yi and Long Ge. Mission accomplished. Upon confirming that the opponent was indeed lifeless, Zhang Yi finally ceased his relentless assault. Although this battle had prolonged for quite some time, he, as the sun, had finally avenged the giant bird's mother. At that moment, the wind god pterosaur, which had previously been pressing down on the great white snake, approached Zhang Yi with an air of smugness. Brother, if it weren't for me this time, you might still be wondering when you'd managed to subdue that long serpent. Don't forget what you promised me earlier. Promised you? What promise? I don't recall agreeing to anything. That weren't you the one who said that once we took down this guy, you'd treat me to a grand feast upon our return? You can't just go back on your word. At that moment, the wind god pterosaur looked at Zhang Yi with an expression of childlike grievance, prompting Zhang Yi to suspect that should he outright deny the promise, this creature might actually burst into tears. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had no intention of breaking his word, but he gently patted the creature's shoulder and smiled. Rest assured, I have always fulfilled my promises. Now, let us gather our spoils and return. With that, they proceeded to carry the spoils, the corpse of the great white snake, back to the riverbank to reunite with Xiao Pu and the others. Before long, Zhang Yi and his companions returned to the riverbank, bearing the remains of the great white snake. The giant bird's mother and the empress were momentarily stunned upon witnessing the victorious expressions on Zhang Yi and Long Ji's faces. You actually dealt with that creature? The empress exclaimed incredulously as she gazed at Zhang. Although she knew that Zhang Yi possessed significantly greater strength than herself, she never anticipated that he would be capable of such a feat. It was noteworthy that the great white snake had proven to be no match even for her own mother, and that was while engaged in underwater combat. She had initially believed that it was already a considerable achievement for Zhang Yi and Long Ge to assist the giant bird's mother in escaping danger, let alone that they had not only rescued her, but had also turned the tables on the very culprit. What's the big deal? It's just a little white snake. That my brother barely lifted a finger. And it was dispatched. Zhang Yi feigned nonchalance as he boasted in front of the empress. While Zhang Yi and the others were engaged in lighthearted banter, The ever-curious Xiao Pu had quietly approached the great white snake's corpse and commenced his daily treasure-hunting activities. With a deftness that belied his age, he skinned, eviscerated, and excavated the creature's innards in search of the demon core, performing each step with an elegance that one might mistake for the work of a seasoned butcher. By the time Zhang Yi and the others took notice of Xiao Pu's endeavors, the great white snake had already been eviscerated, its entrails strewn about, even though they had long grown accustomed to such scenes. The Empress still voiced her disdain. "You little rascal, could you at least keep your distance when doing such things next time? This mess might attract some unwanted attention." In response to the Empress's remarks, Xiao Pu merely stuck out his tongue and continued dragging the great white snake's corpse away, oblivious to her concerns. Observing Xiao Pu's retreating figure, Zhang Yi suddenly remembered something. "Right? There's a question I've been meaning to ask you. According to the plan, weren't you supposed to be refining pills? How did you end up provoking that long serpent?" Chapter 46. The consequences of competing with Long Ge for food. The situation unfolded as follows. During the day, after parting ways with you all, my mother and I came here as agreed to prepare for pill refinement. Initially, everything was going smoothly. However, just as I was finishing the first batch of pills, that damned long serpent appeared. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Wait, deep within Black Wind Ridge, that forsaken place harbors such a massive snake." His memory of Black Wind Ridge only included the formidable bear that he had roasted. The wind god pterosaur, Long Ge, shook his head in bewilderment, acknowledging that in all his years, he had never heard of such a creature residing in Black Wind Ridge, that it typically lurks deep within the mountains and seldom ventures out. The Empress explained. Had it not been for the overwhelming spiritual energy of the pills, it likely wouldn't have been drawn out. As she spoke, she couldn't help but grumble. "It's all that damned long serpent's fault. It ruined my pills." Zhang Yi, with a mischievous grin, leaned closer to the Empress, teasingly inquiring, what kind of pills could possibly entice that long serpent to act so recklessly? The Empress shot him a disdainful glance. "What business is it of yours? They're very precious, that's all. Come on, share. Who knows, I might be familiar with them." Zhang Yi persisted. "Humph, not telling you." The Empress turned her head in a huff. "Tiske, if you won't say, you're just being stingy." Zhang Yi pouted before turning to the giant bird's mother. "Mother, do you know what kind of pills she's concocting?" Noticing Zhang Yi's curiosity, the giant bird's mother affectionately ruffled her eldest son's hair before smiling and responding. "I heard the girl mention that it seems to be a pill capable of rapidly enhancing cultivation. Humans refer to such pills as breaking realm pills." "Breaking realm pills?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Although his knowledge did not rival that of the Empress, he was still aware of the significance of these pills. They were reputedly utilized by human cultivators to break through their cultivation bottlenecks. Had the Blood Shadow Demon Tiger possessed such a pill, it likely would not have met its tragic end in madness. If I'm not mistaken, that great white snake must have been on the verge of a breakthrough and was drawn to the rich spiritual energy of the Breaking Realm pill, seeking to use it to surpass its limits. The giant bird's mother nodded in agreement with Zhang Yi's analysis. This creature was already the most formidable demon in the vicinity, that if it were to break through, it could penetrate deeper into the heart of this jungle and might even be recruited by the demon Sage Manor. However, as she spoke, an unbidden emotion of sorrow crossed the giant bird's mother's face, a sense of lamentation for the fallen. After all, who among us demons does not aspire to be recruited by the demon Sage Manor? She is fortunate to have given birth to such admirable children as you and the Empress. Without you two, I would have surely met the same fate as that great white snake. Perhaps sensing the giant bird mother's emotional turmoil, the Empress quickly interjected to shift the conversation. "At that time, Mother fought the long serpent without a second thought to protect me. Had you not arrived in time, I fear all right, it's all in the past now. Isn't it fortunate that we are safe?" Zhang Yi feigned indifference as he reassured the mother-daughter duo. Yet, within his heart, he contemplated another matter. Ever since arriving in this world, he had scarcely experienced a moment of peace. He understood all too well that their current predicament stemmed entirely from the destruction he had wrought upon their home when awakening the Golden Crow bloodline. As a demon beast, it was essential to have a secure and stable territory as a stronghold. Living in the wild as they did not only exposed them to various dangers, but also hampered their cultivation and pill refinement, a critical aspect of their existence. It was crucial to find a safe and stable dwelling to escape their current plight. Fortunately, the upcoming Demon Sage Manor's arena competition was only a few days away, that if he could secure a commendable rank in this competition, he would be granted a designated spiritual vein cave by the Demon Sage Manor. Then, they would possess a secure and bountiful place for cultivation. With this thought, Zhang Yi's resolve to grow stronger solidified. This arena competition was a must-win for him, not for any other reason, but to provide a safe haven for his mother and sister. In the following days, Zhang Yi and his companions remained inseparable. In order to enhance their strength before the arena competition, Zhang Yi dedicated nearly all his time to cultivation, save for eating and drinking. During this period, they drew numerous covetous glances from those who coveted their spoils. After all, they were guarding the remains of a great white snake, a black bear, and a 7-colored giant python, prizes that represented rare resources for any demon beast in the jungle. Initially, several powerful demons contemplated launching a surprise attack to seize their hard-earned spoils. However, when they witnessed Zhang Yi and his companions treating the black bear, great white snake, and 7-colored giant python as mere provisions, devouring them with gusto, and even expressing disdain for the meat's lack of freshness, they quickly retreated, abandoning their plans to pursue this lucrative prey and instead sought less formidable targets. After all, if even these formidable demons were merely regarded as sustenance, who could predict the outcome of an impulsive attack? They have painstakingly cultivated themselves to their current realm, and they do not wish to become mere sustenance for those ruffians. As the days pass, the grand competition at the Demon Saint's Pavilion draws ever closer. Just when Zhang Yi and his companions believed that their hardships were nearing an end, that very night, Zhang Yi, who had intended to conserve his energy in preparation for the impending contest, found himself resting beside Long Gu on a stone, eyes closed in meditation. At that moment, Xiao Pu, who had ventured out for a stroll, hurried back with urgency. "Not good, father! Quick, get up! What is the matter?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, bolting upright upon seeing Xiao Pu's anxious expression. "That there's a big creature outside trying to steal our provisions. By the heavens! That little temper of mine! I must see which blind fool dares to rob the dragon of his food." Before Zhang Yi could utter another word, Feng Shen Yilong sprang into action, launching himself in the direction indicated by Xiao Pu. Chapter 47. A Reckoning. The Fifth Order monster is practice for the Empress. Meanwhile, deep within the thickets not far from Zhang Yi and his companions, a fierce battle was unfolding. The Empress, tasked with foraging for food, was currently entangled in combat with a massive golden-haired roar. Utilizing her agile form and remarkable speed, the Empress darted around the golden-haired roar, seizing opportunities to strike whenever possible. However, despite having reached the threshold of advancing to the great beast's realm, she found herself unable to break through. In contrast, the golden-haired roar was a formidable fifth-order monster, its massive frame covered in golden fur, with blood-red eyes gleaming menacingly. Its enormous jaws showcased sharp fangs, making it evident that this creature was far from a trivial adversary. Roar. Perhaps irritated by the audacity of the Empress, the golden-haired roar bellowed, raising a paw the size of a grinding wheel to strike her down. Had the Empress not been so nimble, that blow would have undoubtedly reduced her to mere pulp. Swiftly, she evaded the lethal strike while retaliating with a fierce claw aimed at the golden-haired roar. Bang! Unfortunately, upon her claws making contact, she realized that despite exerting all her strength, she could hardly affect the beast. Instead, the powerful energy radiating from the golden-haired roar nearly knocked her off her feet, sending her flying backward. Damn it! What does this beast consume to have such thick skin? The Empress cursed inwardly. Though she grumbled, she was acutely aware that her speed alone could not bridge the vast chasm of disparity in cultivation. Her attacks were insufficient to inflict any meaningful damage on the golden-haired roar at present. Her aim was merely to buy time until Xiao Pu could summon reinforcements, at which point everything would be resolved. Yet, while she sought to delay, the golden-haired roar lacked the patience for her games. Previously, her relentless harassment had fueled its ire. Though her last claw strike failed to inflict significant harm, it did manage to dislodge a few shining golden strands of fur, which the golden-haired roar prized above all. At that moment, the creature's playful indulgence shifted to a murderous intent towards the audacious little bird that had provoked it. Roar! The golden-haired roar let out another furious roar, charging towards the Empress with the force of a small mountain. Realizing the imminent danger, The Empress dared not meet the charge head-on, instead taking to the skies to evade the onslaught. Thus, a fierce chase ensued through the dense forest. A bird and a roar locked in a desperate struggle. However, as the battle wore on, the Empress began to feel her stamina wane, her body marked by numerous wounds. "Brother, your sister seems to be at her limit. Perhaps I should step in," Long Gu called out anxiously from the nearby brush, his eyes fixed on the fierce duel between the two beasts. "Indeed, son. That golden-haired roar is a fifth-order monster." "Your sister," the giant bird matriarch exclaimed, concern etched across her features. While she recognized her daughter's exceptional talent and strength, the vast gap in cultivation made victory against a fifth-order monster virtually impossible. Yet, despite the urging of the two, Zhang Yi merely gestured reassuringly. "Fear not. I have it all under control. This girl has lived too comfortably. It is time she faced some dangers on her own and adapted to her new environment," Zhang Yi declared, nonchalantly pulling a chicken leg from seemingly nowhere, munching on it with keen interest as he observed the unfolding drama. "Practice." The moment these words left his lips, Long Gu and Xiao Pu were rendered speechless. "Brother, are you out of your mind? This is a fifth-order monster. You would have your own sister risk her life for practice." Long Gu stared incredulously at Zhang Yi, as if he were gazing at an aberration. "Exactly. This is no jest. What if?" The giant bird matriarch chimed in, echoing Long Ji's concerns. Calm down. I assure you I am well aware of what I am doing." Zhang Yi waved a dismissive hand, cutting off Long Gu's protest before taking another bite of his chicken leg. "This girl, since her birth, has been sheltered by me and her mother, living a life of undue comfort. Perhaps she has long forgotten the primal survival rule of the jungle. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the perfect opportunity for her to undergo some real training. But no buts, just watch closely. This girl is not so easily defeated." Zhang Yi interrupted again, his gaze returning to the distant battlefield. Roar! The golden-haired roar unleashed yet another howl, its massive paw descending upon the small Empress. At this moment, the Empress, drained of strength, slowed her pace, and it seemed she would be struck by the golden-haired roar's assault. "It's over." Both the giant bird matriarch and Xiao Pu exclaimed in unison, unable to contain their alarm. Just then, in the nick of time, a shadow descended from above, positioning itself before the Empress. Bang! With a resounding crash, the golden-haired roar's strike landed upon the shadow. Long Gu, the Empress gazed at the massive figure shielding her, relief flooding her being. "All right, leave the rest to me. You take a moment to rest over there and watch how I deal with this fur-shedding beast." Long Gu turned to the small Empress. "No buts. Off you go." Long Ji's tone grew more insistent. Realizing further protests would be futile, the small Empress complied and retreated to the side. Roar! The golden-haired roar, incensed that its attack had been thwarted, roared once more, lunging ferociously at Long Gu. "You little creature, daring to snatch food from the dragon. You truly seek an untimely end." Long Gu scoffed, unleashing a powerful claw that struck the golden-haired roar with tremendous force. Bang! The roar echoed as the golden-haired roar was sent flying, crashing through several trees before landing heavily on the ground. "Oh!" The golden-haired roar howled in pain, struggling to rise. Yet, Long Gu had no intention of granting it that opportunity. Bang, 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 one claw after another, Fengshen Yilong rained down blows on the golden-haired roar. The creature was battered and bloodied, yet it refused to yield, thrashing in a desperate attempt to retaliate. Unfortunately, the disparity in power was insurmountable. Despite its relentless struggle, it was all in vain. "How foolishly arrogant, to dare covet my provisions. You've truly asked for death," Fengshen Yilong declared with a cold scoff, continuing his assault until the golden-haired roar lay still. Long Gu, how magnificent! As the battle drew to a close, Zhang Yi, accompanied by the giant bird matriarch and Xiao Pu, finally emerged from the thicket. "Spare me your idle chatter. Had I not intervened in time, your sister would have already fallen to that beast." Fengshen Yilong rolled his eyes, irritation evident in his voice. "Long Gu, I knew you would come through when it mattered most, which is precisely why." Chapter 48. Dividing the spoils, seizing the opportunity to strengthen as Zhang Yi chuckled. He approached the carcass of the golden-haired roar, meticulously inspecting it. Once he confirmed the creature was indeed deceased, he summoned Fengshen Yilong and the giant bird matriarch. Come. Let us eat while it's hot. This creature is a treasure trove. Let us not waste any part of it." Upon hearing the call to feast, Feng Shen Yilong instantly perked up, scampering over to Zhang Yi. "Brother, I put in tremendous effort this time. The most delectable parts of this golden-haired roar must belong to me." Upon hearing his words, Zhang Yi immediately became indignant. "What do you mean you contributed the most? Clearly, it was my sister who kept the enemy occupied, allowing you the opportunity to swoop in and seize the spoils. If it weren't for her exhausting most of the golden-haired roar's stamina earlier, do you think you'd have been able to deal with that creature so effortlessly? If we were to truly assess contributions, I believe my sister deserves the highest accolades." Listening to this, the previously eager pterosaur was instantly deflated. That girl, aside from her speed, what else can she do? If it weren't for my intervention, she would have been torn to shreds by that beast long ago. "Oh, so you've taken to talking back now? Do you dare challenge me? I could easily stew you," Zhang Yi threatened, feigning a strike, which made the pterosaur instinctively retract its neck. Long Gu understood that while Zhang Yi could be rather obstinate, there was some merit to his argument. Although the Empress did not directly engage in the battle against the golden-haired roar, she had been the one skillfully maneuvering around it, granting the pterosaur the chance to act. Zhang Yi's motives, apart from securing additional rations for himself, included a desire to temper the pterosaur's arrogance. Ever since this creature had aligned with him, it had grown increasingly greedy. It was merely a flying beast. Yet it dared to haggle with him, clearly unaware of its own limitations. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and the others continued their banter, drawing amused smirks from the observing mother giant bird and Xiao Pu. Ultimately, in accordance with Zhang Yi's wishes, he did not implement a distribution of accolades, but rather divided the flesh of the golden-haired roar into 5 equal portions. Although the pterosaur was somewhat reluctant about this arrangement, it had no choice but to acquiesce, as the subsequent processing of the ingredients relied on Zhang Yi and his companions. Once they were satiated, Zhang Yi planned to find a suitable spot for a restful slumber. However, at that moment, a notification from the system abruptly interrupted his thoughts. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have absorbed a portion of the golden-haired roar's bloodline, gaining enhanced strength and the unique skill frenzy." As the announcement resonated, Zhang Yi lost all desire for sleep. He hurriedly made his way to an open space, eager to test his newfound ability, Frenzy Strength Enhancement. In an instant, a crimson glow enveloped him. His previously lean physique began to visibly expand at an astonishing rate. The next moment, feeling invigorated with power, he leapt into the air and lunged at a nearby massive boulder with great force. With a resounding crash, the boulder, the size of a grinding stone, shattered into fragments, sending debris flying and dust swirling. As the dust settled, Zhang Yi gracefully descended back to the ground. What a thrill! This frenzy and strength enhancement truly offer remarkable boosts. Simultaneously, the pterosaur and the others took note of Zhang Yi's transformation. "Big brother, what happened to you? How did you suddenly become so formidable?" the Empress inquired, intrigued by Zhang Yi's abrupt change. However, Zhang Yi merely left her with an enigmatic silhouette. "Don't be enamored with me. I am but a legend." With that, Zhang Yi disregarded his earlier intentions of resting and swiftly disappeared into the thicket. On the journey back, while chatting with Xiao Pu and the others, the Empress learned that Zhang Yi and his group had arrived long before her encounter with the golden-haired roar. Had it not been for Zhang Yi's intervention, Long Gu would have already rushed in to assist her. Upon realizing that Zhang Yi had deliberately obstructed her, the Empress became incensed. "You, of all people, should be acting like an older brother. That was utterly excessive. If Long Gu hadn't intervened, I would have surely been devoured by that golden-haired roar." However, in response to her accusations, Zhang Yi had his own perspective. "Have you forgotten our identities? This is a jungle, not a sheltered greenhouse. It's a realm of survival of the fittest. Do you understand? Look at you, when danger strikes. All you do is flee. You possess no combat awareness whatsoever. If you find yourself in such a predicament again, and I, along with Mother, are not by your side, who do you intend to rely on for rescue?" The Empress, faced with Zhang Yi's reprimand, could only sulk in silence, her defiance waning. It's just that my cultivation hasn't advanced yet. How could I possibly match the strength of that golden-haired roar? If you can't compete, then learn. Do you think strength simply falls from the sky? Without diligent training, you'll forever remain a weakling." Zhang Yi chastised without mercy. Rendered speechless by his words, the Empress bowed her head in silence. Upon returning to the camp, Zhang Yi began to study his newly acquired skill. Frenzy. This ability could instantaneously augment his strength and speed, but its duration was limited, followed by a period of weakness, necessitating cautious usage. Clearly, he needed to find an opportunity to thoroughly familiarize himself with this new skill. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi, accompanied by the young Empress and the mother giant bird, continued to train in the jungle, hunting various fierce beasts to enhance their strength. One day, they arrived at a murky swamp. Characterized by its dimness and humidity, with a miasma hanging heavily in the air, exuding a rancid odor that was quite unpleasant. "Brother, this place is utterly revolting. Let us find somewhere else." The Empress wrinkled her nose in distaste. "Absolutely not. The more perilous a location, the greater the likelihood of hidden treasures. We must venture deeper," Zhang Yi declared resolutely. With the time until the Demon Sages tournament drawing ever closer, they had to seize every opportunity to bolster their strength. Disregarding the Empress's evident disdain, he led the way into the depths of the swamp. Just as they were about to enter, a sudden chill swept through the air, and a powerful aura emanated from the depths of the swamp, sending shivers down their spines that there's danger. Retreat. The perceptive pterosaur immediately alerted them. However, as soon as his warning left his lips, a colossal figure began to rise slowly from the swamp. Looming before them, that was a creature covered in black scales, significantly larger than the previously encountered golden-haired roar, with two blood-red eyes radiating a chilling glow that was utterly terrifying. Hiss. The massive creature flicked its scarlet tongue, emitting a bone-chilling hiss. "Goodness! This thing is enormous!" Zhang Yi exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. "This is bad." The pterosaur's expression turned grave as it regarded the creature. "If I'm not mistaken, that should be an adult earth dragon." Upon hearing this, the Empress instinctively ducked behind Zhang Yi and the mother giant bird. "Brother, I think we should run." "Run? To where?" Zhang Yi retorted, exasperated by his sister's cowardice. "This godforsaken place is devoid of any safe haven. Where can we possibly escape to?" Surveying their surroundings, it became evident that they were surrounded by nothing but muck and murky water. The endless swamp was shrouded in thick fog, rendering visibility exceedingly low. It felt as though they were walking blindfolded, in such an environment. A careless misstep could lead them into a perilous situation, and they might not even realize how they met their demise. Given the inevitability of danger, Zhang Yi resolved that rather than cower in fear and flee aimlessly, they might as well fight back, potentially carving out a path to unexpected rewards. With this thought in mind, he resolved firmly, "Let us do this. We're all equally burdened. Who has reason to fear?" With a fierce roar, Zhang Yi activated his newly acquired system skill. Frenzy Strength Enhancement. In an instant, he was enveloped in a crimson glow. That moment, Zhang Yi felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. His overall abilities seemed to escalate to extraordinary heights, enhancing his speed, strength, and agility beyond measure. "Old Mud Eel, don't get too cocky. Today, you'll experience the might of the Bird Master," he shouted defiantly before launching himself like a crimson streak toward the Earth Dragon. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, the Earth Dragon had not anticipated that this creature would not only refrain from fleeing, but also dare to initiate an attack. Nonetheless, it dismissed Zhang Yi's aggression, regarding him as nothing more than a mere insect, a mere ant, albeit one of considerable strength. For such ants, there is often but one fate: to serve as sustenance for others. Contemplating this, the Earth Dragon cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Yi before opening its cavernous maw, poised to swallow this audacious ant that dared challenge its authority. Alas, the Earth Dragon ultimately underestimated its opponent. Just as it believed its unassailable attack would land upon Zhang Yi, the latter, who had been charging directly towards it, suddenly soared upward in midair. Before the dragon could react, Zhang Yi dove down, delivering a fierce strike with his claw upon the dragon's somewhat dazed cranium. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled thud, the Earth Dragon was caught completely off guard by the unexpected and cunning angle of the assault. It had let its guard down and found itself struck. Shaking its bewildered head, the dragon could hardly fathom that this seemingly unimposing creature possessed such formidable strength. How could such terrifying power possibly emanate from this diminutive figure? The Earth Dragon stared at the now suspended Zhang Yi, its large eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Now, strike. Seizing the moment while the Earth Dragon remained in a daze, the pterosaur, wind god, promptly issued the command to attack. Whoosh! As its enormous wings began to flap wildly, a tempestuous wind erupted in the previously fog-laden swamp. The miasma that had obstructed their path was instantly dispersed. This maneuver by the dragon brother illuminated the previously murky surroundings for both the giant bird mother and the empress. Simultaneously, the sudden gale unleashed by the wind god pterosaur somewhat disrupted the actions of the Earth Dragon. While the effect was minimal, it was sufficient to obscure the dragoness vision, rendering it unable to track Zhang Yi's movements for a time. With the battlefield now cleared, the giant bird mother, Xiao Pu, and the empress joined the fray. The empress, known for her swiftness, though still gripped by fear, bravely suppressed her trepidation and utilized her agility to incessantly harass the Earth Dragon, thereby creating opportunities for Zhang Yi and the others that eye in this interval. Xiao Pu unleashed a barrage of fireballs at the Earth Dragon. However, what he once believed to be an unstoppable assault now barely inflicted any damage upon the dragon. At best, it merely served to distract the massive creature. Unbeknownst to him, his relentless attacks, though lacking in tangible harm, ultimately pushed the already irritated Earth Dragon into a frenzy. Suddenly, the beast collapsed, thrashing wildly in the swamp. Its colossal form stirred the muck beneath, sending waves of foul-smelling sludge cascading into the air like a torrential downpour. In an instant, Dragon Brother, the Empress, and the wind god pterosaur found themselves drenched in the putrid spray. Completely taken aback by such a brazen display of aggression, the only one to escape unscathed was the now rampaging Zhang Yi, who, thanks to the speed enhancement from his frenzy skill, skillfully dodged the dragon's crude antics while simultaneously mocking it. "Is this all you've got, you stinking mud loach? You can't even graze the hem of my garment, yet you dare to call yourself an Earth Dragon? I'd say you're better off being called a ground worm." Observing Zhang Yi's insufferable demeanor, the already enraged Earth Dragon was further provoked by his taunts, spiraling into a complete fury. Consequently, its attacks became increasingly ferocious. Unfortunately, its sheer size proved to be a disadvantage. Despite the grandiosity of its strikes, none managed to land upon Zhang Yi's. The battle lingered on. The Earth Dragon, beset by incessant harassment, gradually began to tire. Its movements grew sluggish, and its breathing became labored. Recognizing the signs of fatigue in his adversary, Zhang Yi seized the opportunity. It was evidently time to conclude this farce. Speaking aloud, he activated his frenzy mode once more and charged headlong into the Earth Dragon's cranium. Boom! With a resounding crash, the dragon's massive body toppled, sending a colossal splash of water skyward, drenching Zhang Yi in sludge. Ugh! How filthy, he spat, wrinkling his nose as he brushed off the muck clinging to him. Post-battle, Zhang Yi felt a wave of weakness wash over him, a side effect of the frenzy skill that he stumbled a few steps, nearly toppling into the swamp. "Brother, are you all right?" The Empress rushed over to support him. "I am fine, just a bit drained." Zhang Yi waved her off. While the frenzy skill was indeed powerful, its drawbacks were significant. He realized he needed to be more judicious in its use. Chapter 50. The Earth Dragon's Lair in the Swamp. The enormous corpse of the Earth Dragon lay motionless, exuding a nauseating stench. The Empress, with an expression of disdain, flapped her wings, creating a gust that blew the foul odor toward Zhang Yi. "How can you stomach such a revolting creature? Your taste is exceedingly grotesque. Don't even mention consumption. Just a glance makes me want to vomit," she retorted, feigning retching for effect. Her demeanor suggested that a prolonged gaze would surely induce her to expel yesterday's leftovers. Not only her, but even Dragon Brother, who typically shared Zhang Yi's tastes, wore an expression of disgust. Shaking off the mud that clung to his scales, he lamented, "Brother, I truly cannot comprehend you. This thing has wallowed in muck for so long. Just thinking about it is nauseating, and you still intend to eat it? Aren't you worried about a stomachache?" In contrast to their expressions of revulsion, Xiao Pu and the giant bird mother, though silent, instinctively took a few steps back as they observed Zhang Yi eyeing the Earth Dragon's carcass with a gluttonous gaze that it was clear they shared the same disdain. Though Xiao Pu was the youngest among them, he could tell at a glance that the flesh of the Earth Dragon would surely be unpalatable. moreover, who knew how long this behemoth had been soaking in the swamp. It could very well be thoroughly spoiled. Consuming such meat might even lead to a serious illness. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi displayed no signs of repulsion. Observing the disdainful expressions of his companions, particularly that of his sister, the Empress, he felt a mix of exasperation and incredulity. This girl, who often proclaimed her desire to grow stronger, was now turning her back on a golden opportunity simply because of the unsightly appearance of the beast that he was at a loss for words. After a mental tirade, Zhang Yi shrugged his wings and declared, "Fine, eat it or not. It matters not to me. I was worried about having insufficient food, but now it seems just right, as it will benefit me," he proclaimed, striding towards the earth dragon's corpse, ignoring the disdainful looks from his companions as he tore off a sizable leg and proceeded to indulge in his meal. Crunch, crack. The sound of bones splintering echoed through the silent swamp, accompanied by Zhang Yi's exaggerated chewing, prompting his companions to feel an urge to retch. Before long, the giant bird mother, the Empress, dragon brother, and Xiao Pu could hardly bear to watch any longer. One by one, they turned away, choosing not to acknowledge Zhang Yi at one point. They even began to question whether he had lost his mind, devouring something so repulsive. Yet, when they witnessed Zhang Yi's expression of sheer enjoyment, it appeared as if the earth dragon's flesh was a rare delicacy. What they did not realize was that while Zhang Yi outwardly relished the meal, he had quietly activated the system skill. Gluttonous feast. With the system's enhancement, regardless of the taste of the earth dragon's flesh, it transformed into an immensely pure source of spiritual energy upon reaching his mouth that he continued to consume. A warm current surged within him, sweeping away the fatigue from earlier battles and replacing it with an unprecedented feeling of fulfillment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the new skill, Earth Escape. Just as he swallowed the final piece of the earth dragon's flesh, the system's notification resonated in his mind. Earth Escape? Now that is a splendid acquisition. With this skill, traversing underground in the future shall be as effortless as a fish in water. Listening to the system's prompt, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he eagerly wished to test whether this new skill aligned with his expectations. His thoughts stirred. A beam of earthy yellow light enveloped him instantaneously. Subsequently, Zhang Yi's body began to sink slowly into the mire beneath his feet. The entire process was remarkably smooth, devoid of any hindrance, and the sensation seemed indistinguishable from ordinary walking. What the heck? What is going on? Where did that guy go? How did he suddenly vanish? The giant bird mother, Empress, dragon brother, and Xiao Pu, who had turned their backs, unable to witness Zhang Yi's eating scene, felt it was about time he had his fill. Just as they prepared to turn back and beckon him to leave, they were struck dumb the moment they glanced around. Bewildered, they stared at the spot where the pile of dragon corpses had vanished. Exchanging confused looks, utterly unaware of what had transpired, they were about to search the surroundings. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yi had already appeared behind them. "Hey, surprised? Unexpected? What the hell, you scared me to death," the sudden voice startled Dragon Brother, causing him to shudder, nearly collapsing onto the ground. The Empress and Xiao Pu also wore expressions of shock, while the giant bird mother looked at Zhang Yi with a face full of perplexity. "What are you playing at? Disappearing and reappearing like that, trying to frighten us?" Despite the accusations, Zhang Yi smiled mysteriously. "I just wanted to give you a surprise. After devouring that earth dragon, I unexpectedly inherited a new skill. Earth Escape. How about that? Impressive, right?" As he spoke, he deliberately demonstrated, transforming once more into a beam of earthy yellow light, burrowing underground, only to emerge from another location. "Wow, Daddy is so amazing," Xiao Pu exclaimed, her face brimming with admiration. The giant bird mother and dragon brother also praised Zhang Yi's newfound skill. Meanwhile, the Empress, with a look of disdain, remarked, "What is so great about that?" Yet, the envy and jealousy in her eyes betrayed her true feelings, likely regretting her earlier misfortune of missing out on the Earth Dragon's resources. Subsequently, Zhang Yi, eager to test the limits of his Earth Escape skill, decided to delve deeper underground. He descended through layers of soil and rock. As he ventured further, he suddenly discovered an underground cavern radiating a peculiar glow that, if he wasn't mistaken, this should be the lair of the Earth Dragon. However, when he attempted to enter and investigate, He found that a strange barrier seemed to obstruct the entrance, hindering his progress. Zhang Yi's repeated attempts to break through were in vain, and he ultimately had no choice but to return to the surface to discuss the situation with the Empress. Dragon Brother and the others, hoping they might devise a way to deal with the enigmatic barrier on the rock. Chapter 51. Underground exploration. Returning to the surface, Zhang Yi looked at the expectant faces of the onlookers, cleared his throat, and, feigning profundity, addressed the group. The situation is somewhat complex that I discovered a strange cavern underground, but its entrance is blocked by a peculiar barrier that even Earth Escape cannot penetrate. Scratching his head, he vividly described his new discovery to the three spectators. Upon hearing this, the Empress rolled her eyes in a display of schadenfreude. So you also have something you can't handle. It's just a broken rock. If I were to go, it would be a piece of cake. Clearly, she still harbored bitterness over missing the Earth Dragon resources earlier. However, in stark contrast to her sardonic remarks, Dragon Brother's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Are you saying there's a cavern below? If I'm not mistaken, that place is likely the Earth Dragon's nest. If we can get in, we might uncover some valuable treasures. After all, that old fellow had occupied this place for many years, undoubtedly hoarding some secrets. Today, as he spoke, Dragon Brother instinctively began to rub his enormous dragon claws, giving Zhang Yi the impression that he had already envisioned something extraordinary. Beside them, Xiao Pu was equally excited, flapping her wings with enthusiasm. Yes, Dragon Uncle is right. Adventure. Adventure, Daddy. Let us go explore together. Observing the fervor of Dragon Brother and Xiao Pu, while glancing at the Empress, who wore a look of disdain, Zhang Yi sighed in resignation. Shouldn't we first discuss how to break that barrier? What if there's real danger inside? Fear not. With this dragon present, there's nothing to fear. Dragon Brother, noticing Zhang Yi's apparent hesitation, boldly waved his dragon claw. However, his sudden movement nearly sent the unsuspecting Zhang Yi flying. Eventually, under the persistent insistence of Dragon Brother and Xiao Pu, coupled with the Empress, who, although verbally reluctant, was physically following along, the group set off once more, determined to delve into the depths and uncover the truth. Once the decision was made, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and activated the system skill, Earth Escape. Instantly, the earthy yellow light enveloped him again. However, this time, under his control, the light was magnified many times over, wrapping the Empress, Dragon Brother, Xiao Pu, and the giant bird mother within its glow. What the heck? What is this feeling? I feel a bit dizzy. Dragon Brother's voice echoed through the underground. Shut up. Don't move. The Empress cast a disdainful glance at Dragon Brother, who seemed inexperienced in such matters. Yet the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her own discomfort with the sensation of traversing underground. Under Zhang Yi's guidance, they soon arrived at the previously sealed cavern. Here it is. Zhang Yi pointed at the rock radiating a faint glow and proceeded to recount his earlier experience to the others. With a flow of thought, he activated Earth Escape. Once more did I end the next moment. It felt as if he had collided with an invisible wall, abruptly bouncing him back. Seeing Zhang Yi's method fail, the Elder Wind God Wyvern stepped forward. Stand back. Let me give it a try. As he spoke, the Wind God Wyvern swung his massive dragon claw, striking the rock with tremendous force. Bang! With a resounding crash. The rock blocking the entrance remained intact, but a powerful rebound force sent the Wind God Wyvern flying. Witnessing the Elder's defeat, the giant bird mother stepped up to try her luck, but was met with the same outcome. Being forcefully repelled. Didn't I tell you this rock was strange? If it's really impossible, Zhang Yi chuckled at the sight of the two struggling. Before he could finish, the Empress, who had been meticulously observing the peculiar markings on the rock, suddenly spoke up. Why do I feel like the patterns on this rock resemble a bloodline contract? A bloodline contract. Zhang Yi was taken aback. What on earth is a bloodline contract? As far as I know, in the human world, some families use bloodline contracts to safeguard important items, allowing only those with the same bloodline to unlock them. The markings on this rock bear a striking resemblance to ancient bloodline contract totems. As she scrutinized the strange patterns on the rock, she spoke in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's mind suddenly cleared, but soon he was confronted with a grave concern. This barrier requires the bloodline of the Earth Dragon to open? But where are we supposed to find the blood of an Earth Dragon? He paused mid-sentence, his gaze landing on himself. Wait. Having consumed so much of the Earth Dragon's flesh and blood, I might already possess its bloodline essence. The Empress seemed to have reached the same conclusion. I think you should definitely give it a try. After all, there is nothing to lose. Encouraged by her words, Zhang Yi made a small cut on his wing, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the rock. The next moment, to their astonishment, the drop of blood was absorbed at a visibly rapid pace, before the others could express their surprise. The previously motionless rock suddenly seemed to come alive, trembling slightly, emitting a low hum, and gradually shifting aside to reveal a dark, yawning entrance. Wow! It actually worked! Dragon Brother exclaimed, rising from the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. Daddy is so amazing! Xiaopu cheered excitedly, flapping her wings as the entrance opened. A chilling aura surged forth, sending shivers down their spines. Let us go and take a look. Zhang Yi was the first to step into the cavern, which was enveloped in utter darkness, where one could not see their own hand before their eyes. Shortly thereafter, a golden flame erupted around Zhang Yi and Xiaopu, illuminating their surroundings. As he gazed around, he observed the cave's walls adorned with peculiar runes, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Scattered across the ground were various bones, remnants of some unknown creature. The atmosphere felt rather eerie, and the voice of the Empress trembled slightly as she spoke. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Zhang Yi reassured her, patting the girl on the shoulder. Who is afraid? I'm not scared at all. The Empress's bravado was undermined by the slight quiver in her tone. As they ventured deeper, the temperature within the cave plummeted, and a putrid stench permeated the air. Suddenly, the wind god Pterodactyl, who was leading the way, came to an abrupt halt. Wait. Chapter 52. The Maternal Bond in the Depths of the Cavern. Sho. It seems there's some movement ahead, Long Go whispered, signaling for Zhang Yi and the others to be silent. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi conjured a fireball and hurled it into the enveloping darkness. Bang! In the next moment, the fireball collided with what felt like a solid object, exploding brilliantly. The fiery light instantly illuminated the entire cavern. To his astonishment, a colossal black earth dragon lay coiled before them, its scales reflecting a metallic sheen in the glow. This formidable creature resembled the earth dragon they had previously encountered on the surface, yet it radiated a far more potent aura, its crimson eyes fixed fiercely on Zhang Yi and his companions, emitting a low, menacing growl that seemed to warn them away. Upon witnessing this scene, a chill ran down Zhang Yi's spine. That in no way could I be this unlucky. I merely sought a bit of fortune. And now the heavens have conspired to hide such a fearsome beast within this cavern. Not only Zhang Yi, but the Empress and Xiaopu instinctively sought refuge behind the giant bird mother. Perhaps wishing to save face in front of Zhang Yi. Though terrified, the Empress feigned composure, reassuring Xiaopu, "Don't be afraid, your father and Long Gu are here. Even if 10 earth dragons appeared, they would be no match for him." Xiaopu, though nodding in comprehension, trembled, revealing her inner feared as for Zhang Yi. While taken aback by the sudden appearance of the black earth dragon, he soon noticed a peculiar phenomenon, despite its intimidating presence. The creature moved sluggishly, seemingly weakened. Even as they unwittingly encroached upon its territory, the dragon merely issued warning growls, refraining from launching an attack. In the jungle, creatures typically exhibited strong territorial instincts and would attack intruders without hesitation. Especially a beast of this caliber. Zhang Yi pondered, why isn't it attacking? Is it merely posturing? Or, he ruminated, but no answers came. Meanwhile, Long Go, lacking Zhang Yi's patience, felt a fierce urge to fight. With a roar, he charged forward. Brother, you guard the rear. Long Go will lead the charge. Let's take this beast down. With that, he propelled himself towards the black earth dragon like a cannonball. Wait, Long Go! Zhang Yi shouted, but it was too late. The reckless warrior had already surged ahead. Seeing the wind god Pterodactyl approach aggressively, the black earth dragon had no choice but to brace itself for battle. However, despite its massive size, it moved with an alarming slowness, giving Zhang Yi the impression that he was not facing a mighty beast, but rather an aged creature on the brink of death. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi remained wary of potential deceit lurking behind its apparent weakness. Reluctantly, yet resolutely, he surged forward to support Long Go, not wanting to leave him to face the dragon alone. Moments later, The bird and dragon united in a fierce assault against the black earth dragon below. The giant bird mother stood vigilant beside the Empress and Xiaopu, ready to confront any sudden threats. The battle unfolded surprisingly effortlessly. Although the black earth dragon was powerful, for reasons unknown, it could barely muster even a fraction of its strength. Under the combined onslaught of Zhang Yi and Long Ge, it quickly found itself at a disadvantage, its body marred with wounds. What is going on with this creature? Is it pretending? Long Ge mused, casting a doubtful glance at the beleaguered dragon below. Never mind, let us beat it up first. Zhang Yi seized the opportunity to strike relentlessly. Despite being battered and bruised, the black earth dragon did not flee. Instead, it fought fiercely, as if guarding something precious. It seems to be protecting something, the Empress observed, gradually regaining her composure upon realizing they had the upper hand. This insight prompted Zhang Yi and Long Ge to halt their assault. Attentively watching the dragon's movements, they noticed the creature struggling to maneuver its bulk, attempting to shield a corner deep within the cave. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Yi conjured another fireball and tossed it into that corner. The flames illuminated the area, revealing a small mound of earth covered with dry grass, resembling a nest, to their astonishment. Nestled within the nest lay a perfectly round, snow-white object, in a way. A dragon egg, Long Ge exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with desire as drool nearly escaped his lips. This thing smells divine. Hurry up. Realizing the black earth dragon was guarding its offspring, Long Ge urged Zhang Yi to take action. Yet, Zhang Yi remained rooted in place, utterly astonished that the dragon, even at the brink of death, would not retreat, but instead chose to protect its young. That moment, the black earth dragon emitted a mournful cry, its eyes pleading with Zhang Yi and the others, as if begging them not to harm its child. Zhang Yi's heart softened. Despite its ferocity, the creature was willing to endure such humiliation for the sake of its offspring. This profound maternal instinct stirred something within him. Long Ge, this egg. Zhang Yi hesitated, looking towards Long Ge. Long Ge licked his lips, greed flickering in his gaze, yet he ultimately shook his head. Forget it. This creature is rather pitiful. Besides, if we consume its child, it would surely seek vengeance against us. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement, addressing the black earth dragon. Rest assured, we will not harm your child. Seemingly understanding his words, the black earth dragon's eyes glimmered with gratitude as it gradually lowered itself to the ground, shielding the dragon egg with its body. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence of the cave, the unmistakable cracking of an eggshell. Crack, crack, Chapter 53. Entrusting the offspring in the cavern, Long Ge's adopted son. The crisp sound of the eggshell shattering echoed through the cavern. The snow-white dragon egg developed spiderweb-like fissures before bursting open with a loud pop, scattering fragments everywhere. A damp, sticky little creature emerged from the shell, its body entirely black, complete with miniature dragon horns and claws. A diminutive version of the black earth dragon. The weakened mother gazed lovingly at her newborn, gently nudging it with her massive head while emitting a low, sorrowful whimper. However, this tender scene was short-lived. Soon after, the black earth dragon began to tremble violently. It was then that Zhang Yi and Long Ge noticed the horrifying wound on the dragoness abdomen, deep enough to expose bone, as if raked by some vicious claws, if I am not mistaken. This injury was likely inflicted during the previous bloodbath wrought by the blood shadow demon tiger. Regrettably, Zhang Yi's words trailed off midway, as if he had suddenly contemplated something, and he shook his head with a sigh of resignation. Based on the current condition of the black earth dragon before him, he could almost certainly ascertain that the reason this formidable creature had managed to hold on until now was likely due to her concern for her offspring. Now that the little earth dragon had hatched, it was evident that the mother dragon would soon be unable to endure any longer, as fate would have it, just as Zhang Yi anticipated. After a brief moment of tenderness with her newborn, the black earth dragon suddenly collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon, her life seemingly drawing to a close. Observing this poignant scene, Zhang Yi and his companions momentarily forgot their original purpose for being there. Just as they prepared to turn away, the seemingly lifeless mother dragon mustered her final breath and slowly raised her gaze toward Zhang Yi and his group. Her large, tear-filled eyes brimmed with a pleading and hopeful expression. Before long, the mother dragon emitted a faint, indistinct sound. Save it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi and Long Ge, who had been poised to leave, found themselves rooted to the spot in astonishment. They exchanged glances, unable to fathom that the Black Earth Dragon would utter such words. Nevertheless, at that moment, they clearly understood the meaning behind her plea. It was evident that she wished to entrust her child to them. After all, the little creature had just entered the world. If they did not take it away from this perilous place, it would surely perish from hunger. They were deep underground, and for a newborn Earth Dragon with no abilities, being left here alone would only spell certain doom. This was likely why the Black Earth Dragon had fought so fiercely to witness her offspring's birth. Had Zhang Yi and his companions not clashed with her earlier, she might not have succumbed so quickly. Although the battle had not lasted long, the exertion had undoubtedly taken a toll on the already injured and fatigued Black Earth Dragon. As Zhang Yi and his companions exchanged uncertain glances, the Black Earth Dragon spoke again. Rest assured, though this little one appears pitifully weak now, given time to grow, he will undoubtedly become a powerful ally for you. She continued to express her intentions with great difficulty, as if she were using the last remnants of her strength to secure a glimmer of hope for her child. And I will give you everything I possess. Including though her words remained unfinished, the implication was painfully clear. She was offering her body and the treasures hidden within the cave. Zhang Yi looked at the dying Black Earth Dragon, then at the bewildered little Earth Dragon, his heart a tumult of emotions. Though he was greedy, he was not devoid of compassion. Moreover, the Black Earth Dragon's desperate struggle to protect her offspring stirred something within him. Even Long Ge, the wind god pterodactyl, momentarily set aside his usual avarice, his eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. All right, I agree." Before Zhang Yi could voice his thoughts, Long Ge readily assented. "You can rest easy. From now on, this little one will be my godson. Whoever dares to harm him will have to answer to me. You can trust us. We will not harm your child." With Long Ji's affirmation, Zhang Yi echoed the promise. Hearing their vow, gratitude flickered in the mother dragon's eyes as she slowly closed them, her massive body crashing to the ground, lifeless. Zhang Yi and Long Ge approached the little Earth Dragon, which seemed to sense its mother's passing and let out heart-wrenching cries that tugged at their hearts. "Ah, this little creature is quite pitiful," Long Ge sighed, gently patting the little Earth Dragon's head. "From now on, you will be hanging out with your dad. I promise you will have a life of luxury." Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle at Long Ji's feigned ferocity, recognizing the inner turmoil that belied his bravado. Enough with the pretense. Let us see what treasures this cave holds. Zhang Yi playfully tapped Long Ji's head. "Haven't you been drooling over them already?" "Hey, I was just being considerate of your feelings." Long Ge grinned, quickly reverting to his familiar greedy demeanor. "Come on, let's see what this fellow has stashed away." As soon as he finished speaking, the two began to rummage through the cave, the earlier expressions of compassion and sympathy long forgotten. Meanwhile, the little Earth Dragon, oblivious to the unfolding drama, was comforted by the nurturing presence of the giant bird mother and the Empress, who had taken it aside. Deep within the cave lay a trove of treasures, various rare herbs, demon cores, and precious resources that could aid in their cultivation, piled high like small mountains. "Wow, brother, we've truly struck gold this time," Long Ge exclaimed excitedly, his eyes glued to the bounty. Zhang Yi, equally astonished, had not anticipated that the Black Earth Dragon had amassed such a collection. Clearly, this creature was not the benevolent being it appeared to be. Little did they know, these treasures had taken the Black Earth Dragon many years to gather, intended solely for her yet-to-be-born child. Unfortunately, her careful preparations had now unwittingly benefited Zhang Yi and his companions. Chapter 54. Haggling and heading to the Demon Saint's mansion. "My goodness, this black mud eel has quite the stash," Long Ge exclaimed, sifting through the mountain of herbs, his golden eyes nearly popping out as he drooled. If he had more claws, he would have undoubtedly gathered everything into his embrace. Zhang Yi, equally intrigued, held up a demon crystal the size of an infant's fist, shining it in the light to reveal swirling purple radiance, almost bursting with rich spiritual energy. This would be enough for several feasts. He grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "All you think about is eating." The Empress shot him a glance, her attention captured by a vibrant red spiritual herb. "This is the Crimson Flame herb, the primary ingredient for the Breaking Boundary pill. I can't believe this black mud eel possesses such a treasure." At the mere mention of alchemy, fervor ignited in the Empress's eyes. Earlier, while concocting pills by the riverside, she had been on edge, fearing an unwelcome demon beast would disrupt her work. Now, hidden away in the cave, it was the perfect, safe haven for alchemy, sister. Are you suggesting Zhang Yi rubbed his hands together? A scheming glint in his eye. These spiritual herbs and materials would be wasted on us. Why not take the opportunity to refine them into pills? It would be far more convenient for our future uses. The Empress shot him a sidelong glance. What? Do you have objections? And no, of course not. How could I dare to have any objections? Zhang Yi hastily shook his head, inwardly reveling in delight that in truth, he had been contemplating the Empress's mention of the pills for quite some time. Now that she had broached the subject, he had no intention of declining. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi turned to the wind god Pterodactyl. Long Gu, while we have this moment, I believe we should first take care of that mother dragon to avoid disrupting my sister's alchemy. What do you think? Zhang Yi cheerfully patted Long Ji's back. Initially, Long Gu had been enjoying a spiritual fruit, but upon hearing Zhang Yi's suggestion regarding the mother dragon, he hesitated. However, recalling the delectable earth dragon he had previously devoured, which had left him drooling, he ultimately acquiesced. Let us go. This time, I intend to savor the taste of earth dragon meat. Long Gu declared, following Zhang Yi towards the lifeless body of the black earth dragon. Meanwhile, the little earth dragon, having just lost its mother, was still oblivious to Zhang Yi's plans. Nestled in the embrace of the giant bird mother, it let out soft whimpers when it saw Zhang Yi and Long Gu approaching its mother's corpse. It instinctively struggled in the embrace of the giant bird. Upon witnessing the tearful little earth dragon, Zhang Yi felt a pang of compassion, momentarily reconsidering his intentions that, this little one is quite pitiful. Perhaps, however, just as Zhang Yi began to voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by the wind god Pterodactyl. Pitiful as it may be, we still need to eat at worst. I'll share a bit of meat with it during dinner. Long Gu stated matter-of-factly, since I promised its mother to protect the little one, I can't do so without offering something in return. The flesh of this mother dragon will serve as the little one's protection fee. In the next moment, he raised his gaze to behold the corpse of the mother dragon not far away, and if you ask me, the flesh of this black earth dragon must be far more delectable than that of the mud loach from the swamp. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi found it quite reasonable. Back in the swamp, he had relished the sole enjoyment of that mud loach and even awakened a new skill. Now, this black earth dragon had higher cultivation and a more robust physique, undoubtedly promising an even superior flavor. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi exchanged a glance with Long Gu, and the last remnants of reluctance in his heart evaporated in an instant. Subsequently, Zhang Yi and the others beckoned Xiao Pu to join them in the spoils. The wind god Pterosaur was the first to step forward, using its sharp claws to tear into the flesh of the black earth dragon. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi discreetly activated his gluttonous feast skill, voraciously swallowing the spiritual essence within the dragon's blood and flesh. This flavor is truly delightful. Zhang Yi praised as he feasted, the rich spiritual energy flowing down his throat, leaving him feeling invigorated. Of course, just look at whose craftsmanship it is. Long Gu proudly lifted his head, his mouth smeared with dragon's blood, appearing particularly fierce. That don't snatch at all. Leave me some. Zhang Yi quickly guarded the remaining dragon meat, fearing that Long Gu would consume it all. That a bird and a dragon, indulging outside the cave, created a remarkably lively scene. The atmosphere was momentarily harmonious. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Inside the cave, the Empress sat cross-legged, surrounded by an array of various elixir vials. Each elixir was crystal clear, emanating a rich spiritual essence that made one salivate. Success! The Empress opened her eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing within. How is it? How many elixirs did you refine? Zhang Yi and Long Gu rushed in, their eyes fixated on the elixir vials. Boundary-breaking elixir, concentration elixir, and various healing elixirs. Enough for us to use for a while, the Empress stated nonchalantly. Wonderful. Zhang Yi and Long Gu cheered jubilantly, wishing to claim all the elixirs for themselves. That don't celebrate too soon. These elixirs are not given freely. The Empress gazed at them with a half-smile, indicating that to obtain the elixirs, they would have to pay a price. Zhang Yi and Long Gu were immediately taken aback, a chill running through their hearts. In that moment, he could not understand why. But when meeting the Empress's gaze, he felt an uncanny sensation as if a shrewd merchant had set their sights on him. Point one boundary-breaking elixir in exchange for 10 pounds of beast meat. What do you say? The Empress rested her chin on her hand, smiling at Zhang Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi instantly exploded with anger. 10 pounds. Why don't you go and rob someone? Besides, if it weren't for me, how could you have refined the elixirs so easily? I say, at most 5 pounds. 8 pounds, not a single ounce less. The Empress stood her ground. 6 pounds. No more. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. Long Gu, unable to tolerate it any longer, interjected. I say, you girl, aren't you just taking advantage of the situation? We have risked our lives together. How can you calculate it so meticulously? Friendship is friendship, but business is business. They cannot be conflated. The Empress retorted with conviction. Besides, I didn't force you to trade. Long Gu was momentarily speechless, silently calculating whether his meager savings would suffice to exchange for a few elixirs, after a round of amicable negotiations. Zhang Yi and Long Gu finally acquired the elixirs they desired. Though it pained them, they felt invigorated by the upcoming grand competition at the Monster Saint Mansion. That'd be by the time Zhang Yi and the others emerged from the cave. The treasures from the Black Earth Dragon had transformed into an array of crystal-clear, spiritually abundant elixirs. Estimating that the time was ripe, they decided it was time to head to the Monster Saint Mansion for the grand competition. Let us set forth for the Monster Saint Mansion. Chapter 55. The young master of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. Monster Saint Mansion. Here I come. Zhang Yi stood atop the broad back of the wind god pterosaur, roaring with exuberance. However, his shout drew the disdain of the Empress beside him. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world before, truly a country bumpkin. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Oh, have you seen the world? Since you have, why don't we have a little competition? Upon hearing this, the Empress, who had been somewhat smug, instantly wilted. I believe that's unnecessary. I am a civilized bird. Fighting and killing are matters for your kind, not suited for me. The giant mother bird observed the sibling duo, who seemed uneasy without a quarrel, yet showed no inclination to intervene. After all, she had long grown accustomed to such scenes over time. Although her son frequently threatened to take action against the Empress, he had never truly followed through. Furthermore, whenever the Empress encountered any trouble, it was invariably her good son who rushed to her aid. Moreover, compared to mediating the disputes between these siblings, she had a more pressing mission at hand. Xiaopu and the little earth dragon. These two little rascals had taken to following her closely, resembling two neglected children seeking affection. The wind god pterosaur soared high, its massive form eclipsing the sun, swiftly disappearing into the horizon. The Tio saved time. They did not follow their originally planned route. Instead, at Zhang Yi's suggestion, they opted for a shortcut, directly traversing an ancient forest known as the Misty Forest. This forest was perpetually shrouded in thick mist, with a convoluted terrain and abundant beastly creatures. There were even rumors of an ancient tree spirit residing deep within the forest. Its strength unfathomable that as soon as they entered the forest, the dense fog enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Goodness, this mist is too thick. It's practically denser than my own snot, Long Gu complained. Zhang Yi activated his inside eye, and everything around him became crystal clear. Even the thick mist could not hinder his vision. Enough chatter, stay close behind me. Within the misty forest, all manner of bizarre and grotesque beasts emerged as a gigantic spider with butterfly wings descended from above, spewing a mass of sticky webbing toward Zhang Yi. Prepared as ever, Zhang Yi sidestepped with agility, countering with a fireball that incinerated the creature in a char. Did I guess that all? I expected something more formidable. It must be said, ever since Zhang Yi ascended to the rank of a divine beast, he had transformed entirely. Ordinary creatures posed little challenge before him, and he refused to waste time on trivialities. However, no sooner had he spoken than a chameleon lizard that exhaled toxic mist sprang forth from the thicket nearby. This little creature emitted a colorful poisonous mist that appeared rather beautiful at first glance. Yet one should never be deceived by such dazzling appearances. In the misty forest, the more enchanting the exterior, the more deadly it could be. Goodness, that thing is truly revolting. As the chameleon lizard made its entrance, Long Gu and the others hurriedly held their breaths, fearful that a moment of inattention might lead to their demise at the hands of this little fiend. Unfortunately, This left Zhang Yi, who was tasked with clearing the path, in quite a bind. There was no alternative. After all, he was the only one in their party blessed with the insight eye, a skill of extraordinary prowess, though he found the situation somewhat disgusting. He persevered through the discomfort, launching a fireball that sent the creature fleeing. Did I say, our luck is abysmal. Why do we keep encountering these peculiar beings? Zhang Yi complained with evident disdain. Who knows? The misty forest is renowned for its diverse array of beasts. The empress behind him remarked with a smirk of schadenfreude. They pressed on, soon confronting a pack of ghostly wolves capable of becoming invisible. These spectral wolves were elusive and treacherous. Had it not been for Zhang Yi's inside eye, they would have surely suffered ambushes by now. These wretched beasts are truly insidious. Long Gu received a bite from one of the ghostly wolves and yelped in pain. Tough it out. I'll apply some medicine. Zhang Yi casually retrieved one of the elixirs previously refined by the empress and tossed it to the wind god pterosaur. However, to the massive creature, this elixir was akin to mere candy. Wow, this elixir tastes delightful. Long Gu savored it, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. Had it not been for the blood still trickling from his wing, Zhang Yi might have suspected he was feigning injury merely to indulge in the elixir. Enough with the charade. With your tough skin and hearty flesh, what is a little wound to you? If you ask me, you're just trying to trick me into giving you more elixirs. Beside them, Xiaopu unceremoniously exposed Long Ji's little scheme. Long Gu shot him a glare. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? The wound on my wing is not fake. If it weren't for your tender age and ignorance, I would have challenged you to a duel of 300 rounds today. Thus, they chatted and laughed all the way, slaying countless peculiar demon beasts, and finally arrived at the Demon Saint's mansion just before the grand arena competition commenced. The Demon Saint's mansion was perched atop a towering peak, exuding a majestic aura, reminiscent of a celestial realm. That at last, they had arrived. Zhang Yi let out a long sigh of relief, gazing at the magnificent Demon Saint's mansion, his heart brimming with anticipation that he hoped that this grand arena competition would prove to be quite intriguing. Long Gu also appeared invigorated, his face alight with excitement as they approached the mountain gate. They noticed a throng of demon disciples gathered there, engaged in animated discussions. Have you heard? The rewards for this arena competition are exceedingly generous. It is said that the champion will not only receive the cave and corpse of a 9th-tier great demon, but that the Demon Saint's mansion will even bestow a top-tier elixir. Top-tier elixir? My heavens! Is that true? Indeed! I would be satisfied even with a mere ordinary elixir. Listening to the chatter of the demon disciples, Zhang Yi exchanged a glance with Long Gu, both recognizing the excitement reflected in each other's eyes. A top-tier elixir was something that could drive the entire demon realm into a frenzy. Yet, Zhang Yi wondered about the true efficacy of such an elixir. At that moment, a young demon adorned with a golden crown emerged from the crowd. This individual was tall and handsome, exuding an aura of formidable strength with every gesture. Isn't this Jin Peng, the heir of the golden-winged rock clan? I have heard he is now an 8th-tier great demon king, possessing formidable power. It seems the champion of this arena competition is destined to be him. As Jin Peng approached the mountain gate, his gaze swept over the crowd, and a smirk of disdain appeared on his lips. A bunch of insignificant creatures, daring to covet a top-tier elixir. How utterly deluded. His words sparked discontent among the demons, yet they hesitated to confront him due to his status and strength. Zhang Yi felt a surge of irritation at Jin Peng's arrogance. This guy is insufferably arrogant. Long Gu furrowed his brow. What? Are you displeased? Shall we confront him? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes as soon as Xiaopu heard this. She leaped up in excitement. Yes, Uncle Long. Go teach him a lesson. Let him learn why the flowers are so red. Long Gu feigned nonchalance, yawning lazily as he cast a glance at Jin Peng. Does he even deserve my attention? What is my status, that I should waste my time on such a minor character? Though he spoke dismissively, his eager demeanor betrayed his true intentions that he swaggered toward Jin Peng, each step reverberating like thunder, causing the surrounding demon disciples to scatter in fear of being trampled by this colossal figure. Upon reaching Jin Peng, Long Gu deliberately snorted, spraying Jin Peng with a mist of mucus. Then spoke in a booming voice. I hear you're quite arrogant, even daring to covet a top-tier elixir. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own worth. Jin Peng, incensed by this unexpected provocation, glared at Long Ge with a face as dark as thunder. Who do you think you are, daring to treat this young master with such disrespect? You seek death. Before he could finish, Jin Peng transformed into a streak of golden light. Launching himself at Long Ge, his wings flapped vigorously, and his sharp claws descended upon Long Ji's head like a steel blade. Long Ge had anticipated this, his massive form twisting agilely to evade Jin Peng's attack. He then opened his cavernous jaws, aiming to bite down on Jin Peng. In an instant, dust and debris swirled at the mountain gate as the two became locked in combat. The power of Long Ge and Jin Peng was closely matched, creating a stalemate. Xiao Pu watched with bated breath, her little fists pumping as she cheered for Long Ge. Go! Uncle Long, bite him! Bite his wings! Yes, just like that. Zhang Yi, maintaining his composure, observed the battle closely. He noted that while Jin Peng's moves appeared powerful, they seemed somewhat ostentatious, perhaps designed to showcase his prowess rather than reflect true strength. Zhang Yi suspected that Jin Peng's abilities might be exaggerated. After a period of intense fighting, Long Ge feigned a weakness, exposing his abdomen. Jin Peng, seizing what he thought was an opportunity, unleashed his signature move, the Golden Winged Sky Shredder. Golden light surged from Jin Peng's wings as two razor-sharp blades of golden energy sliced through the air, aimed directly at Long Ji's midsection. However, Long Ge had anticipated this move that a sly glint flickered in his eyes as he suddenly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack, seizing the moment while Jin Peng was momentarily spent. Long Ge lunged forward, clamping down on Jin Peng's wing. Jin Peng let out a pained cry, the excruciating pain in his wings sapping his strength. Long Ge, seizing the advantage, forcefully swung Jin Peng to the ground, creating a thunderous crash that echoed through the area. The surrounding demon disciples were thrown into an uproar, utterly astonished that the seemingly invincible heir of the golden-winged rock had been defeated by a seemingly ordinary wind spirit pterosaur. Jin Peng struggled to rise, but Long Ge held his wing tightly, rendering him immobile. Fueled by humiliation and rage, Jin Peng could only glare at Long Ge with venomous eyes. You will pay for this. I will not let you get away. Long Ge scoffed dismissively. You think you can challenge me? Just scram, and don't embarrass yourself here. Realizing he was no match for Long Ge, Jin Peng could only retreat in disgrace from the Demon Saint's mansion. Long Ge, triumphant, released his grip and returned to Zhang Yi and Xiao Pu. Basking in the admiration of the onlookers, he strutted with pride, as if the earlier battle had been mere child's play. Zhang Yi observed Long Ji's performance with a silent chuckle. Despite his rough exterior, Long Ge knew when to strike and when to hold back. Uncle Long, you were amazing, Xiao Pu exclaimed, circling around Long Ge. You actually defeated the heir of the golden-winged rock. You're famous now. Long Ge laughed heartily. Of course. Just look at who I am. As Zhang Yi watched the exuberance of Long Ge and Xiao Pu, he began contemplating how to leverage this arena competition to acquire more resources and enhance his own strength. That he understood that the competition at the Demon Saint's mansion was far from simple. At that moment, a captivating figure approached, swaying gracefully like a serpent, her delicate form draped in gossamer garments. Her fair skin and fiery red hair drew the gaze of all, making it difficult to look away. Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. I am the holy maiden of the Fox clan, Humayr. She approached Zhang Yi, covering her mouth with a playful laugh. Young brother, my admiration for you three heroes is as radiant as the sun and moon. Especially for you, young brother. At such a young age, to be accompanied by a great demon like the wind spirit pterosaur, I am most curious indeed. Zhang Yi subtly tugged at the corner of his mouth. This vixen was certainly not here with good intentions. Just as he pondered how to extricate himself, Long Ge could no longer contain himself. Holy maiden, you flatter us. This is all just child's play. Long Ge puffed out his chest, his tail nearly wagging skyward, that if you wish to dine with me, you must first prove your worth. Xiao Pu's eyes sparkled with envy as she gazed at Humayr, whispering, wow, the holy maiden of the Fox clan. I've heard that her clan excels in the art of seduction. If only I could learn a trick or two. Zhang Yi, exasperated, raised a hand to his forehead and sighed deeply. Watching Long Ge fawning over the holy maiden and Xiao Pu gazing dreamily at her, he was filled with a sense of helplessness. These two were a handful, one eager to flaunt his prowess, the other infatuated with the enchanting fox maiden, leaving him with no respite. Just as he was about to speak, Humayr suddenly changed her expression, exclaiming, "Oh no! My precious jade pendant is missing," feigning distress. She searched her garments, then looked at Zhang Yi with an innocent gaze. "Young brother, could you assist me in locating it? That pendant holds great significance for me. If I lose it, how could I possibly go on?" As she spoke, tears began to fall like raindrops. Zhang Yi smirked internally, recognizing her act for what it was. Just as he was about to expose her ruse, he suddenly noticed a dark figure stealthily approaching Xiao Pu. A dull thud reverberated as a shadow was sent flying by Zhang Yi's kick, crashing into a pillar of the arena with a shrill cry of agony. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a diminutive rat demon, characterized by its shifty eyes and pointed features, writhing on the ground in pain while clutching its belly to, "Oh, my poor back. Which blind fool dares to kick your esteemed rat lord?" The rat demon bellowed. Yet it dared not rise, its beady green eyes darting about in search of an escape. Zhang Yi let out a cold chuckle, his claw pinning down the rat demon's slender tail. "Thinking of fleeing? Have you consulted me first?" The rat demon struggled desperately, its limbs flailing, but it could not free itself from Zhang Yi's iron grip. "Spare me, Great One, I was blind to your might and have offended you. So, I beseech you to grant me a chance for survival. Enough of your prattle. Speak. Who sent you?" Zhang Yi glared icily at the creature. The rat demon stuttered, hesitating to divulge anything that a glint of cold light flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. "Not willing to talk? Then do not blame me for being impolite." With that, he exerted pressure with his claw on the rat demon's tail, eliciting a shriek of despair. I'll tell you. It was the Fox Clan's Saintess, Humayr, who sent me." The rat demon, terrified, spilled the truth as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. "She instructed me to stealthily steal this young lord's storage bag." And then, Zhang Yi's expression hardened as he turned his gaze toward Humayr. This cunning vixen was indeed up to no good. Seeing her scheme exposed, Humayr discarded her pretense, her once charming visage now twisted with malice. "You wretched brat! How dare you thwart my plans? Such despicable tactics hardly qualify as plans." Zhang Yi scoffed disdainfully. Humayr's face turned ashen, her eyes glinting with fury. "You have brought this upon yourself. Since you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." She formed hand seals and chanted incantations, summoning several imposing Fox Clan guards who surrounded Zhang Yi. Dragon Brother, witnessing the scene, abandoned his attempts to curry favor with Humayr, rushing to shield Zhang Yi and Xiao Pu, adopting a stance of battle. "You intend to harm my brother. You'd better ask if I permit it." "Presumptuous," Humayr sneered, issuing a command as the guards lunged at Zhang Yi and Dragon Brother. The entrance of the Demon Saint's residence erupted into chaos. Zhang Yi and Xiao Pu, shielded by Dragon Brother, watched the fierce battle unfold, tension mounting within them. Though Zhang Yi appeared calm, he was secretly vigilant. The Fox Clan guards were formidable and displayed remarkable coordination, evidently trained for such confrontations. Dragon Brother, strong as he was, began to tire against the multiple opponents. "Xiao Pu, keep your distance," Zhang Yi instructed quietly. Reluctantly, Xiao Pu nodded and retreated, understanding that her presence would only hinder them. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, a spark of determination igniting in his gaze that it was time to showcase his true prowess. He ceased to conceal his strength, unleashing the power of his devouring system, a surge of formidable energy coursing through him. In a flash, he joined the fray, delivering a punch that sent one of the Fox guards flying. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yi unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one lethal. In close-quarters combat, the Fox guards were no match for him. Swiftly falling to the ground, Humay's expression shifted dramatically, fear flashing in her eyes. Initially, she had believed that the wind goddess Winged Dragon was the pinnacle of their combat strength, yet this strange bird beside him proved to be equally formidable, coupled with the ever-watchful giant bird mother and the Empress. Humayr's earlier composure had vanished, replaced by an almost imperceptible panic. Realizing she was outmatched, she attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by Zhang Yi. "You come and go as you please? Is this how your Fox Clan displays manners?" Zhang Yi's eyes gleamed coldly, having resolved to teach this Humayr a lesson. However, before he could act, an overwhelming presence approached from a distance. Arriving in an instant. "Stop," The command echoed, causing the surrounding demons to halt in their tracks. Zhang Yi turned to see a grand demon clad in a golden robe, wearing a purple gold crown, descending with an imposing aura. His countenance was stern, and his sharp gaze swept over the crowd, emanating a powerful pressure that made it difficult to look him in the eye. "What is going on here?" the middle-aged demon inquired in a deep voice. Upon seeing the newcomer, Humayr seized the opportunity, like a drowning woman clutching at a straw. "Demon Saint, this individual is openly committing violence, injuring my guards that I implore you to seek justice for me." Zhang Yi inwardly cursed his misfortune. Humayr truly knew how to play her cards, that as he contemplated how to navigate the situation, the Demon Saint suddenly turned his attention to Zhang Yi. "What is your name? Why are you causing a disturbance before the Demon Saint's residence?" Zhang Yi, with a cunning glint in his eye, feigned a look of grievance, reporting to the esteemed Demon Saint. "I am but a nameless little bird demon within your domain. This Fox Clan woman was utterly unruly, attacking us without cause, and I was compelled to retaliate. That I beseech the esteemed Demon Saint to see the truth." A nameless little bird demon? The Demon Saint frowned at the remark. Could a mere nameless demon truly best the personal guards of the Fox Clan as Saintus? What a joke! Yet, being the Demon Saint, his discernment was unparalleled. With a lineup including the Golden Crow, Earth Dragon, and Wind Goddess Winged Dragon, it was hard to believe there was no backing behind this individual. Nevertheless, since the other party seemed unwilling to divulge more, the Demon Saint chose not to pursue the matter further. He scrutinized Zhang Yi, noting that this young demon did not appear to be ordinary, exuding an indescribable aura of dominance. Moreover, those golden eyes inexplicably instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Seeing that the Demon Saint appeared disinclined to delve deeper, Humayr, in a panic, exclaimed, "Demon Saint, you must stand up for me." Noting her lack of prudence, the Demon Saint frowned slightly, but recognized that, given her identity, he had to act. After deliberating briefly, he declared, "Bring them all down and keep them under strict watch." Chapter 58. The tree desires calm, yet the wind does not cease within the damp and dark dungeon of the Demon Saint's residence. An unpleasant moldy odor permeated the air. Zhang Yi, the Earth Dragon, and the Wind Goddess Winged Dragon were unceremoniously thrown into a cell. The heavy iron door slammed shut with a resounding clang. The Empress spat in disdain, shaking off the dirt clinging to her. "This dungeon is utterly revolting. Can't they even clean it?" Beside her, the Wind Goddess Winged Dragon flapped its wings occasionally, attempting to dispel the foul stench. Zhang Yi, however, remained unfazed, seemingly unaffected by the dungeon's state. Instead, he sought out a relatively clean corner and immediately began to cultivate. Upon his entrance, Zhang Yi had realized that while the dungeon's environment was far from ideal, the rich spiritual energy surrounding them was a rare resource for cultivation. With the arena competition hosted by the Demon Saint's residence approaching, he needed to seize every moment to enhance his abilities. Being imprisoned in a dungeon, yet still fixated on the results of the competition, was perhaps a unique occurrence. Meanwhile, news of Humayr and her subordinates' capture swiftly reached the ears of the Fox Clan's patriarch. Upon hearing this, the patriarch erupted in fury. "This is outrageous. The Demon Saint has become increasingly overbearing, capturing my daughter without a word. He clearly disregards my Fox Clan. This matter cannot be let go. I must personally seek justice." The patriarch, without inquiring into the details, gathered a host of Fox Clan experts and stormed toward the Demon Saint's residence, determined to reclaim honor for his clan and seek retribution for his daughter. The patriarch soon arrived at the Demon Saint's residence, just as the arena competition was about to commence. At this critical juncture, chaos was not an option. Faced with the pressure from the Fox Clan, the Supreme Commander, the Demon Saint, had to stabilize the situation. He promptly summoned Zhang Yi and the others from the dungeon, bringing them to the main hall for interrogation. In the hall, upon witnessing the arrival of her father, Humayr feigned immense grievance. "Father, you must stand up for me. It was him. He injured me and my guards." Seeing her attempt to cast blame, Zhang Yi was not one to back down. He too adopted a pitiful expression, turning to the imposing figure of the Demon Saint. "Demon Saint, this is unjust. It was this Fox Clan woman who provoked us first. We were merely defending ourselves. Moreover, we are but a few insignificant little demons. How could we dare to provoke the Saintess of the Fox Clan?" As he spoke, he even cast a provocative glance at Humayr, who stood nearby. Isn't this just the wicked accusing the innocent first? As if no one else could do the same? Zhang Yi and the Saintess of the Fox clan soon found themselves embroiled in a heated argument. Initially, the Demon Saint had merely intended to oversee the proceedings, never expecting the situation to escalate to this extent. However, after Zhang Yi's ruckus, the Demon Saint's perception of him underwent a significant transformation. This fellow, fully aware that the Fox clan's leader had come to support Humayr, not only exhibited no fear, but also argued his case with conviction, clearly indicating that he had experienced the world. Coincidentally, the Demon Saint had long harbored discontent towards the Fox clan's way of doing things. Now, perhaps he could seize this opportunity to give them a stern warning, to demonstrate to the entrenched powers like the Fox clan who truly held sway in this realm. With this thought, the Demon Saint feigned contemplation for a moment before speaking. This Demon Saint believes that the truth of this matter requires further investigation. Bring them all away and keep them under strict supervision. The Fox clan leader was utterly taken aback that the Demon Saint would dare to confront him in front of so many people. Yet, due to the latter's status, he could only temporarily swallow his dissatisfaction. After dispatching the Fox clan members, the Demon Saint swiftly sent his capable subordinates to investigate the matter. As expected, the investigation revealed that Humayr was indeed arrogant and often bullied others, and the conflict had been instigated by her provocation. Although Zhang Yi and his companions appeared to be mere ordinary little demons, the bloodlines of the Earth Dragon and Wind God Winged Dragon accompanying him were remarkably pure. Upon receiving the investigation results, the Demon Saint reached a decisive conclusion that he resolved to take this opportunity to deliver a warning to the Fox clan while also gauging Zhang Yi's response under pressure. Thus, in the Grand Hall, the Demon Saint announced before the Fox clan leader that both parties would receive 50 strikes as punishment, as a form of admonishment. Upon hearing this, Humayr erupted in outrage. What? 50 strikes for each side? On what grounds? Clearly, they bullied me. Demon Saint, you cannot be so biased. The Fox clan leader hurriedly intervened. Demon Saint, my daughter is young and foolish. I implore you to show mercy and spare her this time. However, the Demon Saint remained unmoved, coldly snorting. This saint has already rendered judgment. Whoever dares to plead will be punished as well. In the end, Humayr had no choice but to accept her punishment with tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi feigned fear, but secretly utilized his techniques to dissipate the force of the strikes. When the 50 blows landed, he emerged unscathed and even absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. After the punishment was concluded, Zhang Yi and his companions were released, while Humayr was taken back to her clan by her leader to recover from her injuries. Once they departed from the Demon Saint's residence, the Earth Dragon could no longer contain his complaints. Boss, that Demon Saint is simply unfair. Clearly, it was Humayr who instigated the trouble. Why must we also receive 50 strikes? The Wind God Winged Dragon chimed in. Exactly. If it weren't for you secretly mitigating the blows, we would probably be down for the count right now. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. This Demon Saint is cunning and shrewd. It is evident he wishes to reprimand the Fox clan while simultaneously testing our resilience. However, he has also provided us with an opportunity, one to make a name for ourselves in the Demon Saint's grand competition. What do you mean by that? The Earth Dragon and Wind God Winged Dragon looked at Zhang Yi with confusion. Although we appear to have suffered a grievance, we have left an impression on the Demon Saint. As long as we perform well in the grand competition, we should earn his recognition and perhaps even have a chance to train in the Demon Saint's residence. At that time, had he left his statement unfinished. But the Earth Dragon and Wind God Winged Dragon already grasped his meaning. Afterward, the three of them returned to the temporary cave residence assigned by the Demon Saint, just as they settled in and prepared to indulge in their previous treasures for a hearty meal. A sudden commotion erupted outside the cave. Following this, a penetrating voice rang out. You inside there, if you have the guts, come out. I want to settle this once and for all. Chapter 59. The Provocative Humayr. The grand competition begins. Foolish went to the Fox clan. It seems the last punishment didn't teach you a lesson. Since you've come seeking trouble today, I shall take the opportunity to teach you how to be a proper demon. Allow me to elucidate the disparity between us. As Zhang Yi spoke, he strode out of the cave with the Wind God Winged Dragon and the female emperor beside him, but as fate would have it. Upon seeing Zhang Yi, Humayr transformed into a wild, uncontrollable beast, charging at him like a rabid dog did. Oh, how does this Fox Clan maiden resemble a mad dog, devoid of any dignity, befitting a clan saintess? Zhang Yi taunted while effortlessly dodging her attack with a mere sidestep. And with such meager skills, you dare seek revenge on me? I suggest you retreat to your training for a few hundred more years. At your current level, I can only envision you enduring a beating. Hearing Zhang Yi's mockery, Humayr was nearly driven to the brink of fury. At that moment, she wished nothing more than to tear him to shreds. Ah, she screamed in rage that I in the blink of an eye. Her fur bristled, and 3 fluffy fox tails manifested behind her. As the tails emerged, her figure split into 2, then formed up within mere breaths. A multitude of Humayr's forms surrounded Zhang Yi, each wearing a vicious and malevolent grin. Merely a trivial trick. With such abilities, you dare to flaunt them before me. How utterly laughable. Zhang Yi scoffed disdainfully to In the next instant. His eyes gleamed with determination as he activated his inside eye. Under the scrutiny of the inside eye, all of Humayr's tactics proved to be futile. Zhang Yi swiftly pinpointed her true form, with the intention of imparting a lesson to this madwoman. Zhang Yi showed no mercy and unleashed his ultimate move, 3,000 flames. Instantly, a terrifying wave of intense heat surged forth from Zhang Yi, as if a vast expanse of blazing inferno had manifested out of thin air. Under his deliberate control, the scorching flames shot directly towards Humayr's true form. A piercing scream echoed through the void as Humayr's true form was struck. The myriad of clones she had created instantly dissolved into nothingness. At that moment, Humayr, hit by the flames, turned pale. She could hardly fathom that the Fox Clan's secret techniques, which she had always prided herself on, could be so effortlessly countered. In her astonishment, she momentarily forgot the pain coursing through her body, fixating her incredulous gaze on Zhang Yi. Just as she was about to strike again, a voice, tinged with weariness, echoed from behind her, "Humayr, cease." As the voice resonated, the Fox Clan leader had already intervened to extinguish the flames engulfing Humayr. He glanced at the disheveled Humayr and then at the relaxed Zhang Yi, shaking his head in resignation. Although he had not witnessed the preceding battle, the sight of Humayr's current state made it evident that, given her cultivation level, she was clearly no match for Zhang Yi. "Kid, the Fox Clan will remember this incident," the Fox Clan leader coldly declared before firmly grasping Humayr's wrist and forcibly leading her away. As she was taken away by her father, Humayr glared daggers at Zhang Yi. However, he remained indifferent, viewing the Fox Clan as inconsequential. Individuals like Humayr, who were both large-breasted and dim-witted, held no appeal for Zhang Yi. Despite the backing of the entire Fox Clan, he felt no trepidation. After all, in this competition, they would face countless demon clans. With the troublemakers departed, Zhang Yi called to his companions, urging them to return to the cave and continue enjoying the feast they had prepared. Inside the cave, while Zhang Yi and his group dealt with their troubles, the mother giant bird and others had nearly finished preparing the food. As Zhang Yi gazed at the mountain of delectable dishes before him, he seized a piece of beast meat radiating with rich, spiritual energy and began to feast heartily. Once they had indulged sufficiently, Zhang Yi finally shared his thoughts on the earlier incident. The Fox Clan truly has the audacity to demand respect without deserving it. It seems we must give them a taste of their own medicine in the upcoming grand competition. Father is right. That wretched female fox dared to provoke you. Once on the stage, we must teach them a proper lesson. As Xiaopu spoke, she did not forget to ingratiate herself by rubbing against Zhang Yi's wings. Although Zhang Yi did not oppose her actions, he harbored his own concerns. This little vixen seemed impulsive today, likely driven by motives beyond mere personal grievances. I suspect that the Fox Clan will undoubtedly resort to tricks during the competition on the arena. So if we encounter these individuals later, we must exercise utmost caution. Upon hearing this, the Empress, the mother of giant birds, and the wind god Wyvern all nodded in agreement. In light of this, we cannot afford to be complacent. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. He realized that he must seize the time to cultivate and enhance his abilities. Thus, Zhang Yi took out the various rare treasures he had previously consumed, beginning the process of refining and absorbing their essence. The wind god Wyvern, along with the later joined Empress and the mother of giant birds, also commenced their training. Only Xiaopu and the Earth Dragon, these 2 gluttons, remained lost in a sea of delicacies. one savoring a spiritual fruit with great delight, while the other lay atop a mound of flesh, fast asleep, appearing utterly carefree. Time flew by, and soon the day of the Monster Sage arena competition arrived. The Monster Sage mansion was adorned with colorful decorations, buzzing with excitement as prodigies from various monster clans gathered, eager to showcase their prowess on the arena. Zhang Yi and his companions approached the vicinity of the arena. Although their turn had not yet come, they prepared to observe the matches of other clans to better understand their opponents. However, just as they arrived at the competition venue, an untimely voice echoed from behind. "Oh, what a narrow path for enemies." The speaker was none other than Hu Mei. Now, she had fully recovered from her previous injuries. Zhang Yi could see nothing but resentment and hatred in her eyes. And he feared that if they faced Hu Mei in the arena, it would likely result in a fierce battle. "What's the matter, little vixen? Are you here to seek punishment again?" Zhang Yi replied with a half-smile. Hu Mei sneered, "You little beast, don't be too proud too soon. You better pray that you don't encounter any of our Fox Clan-esque monsters on the arena, or you'll surely meet a gruesome end." Her voice was shrill and grating. Zhang Yi scratched his ear in annoyance and waved his wings dismissively. "Enough with your incessant chatter, but go find somewhere cool to linger. Your presence irritates me." Didn't he even spare her a glance and led the Empress and the others towards the spectator stands. As the mother of giant birds passed by Hu Mei, she deliberately flapped her wings, creating a gust of wind that almost sent Hu Mei tumbling. Seeing that Zhang Yi and his group disregarded her completely, Hu Mei began to stomp her feet in frustration. "This damn dog, it infuriates me." Observing their Saintess in such a state, her Fox Clan companions quickly consoled her. "Saintess, calm down. It's not worth your anger to engage with such a boorish fellow. Just wait. During the arena competition, our clan's experts will surely teach these country bumpkins a harsh lesson and relieve your frustrations." Zhang Yi and his companions found a vantage point to sit. On the arena, the younger generation of various clans had already begun to engage in fierce combat, showcasing an array of dazzling monster techniques. That on the eastern arena, a fiery bull monster charged recklessly, spewing flames that scorched its opponents. On the western arena, a leopard monster darted like the wind, swiftly tearing its adversary into shreds. Yet, the most captivating spectacle was in the central arena, where a massive python monster competed. This behemoth did not even need to employ any techniques. It merely coiled its immense strength around its opponent, tightening its grip until the opponent's bones shattered, leading to suffocation and death. As Zhang Yi observed the matches, he quietly assessed the strength of the participants from various clans. Aside from those monsters lacking substantial backing, many, like Hu Mei, who had familial support, also possessed formidable abilities. Among them, the most powerful were undoubtedly the younger members of the Tiger and Lion clans. These individuals were robust and aggressive, particularly a contestant from the Tiger clan named Hu Shao, whose move Fierce Tiger descends the mountain was so powerful that it sent his opponent flying off the arena in a single strike. Meanwhile, the competitors from the Fox clan, as Zhang Yi had anticipated, employed devious and unpredictable techniques that were difficult to defend against. One Fox Clan contestant even released a mesmerizing fragrance, luring their opponent into a trance before seizing the opportunity to strike. Zhang Yi remained vigilant in his thoughts. He turned to glance at Xiao Pu and the Earth Dragon, who were entirely disengaged from the competition. Xiao Pu was sneakily extracting spiritual fruits from his storage bag. Her cheeks puffed like a little hamster, while the Earth Dragon lay sprawled at his feet, snoring loudly, occupying most of the space and drawing amused gazes and snickers from the surrounding spectators. These two mischief makers. Zhang Yi shook his head in exasperation, choosing to ignore them. Just then, a familiar figure appeared on the arena. Jin Peng, the young master of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. Compared to before, Jin Peng's strength had evidently increased significantly. With a powerful flap of his wings, he transformed into a streak of golden light, appearing before his opponent in an instant, his sharp claws striking like lightning. In just a few exchanges, he sent a rhinoceros monster of comparable cultivation tumbling off the arena. Witnessing Jin Peng's formidable prowess, Zhang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. That seemed that aside from the Fox clan, there were numerous other powerful monsters like Jin Peng participating in the arena competition. Securing the championship would not be an easy feat. Daddy, this spiritual fruit is delicious. Xiao Pu suddenly leaned close to Zhang Yi, presenting a vibrant red spiritual fruit as if it were a treasure. Zhang Yi glanced over and realized it was the fire spirit fruit he had carefully stored, one that was worth its weight in gold. This glutton had devoured several of them in one go. "You little foodie, all you do is eat. You've polished off all my spiritual fruits," Zhang Yi chided, lightly tapping her on the head. Xiaopu stuck out her tongue and sneakily reached back into Zhang Yi's storage bag. Just then, an unexpected event unfolded on the arena. That a Lion Clan contestant was locked in a fierce battle with an Elephant Clan contestant, both evenly matched and unable to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, the Lion Clan contestant employed some underhanded tactic, knocking the Elephant contestant off the arena. The Elephant contestant fell to the ground, spitting blood, clearly on the verge of death. What is going on? That Lion Clan contestant was far too ruthless. "Isn't this murder?" The audience erupted in an uproar, some cursing the Lion Clan contestant's treachery, while others believed the Elephant contestant simply lacked skill and deserved their fate. Zhang Yi observed coolly, his heart remaining unfazed. Such was the nature of competition. The victor reigned supreme while the vanquished were condemned. Moreover, fairness had never been a concept on the arena. Just as the crowd was abuzz with discussion, Long Gu suddenly interjected. "Tay, that little elephant has quite the endurance. It hasn't kicked the bucket yet. What a pity! Even if it survives, it's only a matter of time that it's practically finished. Even if it were healed, it would be a waste of time. Might as well give it a swift end." Upon hearing the Wind God Wyvern's remarks, Xiaopu looked up at Zhang Yi and said, "Daddy, that elephant monster is so pitiful." Pitiful. In the arena, life and death are determined by fate. What is there to feel pity for? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and snatched the fire spirit fruit from Xiaopu's hand. Popping it into his own mouth, "These things are precious. You can't treat them like snacks and eat them endlessly." But Xiaopu pouted, ready to explain, but Zhang Yi interrupted. "Enough with the buts. Once I'm done here, Daddy will take you out for something delicious." Zhang Yi ruffled Xiaopu's hair and retrieved a handful of lower-tier spiritual fruits from his storage bag, giving them to her to appease her hunger. Only then did Xiaopu break into a smile, happily munching on the fruits to that moment. The ailing elephant contestant on the arena suddenly began to convulse. Shortly after, his body began to swell, his skin turning a bizarre shade of purple. "Not good. This guy is about to self-destruct," a voice from the crowd of monsters yelled, triggering a greater commotion. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Zhang Yi's expression changed dramatically. The elephant contestant had evidently activated some forbidden secret technique, intending to take down an opponent with him in his final moments, and his self-destruction was aimed directly at the lion contestant and the audience seated nearby. "What are you waiting for? Run!" Zhang Yi shouted loudly, and immediately summoned Long Gu and the mother of the giant bird, urging the two little ones to flee. However, just as they turned to escape, an incredibly powerful wave of energy suddenly surged around the arena. Chapter 61. Knowing oneself and one's opponent, Xiong Baishan's special tactics. The terrifying energy fluctuations rolled around the arena like boiling water, ultimately condensing into a vast, transparent barrier, completely isolating the arena from the audience. The energy shockwave from the self-detonation of the Elephant Clan competitor violently struck the barrier, causing it to tremble violently, sending ripples across its surface as if it could shatter at any moment. Zhang Yi's heart raced, instinctively shielding Xiaopu behind him. "What on earth is this?" Long Gu screeched, flapping his wings, nearly tumbling down. Fortunately, although the barrier was on the verge of collapse, it ultimately withstood the terrifying impact. After the explosion, the arena was shrouded in smoke, and a choking stench permeated the air. Once the smoke cleared, the scene on the arena was shocking. The Lion Clan competitor lay on the ground, bloodied and barely alive. Although he had survived, he had lost the ability to continue fighting and was likely unable to participate in the subsequent matches. As for the Elephant Clan competitor, he was completely obliterated, vanishing from this world entirely. The audience initially fell into a deathly silence, only to erupt into an even greater clamor. This barrier is impressive. It actually withstood the self-detonation. That Lion Clan lad is truly unfortunate, nearly meeting the same fate. Serves him right. Who told him to resort to underhanded tactics? He has now faced his comeuppance. Nonsense. In arena competitions, life and death are determined by fate, each relying on their own abilities. Where does the notion of retribution come from? Zhang Yi secretly felt relieved. Had it not been for this barrier, he, along with Xiaopu, Di Long, the giant bird, and Long Go would likely have suffered dire consequences, but he glanced down at Xiao Pu, who was happily munching on a spirit fruit, and felt a wave of fear wash over him. At that moment, the elder of the demon clan presiding over the competition soared above the arena, an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloping the venue, silencing the uproar. Silence. The voice of the demon saint's guard rang out like a thunderclap, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. Due to the unexpected incident in this competition, we will pause for a moment. He paused briefly before continuing, stating, "The arena barrier is established to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, I hereby declare that the use of any actions that may endanger non-participating beasts' lives is strictly prohibited. Violators will be disqualified and face severe punishment." After finishing his statement, the guard turned and left. Seizing the opportunity during the pause, Zhang Yi decided to take Xiao Pu and Di Long away from the audience area. Notably, despite the earlier commotion, the little Di Long beside him remained undisturbed, still soundly asleep. Had it not been for the wind spirit wyvern giving this oblivious little creature a nudge, who knows how much longer it would have continued its slumber, in stark contrast to the calm little Di Long. The previously food-absorbed Xiao Pu was now thoroughly frightened. The little one's face turned pale, clinging tightly to Zhang Yi's wing, refusing to let go. "Daddy, I'm scared." Xiao Pu's voice trembled slightly. Zhang Yi gently patted Xiao Pu's head, reassuring him. It's all right, Daddy is here," and he found a secluded corner for Xiao Pu and Di Long to rest. Observing Xiao Pu's still terrified gaze, a surge of anger welled up within Zhang Yi. This cursed arena competition is simply a life-risking endeavor. It seems he must prepare thoroughly to ensure the safety of his family. Subsequently, Zhang Yi began to seriously analyze the strength of the competitors from various clans he had observed earlier. Along with their techniques and skills, that he discovered that although the participants in the grand competition varied in strength, most possessed formidable skills and trump cards. Had it not been for the incident caused by the Elephant Clan today, they might not have even realized how perilous their situation could be when it was their turn to compete. Clearly, a comprehensive strategy was necessary. Zhang Yi looked at Xiao Pu and the others beside him, falling into deep thought once more. The competitors exhibited a wide range of strengths, some being exceptionally powerful, while others were relatively weaker. Additionally, contestants from different clans specialized in different techniques. For instance, the Lion Clan competitors excelled in close combat. The Elephant Clan was known for their brute strength, while the Fox Clan was adept at illusion techniques. However, merely understanding these aspects felt insufficient to Zhang Yi, as the saying goes. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures one's invincibility in 100 battles. To guarantee absolute safety, he deemed it necessary to devise a method to obtain more information. However, the trump cards of these beings were closely guarded secrets, typically not revealed unless faced with dire circumstances. But how could he acquire more accurate intelligence? At a crucial moment, Zhang Yi found himself at a loss, ultimately placing his last hope in the system. System, is there any way for me to ascertain the abilities of these competitors? Ding! Detecting host request, the system reminds. The host may expend 1 million spirit power to upgrade the skill Eye of Insight. Upon upgrading, the host will be able to detect target information. 1,000,000 spirit power? Why wait any longer? Let us do this. Zhang Yi excitedly flapped his wings a few times. Ding! System skill upgrading in progress. Skill upgrade completed. As the system's announcement echoed in his ears, Zhang Yi immediately activated the upgraded Eye of Insight, locking onto a nearby tiger demon sharpening its claws. Target: Huda Li, species, Tiger Clan, Cultivation Realm. Great Demon King level 3, skills, Tiger Roar of the Forest, Fierce Tiger Descending the Mountain, Tiger Claw Shattering Stars. Well, this Huda Li looks quite robust, but his skills seem rather flamboyant. Zhang Yi then shifted his gaze to a seductive Fox Clan beauty. Target: Humair, species, Fox Clan, Cultivation Realm, Great Demon level 2. Skills: Enchanting Eye, Phantom Trail, Fox Fire Conflagration. Hiske. This Humair is indeed a vixen. Even the names of her skills exude a certain allure. Zhang Yi was thoroughly entertained, scanning the surrounding competitors and recording their information in his mind. Suddenly, he detected an unexpected target. Target: Xiongba Tian, species, Bear Clan, Cultivation Realm. Great Demon level 5, skills, Berserk Giant Bear, Earth Roar, Bear King Shockwave. What the hell? He is actually a level 5 Great Demon. This Xiongba Tian has been hiding too deep. Previously, Zhang Yi hadn't even realized how formidable this individual was. Even more surprising to Zhang Yi was that this Xiongba Tian possessed a particularly unique skill among his many abilities. Devouring Evolution. Devouring Evolution. What kind of skill is that? Zhang Yi pondered. System, please provide a detailed description of this skill. Chapter 62. The Empress's Contempt. Are you afraid? Skill. Devouring Evolution can devour the bloodlines and skills of other demon beasts for personal use. With a certain chance of failure. Failure results in backlash. Zhang Yi inhaled sharply. This skill is simply monstrous. Goodness. Isn't this just the Bear Clan's version of my Feast of Gluttony? Zhang Yi marveled inwardly. No wonder Xiongba Tian managed to reach level 5. It turns out he climbed up by devouring other demon beasts. If he continues to devour like this, what a disaster it would be. He rubbed his hands together, already formulating a plan. He would challenge this individual later and seize his devouring evolution skill. Such a valuable asset should not go unclaimed. However, whether he would be matched against him would depend on the rules, as well as whether Xiongba Tian could successfully clear the rounds to earn the opportunity to battle him. Zhang Yi was deep in thought when a great demon responsible for hosting the event shouted, announcing the end of the first round of competitions. Congratulations to the 3 level 3 Great Demons, 1 level 4 Great Demon, and 1 level 5 Great Demon for emerging victorious in the first stage. The venue erupted in jubilation, the roars of demon beasts resonating loudly. Many great demons, however, hung their heads in dismay over the losses of their kin. The victorious competitors could choose to retain their current achievements and withdraw from the competition or opt to continue challenging higher-level opponents in pursuit of greater honor and rewards. The hosting Great Demon continued to shout, "Of course. Having come this far, who would choose to withdraw?" Zhang Yi secretly scoffed, realizing that this was clearly inciting everyone to continue fighting. Indeed, the victorious beasts on the stage seemed invigorated, brandishing their muscles and eager for any challengers to step forward. The first phase of the competition had concluded, and according to the rules, the next stage would be the challenge phase. All participants were free to choose their opponents for a duel. Successful challengers would receive minor elixirs from the Beast Sage Pavilion, although these rewards held little value. Conversely, failure would result in immediate elimination or, in severe cases, even death. Of course, participants could opt not to challenge anyone and proceed directly to the next stage. However, as the competition progressed, the strength of the beasts available for challenge would undoubtedly increase. Observing the posturing beasts on the stage, Zhang Yi felt a wave of revulsion that he mused that these creatures were hardly worthy of his attention and decided to wait before stepping up to challenge. However, he was contemplating whether to test his upgraded skills against the formidable Xiongba Tian when he was interrupted by the icy voice of his sister, the Empress, laced with mockery. "What is this?" Feeling timid, Zhang Yi shot her a glare, dismissing her with a wave as he refocused on the stage. He was not afraid. He merely deemed these beasts unworthy of his efforts to TO his surprise. The Empress gracefully ascended the stage, deliberately raising an eyebrow at Zhang Yi as she left. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that if it weren't for her being his sister, he would have seriously considered plucking every feather from her until she was left bare for the competition. Despite his nonchalance, the giant bird matriarch became instantly alarmed, spotting her daughter on the stage. She exclaimed, "Oh no, it's your sister. What is she doing up there?" Zhang Yi retorted, rolling his eyes again. "Of course, she went up to challenge. She's contributing to our chance of obtaining a spiritual abode," the giant bird matriarch bluntly interjected. "But we entrusted the pursuit of the spiritual abode to you. What if your sister faces danger?" Zhang Yi was left speechless. So, it was dangerous for her to go up, but not for him? They shared the same mother. How could she be so biased? This giant bird was hardly fair in her judgments. Yet, Zhang Yi understood a mother's heart, having witnessed her concern for his sister's safety throughout their journey. He patted the giant bird matriarch's claw, reassuring her, "Mother, do not worry. She is surely aiming for those 3 third-tier divine beasts. She will be fine." The Empress possessed the strength of an 8th-tier divine beast, so dealing with a 3rd-tier creature should pose no issue. However, as soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, he was taken aback to see the Empress boldly approach the 5th-tier beast, the Bear Demon. Gasps filled the arena. Had this young girl lost her mind? Did she dare challenge a 5th-tier beast, the host of the match, a great demon, was momentarily stunned. Some of the larger demons, previously drowsy, were suddenly jolted awake by this unexpected turn of events. Goodness! The first phase just ended, and someone dares to challenge a fifth-tier beast. He rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken and, in disbelief, asked, "Young contestant, are you certain you wish to challenge this fifth-tier bear demon?" The Empress nodded. Yet the great demon, resembling an elderly woman, continued to drone on, repeatedly confirming her decision, which only served to irritate the Empress. Standing before the multitude of beasts, she rolled her eyes dramatically and declared, "I am already here. Why ask? Let us get on with it. Stop dawdling." The great demon's expression froze in embarrassment, and he awkwardly nodded, thinking to himself how bold the youth of today were, unafraid of the fierce challenges ahead. Clearing his throat, he announced, "The second phase, the challenge match, begins now." With that declaration, the great demon hurriedly retreated to the edge of the stage. Wary of the impending battle, the gathered beasts held their breath. Eyes glued to the two combatants, Zhang Yi felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he knew his sister was formidable, facing a fifth-tier demon still left him uncertain. The Bear Demon clan had sent numerous representatives, and they rallied around, fervently cheering for their kind. Meanwhile, the wind god Wyvern, who had been napping, was abruptly awakened by the raucous cheers. Groggily, he raised his head, only to realize one of their own had stepped up to challenge. Infuriated, he kicked a nearby bear demon who was cheering too loudly, exclaiming, "Quiet down." Then, turning to the Empress, he shouted, "Go for it, sis." Just as he finished, the giant bird matriarch slapped him, insisting, "You're only adding fuel to the fire. Daughter, come down. We're not competing." The giant bird matriarch was deeply concerned for the Empress's safety. "Did I end such matches? Anything could happen," the previous contestants. At least half had perished, some even self-destructing, showcasing the madness of the competition. Had it not been for the rule mandating voluntary forfeiture, she would have rushed up to pull her daughter down. Just as the giant bird matriarch contemplated sending Zhang Yi to protect his sister, she turned to find he had already darted to the front row. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. With Zhang Yi nearby, she felt considerably more at ease than on the stage. The fifth-tier bear demon towered impressively, its size equivalent to 3 empresses. It lowered its head to regard her, rumbling, "Little girl, you exhibit great courage, but your challenge holds no significance for me. That I advise you to concede to avoid unnecessary suffering." The Empress scoffed, retorting, "Spare me your idle chatter. If we're going to fight, let us fight. I'm here to show you what it means to be outclassed." No sooner had she spoken than she vanished from sight. The bear demon was left bewildered. According to the rules, the match could only commence after the great demon presiding over it ensured both sides were ready and counted down before declaring the start. Yet the Empress had taken the initiative. Zhang Yi crouched in the front row, stifling laughter at the bear demon's confused expression. And that was only the beginning. While the bear demon stood dazed, it suddenly felt 2 resounding slaps on its cheeks. The Empress struck with incredible speed, leaving the massive creature reeling in pain. Despite the bear demon's immense size and strength, it could not match the Empress's agility, and it was left unable to retaliate, its face burning and stars dancing before its eyes. Though the fifth-tier bear demon was colossal and powerful, its lack of speed became evident as it struggled to keep up with the nimble Empress. The roars of fury reverberated through the arena. "That you're asking for trouble, little girl," it bellowed, raising its massive paw to strike the Empress. That if the blow connected, it could easily turn the Empress into a mere pancake. Zhang Yi watched in horror from the front row, while the giant bird matriarch's face turned ashen. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Yi shouted, "If it gets too intense, just concede. We didn't expect you to seize the spiritual abode." Though his words seemed caring, upon reflection, they carried an odd undertone. The giant bird matriarch, hearing this, kicked Zhang Yi, admonishing, "Don't say that. The more you provoke her, the less likely she will concede." Zhang Yi was left speechless. Thinking, is it wrong to care? On the stage, the Empress and the bear demon began their fierce confrontation. Having gauged the bear demon's skills and physical strength during their initial exchange, the Empress felt confident she could overcome this fifth-tier beast. Zhang Yi understood her mindset well, for he knew his sister. She would not take such risks without ample assurance of victory. The Empress circled the bear demon with incredible speed, leaving a trail of crimson marks on its face and body. Although the bear demon was powerful, Its lack of agility rendered it a mere target for the Empress's relentless assault. Each furious roar echoed through the arena. "This girl is ruthless," Zhang Yi mused. Astonished by her merciless attacks, that he knew she would exercise restraint, yet the bear demon, with its tough hide, was bound to feel discomfort after enduring such a barrage. The giant bird matriarch, filled with worry, clutched Zhang Yi's arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. "You stay alert. If anything goes awry with your sister, you rush in to help. Do you hear me?" Zhang Yi sighed in silence, gently patting the back of the giant bird mother's hand, offering reassurance. "Mother, do not worry. That girl is astute and will never undertake something she cannot handle. Besides, I am here. Should anything go awry, I shall be the first to rush to her aid." The Empress's strikes grew increasingly swift, while the bear demon's fury intensified. Its clumsy form rampaged across the arena, striving to capture the Empress's younger sister. Yet each attempt met with failure, leaving it in a more disheveled state. This foolish bear, how does it possess such stamina? The Empress adeptly evaded the fifth-tier bear demon's attacks with her agile physique. Logically, after such a prolonged struggle, the bear demon should have been exhausted. However, the current situation revealed that, despite its massive size, the bear had been entangled with a bird for so long without even a hint of fatigue. This was quite peculiar. The Empress's sister evidently sensed the anomaly, her offensive rhythm slightly slowing as if she were observing something that moment. Not far away, the fifth-tier demon bear Batian was seen chuckling to himself. Zhang Yi felt an increasing sense of unease. "Eye of insight," he exclaimed, activating his special skill. His eyes transformed into a golden hue, allowing him to see through any illusions and discern the weaknesses and hidden abilities of his target. The golden light swept over the bear demon, and Zhang Yi immediately discerned the truth. Within the bear demon's body, a peculiar energy was circulating continuously, sustaining its stamina and enabling it to fight without fatigue. "This fellow is deliberately concealing its abilities," Zhang Yi cursed inwardly. The crucial point was that it was merely a fifth-tier beast. How could it escape the scrutiny of his soul as probing? Had he perhaps been careless? Just earlier, to ensure the safety of the Empress's sister, Zhang Yi had discreetly investigated the bear demon's background. Although this sister often behaved in an irksome manner, Zhang Yi could not truly turn a blind eye. The investigation revealed that the bear demon's strength was indeed at the fifth tier, with no irregularities detected. This had allowed him to observe the battle with confidence. Yet, who would have thought that the bear demon could conceal its abilities? "Mother, something feels amiss," Zhang Yi said gravely to the giant bird mother. The giant bird mother, already on edge, trembled even more upon hearing this. "What is amiss? Is your sister losing? You must intervene." She began to push Zhang Yi toward the arena. He grasped her firmly, saying, "Mother, do not panic. My sister is not lost yet. It is merely that this bear demon—" He paused, lowering his voice. "It seems to be hiding its true power." "Hiding its power?" The giant bird mother looked puzzled. "What does that mean?" Zhang Yi explained, "I just used my soul to probe. There is a strange energy within it that continuously sustains its stamina, allowing it to fight tirelessly." Chapter 64. Cheating on the arena. The giant bird mother was utterly bewildered. "What peculiar energy? I do not understand it. In simpler terms, this bear demon has been feigning weakness. It has not been using its full strength." Zhang Yi said, a hint of frustration as he ran his fingers through his hair. "It has been pretending to be a fool and hiding its true prowess." "Ah." The giant bird mother was genuinely alarmed now. "What should we do?" "Isn't your sister in great danger?" "It is too soon to say," Zhang Yi replied, his gaze fixed intently on the battle unfolding in the arena that MY's sister should have noticed as well. "Let us see how she responds." Zhang Yi was curious. If it were not for the bear's sustained energy, his sister should have already subdued the fifth-tier bear demon. After all, the agile sunbird could easily handle a clumsy bear, provided the tier difference was not too great. Yet now, Zhang Yi found himself at a loss. However, he had faith that his sister, the Empress, would not hesitate to escape if she sensed danger or felt uncertain about how to confront her opponent. This much he was confident of. What puzzled him was how this fifth-tier bear demon managed to conceal its abilities without detection. Logically, he had not discerned any skill within it that could facilitate such concealment. This suggested that some higher-tier beast was aiding it from the shadows. Zhang Yi scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes, his gaze piercing through the audience. Most of the beasts were intently focused on the arena, their expressions fervent, some even trembling with excitement, saliva flying as they watched. They all appeared quite normal, though a few timid creatures covered their eyes, fearful of missing a thrilling moment yet dreading the sight of bloodshed. In summary, aside from a handful of drowsy individuals, the crowd was engrossed in the competition. Only one exception caught Zhang Yi's attention, that I in the front row, not far from him. The Bear Clan's Ba Tian sat half-closed eyes, his corpulent form nearly occupying 3 seats that he feigned nonchalance, yet his entire body was taut with tension. This fellow is suspicious. Zhang Yi's alarm bells rang loudly within him. Previously, during his soul probe, he had not detected anything unusual about Ba Tian. Aside from sensing a power similar to his own feast function, nothing else seemed amiss. Could he have misjudged? No, that was impossible. Zhang Yi's instincts had always been reliable. He activated the Eye of Insight once more, the golden light erupting from his eyes as he directly targeted Ba Tian. Sure enough, under the enhancement of the Eye of Insight, Zhang Yi clearly saw a faint layer of energy fluctuations surrounding Ba Tian. This energy flowed like a gentle stream, continuously converging towards the bear demon in the arena. By heavens! He is indeed cheating. Zhang Yi cursed inwardly, a surge of anger rising within him. And oh wonder that bear demon fought with such vigor after such a prolonged struggle. It turned out someone was secretly supplying it with energy. This was a blatant violation of the arena's rules. Zhang Yi could no longer sit idly, but he sprang to his feet, pointing at Ba Tian and shouting, "Hey, someone is cheating! Cheating! Stop this immediately!" The sudden outburst shattered the clamor of the arena, all eyes turning toward Zhang Yi, filled with confusion and disbelief. Who is shouting? What is happening? Cheating. Who is cheating? A cacophony of murmurs erupted, and chaos ensued. The bear demon on the arena halted its assault, looking around in bewilderment, while Ba Tian slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of panic flashing across his face, quickly replaced by a facade of calm. An overseer of the competition, a large demon, leapt onto the stage upon hearing Zhang Yi's exclamation, demanding sternly, "Who claims there is cheating? Step forward." It was essential to note that this was the second round of the competition, where the rules were even more stringent. The higher the tier of the battle, the greater the emphasis on fairness. Unlike the lower-tier beasts who might slip under the radar, any infractions in this round were taken seriously. The focus was primarily on the high-tier beasts, who were supported by powerful clans. Moreover, the higher the tier, the more cantankerous their temperaments, making them difficult to offend. Now, someone claimed that cheating had occurred in this second-round match. This was tantamount to challenging everyone. Unfazed, Zhang Yi stepped forward, pointing at Ba Tian, declaring, "It is he, Ba Tian. He has been secretly supplying energy to the bear demon in the arena, violating the competition rules." All eyes once again converged on Ba Tian. The murmurs growing louder. It was vital to note that Ba Tian was a formidable figure among the Bear Clan, one of the top competitors in this arena match. Many had high hopes for his performance. Who would have guessed he was now accused of cheating? Is it truly Ba Tian? Could it be? He is a skilled warrior of the Bear Clan. How could he resort to such measures? Yet the young bird has a point. The bear demon has fought for so long, yet shows no signs of fatigue, which is indeed suspicious to be a Tian's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Zhang Yi would expose him publicly. His reputation was in tatters. He suppressed his fury and, feigning calm, retorted, "You brat, meals can be consumed carelessly, but words cannot be spoken in haste. What evidence do you have to prove my wrongdoing?" It should be noted that Ba Tian had manipulated his actions within the confines of his energy control, making it virtually undetectable to those around him. Could this young one possess some extraordinary skill? Evidence. Zhang Yi scoffed. "My eyes are the evidence. I witnessed you supplying energy to that bear demon." Utter nonsense. Ba Tian roared. "What qualification does a mere lesser beast have to question me? I see you are deliberately causing trouble. Whether I am causing trouble, everyone knows in their hearts." Zhang Yi boldly retorted. "Dare you allow a high-tier demon to inspect that bear demon's body?" Xiong Batian hesitated, but he was acutely aware that if the great demon were to inspect the body of the bear demon, his deceitful actions would undoubtedly be laid bare. Yet if he refused the inspection, it would only serve to reveal his own guilt. In that moment, Xiong Batian felt an intense loathing for Zhang Yi, silently vowing, "You little brat, if I encounter you in the subsequent rounds, I shall strip you of every hair and tear you to shreds." Upon witnessing an unknown junior accuse the Bear Clan of cheating, many beasts in attendance voiced their discontent toward Zhang Yi. Chapter 65. Questioning our great leader Xiong. The on-site examination, the atmosphere erupted into chaos, with a cacophony of voices clamoring in disarray, hurling various unsavory remarks at Zhang Yi. Clearly, Xiong Batian had garnered a substantial following, as most were eager to defend him. Who does this little upstart think he is, daring to question our esteemed leader? A burly wild boar demon bellowed, its tusks glinting ominously, nostrils flaring as it exhaled forcefully. Indeed, what status does our great leader hold that necessitates cheating? You little fledgling, haven't he even fully sprouted your feathers yet? And you dare to prattle on? A flamboyantly feathered peacock demon shook its vibrant tail feathers, mockingly retorting, "I suspect this little bird is simply envious. When has the Wangri bird clan ever produced a formidable figure? Jealous of the might of the Bear Clan, no doubt. Perhaps they are a spy sent by an old foe to stir up trouble." These demons, with their sarcastic tones, epitomized the harsh realities of the situation. Even those willing to curry favor would undoubtedly side with Xiong Batian rather than the unfounded Zhang Yi. That moment, Xiong Batian crossed his arms, wearing a smug expression, a trace of cold amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. "You meddlesome fool," he thought, reveling in the chaos. "Now you see the consequences of your interference." The great demon overseeing the contest wore an increasingly grim expression, having just taken over the second round. He found himself embroiled in this debacle, feeling as if he had been soundly slapped across the face that he glared at Zhang Yi, his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction, perceiving him as nothing more than a troublemaker seeking to instigate conflict. A mere Wangri bird daring to challenge the authority of the Bear Clan. Was that not akin to courting death? Silence, silence. The great demon roared, ascending the stage that it was imperative for him to restore order swiftly and return the contest to its rightful course. As he made his entrance, the surrounding beasts gradually quieted. Approaching Zhang Yi, he looked down upon him with a chilling demeanor, demanding, "You claim Xiong Batian cheated. Do you possess any evidence?" Zhang Yi met the great demon's gaze unflinchingly, proclaiming loudly, "My eyes are the evidence. I witnessed him channeling energy to that bear demon with my own eyes." "Nonsense." Zhang Yi, disinterested in further banter, insisted that the great demon inspect the bear demon's body. The truth of the matter would soon be revealed. Xiong Batian, with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, replied, "An inspection is acceptable, but should the results prove my innocence, what then shall you say?" Zhang Yi smirked, "If you are exonerated, I shall publicly apologize and withdraw from this contest." "Very well." Xiong Batian readily acquiesced, plotting in his mind, "You little wretch, just wait and see how I deal with you." Xiong Batian's cold chuckle masked his inner satisfaction as he surveyed the crowd. His legion of fans was indeed fervent, each one rallying to support him with fervor. Some beasts shouted, "Let them inspect. We trust our great leader. He would never stoop to such vile acts." Exactly. What caliber is the Bear Clan? Do they need to cheat? This little upstart is merely envious, the wild boar demon bellowed, spraying spittle onto the nearby peacock demon. The peacock demon, recoiling in disdain, elegantly fluffed its feathers, agreeing sharply, "Indeed, this little bird seeks nothing but attention. Perhaps he should take a moment to reflect on himself before daring to question our great leader." At that moment, the Fox Clan's saintly maiden, Humayer, sauntered forward, casting a sycophantic glance at Xiong Batian, that I swear by the heavens, should our great leader truly be guilty of cheating, the Bear Clan shall lose the match. And Xiong Batian shall never win again. This venomous vow sent the crowd into a frenzy. Yet Xiong Batian's smile faltered, his head snapping towards Humayer with a fierce glare, cursing inwardly, "You fox spirit. Your tongue is far too sharp." The great demon overseeing the contest had initially hoped to downplay the situation, viewing Zhang Yi as a mere brash youth unaware of the gravity of his actions. How could a seasoned schemer like Xiong Batian be trifled with? He was prepared to intervene, encouraging Zhang Yi to apologize, thus allowing the matter to pass. However, the beasts around them were so incensed, clamoring for an official investigation, that it seemed they would not relent until the truth was revealed. The atmosphere threatened to spiral out of control, causing beads of cold sweat to form on the great demon's brow. These raucous spectators truly revel in chaos, he mused. Therefore, he bellowed to the crowd, "Silence! I shall commence the examination now, and those who continue to shout shall be apprehended and barred from participating for 3 years." At last, the tumult subsided. Simultaneously, the great demon steeled himself to ascend the stage. Standing before the bear demon, he inhaled deeply, channeling energy to begin his inspection. That it was understood that a great demon, tasked with maintaining order, was undoubtedly formidable. This examination was an essential component of the competition's rules. Consequently, all eyes were fixed upon the stage, eagerly awaiting the outcome and the subsequent repercussions for Zhang Yi, the instigator of the disturbance. Xiong Batian, arms crossed, appeared unfazed, though internally, he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he had indeed cheated. Nevertheless, he was convinced that this great demon, even if he uncovered the truth, would not dare to speak out. Time ticked by, the tension mounting palpably in the air. The great demon's expression darkened, and perspiration began to bead on his forehead. As he probed, he indeed discovered the energy of Xiong Batian resonating within the bear demon. Not only did he find it, but the energy was substantial. Damn it! The Bear Clan truly had cheated. It seemed the young man had not lied or caused chaos. Rather, he possessed a certain audacity. Zhang Yi's bravery did not equate to the great demon's courage. Though he had uncovered the truth, he dared not make it public. This was a matter of the Bear Clan's honor and dignity. Should he announce the cheating, it would mean irrevocably offending the Bear Clan. Thus, after careful consideration, he silently retracted his energy and descended the stage, making his way towards the other great demons and relevant officials. Observing this, several great demons could not contain themselves, whispering amongst one another, their tones rife with mockery. "Look at him. What a coward. He can't even handle this minor issue. How can he maintain order?" one remarked. "What a disgrace to our esteemed great demons. Indeed, this fellow is nothing but a decorative pillow, impressive in appearance, but utterly useless. That we ought to replace him." Another great demon, arms crossed and brow furrowed in thought, interjected, "Hold your conclusions. His demeanor seems off, with a face that grim. Could it be that the Bear Clan truly cheated?" Chapter 66. The Judgment of the Demon Sage's Mansion. The other great demons ceased their ridicule, exchanging glances of concern. Just then, the great demon overseeing the contest approached them with urgency, and he beckoned the other great demons closer, lowering his voice. "During my inspection, I indeed discovered Xiong Batian's energy within the bear demon, and it was considerable. It can be concluded that Xiong Batian has indeed cheated." Upon hearing this, the other great demon's eyes widened in shock, rendered momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, they could no longer restrain their astonishment. "What? Xiong Batian truly dared to cheat? He must be out of his mind. Does he not comprehend the consequences of cheating? Goodness! How audacious! The Bear Clan dares to cheat in plain sight. Are they not concerned about the ridicule from other demon clans?" Xiong Batian's actions reflected a brazen confidence. He either possessed some hidden card or was certain that we would not dare to expose him. Regardless of his reasoning, we cannot allow this transgression to go unpunished. Cheating is a blatant affront to the rules of the competition. We must address this with utmost seriousness. Indeed, he must be severely punished. We cannot allow the Bear Clan to think us easy prey. Yet the Bear Clan was immensely powerful. Should we truly confront them? What if they retaliate? What is there to fear? With so many of us great demons united, are we truly afraid of a single Bear Clan? Besides, if we do not impose strict penalties now, other demon clans will follow suit, and what fairness will remain in the competition? The great demons engaged in heated debate. The overseer of the contest rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Enough. Let us cease this uproar. This matter is of great significance. We must deliberate carefully. For now, let us consult with the elders and ascertain their perspective." The numerous great demons nodded in agreement with the proposal. Thus, the group hastily departed from the arena, making their way toward the elders of the demon clan. The scene was maintained in order by the guards of the demon's sacred mansion. Once the several great demons left, the cacophony around the arena resumed. Xiong Batian leaned against a pillar of the arena, a disdainful smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He was keenly aware that those old geezers had undoubtedly detected his energy. However, he remained unfazed as a few lackeys from the Bear clan approached Xiong Batian, their faces ashen. "Boss, they wouldn't actually leak this matter, would they?" A tall, lanky bear demon stammered. "Indeed, boss, if this were to be announced, our Bear clan would lose all face. How could we possibly survive in the demon realm afterward?" It was not merely a matter of losing face. It also concerned their Bear clan's future eligibility to compete. They had infringed upon a cardinal rule of the competition. If punished, it would mean that all bear demons would be disqualified from future contests. Xiong Batian cast a scornful glance at them, his eyes filled with contempt. "Look at your lack of ambition. A bunch of cowards. If they truly dared to announce it, they would have already been banging drums to proclaim it to the world instead of sneaking around to consult the elders." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Their current visit to the elders is merely to explore how to suppress this matter. Rest assured, those cunning old foxes of the Demon's Sacred Mansion are far too shrewd to tear their relationship with us over a mere fledgling bird." Xiong Batian's words served as a balm to the anxious bear demons, providing them with slight relief. Nevertheless, the situation remained uncertain, leaving their hearts in turmoil. "But boss, what if the elders insist on upholding justice?" The lanky bear demon asked cautiously, still uneasy. Xiong Batian scoffed. "Uphold justice? Humph. In the demon realm, strength is the only principle. Our Bear clan possesses immense power, and the elders must weigh their options. Besides, even if they do pursue the matter, I have my ways." Although Xiong Batian spoke with bravado, he understood that this situation was somewhat precarious. Being caught cheating had disrupted the rules, and if not handled properly, the repercussions could be dire. He secretly pondered how he would respond if the elders indeed chose to investigate. The other bear demons, observing Xiong Batian's silence, dared not press further and could only fidget anxiously at the side. They occasionally cast furtive glances at Zhang Yi, their eyes brimming with resentment. If it weren't for this meddlesome fellow, they wouldn't have found themselves in such a predicament. "What are you all staring at? Not convinced?" Zhang Yi noticed their gaze and boldly glared back. "You little meddlesome bird. If it weren't for you, our boss wouldn't have." The lanky bear demon spat venomously, but his words were cut short by Xiong Batian's interruption. "Shut your mouth." The lanky bear demon trembled in fear, silenced by the reprimand. Xiong Batian shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yi before turning to the other bear demons, commanding, "Let us go and see how the elders intend to handle this matter." With that, he led the group of bear demons away from the arena, striding toward the direction of the elders. Zhang Yi watched their retreating figures, eager to see how Xiong Batian and the Demon's Sacred Mansion would resolve the situation. Shortly thereafter, both the Bear clan and the representatives of the Demon's Sacred Mansion returned. Xiong Batian swaggered back, plopping down in his previous spot, casually crossing his legs in a display of confidence. The bear demons followed closely behind him, exuding an air of superiority. Zhang Yi sensed something amiss. Could it be that these ruffians had secretly conspired with the representatives of the Demon's Sacred Mansion? Had the latter chosen to turn a blind eye to this cheating scoundrel? Zhang Yi straightened his posture, his gaze intensely fixed on the great demons approaching from the direction of the elders. Awaiting the final verdict, just then, his eyes inadvertently swept across a corner of the arena, and he was taken aback. To his astonishment, his beloved Empress sister was leaning against a pillar of the arena, fast asleep. She appeared to be in deep slumber, breathing evenly, with the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, as though the surrounding tense atmosphere bore no relevance to her. The scene was utterly ludicrous. Zhang Yi's eyelids twitched, and a torrent of expletives surged through his mind. How could she possibly be sleeping at a time like this? How audacious could one be? He could hardly believe his eyes. How could she sleep so peacefully? Though Zhang Yi was tempted to rush over and wake her, he ultimately decided against it. This empress had no heart whatsoever. His giant bird mother was far better. She must be quite worried about him right now. If the Demon's Sacred Mansion declared that no cheating had occurred, her son would be expelled from the arena and disqualified from the competition. Zhang Yi mused, glancing over at his giant bird mother. Good gracious. The giant bird mother was seated alongside Xiaopu, happily munching on food, relishing every bite. Zhang Yi was utterly flabbergasted. Chapter 67. Open protection. A waft of enticing fragrance reached Zhang Yi, and he immediately recognized which oblivious individual had arrived. Without needing to look up, he knew it was the provocative fox. Humayer, ditto, isn't this our heroic Zhang Yi who reported the Bear Clan? What are you still doing here, waiting for the competition? Humayer swayed her waist like a water snake, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, disinterested in engaging with her. This Humayer, after being silenced by him last time, had returned to flaunt her arrogance, clearly unable to remember her previous humiliation that he had initially planned to compete with her in the upcoming matches. But now it seemed there would be no opportunity. For she was about to be expelled from the competition by the Demon's Sacred Mansion. Humayer, noticing Zhang Yi's indifference, became even more emboldened, her voice growing sharper. Are you the judge? What do you know? The verdict hasn't been reached yet, so what are you babbling about? Get lost. Zhang Yi waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. Even if I can continue in the competition, I wouldn't compete against a vixen like you. For you are not even my match. Humayer was momentarily rendered speechless by Zhang Yi's retort, her heavily made-up face flushing crimson. Furious, her chest heaved violently, as though she longed to pounce on Zhang Yi and take a bite out of him. Just as she was about to hurl another insult at Zhang Yi, the representatives of the Demon's Sacred Mansion and the Bear Clan returned. Humayer immediately crossed her arms, adopting an air of anticipation. She cast a triumphant glance at Zhang Yi, relishing the moment, waiting for him to be announced as disqualified from the competition. Zhang Yi could not be bothered to engage with her any further. This woman must have water in her brain. Zhang Yi found her presence increasingly irritating that on the arena, the great demons of the Demon's Sacred Mansion stood in a row behind the elders. Xiong Batian, along with the other bear demons, strutted off the stage, leaving the floor to the great demons of the Demon's Sacred Mansion and the elders. The elder of the Demon's Sacred Mansion stood at the center, his gaze inadvertently landing on Zhang Yi, momentarily taken aback. What is this little bird doing here again? Wasn't he at this troublesome creature who previously clashed with the Fox clan? However, none of that mattered anymore. For just moments ago, the Demon's Sacred Mansion had unanimously decided to downplay the incident. They had almost clashed with the Fox clan over Humayer's affair, and it would not do to offend the Bear Clan now. Although the Demon's Sacred Mansion served as the official arbiter of the competition, no one dared to provoke them, nor did they wish to alienate other major clans. Clearing his throat, the elder attracted the attention of everyone present. Regarding whether the Bear Clan cheated during the competition, our Demon's Sacred Mansion has conducted a thorough investigation. That he deliberately paused, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd, ultimately landing on Zhang. We have determined that the Bear Clan did not engage in any cheating. Upon uttering this declaration, the audience erupted in an uproar. What? No cheating. How can that be possible? Indeed, that fifth-tier bear demon clearly possessed Xiong Batian's energy. Shh, keep your voice down. Do you want the Bear Clan to hear you? The surrounding demons began to murmur in hushed tones, wary of being overheard by the Bear Clan. Zhang Yi was equally astonished. What was happening? Was the Demon's Sacred Mansion lying through their teeth? He glanced at Xiong Batian, who was grinning at him with a smug expression. Zhang Yi frowned. The Demon's Sacred Mansion was clearly showing favoritism toward the Bear Clan. Elder, this is unfair. You Demon's Sacred Mansion are biased. Zhang Yi stood up, struggling to suppress his anger as he spoke. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? The decision of our Demon's Sacred Mansion is not something a mere bird like you can question. The elder shot Zhang Yi a cold glare, then feigned benevolence, offering Zhang Yi a way out. Now, according to the rules of the competition set forth by the Demon Sage Manor, you, the sun-seeking bird, have falsely accused other demon clans. Consequently, we are compelled to revoke your eligibility to compete. Upon the utterance of this declaration, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. This marked the very first instance this year of someone being stripped of their competition rights. All eyes turned in unison toward Zhang Yi, with some audibly cursing him under their breath, deeming him deserving of such a fate, as those who seek the spotlight must bear the consequences. Others among the demon beasts felt a sense of injustice for Zhang Yi, believing it to be a poor bargain to lose his competition eligibility simply for reporting misconduct. Noticing the commotion his judgment had incited, an elder from the Demon Sage Manor cleared his throat and introduced a twist. However, you, young man, are in luck. The Bear Clan, known for their broad-mindedness, is unwilling to hold a grudge against a mere bird like you. They are willing to grant you a chance. As long as you publicly apologize, they shall forgive you. Provided they do not pursue your accountability, you may still have the opportunity to continue participating in the competition. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the audience of demon beasts, who had come merely to witness the spectacle, began to express their dismay. They had hoped for an entertaining spectacle and relished the thought of Zhang Yi receiving a thorough reprimand, which would have brought them satisfaction. However, the notion that this commotion could be resolved with an apology, allowing Zhang Yi to continue competing, left them feeling deeply unsettled. That it was akin to having meticulously prepared for a grand performance only to find the lead actor suddenly abandoning the stage. The frustration was palpable. It is well known that spectators thrive on chaos. They wish for the situation to escalate further, relishing in the misfortune of others. That I thought I would witness this fellow being expelled. But it seems that will not come to pass, lamented a wild boar demon, scraping the ground with its sturdy hooves, clearly dissatisfied. Indeed, this wretched bird seems to have exceptionally good fortune. How could the Bear Clan let him off so easily? Echoed another demon beast, its voice sharp. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Zhang Yi's expression darkened. He could hardly fathom that the demon sage manor would so blatantly distort the truth and openly favor the Bear Clan. Apologize? On what ground should I apologize? Zhang Yi coldly regarded the elder of the demon sage manor. I reported cheating to uphold the fairness and integrity of the competition. What wrong have I committed? The fault lies with the Bear Clan for their initial deceit. Now, not only does your manor fail to punish the wrongdoers, but you also demand an apology from me. This is utterly absurd. The elder's countenance darkened instantaneously. He had not anticipated that this insignificant sun-seeking bird would dare to confront him publicly. Was this not a blatant challenge to his authority? Impudent! How dare you question the decisions of the demon sage manor? The elder bellowed. Truth be told, this elder possessed formidable strength. His fury unleashed a powerful pressure that enveloped Zhang Yi, as if intending to crush him beneath its weight. Zhang Yi, caught off guard, felt a sudden constriction in his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Nevertheless, he would not yield. He flapped his wings, radiating a golden light, and in his fury, flames began to rise around him. The lower-tier demon beasts nearby, unable to withstand Zhang Yi's energy, hastily retreated. With his eyes ablaze, Zhang Yi exclaimed, "What nonsense! You want me to apologize to that bear fool? In your dreams." Chapter 68. What are you looking at, bear fool? As these words escaped Zhang Yi's lips, the surrounding air seemed to freeze momentarily. Then, the Bear Clan demons reacted, jumping up as if their backsides were on fire, their eyes wide with fury and nostrils flaring as they advanced towards Zhang Yi. The mother giant bird, terrified, gripped Zhang Yi's wing and whispered urgently in a tone only they could hear, "Ancestor, please say less. Go wake your sister. We need to leave this wretched competition." Zhang Yi, surprisingly, nodded in agreement. The mother giant bird was momentarily stunned, nearly believing her eyes had deceived her. When had her son become so compliant? Typically, he acted unpredictably, but now he seemed ready to acquiesce. Yet the moment Zhang Yi nodded, he did not obediently follow her away. Instead, he took a deep breath and, raising his voice, addressed the elders of the demon sage manor on the stage. To be honest, we merely stumbled upon this competition by chance, intending to enjoy the spectacle. Did you really think the spiritual symbols of the demon sage manor were that impressive? The sun-seeking birds do not hold them in high regard. As his words echoed, the mother giant bird felt darkness encroach upon her vision, nearly collapsing in disbelief. This impudent child! What is he saying? Offending the Bear Clan is one thing, but now he seeks to insult the demon sage manor? The elder's face contorted with rage, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Zhang. You have the audacity. How dare you disdain the demon sage manor? Seize this insolent beast. No sooner had he spoken than several guards clad in silver armor from the demon sage manor charged forward, encircling Zhang Yi and the mother giant bird. The mother giant bird, now terrified, trembled as she shielded Zhang Yi behind her. Esteemed demons, my son is thoughtless and has spoken out of turn. Please do not take offense. Zhang Yi's head poked out from behind his mother. I did not speak out of turn. As the mother giant bird attempted to placate the officials, Zhang Yi's remark was a deliberate provocation. Shut your mouth. Do you not have enough trouble already? At that moment, the previously slumbering younger sister of the Empress suddenly awoke, having flown atop the head of a fifth-grade bear demon without anyone noticing. She then lowered her head and bit down, tugging at the bear demon's fur and tearing out a handful. With a puff of air, the bear fur floated down, scattering across the arena in an instant. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. The Empress's petite figure stretched with a yawn, flapping her wings and shaking off a few downy feathers. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she innocently gazed at the raucous crowd below. "Oh dear, my apologies, everyone. I must have dozed off." This seemingly harmless demeanor contrasted sharply with her prior act of violence, leaving many demon beasts momentarily speechless. By the way, everyone, these furs contain the energy of Bear Bation. She pointed to the scattered bear fur and continued, "Whether the Bear Clan cheated can be determined by simply taking a whiff." As her words fell, the venue erupted in chaos. The demon beasts hurriedly bent down, suspiciously collecting the fallen fur. For them, directly sensing the energy of Bear Bation might be challenging due to their strength disparity, but the fur served as a diluted energy potion. The aura and energy of Bear Bation were now dispersed, easily detectable even by the less intelligent demons. "Indeed, this is the energy of Bear Bation. I can smell it," one demon beast shouted excitedly. "The Bear Clan cheated. This is irrefutable evidence. My heavens, the Demon Sage Manor is actually shielding the cheaters. What benefits have they received from the Bear Clan?" Cries of doubt and accusations flooded the scene, plunging it into chaos. The elders of the Demon Sage Manor turned ashen. They had never anticipated that this seemingly innocuous little bird could be so cunning. Pointing a trembling finger at the Empress, the elder roared, "You, unfazed." The Empress leisurely groomed her ruffled feathers, casting a sidelong glance at the elder and retorting, "What are you looking at?" The elder's face darkened to an unprecedented degree, his finger quivering as he struggled to articulate a response amidst the turmoil. The situation spiraled out of control. The elder cleared his throat a couple of times. "Everyone, please remain calm. Remain calm. There may be some misunderstandings in this matter." "Misunderstanding? Your mother's leg hair is the misunderstanding," a hot-tempered demon shouted, jabbing a finger at the elder. "I saw it with my own eyes. I smelled it with my own nose. The scent of Bear Bation can be detected from miles around. Do you still wish to deny it?" Other demon beasts echoed his sentiments. Previously, they had feared the pressure from the Demon Sage Manor. But now that the truth had been unveiled, they demanded accountability, for this matter directly impacted their interests. After all, the one competing against the Bear Clan was the sun-seeking bird. What if it had been them? Is it not detrimental for the Bear Clan to cheat? If they fail to produce a result, all the beastly competitors who came to contest will suffer losses. The elders exchanged glances, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads. At this juncture, the matter of the Bear Clan's deceit could no longer be concealed. They had to devise a strategy to clean up this mess. An elderly demon with a white beard turned his eyes and leaned toward another great demon. Whispering, "Old Three, summon that fool Xiong Batian and discuss our countermeasures." The demon referred to as Old Three wore a reluctant expression. "Why should I go? This trouble isn't of my making. Enough with the nonsense." "Hurry up," the white-bearded demon shot him a glare. The other great demons accompanied the elders of the Demon Sacred Mansion to confer on strategies, while the demon sent to fetch Xiong Batian had barely taken a few steps before encountering a massive figure striding towards him with an imposing demeanor. It was indeed Xiong Batian. It seemed that he was aware of the exposure of the cheating and was equally anxious. Chapter 69. A family of oddities. Once the personnel from the Demon Sacred Mansion and the Bear Clan departed, the onlooking beasts buzzed with excitement, akin to a pod of boiling ants. Speculations, curses, and discussions erupted in a cacophony that rivaled a bustling marketplace. But what of the Wangri bird family? They appeared entirely unfazed. Zhang Yi clutched a spiritual fruit in one hand and stuffed a spiritual pill into his mouth with the other, resembling someone who hadn't eaten in centuries. The Empress sister observed with a frown, her little paws incessantly tugging at Zhang Yi's arm. "Hey, mind your image. After all, you are, how should I put it, at least someone of significance," she faltered, struggling to find an appropriate term to describe Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi cast her a nonchalant glance and mumbled indistinctly, "What image? The visage of a starving ghost, perhaps. This wretched place lacks even a proper meal, with just these few pitiful fruits and pills. How can one possibly be satisfied?" Little Pooh cleverly shoved the largest spiritual fruit into Zhang Yi's hand, her voice sweet and innocent. "Daddy, you have a big appetite. Eat more." Zhang Yi felt warmth in his heart and affectionately ruffled Little Pooh's head. "You've grown up, little one. You truly understand." The Emperor's sister rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "With your trivial achievements, all you think about is eating." Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon and Wind God Winged Dragon continued to snooze soundly. The surrounding beasts, initially engaged in fervent discussion, occasionally cast curious glances toward the Wangri bird family. However, upon witnessing their carefree demeanor, they felt somewhat speechless. One beast couldn't help but approach, with a hint of sarcasm in its tone. "I say, aren't you all a bit too composed? The cheating by the Bear Clan concerns your opportunity for advancement." With his mouth stuffed with spiritual fruit, Zhang Yi, cheeks puffed out, mumbled indistinctly, "Advancement, with the bear demon cheating. According to the competition rules, we shall surely advance." Observing Zhang Yi and his avian companion's calmness, the other beasts suddenly realized they had underestimated the Wangri birds. Some even contemplated approaching Zhang Yi to forge a connection. However, Zhang Yi had no time to entertain them, as fruit peels and pill bottles piled into a small mountain, and he let out a satisfied belch, patting his round belly. Little Pooh rolled around on his stomach, giggling. The surrounding chatter gradually subsided, with all eyes fixed on the empty arena. After a considerable wait, several great demons from the demon's sacred mansion trudged forward, their spirits sagging. Their faces were ashen, eyes flickering. A stark contrast to their previously haughty demeanor. Strangely, the once arrogant elder from the demon's sacred mansion was nowhere to be seen, nor was Xiong Batian or any other Bear Clan demon. One beast scratched its head in confusion, muttering, "Where's the elder? And what about Xiong Batian?" Zhang Yi scoffed, lazily picking his teeth. One cheated, and the other sheltered the cheat. Naturally, they have no face to show themselves. Who knows where they are hiding, perhaps scratching walls in some corner. As his words fell, the surrounding beasts couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Ahem. An awkward great demon cleared his throat, stepping forward, stammering, "Apologies, everyone. Due to a slight oversight on our part at the demon's sacred mansion, we must rectify the situation. The Bear Clan has indeed cheated." The great demon spoke hesitantly. It was no wonder he felt embarrassed. The arena competitions at the demon's sacred mansion have been conducted for many years. Yet this year had seen an unusual number of problems that in the past there had been violations, but those issues were easily resolved. Unexpectedly, this time they had encountered a thorny issue. According to the competition rules, the great demon paused before continuing. "We announced the disqualification of the Bear Clan from the competition. The previous match, due to the Bear Clan's cheating, results in the Wangri bird being the victor." With those words, the audience erupted in an uproar. The demon's sacred mansion had finally rendered a fair judgment. Of course, this was under the pressure of the crowd, but it was still a commendable outcome. At the very least, the result was favorable. The giant bird mother turned to the Empress, exclaiming, "Congratulations, my precious daughter." Zhang Yi scoffed. What is there to celebrate? The opponent cheated and lost the match. Even if a first-tier rat demon were to compete, they would still win. The Empress shot Zhang Yi a glare, retorting, "Winning by luck is still a form of strength." The surrounding beasts erupted in deafening cheers. They had initially believed the Bear Clan would exploit their power to dominate, only to find themselves facing a formidable challenge from a few fledgling birds. This was more astonishing than a pig climbing a tree. The blind bears have their day. They deserve it. One beast danced with excitement. Indeed. Let them be arrogant. This time, they've made a fool of themselves. A fat pig demon joined in the ruckus, its ample flesh quivering like waves. The several great demons from the demon's sacred mansion wore expressions more unpleasant than if they had consumed excrement, their faces alternating between green and white. These fellows, accustomed to bullying others, had never endured such humiliation. Not only had the Bear Clan lost face, but the demon's sacred mansion also suffered a blow to its dignity. These little brats are truly troublesome. A great demon gritted its teeth, saying, "We'll find a reason to drive them away later. Yes, keeping them around might cause more trouble." Another great demon squinted, adding, "I have a feeling these little birds are quite sinister. If a few wet-behind-the-ears youngsters dare challenge our demon's sacred mansion, just wait and see how I deal with them." Meanwhile, the Wangri bird family remained blissfully unaware of all this, still reveling in the Empress's victory, which secured them a chance to compete for a mid-level spiritual estate. The great demon cleared its throat a couple of times, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Ahem. Well then, Let the arena matches continue. But scarcely had the words left his mouth when another great demon leaned in and muttered something in his ear. The first demon's expression changed, and he nodded to another great demon. Clearing his throat again, he announced through the amplification device, "Due to some technical reasons, the previous arena is temporarily closed for repairs. Other arena matches will continue." The Wangri bird family exchanged glances, each reflecting amusement in their eyes. They were well aware of what those technical reasons entailed. Fear of them causing further trouble. Zhang Yi scoffed, "These cowards. If they can't play, they shouldn't even start." Chapter 70. The infamous Bear Clan. The giant bird mother chuckled softly, gently patting Zhang Yi's head with her wing. "All right, you should hold your tongue a bit. After all, they are from the demon's sacred mansion." The Empress wore an indifferent expression. Their qualification for the competition remained intact. If they couldn't compete today, they would continue tomorrow. The family resumed their leisurely eating and drinking. Meanwhile, the Bear Clan members stormed back to their cavern, the atmosphere inside thick with tension. Xiong Batian kept his head bowed, not daring to breathe as he recounted the events to the Bear Clan's chief. The clan leader, Xiong Qingtian, towered over 3 meters, his muscles bulging and his fur standing on end like steel needles. "What did you say?" "Our Bear Clan has been disqualified from the competition." Xiong Qingtian's voice thundered like a muffled explosion within the cavern, causing Xiong Baishan's ears to ring. "Why yes, chief," he stammered. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he dared to sneak a glance at the chief, only to find Xiong Qingtian's eyes blazing with fury. "Those little birds dared to humiliate our Bear Clan." The chief bellowed, slamming his massive paw onto the nearby stone table, shattering it into pieces. "Calm down, chief. Those little birds must have someone powerful backing them, though we must not act rashly," an elder bear urged. While he too was furious, he was clearly much more composed than the reckless Xiong Qingtian. "Powerful? What powerful backing? I suspect that the old foes from the Demon Saint Mansion are up to no good. They have long harbored disdain for our Bear Clan." The chieftain, still seething with anger, exhaled 2 plumes of white vapor from his flared nostrils. How audacious of those old geezers from the Demon Saint Mansion to speak on behalf of a few insignificant little bald ones. Clearly, they do not regard our Bear Clan with any respect, Xiong Batian cautiously interjected. The Bear Clan chieftain glared fiercely at Xiong Batian, demanding, "Then why did you resort to cheating? Our Bear Clan is honorable. We can win or lose gracefully. Even in victory, it must be achieved with dignity. Now speak. Why did you tarnish our Bear Clan's reputation?" As the chieftain, Xiong Qingtian yearned for his clan to excel in this competition. Yet he had never contemplated achieving success through unscrupulous means. In fact, he abhorred such petty tricks. Trembling with fear, Xiong Batian quickly fell to his knees. The chieftain gasped heavily, exclaiming, "Xiong Batian, you have brought calamity upon us. Our Bear Clan has been utterly humiliated in the demon realm." What mattered most to Xiong Qingtian was the clan's dignity, that he trembled as he pointed at the quaking 5th-tier bear demon beside him. His voice shaky as he stammered, "It was him. Chieftain, he incited me. He urged me to lend assistance. I had no intention of doing so." This 5th-tier bear demon was indeed the one who had previously competed alongside the Empress on the arena. In truth, he was quite honest. Had it not been for Xiong Baishan's suggestion, he would never have contemplated resorting to cheating to AT that moment. He was so frightened that his mind went blank, his face pale and lips quivering, unable to utter a sound, merely watching helplessly as Xiong Batian pushed him forward as a scapegoat. Upon hearing this, Xiong Qingtian's eyes widened in fury. As if he might breathe fire, he sprang to his feet, his towering figure casting a colossal shadow that enveloped the 5th-tier bear demon. The latter felt an immense pressure bearing down upon him, nearly suffocating him. "What did you say?" Xiong Qingtian's voice was deep, resonating like thunder within the cavern. "He urged you to cheat. You, a proud warrior of the Bear Clan, allowed yourself to be manipulated by a mere 5th-tier beast. Is that what you imply? You didn't think for yourself? This is the territory of the Demon Saint Mansion. How many demon clans have gathered for this competition? And now look, our Bear Clan has become infamous, rather notorious." Xiong Batian trembled in fear, hastily bowing his head in desperation. "Chieftain, spare me. I was momentarily foolish. I was led astray." "Led astray?" Xiong Qingtian's anger turned to mockery. "Xiong Batian, who are you?" "You are among the finest of our younger generation. How could you be so easily swayed by a fifth-tier little demon? You have brought shame upon our bear clan. In the next instant, the chieftain raised his massive paw, imbued with terrifying demonic energy, as if it could rend the very fabric of space. The fifth-tier bear demon, witnessing this, felt his insides liquefy with fear, desperately attempting to flee, but found his legs immobilized as if encased in lead. He could only close his eyes in despair, awaiting the inevitable demise. Spare me. Chieftain, Xiong Batian cried out, too afraid to step forward to plead. With a thunderous crash, Xiong Qingtian's paw came crashing down. Contrary to expectations, there were no screams of agony, nor a splatter of flesh. Instead, a massive paw print appeared where the fifth-tier bear demon had stood. Deeply embedded into the ground, that moment, the fifth-tier bear demon had been reduced to a mere puddle of goo, utterly vanishing. The cave fell into a profound silence. All the bear demons were rendered mute. Not daring to breathe, Xiong Batian collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. That he understood that although he had narrowly escaped, the chieftain's wrath had not fully subsided. Xiong Batian. Xiong Qingtian's voice was grave. Your grave mistake has already brought disgrace upon our bear clan. However, considering your past contributions, I shall spare your life this time. Yet, he paused, you must redeem yourself, turning your shame into merit. Xiong Batian hurriedly bowed, expressing gratitude for the chieftain's mercy. I shall certainly redeem myself and restore our bear clan's honor. Very well, Xiong Qingtian replied solemnly. Although our bear clan has been disqualified from the Demon Saint Mansion's competition, we cannot let it end like this. You must uncover the identities of those little birds behind this chaos. They shall pay the price. Understood, Chieftain, Xiong Batian replied promptly. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's family continued to leisurely enjoy their food and festivities. Do you think the bear clan will come looking for trouble? Inquired Feng Shenilong, who had just awakened, while munching on a spiritual fruit. The Empress waved her wings dismissively. What is there to fear? We are currently in the territory of the Demon Saint Mansion. Do they still have the audacity to confront us here? Mother Giant Bird, however, expressed concern. It is said that the chieftain of the bear clan, Xiong Qingtian, values his reputation above all. The news of their cheating is spread, and I fear they will not simply let this matter rest. Little Pooh snuggled closer to Zhang Yi, trembling. Daddy, I'm scared. Zhang Yi forced a smile. Then how about we withdraw and not compete? We can't afford to provoke them, can we? Yet, the Empress derided him. I am not afraid. Why should you be? We must see this competition through. If you can secure a spiritual estate from the Demon Saint Mansion, we will have a foothold here. That if the bear clan wishes to act recklessly afterward, they will have to consider the presence of the Demon Saint Mansion's people, won't they? Chapter 71. The temptation of the bear spirit pill. The next day, the arena competition at the Demon Saint Mansion commenced as scheduled. Due to the incident with Xiong Batian's cheating, security measures had been significantly heightened. Various bizarre demon guards scanned the surroundings with keen eyes, creating a tense atmosphere. Zhang Yi's family, however, remained undeterred, continuing to eat and drink, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, outside the Demon Saint Mansion, Xiong Batian hid behind a massive rock, his face dark enough to drip water. He glared at Zhang Yi's family, who seemed to be having a delightful time beneath the arena, his bare eyes nearly igniting with fury. Damn it! I've been disqualified, and yet these little birds can still lounge about watching the match, waiting to compete. He slammed his paw against the rock, sending fragments flying. Why be so enraged, Brother Batian? A sultry voice chimed in, turning to see a graceful fox demon, whom Meyer, swaying her serpentine waist as she approached. Xiong Batian's expression shifted. Meyer chuckled softly. Brother Batian, have you forgotten? Our fox clan excels at subtle manipulations. Xiong Batian's eyes brightened. What clever idea do you have, Meyer? Meyer leaned closer. Today, the Demon Saint Mansion is on high alert, making it difficult for the bear clan to strike directly. However, you could enlist someone else to do the dirty work. To prevent any further cheating, the Demon Saint Mansion has instituted strict new rules. Any demon beast causing a disturbance at the venue, regardless of their race or reasons, will be disqualified from the competition. Xiong Batian paused, scratching his head. Are you suggesting I find other demon beasts to create a ruckus at the arena and trouble those little birds? Meyer let out a melodic laugh. Indeed, Brother Batian, you catch on quickly that if you successfully incite a conflict, the Demon Saint Mansion will expel them directly. At that point, without our bear clan lifting a finger. Those little birds will have to vacate the Demon Saint Mansion's territory. Once they leave, Brother Batian, you can exact your revenge. Xiong Batian grinned broadly. What a brilliant idea. I'm fond of it. He eagerly rubbed his paws together, then furrowed his brow. However, we need someone willing to make sacrifices for our bear clan. After all, those who do so will also face disqualification. H.U. Meyer covered her mouth with a soft laugh. That will depend on your skills, Brother Batian. Point one must be willing to take risks for the sake of gain. She cast a meaningful glance at Xiong Batian. There are always some demon beasts willing to take the plunge for profit. Xiong Batian reached into his close-fitting bearskin pouch and extracted an exquisite wooden box. Upon opening it, he revealed a pill exuding a rich fragrance, its entire form a deep crimson hue, with golden threads faintly swirling within. Indeed, it was the cherished treasure of the bear clan. The Xiong Ling Dan. This precious item had been a hard-won reward from the clan leader, Xiong Qingtian, that old curmudgeon. The entire bear clan possessed no more than 3 of these, making it exceedingly rare. This Xiong Ling Dan was no ordinary tonic. Consuming it would temporarily augment one's strength immensely. However, the side effects were equally formidable. Once the effects wore off, one would feel as deflated as a punctured balloon, immediately succumbing to lethargy. Only those with sufficiently robust capabilities could withstand the surge of energy and genuinely absorb its potency to enhance their power. Due to the rarity of this item, Xiong Batian had always refrained from using it. But now, to confront a few bothersome birds, he was faced with the prospect of squandering such a treasure, which made his heart ache at the thought. Yet, the mere idea that these birds would soon be expelled from the Demon Saint's manor, allowing him to ruthlessly eliminate them, including that wind god wyvern, sent a thrill of anticipation through him. Absorbing their energy might even enable him to achieve several breakthroughs. At the very least, it would compensate for the cost of the Xiong Ling Dan, making it a worthwhile endeavor. But he chuckled darkly to himself, thinking, just a few little birds, and they think they are worthy of the Xiong Ling Dan. Let them await their demise. Mayor, would you be so kind as to summon a few eager youngsters from the front? Xiong Batian rubbed his bare paws and addressed who Mayor flashed a charming smile, responding, "Rest assured, Batian brother, it's a trivial matter." Internally, she was elated. She had been nursing a grudge against Zhang Yi after being toyed with by that brat. And now an opportunity for revenge had presented itself without her having to lift a finger. Truly a stroke of good fortune. This ploy of using others as instruments for vengeance was who Mayor's forte. She swayed her serpentine waist and approached the observing beasts. "Brothers, would any of you be interested in earning some extra rewards?" Mayor's dulcet voice made the eyes of several male beasts widen with desire. "What extra rewards? Just command us, Mayor, and we shall plunge into fire and water without hesitation." A wolf demon with a shifty appearance rubbed his hands together, beaming with obsequiousness. H.U. Mayor stifled a giggle. "Oh, dear brothers, you jest that it's merely a simple task that M.Y. Brother Batian from the Bear Clan seeks assistance. Once the deed is done, generous rewards await." Upon hearing of potential benefits, the beasts perked up, eagerly expressing their willingness to serve. Mayor led these captivated souls back behind the massive boulder where Xiong Batian lay in hiding. "Batian, I have brought the individuals you requested," Mayor said sweetly. Xiong Batian scrutinized the gathered beasts. One was a wolf demon, another a pig demon, and a third bore a striking resemblance to a toad. Their strength was lacking, but they would suffice for causing a ruckus. "Brothers, I shall not beat around the bush. I have summoned you today to request your assistance. Command us, Batian. We shall comply without question," the wolf demon said ingratiatingly. "Do you see those pesky birds down below the arena? Once the competition commences, I want you to stir up trouble for them. Make as much noise as possible." "Understood." Xiong Batian pointed at Zhang Yi and his family. The beasts exchanged glances, hesitating. After all, causing a commotion in the Demon Saint's manor could lead to dire consequences if they were caught. Batian. Is this really wise? If the Demon Saint's people discover us, we could be disqualified from the competition, the pig demon stammered. "A bunch of spineless cowards," Xiong Batian retorted, producing the Xiong Ling Dan. A rich medicinal aroma instantly permeated the air. And a golden-hued pill, gently glowing, lay nestled within the box. The Xiong Ling Dan, one of the beasts, recognized the coveted item at a glance. The wolf demon and the toad demon's eyes widened. their mouths watering in anticipation. This is indeed the legendary Xiong Ling Dan. Consuming it not only enhances strength, but also prolongs life. Ba Tian, is this truly the Xiong Ling Dan? The wolf demon's voice trembled with excitement. Unquestionably authentic. Xiong Batian declared with pride that if you assist me in this endeavor, this Xiong Ling Dan shall be yours. With such a generous reward, the wolf demon and toad demon were clearly tempted. The toad demon's eyes darted greedily as he licked his lips. Ba Tian, this Xiong Ling Dan is indeed enticing, but the risk seems excessive. Is it worth the chance of being disqualified for it? The wolf demon was also weighing the risks in his mind, while the pig demon's eyes were already glazed over, captivated by the shimmering pill. I am willing to go, the pig demon blurted out eagerly, fearing Xiong Batian might change his mind. Xiong Batian nodded approvingly. Excellent. If you can ensure that Rascal is disqualified and expelled from the Demon Saint's territory, this Xiong Ling Dan shall be yours. Rest assured, Ba Tian, I shall complete the task. The pig demon was utterly entranced by the promise of the Xiong Ling Dan with determination. He waddled over toward Zhang Yi, his rotund form bobbing as he approached. He squeezed himself into the narrow gap beside Zhang Yi, jostling against him with his ample backside. Zhang Yi remained motionless, oblivious to the pig demon's presence, continuing to munch on the spirit fruit in his hand as if the clumsy creature were non-existent. This, however, irritated the nearby spotted beast. Is this spot reserved for you? The spotted beast growled, baring its sharp fangs to no. The pig demon replied innocently, shaking his head. Then why are you squeezing in? There are plenty of open spots over there. Are you blind? The spotted beast's tone grew increasingly hostile. The pig demon looked down, realizing that his intrusion had inadvertently pushed the spotted beast aside, that he chuckled awkwardly, my apologies, and quickly vacated the space. Then, he waddled around to the other side of Zhang Yi, only to find the area littered with refuse. Peels, cores, and withered leaves, resembling a miniature garbage dump. Good heavens! This fellow has been gorging himself here. Leaving a pile of scraps, Xiao Pu's head popped up from the garbage heap, her big, round eyes fixed on the pig demon. The DOU needs something, big fat pig. The pig demon's face flushed with embarrassment. And he retorted, you are the big fat pig. Your whole family are big fat pigs. Xiao Pu looked up at Zhang Yi pouting. Daddy, he called our whole family big fat pigs. Zhang Yi glanced at the pig demon, leisurely spitting out a fruit pit before turning to educate Xiao Pu. He is already quite ugly. You should tolerate him. Xiao Pu nodded, half understanding. The pig demon was nearly driven to madness. He took a deep breath, reminding himself to keep calm and not to jeopardize Ba Tian's plan. His eyes darted, and he concocted a scheme. Honestly, you are rather inconsiderate, aren't you? With all this trash piled up, don't you find it unpleasant? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a scavenger. This is a competition arena, and you're so careless about your surroundings. Finally, Zhang Yi lifted his head, regarding the pig demon with a look of faint disdain. Are you speaking to me? Of course. Who else would I be talking to? The rubbish. The pig demon huffed, puffing out his chest in arrogance. Oh, Zhang Yi replied disinterestedly, then returned to his fruit. The pig demon felt as if he had struck a pillow. Frustrated beyond measure, he jabbed a finger at Zhang Yi, shouting, Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? I'm speaking to you. The pig demon's voice escalated, his saliva spraying Zhang Yi's face. Zhang Yi nonchalantly extended a finger to wipe away the spittle, casting a disdainful glance at the pig demon as he burped. Ah, so full. The pig demon nearly fainted from the sheer audacity of it. How much spirit fruit had this fellow consumed? The stench was overwhelming. Are you purposely trying to disgust me? The pig demon fumed. Zhang Yi yawned lazily. I'm so sleepy. Eating too much makes one drowsy. Eventually, all that could be heard were the pig demon's grunted complaints, while Zhang Yi's eyelids grew heavier, until he could no longer keep them open. The pig demon felt as if he might explode. This fellow was utterly ignoring him. It was simply outrageous. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to launch a final assault. I say, you should at least maintain some decorum as a participant in the Demon Saints contest. Don't you think? Look around you. It resembles a landfill. With all this refuse, do you have no sense of public decency? What do you think of this arena? You are worthy of the incessant tirade from the pig demon, who ceaselessly berated Zhang Yi, spittle flying in every direction, putting even the most fervent storyteller to shame. Zhang Yi felt his eyelids growing heavier, the pig demon's voice buzzing in his ears like a hypnotic lullaby. Lulling him in a drowsiness that in a daze, he thought to himself, this pig demon's voice is quite hypnotic. The pig demon continued his diatribe. Look at you, nothing but a scoundrel. A disgrace to the demon race. Finally, Zhang Yi could no longer withstand the tirade. His head tilted, and he fell asleep. Little Pooh, the small creature, blinked its bright, round eyes, glancing at the sleeping Zhang Yi and then at the still chattering pig demon. Wearing a bewildered expression, after cursing for a long time, the pig demon, parched and exhausted, realized that Zhang Yi was utterly unresponsive. It looked down in shock. This brat has actually fallen asleep. The pig demon rubbed its eyes in disbelief. This young man had fallen asleep while being berated. Feeling deeply insulted, the pig demon pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Yi, trembling with rage. You dare to ignore me? Get up. It reached out to shove Zhang Yi, only to have its finger bitten by little Pooh Didao. The pig demon yelped in pain, quickly retracting its hand, which now bore 2 rows of bite marks, blood oozing profusely. Bad pig. Don't bully my daddy. Little Pooh glared fiercely at the pig demon, baring its sharp little teeth. The pig demon, clutching its finger in pain, winced, realizing that this seemingly harmless little creature had quite a bite. You foul bird. The pig demon, furious yet wary of approaching little Pooh again, stood rooted in place, stamping its feet in frustration, unable to deal with Zhang Yi and little Pooh. Chapter 73. Niu Dali. This beating is worth it. Outside the competition venue, Xiong Batian paced restlessly, muttering curses under his breath. That foolish pig. Why is it taking so long? Could it be that it's truly being dealt with by that brat? Useless, his robust bare paw anxiously struck the tree beside him, causing leaves to rustle down. In the distance, a captivating figure approached gracefully. Upon closer inspection, Xiong Batian recognized it was Humayr. What's the situation? He asked in a gruff voice. Humayr shook her head. That foolish pig is no match. We should find someone else. What? Xiong Batian erupted in fury. That useless creature. Wasn't he just supposed to provoke? How hard can that be? Oh, come on, brother Xiong, don't be angry, Humayr coaxed sweetly. That brat is exceptionally strange. It's normal for the pig demon not to handle it. We should really find someone else. Xiong Batian, scratching his head in irritation, pondered, who else? Who would want to take on such a thankless task besides that foolish pig? You know, being able to compete in the Demon Saint's mansion means even if you lose, you can stay in this realm for a while. The spiritual energy here is abundant. Just finding a temporary cave to reside in makes cultivation far more effective. The Xiong Spirit Pill is good, but nothing compares to the comfort of staying in the Demon Saint's mansion. Humayr nodded in understanding. Indeed, the Demon Saint's mansion gathers many powerful beings. Perhaps we can make some formidable friends, which would facilitate our journeys in the future. Xiong Batian frowned. But where can we find someone now? Everyone is being cautious. Who would willingly throw away their life? Humayr smiled mysteriously, her lithe form shifting aside to reveal a towering figure behind her. This demon beast was robust, covered in hard scales, with a pair of sharp horns atop its head and eyes like bronze bells gleaming with ferocity. This is Niu Dali, Humayr introduced. He is willing to go and confront that brat. Xiong Batian sized up Niu Dali, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. You truly wish to go? Niu Dali replied in a deep, resonant voice. It wouldn't hurt to give it a try. That brat looks frail. Perhaps he is no match. Good. Good, Xiong Batian exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Brother Niu, if you and that brat get disqualified, I shall give you this Xiong Spirit Pill. Niu Dali had already been informed of the Xiong Spirit Pill by Humayr. He knew very well that without some incentive, he wouldn't come over. Niu Dali nodded, striding heavily towards the arena. On the arena, Zhang Yi was peacefully asleep, with little Pooh snuggled in his arms, its eyes darting curiously around. The pig demon remained nearby, shaking with rage, but too frightened to approach little Pooh. Niu Dali arrived at the edge of the arena, observing the slumbering Zhang Yi and the furious yet helpless pig demon. A flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he stomped his foot with force, causing the entire arena to tremble. Zhang Yi was jolted awake, groggily opening his eyes to see a massive figure before him. He yawned and asked, Who are you? Disturbing my sleep comes with serious consequences, you know. Niu Dali sneered, Brat. You must be Zhang. Zhang Yi rubbed his eyes, finally recognizing Niodali's form, and couldn't help but chuckle. I thought you were someone significant. Turns out you're just a cow. No need for plowing at my house, so you can leave. Niodali was momentarily taken aback, then realized he was being mocked. Enough with the nonsense, he shouted in indignation. I'm here today to teach you a lesson. Zhang Yi shrugged. Teach me a lesson? With you. Do you even qualify? Niodali roared, swinging his massive fist toward Zhang Yi. Unperturbed, Zhang Yi dodged effortlessly and then delivered a kick to Niodali's abdomen. Niodali, despite his massive stature, was pushed back several steps, disbelief etched on his face. How can this little bird have such strength? Zhang Yi clapped his hands dismissively. With such meager skills, you think you can teach me a lesson? Go train for a few more years. Niodali, seething with rage, charged again with all his might. His fists whistling through the air as if to shred Zhang Yi. Yet, Zhang Yi continued to evade with ease, landing a punch squarely on Niodali's face. With a sharp crack, Niodali's nasal bone shattered. Blood gushing forth. Clutching his nose, Niodali howled in agony, unable to comprehend that he had been bested by this young man with a single punch, and no matter. I came here to provoke anyway. A few injuries won't matter, he thought, believing that such a commotion would surely draw the attention of the great demons in the Demon Saint's mansion. They would come quickly, and he could drag this filthy bird down with him. Ensuring disqualification for both and securing the Xiong spirit pill from Xiong Batian, as expected. Shortly thereafter, several formidable demons from the Demon Saint's mansion, stationed at the edge of the arena, were drawn to the commotion. Meanwhile, the surrounding demon beasts noticed the arrival of the great demons. Some shouted warnings. Oh no! Don't you know that aside from the normal arena matches, fighting and causing trouble down here will lead to immediate disqualification? Regardless of reason or identity, why are you fighting here? Wait until the arena to compete. Exactly. Being disqualified would be disastrous. The surrounding demon beasts murmured, expressing their sympathy for the two, yet Niodali reveled in his perceived victory. With bruises adorning his face, he thought, this is the effect I wanted. This beating was worth it. Just wait for the great demons from the Demon Saint's mansion to come over and disqualify this filthy bird. He even began to fantasize about receiving the Xiong spirit pill promised by Xiong Batian, rapidly increasing his cultivation, overpowering all, and becoming a rising star in the demon realm. While the surrounding demon beasts continued to chatter about their reckless actions with sympathy, Niodali cast a smug glance at them, thinking, a bunch of fools. Once I obtain the Xiong spirit pill, let us see if you dare to look down on me anymore, just as several imposing great demons in uniform approached with determined strides. Zhang Yi flapped his wings lightly, gracefully leaping onto an adjacent empty arena. This arena was slightly higher than the previous one, and from his elevated position, Zhang Yi looked down at Niodali. A mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Niodali was still feigning innocence. The great demon stepped closer, demanding, who is causing trouble here? Do you not know that private fights are forbidden during matches? Their sharp gazes swept across the crowd, finally landing on the bruised and battered Niodali. Niodali felt a surge of delight. The opportunity had presented itself. He pointed dramatically at the spot where Zhang Yi had just been, feigning sorrowful indignation. Great demon lord, that filthy bird over there. It attacked me without reason and left me in this state. You must seek justice for me. Chapter 74. Failed provocation. As Zhang Yi gazed at Xiong Batian, a sudden realization struck him. Xiong Batian possessed a hidden skill known as Devouring Evolution, which he had yet to acquire. However, it was too late to dwell on it now. That fellow had already been disqualified and could only stand outside, helplessly watching. Forget it, Zhang Yi murmured to himself. Let's first deal with the immediate trouble that a group of guards from the Demon Sage Mansion, clad in uniform, approached with an intimidating demeanor. The lead guard pointed at the battered Niodali and barked. You engaging in a brawl openly at the arena is against the rules. Your qualification to compete is hereby revoked. Niodali was taken aback. This was not the script he had anticipated. He had intended to drag Zhang Yi down with him. Yet he found himself the only one being expelled. He hastily nodded and bowed. My lord, I abide by the rules of the Demon Sage Mansion, but I couldn't have caused such a ruckus alone. That foul bird struck first. What bird? The guard furrowed his brow, visibly impatient. Niodali, exasperated, stamped his feet, the one that reported Xiong Batian for cheating. The sun-watching bird. Upon hearing the name sun-watching bird, the guard's expressions shifted dramatically. How could it be that bird again? Where is it? The lead guard inquired impatiently. They had seen no sign of any bird when they approached. Niodali quickly pointed with his burly finger to where Zhang Yi had stood moments before. Right there. The guards followed his gesture but saw nothing except a filthy mound of trash. One large demon stepped forward, cursing, "Who made this mess? Pay attention next time. The rules may not explicitly forbid littering, but this is unacceptable that it affects those around you." After issuing a few warnings, the large demon returned to Niodali's side. "Niodali, where's that bird you mentioned? There's not even a feather in sight." Niodali felt utterly defeated, but he forced a smile. "I swear, it was right there. We even fought. Look at my face. Surely I didn't inflict these injuries upon myself." Beads of sweat trickled down Niodali's forehead as he stammered. In any case, it was that same sun-watching bird that reported Xiong Batian. "You can go find it. If you do, you'll see." He gestured to the surrounding beasts. All the other demons witnessed it. "If you doubt me, just ask them." The guards, now growing impatient, had been observing the arena for the entire day and were weary. They were reluctant to deal with such trivial matters. "All right, Niodali, cease your provocations. Keep this up and you might truly lose your qualification." Just then, an elder from the Demon Sage Mansion approached, his voice heavy with authority. "What is the meaning of this commotion?" The demons quickly bowed in respect, acknowledging the elder. The other guards followed suit, lowering their heads in reverence. The surrounding beasts also inclined their heads, offering a silent greeting. The elder scanned Niodali's bruised visage. What transpired here? The guards exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. The guard captain, seeing no way to cover it up, reluctantly addressed the elder. "Elder, Niodali claims he was attacked by a sun-watching bird, which he asserts is the same bird that reported Xiong Batian for cheating." "Sun-watching bird?" Elder stroked his beard. "That bird again. Where is it?" Niodali shook his head. "It was just here," blinked, and it vanished that moment. Zhang Yi stood at the edge of the arena, his golden wings fluttering gently, but he had long been aware of the unfolding situation and realized he could no longer remain hidden. He flapped his wings a few times but did not descend, calling out to the elder and others, "Esteemed ones, I was merely competing on the arena. Surely that does not violate any rules." Zhang Yi's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear clearly. Niodali's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He pointed at Zhang Yi. "You were spouting nonsense. You were clearly below the arena, fighting with me. How can that be considered a formal competition?" "Feigning innocence." Zhang Yi shrugged, spreading his hands. "Elder, esteemed ones, I've been standing right here. Can there be any doubt? Is Niodali not merely befuddled after our encounter?" All the demons turned their gazes toward the elder, awaiting his judgment. The elder stroked his beard, contemplating. This lad is quite cunning. He had already noted that Zhang Yi was no ordinary individual. His first impression had been days prior, when Zhang Yi had deftly dealt with the troublesome Fox Mayor. Despite the trouble Zhang Yi had caused, the elder found himself somewhat admiring the young man. Moreover, he was curious to witness Zhang Yi's subsequent actions. Thus, he was not inclined to dismiss him so swiftly. After a moment of deliberation, the elder feigned a thorough inspection of Zhang Yi's position at the arena's edge and Niodali's stance, but he then spoke earnestly. "Niodali, as a competitor, you ought to be on the arena. Yet you chose to provoke trouble outside of it. Your qualification is revoked." He paused, softening his tone. Zhang Yi was indeed engaged in a legitimate contest on the arena. No punishment shall be imposed. With that, the elder turned and departed. Niodali, meanwhile, was filled with regret. What a disaster! Losing everything. Two burly demons seized Niodali's arms and dragged him away. As Niodali lamented his fate, cursing Zhang Yi. "May you meet a terrible end." Chapter 75. Deceiving Niodali was dragged out of the Demon Sage Mansion like a lifeless dog, dust swirling around him as he seethed with humiliation and rage. The very guards who had once fawned over him now treated him with such disdain, only fueling his anger further. Once outside the gates of the Demon Sage Mansion, Niodali broke free from their grasp and unleashed a torrent of invectives upon the two large demons. "You pathetic lapdogs! Once I regain my qualification, I'll show you." The guards exchanged glances. One of them forced a smile. "Brother Nio, we are merely following orders. Please do not hold it against us." "Get lost," Niodali roared. sending the guards scurrying away like frightened animals. Rubbing his sore arms, Niao Dali felt increasingly frustrated. He had entered the Demon Sage Conference to secure a ranking and gain rewards to enhance his cultivation. Now, with his qualification revoked, all his hopes lay in ruins. All of this was due to Zhang Yi and Xiong Batian. The mere thought of Xiong Batian made Niao Dali's teeth grind in anger. Had it not been for Xiong Batian's promise of the Bear Spirit Pill, he would never have provoked Zhang Yi. Now he faced such a dire situation, and Xiong Batian had not even bothered to offer him a word of consolation. No, he had to confront Xiong Batian and demand an explanation. Xiong Batian, meanwhile, had been informed of Niao Dali's failure and was contemplating how to deal with Zhang Yi when he heard Niao Dali's furious shouts from a distance. "Xiong Batian, get over here!" Xiong Batian frowned, glancing over with irritation. "Niao Dali, what is all this shouting about?" Upon seeing Xiong Batian, Niao Dali's fury surged. "Xiong Batian, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have lost my qualification. As compensation, you owe me the Bear Spirit Pill." Xiong Batian scoffed derisively. "Bear Spirit Pill? You think you deserve it? You failed miserably, not only failing to teach Zhang Yi a lesson, but also getting yourself disqualified. And you dare ask for the Bear Spirit Pill? You!" Niao Dali trembled with rage. "Do you even have a shred of decency? Can't you see how miserable I am?" Xiong Batian sneered. "Are you out of your mind? Your misfortune stems from your own foolishness. You couldn't even outsmart a mere bird. You're crossing the line." Niao Dali could no longer contain himself. This debacle had cost him dearly. He had lost everything without gaining a thing. Fuming, Niao Dali charged at Xiong Batian, intending to seize the Bear Spirit Pill from him. However, Xiong Batian had anticipated this move and effortlessly dodged Niao Dali's attack, his eyes filled with disdain. "You think you can snatch my belongings?" With a swift kick, Xiong Batian sent Niao Dali sprawling to the ground, then proceeded to rain down blows upon him. "Stop! Please spare me!" Niao Dali was beaten to a pulp, his face bruised and battered, crying out in agony. Xiong Batian showed no mercy, ruthlessly targeting Niao Dali's vulnerable spots with his attacks. Niao Dali felt a searing pain in his lower body, as if something had shattered within him. He was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the pain, and felt as if death was imminent. Xiong Batian, having exhausted himself, finally ceased his onslaught, rising to loom over Niao Dali, declaring, "If you dare provoke me again, I shall ensure your complete obliteration." Lying on the ground, racked with pain, Niao Dali realized he was no match for Xiong Batian. Unable to do anything about Zhang Yi for the time being, Xiong Batian decided to leave. After his departure, Niao Dali lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. The pain in his lower body nearly causing him to faint, he gasped for breath, continuously cursing Xiong Batian's name. Zhang Yi observed the entire scene from a distance on the empty arena. The blatant arrogance of Xiong Batian and the foolish impulsiveness of Niao Dali presented an opportunity he could exploit. Light on his feet, Zhang Yi descended from the arena and approached the Empress's sister. Mama Giant Bird immediately rushed over, her feathers ruffled and eyes filled with concern. "Son, what was that about the bull just now? How many times have I told you to behave and not stir up trouble?" Zhang Yi nodded calmly. "Mother, that bull was sent by Xiong Batian to deliberately provoke me, aiming to have me disqualified." "What?" Mama Giant Bird exploded in fury, akin to a hen whose tail had been stepped on. "This damned foolish bull dared to bully us, and thus deserves the beating he received." She extended her neck and spat vehemently in the direction where Niao Dali lay, ignoring his enraged mother. Zhang Yi walked straight to the Empress, deftly snatching several fragrant spirit pills from her claws. Just borrowing these. The Empress was momentarily stunned before letting out a sharp scream and flapping her wings. Attempting to seize Zhang Brat, there are only a few spirit pills left. "Give them back to me." Zhang Yi had anticipated her reaction, swiftly dodging her attack. He had no desire to be scratched by this fierce tigress. If word got out, his image as a wise and powerful figure would be tarnished. Disregarding the Empress's furious expression, Zhang Yi turned and made his way to the outskirts of the arena of the Demon Saint's mansion. He stood at the entrance and waved at Niao Dali, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. "Hey, Brother Niao, come over for a moment." Upon seeing Zhang Yi, Niao Dali's already simmering anger flared even more. He struggled to lift his head, his bruised face filled with resentment. "Zhang Yi, how dare you call my name?" If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up in this state. Feigning surprise, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Brother Niu, how can you say that? I never forced you to provoke me. You chose to heed Xiong Baishan's words. Can you blame me for that? Stop pretending. Niu Dali grimaced, struggling to rise from the ground. Xiong Batian promised me spirit pills. That's why I came to trouble you. Now I got nothing and have been disqualified because of you. Zhang Yi sighed, spreading his hands in exasperation. Brother Niu, you are being too naive. Do you really believe someone like Xiong Batian would keep his word? He was clearly using you. How could he possibly give you spirit pills? He then shook the spirit pills he had taken from the Empress. These are for my family. While they may not be as potent as Xiong Baishan's spirit pills, they can help you recover some energy. Niu Dali's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the spirit pills in Zhang Yi's hand. After how I treated you, why would you still? With a light chuckle, Zhang Yi adopted a magnanimous demeanor. What of it? You were merely misled. Xiong Batian is no good. He cheated during the competition and caused you to be expelled from the Demon Saint's mansion. If you cannot bear this grievance, how about we team up after the competition to settle the score with him? I will help you reclaim the spirit pills. Chapter 76. The Empress ascends to the 9th tier with Zhang Yi's persuasion. Niu Dali suddenly realized he had been played by Xiong Batian, that he reached out and accepted the spirit pills from Zhang Yi's hand, swallowing them all at once. Zhang Yi watched in dismay, mentally exclaiming, Damn it, spirit pills, so many at once. Couldn't you eat them more slowly, you foolish bull? He suppressed his irritation, reminding himself that this investment was for future high returns. Zhang Yi's ulterior motive was not solely to assist Niu Dali in obtaining spirit pills. His true aim was to seize Xiong Baishan's devouring skills. So, Brother Niu, do you now see who your true enemy is? Zhang Yi stood over Niu Dali, a glint of amusement in his eyes. There is no deep-seated hatred between us. The real villain is that despicable Xiong Batian. Niu Dali fell silent, clutching his lower body, the intense pain seemingly alleviating somewhat as the effects of Zhang Yi's spirit pills began to take hold. Zhang Yi continued, Brother Niu, I know you harbor resentment and wish for revenge. Do not rush. Alone, you cannot contend with Xiong Batian. When the time comes, we will join forces. Niu Dali raised his head, his gaze toward Zhang Yi filled with complexity. He was torn. On one hand, he longed to tear Xiong Batian to shreds, while on the other, he held a deep-seated wariness toward Zhang Yi. Why do you want to help me? He asked, suspicion lacing his tone. Zhang Yi smiled, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. That it's simple. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Xiong Batian is arrogant and contemptuous. I have long seen him as an eyesore. Besides, our alliance increases our chances of success. He paused before adding, Of course, once we succeed, the treasures from Xiong Batian will be split between us. Niu Dali's interest was piqued upon hearing the word treasure. His eyes gleamed with excitement that he clenched his teeth, ultimately making up his mind. All right, I agree to cooperate with you. With Niu Dali secured as an ally, Zhang Yi turned and returned to the arena of the Demon Saint's mansion. Upon his arrival, he immediately spotted his sister radiating with an aura of potent energy, exuding the pressure characteristic of a 9th-tier beast. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, his jaw nearly hit the ground. What is going on? Zhang Yi mused, bewildered. Just moments ago, she was only an 8th tier. How could she have skyrocketed to the 9th tier in the brief time he was away dealing with Niu Dali? He took a seat in the front row, instinctively beckoning to Xiaopu. Xiaopu, come here and give me a spirit fruit and 2 high-grade spirit pills to calm my nerves. Xiaopu looked pitiful, spreading his hands in a gesture of emptiness. Daddy, they're all gone. Zhang Yi was taken aback. What nonsense is this? Wasn't there a whole bunch of spirit pills and fruits just now? How could everything be gone so soon? Did you eat them all? Xiaopu quickly shook his head, mimicking a chick pecking at rice, then tremblingly pointed at the Empress. The implication was unmistakable. She had consumed them all. Following Xiaopu's gesture, Zhang Yi turned to see his sister sitting upright, exuding an air of aloofness befitting an empress. Yet her complexion was somewhat peculiar, tinged with an odd flush. Understanding dawned on him, and his face turned pale as a chill ran down his spine. No wonder she had broken through to the 9th tier while he was away. She had devoured all the spirit pills and potions they had prepared. Are you insane? Zhang Yi hissed, almost grinding his teeth. With so many of us, you ate everything yourself. What are we supposed to do? The competition isn't over for several days. How will we survive without food? You're trying to starve us all. The Empress's expression soured further as she clutched her stomach and let out an unrefined belch. The potent scent of medicine nearly overwhelming Zhang that if I hadn't eaten, you would have squandered it all. Look at you. How many spirit pills did you give to that Niodali? Zhang, he was left speechless that I was merely trying to win over Niodali. You wouldn't understand. This is called strategic investment. Do you comprehend? It's for greater returns in the future. The Empress scoffed. Spare me your talk of strategic investments and buying over Niodali. What is there to buy in that foolish bull? I reckon you're just as foolish. A few measly spirit pills have you conned him into submission. What good is investing in such a dimwit? Zhang, he was nearly exasperated to the point of fainting. How can you speak like that? This is called keeping distant relations while attacking nearby enemies. We pull Niodali to our side, then deal with Xiong Batian together. That is the ultimate goal. The Empress disdainfully curled her lip. Regardless, I've already eaten them all, so your words are meaningless now. Zhang, he was utterly at a loss for words that he realized that after breaking through to the 9th tier, his sister had become utterly unrestrained, no longer even pretending to maintain decorum. All right, you're impressive. You amazing. You two are truly something else, each outdoing the other in reckless extravagance. The colossal mother bird flapped her immense wings, stirring up a tempest, and declared, "Enough, silence, all of you. Is this the time for squabbling amongst ourselves? Conserve your strength for the confrontation with other monstrous beasts. Mother, can you please be reasonable?" Zhang, he lamented, his face long and filled with despair, "that I have consumed all the elixirs. What am I to do to consolidate my cultivation and enhance my combat prowess? When the time comes for the competition, shall I simply present myself as a sacrifice?" Upon hearing this, the colossal mother bird conceded a measure of truth, turning to the Empress. "Daughter, what is the matter with you? Hoarding all the good things for yourself is not commendable. Such treasures ought to be shared." The Empress rolled her eyes and retorted, "If I do not consume it, he will simply take it to offer to Niodali. It is far better that I partake of it myself." The colossal mother bird sighed, exasperated by her two children, each more vexing than the other. She scratched her armpit and extracted from a tuft of fluffy feathers a black, sticky substance that emanated an indescribable odor. The shape and hue of the object resembled that of a long-expired colossal booger. "Here, take this," the colossal mother bird said, handing the treasure to Zhang Yi. "This is a spirit pill I had previously hidden away, which I never found the heart to consume. Now, it is yours." Zhang Yi stared at the spirit pill, his stomach churning violently, nearly prompting him to regurgitate. "Is this thing really edible? I want just ascend to the heavens upon consumption, will I?" He wore a look of distaste, yet upon realizing his current state of destitution and lack of alternatives, he found himself with no grounds to refuse. Chapter 77 Upon awakening, he wondered, is it finally my turn? Anything would be better than nothing. He was just about to reach out to accept it when the Empress, quick as a flash, snatched it away to not give it to him. Isn't he quite capable on his own? Let him devise his own means. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation, too lazy to engage with her. This insufferable girl was becoming increasingly intolerable. The trials at the Demon Sage Mansion attracted numerous monstrous beasts. The preceding days had seen battles among lower-tier beasts, and at last, it was time for Zhang Yi and the others of higher rank to enter the fray. Zhang Yi calculated that he would likely take the stage for the competition the following day. At that moment, he must take down a monstrous beast, for otherwise he would starve to death. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his stomach growled audibly that he patted his empty belly and sighed in resignation. Ever since arriving at the Demon Sage Mansion, he had not enjoyed a single satisfying meal. All those elixirs had been squandered by the Empress and her reckless ways. That night, unable to sleep due to hunger, Zhang Yi got up and wandered outside, only to discover that there was not even a morsel to be found.